Transcending the continent of fighting spirit, Liuyun becomes the heir apparent of the Mitel family. He applies to train in Utan City and successfully takes over the Mitel Auction House in Utan City, becoming the direct superior of Yafei. Simultaneously, Liuyun awakens the auction system with a tenfold return, allowing him to receive random returns from the auction of any item. Ding! The auction of the second-grade foundation building, PIL, has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return, receiving a 6th-grade, life-rejuvenating PIL. Ding! The auction of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return, receiving the Blue Lotus Sacred Flame. Ding! The auction of the Xiao Yan ring has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return, receiving the Celestial Level Advanced Technique, the Nine-Yang Burning Heaven Technique, the Ancient PIL Emperor's Legacy, and the Taoyin Divine Flame. This is utterly astonishing. Gazing at the items returned by the system, Liuyun was instantly bewildered. Chapter 380, Xiao Yan, the Audacious Bidding. The arrangement of auctioning the 3-leaf star sun after a 6th-grade PIL at the Mitel Auction House is nothing new to the crowd. In any case, the auction items at the Mitel Auction House seldom follow a serious order. Sometimes, treasures that could serve as the grand finale may inexplicably be placed first in the sequence. At this moment, after Yafei announced the starting bid, the crowd erupted into a chorus of competing bids. 5 million gold coins, 6 million gold coins, 8 million gold coins. As the bidding voices began to calm, the price for the 3-leaf star sun settled at 8 million gold coins. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally made his move. He stood up, extended a finger, and in a low tone declared, "I bid 10 million gold coins." Once Xiao Yan raised the price of the 3-leaf star sun to 10 million gold coins, no one else in the audience dared to continue bidding. In fact, selling a 5th-grade herb for 10 million gold coins was already an exorbitant price. Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Nailin Yanran, seated in the front row, inadvertently turned her head and caught a glimpse of Xiao Yan in the corner. This person is quite peculiar. He even wears a hat to the Mitel auction. However, his figure seems somewhat reminiscent of that individual. An odd thought suddenly flashed through Nailin Yanran's mind. At that moment, due to Xiao Yan's unusual attire, many gazes in the crowd were drawn to him. Who is this person dressed in the garb of a 3rd-grade alchemist, and why is he concealing his identity? From a voice, he seems quite young. This mysterious gentleman has bid 10 million gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? While the crowd speculated, Yafei at the auction platform had already begun the final confirmation process. 15 million gold coins. Just then, a clear voice, as melodious as silver bells, rang out from the entrance of the venue. The crowd turned to see 2 young ladies slowly making their way into the auction hall. The girl in the lead appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, adorned in a specially crafted light green alchemist robe, with loose sleeves intricately tied in the shape of lotus flowers, exuding an ethereal elegance. Following closely behind her was a tall woman clad in luxurious brocade robes. This woman bore a striking resemblance to the girl in front, but possessed an air of cold beauty, underneath which lay a hint of regal authority. In contrast to the former's petite and adorable appearance, the latter radiated a mature and captivating allure, her enchanting gaze naturally enticing. Princess Xiao Yan and Princess Xiao. The identities of the 2 young women were instantly recognized by the crowd, who began to murmur among themselves. These 2 princesses also wished to acquire the 3-leaf star sun. It seems the mysterious figure wearing the hat has little chance now. I heard that Princess Xiao promised the president of the Alchemist Guild to take the 3-leaf star sundae. Xiao Yan was positioned in the far right corner of the auction hall, and surprisingly, upon entering, Princess Xiao and Princess Xiao headed directly toward the corner where Xiao Yan sat. Xiao Yan noticed their approach and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was on the verge of securing the 3-leaf star sun, only to have the price unexpectedly escalated by these 2 women, which left Xiao Yan feeling quite vexed. As the 2 princesses approached Xiao Yan, Princess Xiao spoke first. "Hey, I want the 3-leaf star sun. If you forfeit your bid, I will compensate you with 3 million gold coins." Upon hearing the little girl's words, Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would be competing for the 3-leaf star sun against a princess of the royal family. If it were any other item, he might yield, but he had promised his teacher to acquire the 3-leaf star sun at all costs. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan resolutely replied, "I'm sorry, but I will never give up the 3-leaf star sundae. Your 3 million gold coins hold little significance to me." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Princess Yaya felt a pang of concern for her sister's negotiation skills. "My apologies, sir. My younger sister may have expressed herself poorly." Princess Yao Yi revealed a row of pearly white teeth and softly elucidated. "This tri-leaf star sunflower is intended for the esteemed president of the Alchemist Guild to concoct elixirs to save the elders of my royal family. If you could lend your assistance, Yao Yi shall surely remember your merit. My lady, I apologize, but today, this tri-leaf star sunflower is a prize I must possess. With this tri-leaf star sunflower, the soul power of the venerable alchemist would recover by an additional 10%. Thus, at this moment, no matter what Princess Yao Yi said, Xiao Yan was impervious to her words. Sister, if he refuses, then so be it. I refuse to believe his wealth can surpass mine. Princess Yao Yi retorted disdainfully. After the two princesses completed their bidding, Yafei paused momentarily before proceeding with the formal inquiries. Princess Yao Yi has placed a bid of 15 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 20 million gold coins. Xiao Yan declared without hesitation, utterly unconcerned about the gazes of the two women beside him. Well, this mysterious gentleman has raised the bid to 20 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Yafei, upon hearing Xiao Yan's offer, recited it with fervor from the auction platform. 25 million gold coins. Princess Yao Yu puffed out her cheeks, her eyes wide as she glared at Xiao Yan, indignantly stating, let's see how many gold coins you can still muster. 40 million gold coins. Before Yafei could inquire further, Xiao Yan swiftly raised the bid again, propelling the price of the fifth-tier spiritual herb to a staggering 40 million gold coins. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yan call out a bid of 40 million gold coins, both Yao Yi and Yao Yu's eyes flashed with astonishment. They were not alone in their surprise. The other attendees in the auction hall shared the same sentiment. Just as Princess Yao Yi was about to angrily raise the bid again, Princess Yao Yi swiftly covered her little mouth with her hand. With her mouth covered, the young girl could only emit a series of muffled sounds. It wasn't until Yafei struck the gavel that Princess Yao Yi finally released her hand. Congratulations to this mysterious gentleman for securing the tri-leaf star sunflower with a bid of 40 million gold coins. Yafei beamed as she announced the outcome of the auction to the assembly. Simultaneously, in the lower tier of the venue, Liuyun received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the tri-leaf star sunflower. A 10,000-fold return has been granted in the form of the Bodhi transformation birth, which has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory, host. Chapter 381, Refinement. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Liuyun's consciousness instantaneously plunged into the system space. As he beheld the contents within, an involuntary smile graced his lips. Just recently, he had sold the Bodhi transformation, and to his astonishment, it had already been returned to him. In the auction hall, Xiao Yan walked towards the auction platform with a slight sense of frustration. According to his recent observations, the two elderly men in yellow robes seated below the platform were not only responsible for maintaining order, but also served as appraisers within the venue. With a staggering 40 million gold coins at stake, Xiao Yan found himself unable to muster such a sum, and thus needed to offer other items as compensation. Greetings. I am here to claim the three-leaf star sunflower. Here's some elixirs I brought as collateral. Please appraise their worth. If it falls short of 40 million gold coins, I can provide additional items. At that moment, Xiao Yan undoubtedly became the center of attention, with countless pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. Although many families present possessed the financial capability to produce 40 million gold coins, few had the audacity to spend such an amount on a fifth-tier spiritual herb. It seemed evident that someone close to this enigmatic alchemist must have suffered a soul injury. Whispers circulated behind Xiao Yan, speculating on the identity of the individual capable of offering such a sum. They didn't even spare a thought for the two princesses. I heard that the royal family's recent addition has already ascended to the Dozone level. Soon, under the appraisal of the two elderly men, Xiao Yan successfully exchanged his elixirs for the 40 million gold coins, securing the three-leaf star sunflower. Upon obtaining the coveted herb, he hurriedly departed the auction hall. As soon as he stepped outside, the excited voice of Yao Lao resonated in his mind. Xiao Yan, once you refine this item, you need not fear anything when you arrive at Yunlan's sect. I shall protect you. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded vigorously in response. That little girl who bid against you is following closely behind, Yao Lao suddenly reminded him. At this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. He needed to shake her off. Resolutely, he accelerated towards the main hall without looking back, and upon exiting the hall, he casually chose the street to his right. At that very moment, a peculiar group was making their way toward the Mitre Hall along the same street. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a purple alchemist robe. His skin shriveled like tree bark, resembling a man on the brink of death. Yet, despite his frail appearance, the nearby Do Wang experts treated him with utmost reverence. This elder was none other than the head of the alchemist realm in the Jiao Ma Empire, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Holy City, Yafei Ma. As Xiao Yan hurriedly departed, he inadvertently crossed paths with the elder, causing him to momentarily halt his steps before swiftly veering to the right to escape the area. Huh. Once Xiao Yan had hastily departed, Yafei Ma suddenly paused, unable to resist glancing back at him. What's the matter? The Douang experts accompanying him inquired. Surprised by his reaction. For some reason, I sensed a faintly familiar aura from that little boy who just ran away. Yafei Ma replied, slightly puzzled. Familia? The others exchanged curious glances. Perhaps it was just a misperception. How could such an aura belong to a young man? I'm growing old. Illusions are becoming more frequent. Yafei Ma sighed, shaking his head in disappointment, his gaze drifting into a reverie. In his youth, Yafei Ma had traveled across the continent and fortuitously encountered an unfathomably powerful elder. Due to certain circumstances, the elder had spent 3 days with him, imparting invaluable knowledge that greatly benefited Yafei Ma. Upon returning to the Jiama Empire, it was through the elder's teachings that the previously obscure Yafei Ma gradually ascended to his current status. As he reached this pinnacle, Yafei Ma increasingly pondered the formidable strength of that mysterious elder from his past. The vague aura he sensed from Xiao Yan bore a striking resemblance to that elder's, which is why Yafei Ma momentarily lost his composure. After Xiao Yan's figure vanished at the end of the street, Princess Yaoyu finally emerged from the hall. How did he run so fast? She panted. Just then, her gaze fell upon Yafei Ma, who was approaching her. Yaoyu, why did you come out before Princess Yaoyu? Yafei Ma greeted her with a smile. President Grandpa, did you see a person wearing a black hat pass by here? Yaoyu asked anxiously. A person in a black hat. Are you chasing after that little fellow? Ma inquired. Indeed. He asked the one who won the 3-leaf star sunflower, Princess Yaoyu huffed. Once I find out who he is, I will reclaim the 3-leaf star sunflower. Yafei Ma pondered for a moment before addressing Yaoyu. Since that child acquired it through a legitimate auction, you should refrain from pursuing him further. I shall find another way regarding the 3-leaf star sunflower. Very well. Seeing that Yafei Ma had spoken, Princess Yaoyu reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. On the bustling street, Xiao Yan deliberately took a longer route. Once he was certain he was alone, he stowed away his hat and nonchalantly returned to his own room. Upon entering, he promptly secured the door. He then placed the recently acquired 3-leaf star sunflower and an alchemical cauldron upon the table. Simultaneously, Yao Lao's spirit swiftly emerged from the black ring on his hand. Is this the 3-leaf star sunflower? Yao Lao exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he effortlessly crushed the jade basin with a surge of spiritual force, unveiling the 3-leaf star sunflower, which was wrapped in soil. Immediately, a brilliant white flame manifested in Yao Lao's palm, commencing the process of drying the damp earth. Once the soil was thoroughly desiccated, a gentle clap from Yao Lao caused the remnants to fall away, revealing the pristine root of the herb. Next, with a subtle pull, Yao Lao drew the 3-leaf star sunflower into the cauldron with utmost care. Chapter 382, Breakthrough. Return journey. Yao Lao's palm rotated slightly, the white flame pulsating in his grasp. With a flick of his fingers, the flame surged into the cauldron, swirling around the 3-leaf star sunflower several times. As the white flame enveloped the herb, the intense heat caused the once vibrant 3-leaf star sunflower to rapidly wither. When the leaves had completely disintegrated into ash, a rich fragrance reminiscent of a long-buried vintage wine slowly emanated from the cauldron's opening. Just a single inhalation of that intoxicating aroma left Xiao Yan astounded. The fatigue accumulated from his recent training had entirely dissipated. Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. Just the scent alone possesses effects comparable to a 3rd-tier elixir. Surely it will be of great benefit to Master S spirit. Xiao Yan mused inwardly. Yao Lao swiftly commenced the most critical phase of the process, enveloping the 3-leaf star sunflower in the bone spirit cold fire, initiating an intense incineration. This stage was remarkably brief, under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze. The 3-leaf star sunflower gradually transformed into a droplet-sized tricolored liquid within the cauldron. Master, we have succeeded. Upon witnessing the emergence of the tricolored liquid, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao wore expressions of elation. Immediately thereafter, the elder's palm erupted with a formidable suction force, swiftly drawing the 3-colored liquid into his grasp. Without hesitation, he pressed the 3-colored liquid into his forehead. In Xiao Yan's gaze, the 3-colored liquid within the elder's ethereal soul visibly diminished in size. Simultaneously, a tremendous soul pressure emanated from the elder, sending a ripple of soul energy that propelled Xiao Yan against the wooden wall of the room, nearly breaking through the planks. Upon noticing Xiao Yan being hurled away, the elder hastily reined in the release of his soul power, causing the rippling energy in the room to abruptly dissipate. Observing the elder's soul becoming increasingly solid, Xiao Yan scrambled to his feet and exclaimed joyfully, "Master, we have succeeded." "Indeed, little Yan. The restorative effects of the tri-leaf star sunflower exceeded my expectations. I should now be able to exert power close to that of a high-tier Do zone." The elder stated candidly. High-tier Do zone. Xiao Yan was well aware of the hierarchical distinctions in cultivation. A Do zone was a formidable being far surpassing a Do Huang, and it seemed that there was only one known Do zone in the entire Jiama Empire, belonging to the royal family. As for Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, she was at best a low-tier Do Huang. Of course, the true strength of the formidable figures within the Yun alliance remained largely unknown not only to Xiao Yan, but also to many of the noble families within the Jiama Empire. Thus far, no family or faction dared to challenge the Yun alliance, as there were already 4 or 5 Do Huang powerhouses publicly affiliated with them, not to mention the hundreds of Do Huang strongmen. At that moment, Yafei Ma, emerging from the Mitel Auction House, was taken aback, his gaze shifting uncertainly toward a certain part of the city. Such formidable soul power. Yafei Ma pondered momentarily before recalling the events that Princess Yaoyue had mentioned earlier at the auction. No wonder someone was willing to spend 4,500 gold coins to acquire a 5th-tier spiritual herb. In a grand hall within the imperial palace of the Jiama Empire, Jia Xingtian suddenly felt a jolt of spirit. His gaze unfocused as he looked towards the direction of the Mitel Auction House. Could this surge of soul power be from a strong figure of the Yun Alliance? Although Jia Xingtian had ascended to the Do Zone level, he was still cautious, striving to keep the royal family's profile low in the presence of the Yun Alliance. In the end, after the Elder S soul had regained the Do Zone level, Xiao Yan did not become restless. Instead, he continued his methodical training. After a period of steady cultivation, he vaguely sensed signs of breaking through to the Do Ling level that very night. However, Xiao Yan chose not to force a breakthrough, for in the bustling city, residing in an inn, he wished to avoid revealing himself too soon. "Master, we are well aware of the situation in the imperial city. I would like to return home to visit," Xiao Yan proposed after concluding his meditative state. "Very well, given your current strength. That little girl will pose no challenge to you. A visit home would be a great idea." The elder readily agreed to Xiao Yan's request. The next morning, Xiao Yan arrived at a large transportation team within the imperial city. As he gazed at the massive flying beast, he turned back to take in the grandeur of the city behind him and let out a slow sigh. Over the past 2 years, he had journeyed from the small town of Utan City to this bustling imperial city, where Do Huang powerhouses were commonplace. He reflected on the hardships he had endured along the way. "The next time I return to the imperial city, it shall be as Xiao Yan, renowned throughout the Jiama Empire." With his identity as a 3rd-tier alchemist, Xiao Yan quickly made his way to the luxurious cabin atop the flying beast. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation. Soon, 2 days passed aboard the flying beast. On the 3rd day, outside Xiao Yan's room, the energy flow suddenly became erratic. Inside the room, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, and a diamond-shaped Do crystal within him began to tremble, emitting a low humming sound that reverberated within the cyclone. Bang, bang. Subtle and rhythmic sounds echoed within the cyclone, resembling the heartbeat of a living creature, strangely mystical. As this rhythmic sound intensified, the brilliance of the diamond-shaped Do crystal fluctuated, and to Xiao Yan's astonishment, he noticed that the initially irregular crystal was gradually becoming rounded, much like a pearl. As the Do crystal transformed into a sea urchin-like form, its surrounding sharp angles bizarrely protruded, resembling a sea urchin adorned with 9 long spines. The glow of the sea urchin-like Do crystal fluctuated in intensity, and with each variation, the rhythmic heartbeat sound echoed again, as if a vibrant heart resided within the sea urchin. Once the diamond-shaped Do crystal was fully transformed into the sea urchin Do crystal, its luminescence fluctuated with increasing urgency, and the heartbeat sound quickened as well. Bang, bang. The low, muffled sounds resonated within as they gradually synchronized with the rhythm of Xiao Yan's own heartbeat. Chapter 383. The starry array awakens in that very moment when the 2 heartbeats merged into one. The sea urchin Do crystal within the cyclone suddenly quivered, releasing an extraordinarily potent energy ripple that spread outward without hindrance. The energy ripple traversed through the cyclone, meridians, and bones, ultimately bursting forth through Xiao Yan's skin in an explosive release. On the bed, Xiao Yan's eyes flew open, sharp and radiant, as a robust aura surged forth from within him. As he tilted his head back, a piercing howl erupted, infused with might and Do Qi, resonating like thunder throughout the room. Boom! This sudden cacophony caused the flying beast to halt abruptly, its massive form trembling violently. I have finally broken through to Douling. Soon, I will return home to see my father and the others. I wonder how they will react to my transformation. In the northern region of Zhongzhou, within the base of the Heavenly Alliance, Liuyun had recently realized a pressing issue following the sudden assault by the trio of the Star Snatcher Old Ghost. The members of the Heavenly Alliance were utterly incapable of assisting him in battles against such powerful foes. At times, he even found himself worrying that the residual effects of his battles might endanger them. Thus, over the past few days, Liuyun had been gathering various formations from different locales in the northern region. Among the collected formations, he selected a diagram named the Cloud Mist Strange Poison Array to auction at the trading house. After receiving a tenfold return, Liuyun obtained a formation diagram known as the Starry Array, which he instructed Xiao Yan to expedite to the northern region. The Starry Array was primarily a defensive formation capable of directly drawing upon the power of the stars as an energy source, allowing anyone within the array to channel energy into it. On the day the Starry Array was activated, the space within 100 miles of the Heavenly Alliance was immediately sealed. A massive, bowl-shaped transparent energy dome enveloped the entire Heavenly Alliance and the surrounding area. Within this larger defensive dome, there were two smaller protective domes that shielded Huagu City and the Heavenly Alliance, with the intensity of the energy shield increasing as the range became smaller. Yun, where did you acquire this formation diagram? The power it wields could very well surpass even a half-saint. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the enormous energy dome above, the Celestial Fire Sovereign's face was filled with exhilaration. The effectiveness of the Great Formation hinges on who is guarding it. While Fu Fan and his companions may barely be able to fend off a half-saint, should you take the helm, even a true saint of combat would find it impossible to breach. Liuyun stated candidly, can it truly withstand a saint of combat? The Fire Lord questioned with a hint of skepticism. If you doubt it, why not provoke a saint of combat and lead them here to test it? Liuyun suggested, noticing the Fire Lord's hesitation. You scamp, do you think I would dare to provoke a saint of combat? What chance would I have of returning? The Fire Lord waved his hand dismissively, irritation lacing his tone. After uttering those words, the Fire Lord inquired suddenly, given your recent actions, are you anticipating a visit from that girl from the prison? Feng Qingya. I almost forgot about her. Liuyun replied with an air of nonchalance. Though this formation is formidable, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan is not devoid of saints of combat, the Fire Lord reminded, observing Liuyun's indifferent demeanor. Rest assured, one Feng Qingya is hardly enough to warrant the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan deploying a saint of combat, unless we were to capture the son of their clan leader. Capture the heir of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. How audacious of you! The Fire Lord was taken aback by Liuyun's audacity. As the two engaged in conversation, the immense energy shield overhead suddenly rippled with a wave of disturbance. Just as the net was cast, a bird has arrived. Observing the commotion, Liuyun's lips curled into a smirk before his form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. In the skies 100 miles from Bone Transformation City, an elderly man clad in a black robe stood before a translucent wall. With each gesture, he emanated a formidable force capable of shattering space itself. Yet, when his violent energy collided with the nearly transparent barrier, it merely stirred a faint ripple, akin to a leaf falling into a pond. Realizing his attack was futile, the black-robed elder's expression grew grave. Moments later, he began to circle the wall at a rapid pace. After flying nearly 200 miles, he finally lost patience. Bone Transformation City possesses such defenses. The black-robed elder was astounded. During his circling, he had discerned that the center of this wall was the location of the Celestial Alliance. At that moment, on the other side of the translucent barrier, Liuyun appeared before him, accompanied by the Fire Lord. The elder opposite seeks to enter Bone Transformation City through the designated entrance. Liuyun shouted across the energy shield, soul of a combat saint. Upon seeing Liuyun and the Fire Lord, the black-robed elder instantly deduced Liuyun's identity. I am Huang Xian of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, the black-robed elder proclaimed. Subsequently inquiring, you must be the esteemed leader of the Celestial Alliance, Master Yun. I see. A member of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, Liuyun acknowledged with a nod. Master Yun, I have come to retrieve my kin, Feng Qingya. After witnessing the power of the enormous barrier, the usually cautious Huang Xian spoke with exceptional politeness. I see. However, Miss Feng is now my concubine. I fear she cannot return with you. Liuyun's words were met with an immediate response for the Fire Lord, who interjected before Huang Xian could speak. Master Yun, when did you take such action? How was I unaware? Do you think such matters would be disclosed to you? Liuyun cast a sidelong glance at the Fire Lord. "Ah, you scamp. Now you conceal matters from me." Huang Xian's expression darkened further as he observed the banter between Liuyun and the Fire Lord. "Enough. Do you two think the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan is to be trifled with?" Huang Xian's voice rose sharply, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the surrounding space. Noting Huang Xian's fury, Liuyun concluded his exchange with the Fire Lord. Even from a distance, the Fire Lord could sense the formidable power emanating from Huang Xian. "I never claimed the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan was easily bullied." "That was your own assertion," Liuyun retorted, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Master Yun, will you release her today or not?" Huang Xian pressed, his tone growing more intense. "Whether I release her or not is inconsequential," Liuyun replied, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he regarded the furious Huang Xian. "Huh, Master Yun, do not delude yourself into thinking this formation can contend with the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan." Huang Xian's brow furrowed, laced with a threatening undertone. "Once our half-saint arrives, a single strike will shatter your feeble formation, and then let us see where the Celestial Alliance can flee. Old man, do you not realize that those who threaten the leader of this alliance rarely meet with favorable ends?" Although Liuyun's tone remained calm, the Fire Lord, well acquainted with Liuyun, recognized the signs of impending action. At this moment, the Fire Lord's thoughts were tumultuous. After all, Huang Xian was a formidable saint of combat. And even if Liuyun could defeat him, would he truly resort to lethal measures? Crackling with energy, Liuyun's next actions confirmed the Fire Lord's suspicions. He deftly formed several hand seals, conjuring energy akin to that of the translucent barrier. Gradually, a gaping hole sufficient for 3 or 4 individuals to pass through manifested in the barrier before the trio. Previously, Huang Xian had claimed that Liuyun dared not emerge from within the formation. Now, witnessing the actual opening, he exhibited little excitement. "Were you not just saying the formation obstructed you? Do come in." Liuyun beckoned with a flick of his finger. Gazing through the opening in the energy wall at Liuyun and the Fire Lord, Huang Xian's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He remained rooted in place, hesitant to step through the breach. "Master Yun, I am not so foolish." After deliberating, Huang Xian opted for caution. Upon hearing Huang Xian's taunt, Liuyun turned to the Fire Lord and chuckled. "Old Yao, go take care of him for me." "Master Yun, do you expect me, an old man, to engage? That hardly seems appropriate." The Fire Lord vehemently shook his head in refusal. "You appear to lack any bones." Liuyun sighed helplessly, casting a disparaging glance at the Fire Lord. "Since the elderly are reluctant, let the younger take on the task. Magic Griffin, go and break that old fool's legs." As Liuyun's words fell, the spatial barrier within the Celestial Alliance momentarily dissipated, and a shadow swiftly emerged from a spatial rift, racing towards Liuyun before charging through the opening in the translucent energy wall without hesitation. I did not expect there to be one so unafraid of death." Huang Xian sneered coldly as he clenched his fist and unleashed a straightforward punch. Magic Griffin, too, refrained from employing any combat techniques, delivering a powerful strike of his own. Boom! The two blows collided with a thunderous roar, sending terrifying sound waves rippling through the skies, unleashing an energy potent enough to obliterate a combat emperor's body. Yet, even in the face of such tremendous force, the translucent energy wall merely rippled slightly, with only a modicum of energy seeping through the breach. After their fists met, Huang Xian staggered, gazing at the Magic Griffin, who had only retreated 2 steps, his expression darkening significantly. His true form was that of a celestial demon phoenix, possessing immense physical strength, yet the Magic Griffin's formidable might compelled him to regard it with newfound respect. Indeed, the celestial demon phoenix clan's bloodline is not all that remarkable. After testing his strength against Huang Xian, the Magic Griffin realized his own physical resilience was on par with that of his opponent. Upon hearing the disparaging words of the Demon Griffin, a fierce anger ignited in Huang Xian's eyes. The next moment, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Demon Griffin's pitch-black, profound orbs, he felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, albeit brief. "If I am not mistaken, you are also a magical beast, aren't you?" Huang Xian inquired, his expression laced with confusion. "Your perceptiveness is commendable." The Demon Griffin, acknowledging his identity, did not shy away from the truth. As a revered magical beast, to find one's self mingling with humans. "Today, I shall cleanse the ranks." With that declaration, a fierce glint surged in Huang Xian's gaze, and an overwhelming force of fighting spirit erupted from within him like a tempest. Unfazed, the Demon Griffin swiftly darted forward, fiercely colliding with Huang Xian, unleashing waves of energy that sent tremors of fear coursing through the onlookers. After several exchanges, Both warriors bore injuries of comparable severity. Within the Grand Formation, the Flame Sovereign observed the brutal exchanges with astonishment. Noticing Huang Xian's diminishing condition, he suggested, "Yun, are we truly going to stand idly by while the Demon Griffin and that fellow clash? Rest assured, the Demon Griffin is more than capable of dispatching him." Yin replied with unwavering confidence. Recognizing Yun's steadfast demeanor, the Flame Sovereign refrained from further commentary, for he had never witnessed Yun suffer a setback in all their time together. Once more, the Demon Griffin declared, brimming with fighting spirit as their forms separated. Huang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a venomous glare at the Demon Griffin. "Do you believe that the Heavenly Phoenix clan has thrived solely on physical prowess in the realm of magical beasts?" He continued, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you, a lowly magical beast, what true legacy entails." As he finished his words, a radiant golden aura enveloped him, and a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back, dramatically amplifying his imposing presence. "So, you wish to engage in combat techniques?" The Demon Griffin smirked, a trace of mockery curling his lips. With a series of hand seals, he summoned an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that surrounded him. As a blood-red insignia rapidly formed before him, the surrounding void began to collapse under the weight of this sanguine energy. An ominous premonition gripped Huang Xian's heart upon witnessing the surge of bloodlust. However, he had no alternative. Gradually, his form became engulfed in golden light, which propelled him at full speed toward the Demon Griffin. In response, the Demon Griffin unleashed the blood-red insignia, infused with a violent, destructive force, to collide with the approaching golden light. The air itself shattered with explosive sounds as the two forces clashed. The immense blood-red insignia, upon mere glance, threatened to shatter the very essence of the soul. Feeling the overwhelming destructive power it contained, Huang Xian's expression turned grave amidst the golden radiance. Chapter 385. A warning to others. A resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the void at that moment. Huang Xian's form swelled before, transforming into a colossal heavenly phoenix, towering 100 feet tall. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, a massive golden beam erupted from its beak, crashing violently against the blood-red palm imprint. The impact reverberated like a cataclysmic collision of meteors, unleashing a devastating force akin to a tsunami. Yet, amidst this overwhelming clash, the gigantic blood-red insignia shattered under the pressure, enveloping the golden beam in a tempest of terrifying blood energy as it spread outward. The sanguine energy swiftly struck the massive heavenly phoenix's head. With a muffled grunt, the colossal creature was struck and bled profusely, plummeting several dozen meters before finally regaining its composure. In a burst of golden light, the gigantic heavenly phoenix rapidly diminished, reverting to the form of the elderly figure in a black robe. However, at this moment, Huang Xian appeared pallid and frail, his gaze unfocused, resembling a being on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak less than 30 miles away from the battlefield, a gaunt elder cloaked in black robes displayed an expression of deep trepidation. "Is this the same move that struck me before? Were it not for the secret arts of the Heavenly Phoenix clan and their formidable physique, I would have perished under that attack." Yet in his current state, Huang Xian was not far from death. After murmuring a few words, the cloaked figure vanished from the mountaintop. Within the array, witnessing the Demon Griffin unleash its might once more, the Flame Sovereign was particularly agitated. Observing Huang Xian's condition, he wasted little time and swiftly approached the perimeter of the formation, hastening towards Huang Xian. As the Flame Sovereign's spirit approached Huang Xian, a flicker of panic crossed Huang Xian's visage. He hastily performed a series of hand seals, but his expression darkened further. "Do not waste your efforts. This space has been sealed. In your current state, escape is impossible." The Demon Griffin's voice echoed from above. In truth, the spatial barrier had not been established by the Demon Griffin. Given its strength, it could not have contained Huang Xian. The true architect of this barrier was Yun, who remained hundreds of thousands of miles away in the empire of Jiaoma. With his mastery of projection, Yun effortlessly conjured a soul avatar that resonated with his own spiritual realm, establishing a spatial seal that even a half-saint would find insurmountable. If I cannot return, the day of your heavenly alliance's annihilation is not far off." Huang Xian scoffed, despair evident on his face as he realized escape was futile. Upon hearing Huang Xian's threatening words, the Flame Sovereign's expression shifted to one of sympathy. Sighing softly, the Flame Sovereign conjured an orb of searing, invisible flames in his palm. With a flick of his hand, the flames coalesced into a colossal, ethereal fire serpent, unleashing a terrifying gust of heat as it surged toward Huang Xian. Following closely behind, the demon griffin's fist surged forward with equal ferocity. Huang Xian hastily summoned his inner fighting spirit, raising his hand to meet the demon griffin's blow. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated through the air as Huang Xian let out a pained cry. After the collision, his right arm hung limply, unresponsive. At that moment, the ethereal fire serpent arrived, opening its massive jaws to unleash an invisible fire pillar that seemed capable of incinerating space itself. Hiss! Huang Xian, having just endured the demon griffin's strike, was utterly unprepared for this new assault. The fire pillar struck his face, instantly charring it black. This invisible blaze not only ravaged his flesh, but also assailed his very soul. Under the blood-red insignia's influence, Huang Xian's spirit was already severely damaged. Now, with the flame's sovereign's attack, he felt an unbearable agony deep within his essence. With a desperate effort, he surged forth from the fire pillar's reach, letting out a chilling scream. Yet, at that moment, the demon griffin reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his right knee. Crack! Another crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Huang Xian's body began to collapse towards the ground. Seeing Huang Xian nearly devoid of any resistance, the demon griffin and the flame sovereign disregarded him, allowing his body to plummet from the heights. Boom! Before long, the body of Huang Xian struck the ground with such force that it created a pit several meters deep. After a considerable wait, silence enveloped the pit, leading the waiting demon griffin to ponder with a hint of perplexity. Given Huang Xian's formidable physical resilience, it seemed implausible for him to have perished in such a manner. In an instant, the demon griffin materialized at the bottom of the deep pit, where a narrow passage, seemingly excavated by human hands, caught his eye amidst the rocky terrain. Observing this scene, a look of surprise crossed the demon griffin's face. The next moment, he directed his foot forcefully toward the ground in the direction of this passage. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the pit, and the earth erupted along a linear fissure stretching thousands of meters, through which a dark figure was propelled skyward by the sheer force of the impact. In a flicker, the demon griffin appeared beside the airborne shadow, lifting it effortlessly as if it were a mere chick. Meanwhile, Liuyun, who had been observing the battlefield, wore a look of resignation. Typically, for beings of the demon griffin's caliber, if an opponent were to be vanquished, death would be the immediate consequence. Yet, Huang Xian had stubbornly clung to life until he could no longer resist. True to Liuyun's character, he generally refrained from executing those utterly devoid of the capacity for resistance. Moments later, within the confines of the Heavenly Alliance's prison, another captive from the Celestial Phoenix clan was added. Elder Huang Xian. Upon witnessing Huang Xian, unconscious and imprisoned in the same cell, Feng Qing'er's expression morphed into one of profound agitation and fury. Heavenly Alliance, you are playing with fire. Chapter 386. Visitors from the Four Directions Pavilion. Liuyun paid little heed to the outcry of the imprisoned beauty, trusting that after a period of confinement, her demeanor would inevitably shift. Soon enough, 3 days passed, and during a particular moment after this interval, another presence of considerable strength approached the outskirts of Huagu City. Following in the wake of Huang Xian, the star formation within Huagu City comprised 3 layers of energy shields. Typically, only the inner 2 layers were activated, as the outermost layer was temporarily employed solely for spatial lockdown to facilitate the movement of personnel. The second layer of the energy shield had openings the size of the city gate on all 4 sides, manned by personnel from the Heavenly Alliance. Due to the existence of the transparent energy shield, ordinary individuals were prohibited from flying above Huagu City. At this moment, outside the eastern gate of Huagu City, the guard station there suddenly heard a piercing sound, akin to a slicing wind. In astonishment, the guards beheld a colossal sword, measuring 10 zhang in length, soaring through the sky, swiftly appearing not far above the city. The massive sword trembled momentarily before erupting into countless scintillating particles, dissipating into the air, while a figure gradually descended from the heavens, landing beneath the city gate. The newcomer was an elder, somewhat diminutive in stature, clad in coarse linen garments, resembling an inconspicuous old man among the masses. Yet, the formidable aura he had just exhibited commanded respect from all. Shortly after the diminutive elder's arrival, another shadow hurtled forth from the distance. This was an elder clad in a black robe, his pallid complexion marked by an aura of somberness, and his eyes, one black and one white, presented an oddly eerie spectacle. "Haha, Sword Sovereign, I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly," exclaimed the black-robed elder as he greeted the shorter elder. "Hell Sovereign, "You are not slow yourself," replied the Sword Sovereign. Upon their arrival at the city gate, both elders exchanged salutations before their expressions turned grave, fixated on the transparent energy wall before them. Just then, a wind resembling a dragon's roar echoed from the distant sky, followed by a colossal azure whirlwind that materialized before the watchful eyes of countless guards at the city gate. The immense azure vortex, akin to a flickering light, descended rapidly, and with a gentle tremor, transformed into a multitude of luminous particles that dispersed, revealing an elder who gracefully descended, harnessing a gentle breeze. Dressed in a blue robe, his long hair, cascading over his shoulders, imparted an air of nonchalance. Although his features were not entirely ordinary, even in his old age, a hint of former handsomeness lingered, suggesting he had once been quite striking in his youth. "This old fellow, despite being the fastest, always arrives last," remarked the Health Sovereign, a smile betraying his amusement. These three elders were none other than the esteemed members of the Four Directions Pavilion in the Central Continent. Excluding the Thunder Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the Hell Sovereign of the Hell Pavilion, and the Wind Sovereign of the Starfall Pavilion. Is this truly the grand formation rumored to be capable of deterring powerful combat sovereigns? The Wind Sovereign scrutinized the transparent energy wall, mirroring the careful examination of the previous two elders. "Have either of you discerned any mysteries within this formation?" After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Sovereign inquired of his companions. "In my view, this formation is somewhat overrated. How can such a vast array possibly be sustained without sufficient energy for continuous operation?" questioned the Hell Sovereign skeptically. "Ah, Hell Elder, you misunderstand. Since the Heavenly Alliance can maintain this formation day and night, it implies they possess their own means of sustaining its energy." The diminutive Sword Sovereign analyzed. "Sword Elder, is there any substantive difference between what you have said and silence?" retorted the Hell Sovereign, unyielding. Suddenly, the Wind Sovereign, deep in thought, interjected, "Have you not noticed that this formation harbors a latent stellar power?" At this pronouncement, both companions widened their eyes in astonishment. "Wind Sovereign, are you suggesting that the energy for this formation is derived from stellar power?" "Indeed, I surmise that this formation is supported by celestial meteorites or similar treasures, drawing upon the stellar energy within them to maintain its incessant operation," the Wind Sovereign explained confidently. At these words, the Sword Sovereign and the Hell Sovereign gazed at the transparent energy shield, their eyes betraying unabashed envy. "Esteemed elders, may I inquire as to your purpose for visiting?" At the city gate, it was Lin Tianfu, Lin Feng's nephew, who was currently on duty. After hesitating for a moment upon sensing the formidable presence of the three elders, he ventured forth from the city gate to the wall where they stood, respectfully inquiring. Upon hearing Lin Tianfu's words, the Wind Sovereign turned his head, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied gently, "Young brother, we seek to discuss certain matters with Alliance Leader Yan. We kindly ask that you convey this message." "Seeking the Alliance Leader?" Lin Tianfu's expression faltered slightly. "Elders are jesting. Someone of my status cannot meet the Alliance Leader. However, I can return to report to the various Hall Masters, allowing them to deliberate." "Much obliged," the Wind Sovereign replied amiably. "Please wait here for a moment." Lin Tianfu clasped his hands in respect before re-entering the city. The three elders awaited for nearly half an hour, yet no one arrived. The Hell Sovereign, evidently growing impatient, addressed the Wind Sovereign. "Wind Sovereign, is it not a bit presumptuous for the Alliance Leader to keep us waiting, considering we have come to pay our respects? Be cautious with your words, Hell Sovereign. Remember, even the Thunder Sovereign met his demise at his hands." The diminutive Sword Sovereign cautioned, a note of apprehension in his tone. At this, the Wind Sovereign furrowed his brow, his expression mirroring a hint of concern. "Together, we three, what can the Heavenly Alliance do, no matter how formidable?" The Hell Sovereign scoffed, observing the reactions of his companions. "Why not step inside the city for a moment, given your long journey?" At this juncture, Liuyun finally emerged slowly from within the city. "Ha! The rumors are indeed true. Alliance Leader Yun is truly a remarkable talent." Upon witnessing the youthful appearance of Liuyun, who appeared to be merely in his late 20s, Feng Zunzhong could not help but smile and express his heartfelt admiration. The moment Liuyun made his entrance, both Huangquan Zunzhong and Jian Zunzhong instinctively extended their soul powers to probe Liuyun's essence. However, upon sensing these two intrusive forces freely sweeping across his being, Liuyun's expression darkened in an instant. Suddenly, a surge of soul power, far more formidable than that of either Jian Zunzhong or Huangquan Zunzhong, erupted from within Liuyun, forcefully severing the probing energies they had projected. "Not good. This individual's soul power is exceptionally potent. Both Zunzhangs realized with alarm, hastily retracting their remaining energies. Having lived for such a long time, are you unaware of these fundamental rules? Liuyun remarked with a cold snort. Chapter 387. The Scheme of the Star-Plucking Old Demon. Forgive me, Alliance Leader Yun, I was merely driven by curiosity, Feng Zunzhang said with an apologetic tone. I beg your pardon for my reckless actions earlier, Alliance Leader Yun, both Jian Zunzhang and Huangquan Zunzhang added, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation at Liuyun's frosty demeanor. The contest of soul power among the three could hardly escape Feng Zunzhang's keen observation. At this moment, he, like the other two, was filled with astonishment, as he had not anticipated that Liuyun's soul power could simultaneously put both Jian Zunzhang and Huangquan Zunzhang at a disadvantage. Should you offend again, the consequences will not be so trivial, Liuyun warned, casting a sidelong glance at the two before redirecting his gaze to Feng Zunzhang. Alliance Leader Yun. We have come to the Heavenly Alliance with a matter of negotiation, Feng Zunzhang stated, bowing respectfully. Speak freely, if it is of benefit to the Heavenly Alliance. I might consider it, Liuyun replied without hesitation. In that case, Alliance Leader Yun, let me be direct. We three intend to forge an alliance with the Heavenly Alliance. Feng Zunzhang declared candidly. Oh, an alliance? Liuyun paused momentarily, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Feng Zunzhang glanced back at Jian Zunzhang and remarked, Huangquan Zunzhang, since you broached this matter, why don't you explain it to Alliance Leader Yun? Huangquan Zunzhang stroked his beard and smiled. Alliance Leader Yun, to put simply, we three wish to maintain a relationship with your Heavenly Alliance akin to that which we previously shared with the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, with some additional agreements. You mean to suggest that you desire the Heavenly Alliance to assume the role of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion in your eyes? Is that correct? Liuyun said indifferently. That is a misunderstanding, Alliance Leader Yun. What I mean is that we wish for a closer connection between our four factions. Should any one faction find itself in peril, we hope the others can offer assistance, thereby ensuring the longevity of our alliance under the resplendent skies of Central State, Jian Zunzhang clarified. Ha, the four factions. Yet we are now merely three, Liuyun chuckled lightly. Alliance Leader Yun, consider this. The Heavenly Alliance occupies such a vast territory in the northern region. It is only prudent to guard against the covetous eyes of other forces. If we can maintain our connection, such concerns will be alleviated, Huangquan Zunzhang interjected suddenly. That is not your concern, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. As for the matter of alliance, unless you are willing to merge into my Heavenly Alliance, I suggest you refrain from further discussion. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Feng Zunzhang shook his head with a wry smile. If Alliance Leader Yun harbors no such intentions, we shall not press the issue. Then I shall take my leave, Jian Zunzhang and Huangquan Zunzhang both said as they bid farewell. No need to see me off, Liuyun stated curtly as he turned and strode into the city. In the next moment, the three Zunzhangs transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vanishing before the city gates. It was only when they were 100 miles away from Huagu City that they felt the oppressive force of spatial confinement dissipate. Gentlemen, I shall return to the Starfall Pavilion. For matters of this nature, please refrain from summoning me again in the future, Feng Zunzhang proclaimed, and with that his form vanished, distorted by the fabric of space. Shortly after Feng Zunzhang departed, Jian Zunzhang followed suit, leaving Huangquan Zunzhang alone in the vicinity. Not long after the departure of Feng Zunzhang and Jian Zunzhang, the void beside Huangquan Zunzhang rippled subtly, and two figures cloaked in black robes gradually emerged from the twisted space. One of them was none other than the formidable, star-plucking old demon, a 5-star Dozun from the Soul Palace who had previously attacked Huagu City. The other figure exuded a powerful aura, at least on par with a 3-star Dozun. Huangquan Zunzhang, how did it go? The star-plucking old demon inquired eagerly upon revealing himself. Seeing these two figures from the Soul Palace, Huangquan Zunzhang appeared to be quite familiar with them, and in response to the star-plucking old demon's question, he expressed his frustration. That Liuyun refuses to associate with any other forces, even suggesting that our three factions merge into the Heavenly Alliance. Upon hearing Huangquan Zunzhang's words, the star-plucking old demon fell silent for a moment before sighing. It seems Liuyun harbors considerable ambition, though the northern region is barren. His refusal to yield any benefits will inevitably attract those who wish to deal with him. Huangquan Zunzhang's expression remained one of indignation. Suddenly, the other figure cloaked in black, who had appeared alongside the star-plucking old demon, spoke up. Star-plucking old demon, are you certain that the sole entity within the Heavenly Alliance possesses the Fallen Heart Flame? Do not waste my time with idle talk. I intend to visit the Black Corner region. Mugu, this is no falsehood. The existence of the fallen heart flame within the Heavenly Alliance is no secret, the star-plucking old demon asserted confidently to the figure beside him. I hope you speak the truth. The black-robed figure replied coldly. By the way, what business do you have in the Blackhorn region? The star-plucking old demon inquired with curiosity. I have heard the new force in the Blackhorn region once auctioned the Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame, and I wish to investigate, the black-robed figure explained. Since there is a better option here with the fallen heart flame, my trip to the Blackhorn region can be postponed. An auction for extraordinary flames? Both the star-plucking old demon and Huangquan Zhuanzhang were taken aback by the black-robed figure's revelation. Such a place as the Blackhorn region actually holds an auction for extraordinary flames? Why have I not heard of this? What kind of force possesses such treasures and is willing to auction them off? It is said to be a power known as Liuyun Pavilion, which has claimed half of the territory in the Blackhorn region within less than 3 years. The elder Mugu recalled. The star-plucking old demon pondered for a moment before stating, in a place like the Blackhorn region, aside from the Xiao Yan Academy, other forces are hardly worth fearing. Once we deal with the matters concerning Liuyun, I too wish to venture into the Blackhorn region. Star-plucking old demon. Do not compete with me for the extraordinary flames when the time comes. Mugu warned preemptively upon hearing that the star-plucking old demon intended to visit the Blackhorn region. With that said, Mugu's figure vanished as he melded into the shifting space. Who was that just now? Why did he speak so arrogantly? As if he intends to acquire both the fallen heart flame and the Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame? Huangquan Zhuanzhang asked, puzzled at the departure of the black-robed figure. That is Elder Mugu, an 8th-grade alchemist, who once trained alongside Yao Chun. Since joining the Soul Palace, he has been highly regarded by the Palace Master. The star-plucking old demon replied with a sinister glint in his eyes. An 8th-grade alchemist? No wonder he is so arrogant. Huangquan Zhuanzhang exclaimed. His alchemical skills surpass even those of Liuyun. As an alchemist, the allure of extraordinary flames is indeed immense for Elder Mugu. But it is precisely for this reason that he agreed to assist me in opposing the Heavenly Alliance, the star-plucking old demon said, gazing towards the direction of Huagu City with a sudden sigh. Chapter 388. Changes in the Xiao clan in the Empire of Jiama after several days of relentless travel. Xiao Yan finally arrived at Utan City. Approaching the city gates, he glanced up at the grand characters spelling out Utan City above the entrance. He paused, listening to the cacophony of voices emanating from within the city, and exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, Utan City, Xiao Yan has returned. As he approached the city gate, traversing through the somewhat dim passage, the sunlight suddenly burst forth, illuminating his surroundings. Xiao Yan raised his gaze slightly, and the familiar intertwining streets appeared before him. It had been 2 years, yet it seemed little had changed. A gentle smile graced his lips, the warmth of home enveloping him, bringing forth a multitude of smiles upon his countenance. Isn't that the young master of the Xiao family? Young Master Xiao Yan, you have returned. As he stepped into the city, many residents recognized his identity. Witnessing their joyous greetings, Xiao Yan responded with a beaming smile. As he walked along, his heart grew increasingly tranquil upon seeing the Xiao family's stalls nearly saturating the entire Utan City. It appeared that the family had thrived in the past 2 years. Continuing onward, he soon arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family estate. Young Master Xiao Yan, you have returned. An excited middle-aged man, clad in a green brocade garment and possessing a robust build, called out to him from the bustling marketplace at the estate's entrance. Following this, other stall operators also noticed Xiao Yan's presence, each displaying enthusiastic smiles. Nodding in acknowledgement of the man's fervent greeting, Xiao Yan proceeded forward. Since Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, had ascended to the spirit fighting rank, Xiao Yan's status within the Xiao family had naturally risen as well. Now, having reached the spirit fighting level himself, he walked with an air of confidence. Father, I have returned. Upon entering the Xiao estate, before the servants could announce his arrival to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan called out loudly. Shortly after, a stern-looking middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from the main hall. This man was none other than Xiao Zhan, the strongest cultivator and head of the Xiao family. Yan, you have returned. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the courtyard, Xiao Zhan exclaimed with excitement, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Yes, father, Xiao Yan has returned. Xiao Yan took a few steps forward, gazing at his father's now more weathered visage, responding with a gentle smile. Looking at the face before him, which had lost some youthful softness and gained a few more defined lines compared to 2 years prior, Xiao Zhan exhaled softly. It is good that you are back. It is good that you are back. As for the agreement with the Nalan family, it can be disregarded. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows in suspicion, asking, Father, has the Nalan family sought you out? Indeed, Xiao Zhan nodded. choosing not to conceal the truth. Half a year ago, on the occasion of my birthday, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su personally visited the Xiao family, bringing several large boxes of gifts, and in my presence, they spoke of Yinran's immaturity. Did Nalan Yinran come? After listening to Xiao Zhan's account, Xiao Yan only inquired this one question. Seeing the stubborn glint in Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Zhan felt a tumult of emotions within him and replied quietly. Nalan Yinran did not come. If Nalan Yinran did not come, then regardless of who visited, my matter with her is far from settled. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, pondering deeply. Alas, observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Xiao Zhan sighed. Yinner, times have changed. Nalan Jie has now reached the rank of Do Huang, a figure we cannot provoke. Even though he once had some ties with your grandfather, if you were to escalate matters, he might not show any mercy. Even if you were to win, it's likely you wouldn't make it out of the Yunlan sect. Yunlan sect. A Do Huang, you say? A cold glimmer flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he recalled what Yao Lao had previously told him. Father, in 2.5 months, Xiao Yan will certainly ascend to the Yunlan sect. Moreover, I assure you, after defeating Nalan Yinran, I will return unscathed. Observing the determination etched on Xiao Yan's face and the resolute aura he exuded, Xiao Zhan was momentarily speechless. It seemed that his son had undergone significant changes during his time away. Resigned to his son's will, Xiao Zhan replied, Yinner, what is your current cultivation level? After a brief silence, Xiao Zhan suddenly inquired. The same as yours. Xiao Yan replied with utmost nonchalance. What? Though Xiao Yan spoke casually, his words stirred a tempest of astonishment within Xiao Zhan. A 17-year-old spirit fighter? Xiao Zhan found it hard to believe he had heard correctly. Such talent could be deemed extraordinary, even in the entire Jiama Empire and the northwestern continent. Have you truly reached the spirit fighter level? Xiao Zhan asked, filled with excitement. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Once you reach the Yunlan sect, can you truly return unscathed? Xiao Zhan pressed for second confirmation. Regarding this question, Xiao Yan simply nodded again. Haha, if that is the case, then there's no need to rush back to the imperial capital. Let us father and son enjoy some quality time together. With Xiao Yan's affirmative response, Xiao Zhan joyfully patted his shoulder and led him towards the hall. That evening, the Xiao family hosted an extravagant banquet to welcome the young patriarch Xiao Yan back, inviting guests from all corners, including many neighbors. Come, young master Xiao Yan. I raise a glass to you. A wealthy merchant from the city approached Xiao Yan, raising his cup. Xiao Yan, in turn, raised his cup and drank heartily. Be careful. Xiao Yan, a few unusual presences are approaching the Xiao family. Just as everyone was reveling in the festivities, Yao Lao's voice suddenly rang out with a warning. What? Upon hearing Yao Lao's alert, Xiao Yan quickly shook off his lightheadedness, becoming alert once more. Master, who is coming? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. These individuals seem to be from the Soul Palace, Yao Lao mused. Soul Palace? Hearing Yao Lao's response, Xiao Yan remained puzzled. Is that the name of the faction? Xiao Yan, this is not a power you are yet ready to comprehend. In due course, as you grow stronger, you will naturally come to understand, Yao Lao cryptically replied. Though Xiao Yan sensed the trepidation in his tone regarding the Soul Palace. Soon, several figures clad in black swiftly infiltrated the Xiao family estate, startling both the Xiao family members and the many guests present. Who is Xiao Zhan? The leader of the black-clad figures bellowed as he entered the courtyard. Chapter 389. The Gaze of the Ancient Clan. Come to find my father? When did he offend someone from the Soul Palace? Xiao Yan pondered, a surge of confusion rising within him upon hearing the black-clad leader's words. Master, what is their cultivation level? Xiao Yan asked in a low voice. The highest is a 5-star Do Huang. The lowest possesses the strength of an 8-star Do Huang, Yao Lao replied. 5-star Do Huang. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's breath quickened slightly. Despite having encountered many formidable figures during his travels, the mere presence of a Do Huang still astonished him. I am Xiao Zhan. May I ask who you are and why you have intruded upon the Xiao family at this hour? After the black-clad leader's shout, Xiao Zhan stepped forward. Head of the Xiao family, accompany us to the Yunming, and you will understand. The black-clad leader replied without hesitation. As Xiao Zhan made his appearance, two figures swiftly darted towards him from beside the leader, both possessing the cultivation of 8-star Do Huang, rendering it impossible for Xiao Zhan, with his spirit fighter rank, to withstand their approach. At that moment, however, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared, positioning himself in front of Xiao Zhan. The two advancing figures, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young man wielding a massive black ruler, quickly regained composure and unleashed a fierce gust of wind with a casual swipe of their hands. Just as they believed Xiao Yan would be sent flying, his aura surged dramatically, momentarily radiating an energy nearly at the peak of Douhuang. Two figures clad in black launched their hands toward Xiao Yan, only to be seized and subsequently crushed to shards by his grip. Following this, Xiao Yan swiftly unleashed two powerful kicks, sending the two Douhuang experts hurtling backward, their vitality dissipating simultaneously. Dare to harm a member of the Xiao family? This is your fate, he proclaimed dominantly, casting a fierce gaze at the remaining black-clad individuals. The entire sequence of events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The members of the Xiao clan and numerous guests could barely register Xiao Yan's command to accompany him to the Yunmeng before witnessing the two assailants being effortlessly dispatched. Though these black-clad warriors appeared to possess a strength surpassing that of clan leader Xiao, they were summarily defeated by the young master Xiao Yan. It was astonishing how much he had grown in strength during his 2 years away. These individuals hailed from the Yunmeng, and Xiao Yan's actions would likely incur the wrath of the entire clan. Yunmeng. Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on the leader of the black-clad figures, his brow furrowing with concern. His mentor had indicated that this individual was affiliated with the Soul Palace. Why then did he masquerade as a member of the Yunmeng? What was truly afoot? In the courtyard of the Xiao residence, the leader of the black-clad men regarded Xiao Yan with palpable astonishment at his displayed power. Wasn't the highest cultivation level within the Xiao clan that of a Douling? How could a Douhuang emerge so suddenly? The black-clad man's mind raced. No. This aura is. The aura emanating from Xiao Yan was soon recognized by the black-clad figure as belonging to Yao Lao. My friend, I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you and to steer clear of the Xiao family, he stated coldly. Yao Lao understood the implication behind the words. At this moment, he chose unhesitatingly to protect his disciple rather than reveal himself to the Soul Palace. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Yan, sweeping over the black-clad man in an instant. A violent wave of spiritual turbulence emanated from the man's body. But within a fleeting moment, he collapsed, leaving only his expansive black robe to flutter to the ground, as if he had never possessed a corporeal form. Upon witnessing their leader's downfall, the two accompanying figures were overtaken by fear, exclaiming loudly, "We are members of the Yunmeng. If we perish here, the Xiao clan will be annihilated." However, before their words could fully escape their lips, Xiao Yan surged forward, delivering a crushing blow that shattered their heart meridians, ending their lives instantly. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's events remain confidential, he declared icily, surveying the onlookers after eliminating the last of the black-clad figures. 5 days had elapsed since Xiao Yan's return to Utan City. At this moment, upon a secluded peak of the Jinan Academy, beside a cliff, stood a young girl draped in a pale blue dress, poised elegantly against the breeze that tousled her flowing locks, revealing her exquisite silhouette. Her tranquil gaze was fixed upon the distant eastern sky, silent and serene, resembling an untainted azure lotus. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly spoke, her ethereal voice resonating like a melodious chime, cleansing the listener's spirit. Come fort. As her words fell, a green shadow eerily detached itself from a nearby tree, kneeling respectfully before her. Miss, it intoned reverently. The girl turned slowly, revealing her exquisite profile. She was none other than Xiao Suner, who had entered the Jinan Academy. Miss, news has arrived from Elder Ling. There has been an attack on the Xiao family. What? An attack on the Xiao family? Was my brother Xiao Yan present at the time? Is he safe? Xiao Suner inquired anxiously. The last news she had received from the Jia Ma Empire indicated that Xiao Yan was preparing to return to Utan City, having seemingly broken through to the Douling realm. Now, only 4 or 5 days had passed before hearing of an attack. She was deeply concerned that Xiao Yan might also be in danger. According to Elder Ling, on the very night young master Xiao Yan returned to the Xiao family, 5 self-proclaimed members of the Yunmeng appeared, intending to abduct clan leader Xiao. However, Elder Ling was absent at that time, so he is unclear about the exact events that transpired. Nevertheless, he suspects that the assailants were all eliminated by young master Xiao Yan utilizing the soul power from that ring. The green shadow reported respectfully. Yimeng, upon hearing the report, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes. Is this the same Yunmeng established by Liuyun, the young master of the Mitel family? She queried gravely. Indeed, Mississippi, the Yunmeng is precisely the force founded by Liuyun, and over the past 2 years, it has burgeoned into the foremost power within the Jiama Empire, compelling even the imperial family and the Yunlan sect to tread carefully in its presence. Elder Ling has already informed the clan of these developments. I believe reinforcements will soon arrive to investigate, the Green Shadow replied respectfully. Chapter 390, Deployment. It is high time to thoroughly investigate this Yunming, which dares to extend its hand towards my brother Xiao Yan. With a delicate hand, Xiao Suner plucked a leaf that had fallen from above. Her tone devoid of turbulence, yet laced with an undercurrent of frostiness. Miss, there is another matter. The beast palace that you instructed us to investigate in the magical beast mountain has mysteriously vanished several months ago. It vanished months ago, and you are only now discovering this? Have you ascertained their origins? Moreover, why has my brother Xiao Yan's cultivation accelerated so significantly since emerging from there? Xiao Xune inquired, her brows knitting together in concern. Apologies, Mississippi. We have yet to clarify these matters. As you know, within young Master Xiao Yan resides the soul of a mysterious powerhouse. With that presence, we have been cautious in our surveillance, and thus far, we have no intelligence on him. Yet, he seems to possess considerable knowledge about us. During Elder Ling's time shadowing young Master Xiao Yan, despite his impeccable concealment, it appears that the mysterious powerhouse detected his presence but refrained from taking further action. Likely having discerned Elder Ling's intentions, the green figure explained with a wry smile. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold you accountable for this. However, remember to keep this matter from Xiao Yan. I do not wish for him to accuse me of sending someone to monitor him, as he despises such intrusions. Xiao Xun admonished earnestly. Jiamonpire, Imperial Capital. Within the grand hall of the Yunmeng headquarters, Yafei sat at a table, poring over reports submitted by the various hall masters. News from Utan City indicated that 5 individuals claiming to be from the Yunmeng had launched a night assault on the Xiao family, only to be annihilated in turn, with only one of them actually belonging to the alliance. Observing the documents before her, Yafei's eyes brimmed with confusion. Summon Hall Master San. The hall master referred to was responsible for the area encompassing Utan City, and Yafei's report was indeed submitted by him. Shortly thereafter, a robust, middle-aged man clad in white armor entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Yafei. Alliance leader. He greeted. Liuyun, what transpired with the information you previously transmitted? Yafei inquired directly. In response to her question, the middle-aged man, Liuyun, replied respectfully. This information was relayed by someone who attended the Xiao family banquet. After dispatching personnel to investigate, it was confirmed that one of the assailants was indeed a member of our Yunmeng. Strangely, why did these 5 individuals all confess to being members of the Yun Alliance? Even more perplexing was the revelation that the diminutive Xiao family of Utan City possessed the prowess to slay an 8-star Do Wang expert. The notion that someone from the Xiao family could kill an 8-star Do Wang left Yafei momentarily astonished. She was well aware of the circumstances in Utan City, particularly regarding the Xiao family, whose strongest member was merely a Do Ling. Do you recall any other details from that night? After a brief contemplation, Yafei inquired further. Indeed, there seemed to be additional details. It was said that one among those 5 had perished without a body, leaving behind only a voluminous black robe. Liuyun recalled carefully. Without a body? This appeared to bear some resemblance to the soul entity that the young master had instructed her to be cautious of. Upon this realization, Yafei promptly exited the grand hall, making her way towards the Yunlan sect. In less than half a stick of incense, she arrived at the plaza before the Yunlan sect. Just as she arrived, 2 white figures soared out from the main hall of the sect. Young master, the Xiao family in Utan City has come under attack. As Liuyun appeared, Yafei relayed all the information she had gathered. After listening to Yafei's account, Liuyun swiftly pieced together the sequence of events and chuckled lightly. The Soul Palace intends to make me a scapegoat. Surely the ancient clan has already dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate the Yun Alliance, and perhaps even scrutinize me. Liuyun. Soul Palace. Ancient clan. Both Yun and Yafei, standing beside Liuyun, expressed confusion upon hearing these names. Lu Lang, the Soul Palace, and ancient clan must be significant powers, correct? Yin pondered aloud. Indeed, these 2 names represent some of the most formidable forces on the continent today. Liuyun replied with a hint of trepidation. He had long recognized that the Xiao family, as one of the ancient 8 clans, posed a ticking time bomb within the empire of Kaimai. But he had not anticipated that the Soul Palace would trigger it by framing others. If the Soul Palace succeeded in abducting Xiao Yan during their night raid, it would likely bring the ancient clan's scrutiny crashing down upon the Yun Alliance. Fortunately, these individuals from the Soul Palace had grossly underestimated the strength of the Xiao family's 3 sons. Reflecting on this, Liuyun couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought that Xiao Yan's return at this moment would lend me such substantial assistance? Xiao Yan. Upon hearing his name, Yin suddenly recalled certain matters and murmured to herself, isn't Xiao Yan the young man engaged to Yin Ran? Had it not been for Yin Ran's insistence on me facilitating their annulment, perhaps their relationship would not have become so strained. Now, with the 3-year appointment between these two children drawing near, the time is almost upon us. Receiving the news from Yafei about the Soul Palace's assault on the Xiao family compelled Liuyun to take it seriously. Soon, he returned to the pavilion where Jiang Tao was stationed within the Heavenly Alliance. As the foremost expert guarding the Heavenly Alliance, he would undoubtedly be the first to draw the ancient clan's attention should they come to investigate. Thus, it was essential to brief him beforehand. After meeting with Jiang Tao, Liuyun also brought several of his close associates from the imperial capital to the newly established space behind the Yunlan Sex Mountain. With these arrangements made, Liuyun finally felt a sense of relief. Although he possessed ample evidence proving the Yun Alliance's non-involvement in this matter, it was not his prerogative to declare it. The ancient clan needed to uncover the truth themselves. Consequently, he had to bear the brunt of the Soul Palace's slander for the time being. Given the ancient clan's strength, even sending a single elder would likely involve at least a high-ranking Dozun or even a low-level Doshang. Moreover, if these representatives from the ancient clan encountered resistance in the Northwest continent, it was even more probable that a high-ranking Doshang would be dispatched directly. Therefore, Liuyun had no intention of confronting the ancient clan for the time being. Once they discovered that the Soul Palace was the true instigator, he would no longer be implicated. The following day, in the northern region of the central continent, at Douqi City, a vast, transparent energy barrier enveloping the entire Heavenly Alliance base suddenly manifested a substantial accumulation of thunderclouds above it. Dunlay, observing the direction, it seemed the Alliance leader was once again refining pills. Upon noticing the thundercloud above the Grand Formation, numerous experts of the Heavenly Alliance turned their gazes. Under the scrutiny of countless anxious eyes, the thundercloud swirled rapidly, displaying both azure and silver hues that almost instantaneously emerged, rendering the Danlay into a dual-colored spectacle. 2 colors of Danlay. Could the Alliance leader be concocting an 8-star pill? The appearance of the 2-colored Danlay prompted a collective gasp from the crowd, followed by a flurry of astonished exclamations. It seems not just 2 colors. Shortly after the murmur subsided, the thundercloud rolled again, and a hint of red quietly emerged, expanding swiftly under the fervent gaze of many. Within less than a minute, that splash of red equaled the other 2 colors. 3 colors. The emergence of a 3rd color during the formation of the 8-star pill indicated that the quality of the pill was rising with each additional hue. The Alliance leader, being so young yet capable of producing a 3-color Danlay, would undoubtedly become a master in the future. As the 3rd hue fully materialized, the members of the Heavenly Alliance erupted into excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. In the distant sky, the thunderclouds churned, stirring the hearts of many. And there's more. Another color is appearing. Suddenly, a sharp cry of astonishment echoed throughout the Heavenly Alliance headquarters, igniting a wave of commotion. Countless pairs of eyes hurriedly focused on the spectacle. After the stabilization of the 3rd color, amidst the roiling thunderclouds, a dazzling golden light emerged, akin to the sun concealed within the clouds, quietly releasing a strand of golden radiance. Boom! Gazing at the sudden appearance of the golden hue, the members of the Heavenly Alliance were nearly driven into a frenzy. Their astonished gazes fixed upon the magnificent thunderclouds, where azure, silver, red, and gold intertwined, rendering the clouds as beautiful as a sunset. For colors, 4-color Danlay. Within a spacious open hall of the Heavenly Alliance, the sole entity of the Fire Sovereign, like everyone else, gazed at the sky with eyes alight with excitement. Not far from him, within a red cauldron, a round pill of remarkable vitality was leaping vigorously. Casting a glance at the 5-colored thunderclouds emanating a low growl from above, Liuyun chuckled softly, not overly concerned. With the star array in place, the tribulation lightning could never breach that transparent energy barrier. Just then, seemingly incited by Liuyun's indifference, the tumult of the 4-colored thundercloud intensified, and the deep rumbling of thunder echoed continuously, while magnificent bolts of lightning, as thick as a thigh, danced menacingly within the clouds. Suddenly, as the thunderclouds rolled violently, they abruptly contracted, and a bolt of 4-colored lightning, like a giant python, shot forth from the clouds, tearing through space with a terrifying crack, hurtling toward the cauldron before Liuyun. Feeling the terrifying might of this force, all within Douqi City experienced a jolt of trepidation. Soon, the 4-colored lightning collided with the thick transparent energy barrier. In an instant, concentric ripples of 4 colors appeared on the surface of the barrier. As the violent thunder dissipated, it resembled a beautiful display of 4-colored fireworks blooming in the sky. At that moment, the populace finally comprehended the formidable nature of the transparent energy barrier, realizing that even the tribulation lightning could not breach it by a single step. After the first bolt of lightning was thwarted, within the four-colored thunderclouds, the resplendent lightning danced like a roaring dragon across the sky, trailing brilliant arcs of lightning that rained down in a spectacular display, ultimately crashing against that layer of transparent energy barrier. The thunder struck with ferocity, and upon making contact with the transparent energy barrier, resplendent silver lightning cascaded outward, transforming into countless slender electric serpents that rapidly spread like ripples. Even when multiple bolts of lightning converged in assault, they merely deepened the ripples upon the energy wall slightly. After a relentless rampage lasting over 10 minutes, the Damlay was ultimately compelled to relinquish this formidable challenge. The energy fluctuations within the clouds gradually waned, and the oppressive thunderclouds began to disperse under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Old Yao, I shall fulfill my promise to you today. As the thunderclouds dissipated, Liuyun placed the body of the Thunder Sovereign upon a jade platform nearby. Observing Liuyun's actions, the Fire Sovereign's heart jolted with surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless with excitement. Subsequently, as he spoke, Liuyun hurled a spirit-infused pill from the medicinal cauldron towards the Fire Sovereign. Is this the blood fusion pill? The Fire Sovereign inquired as he extended his hand to receive the beast-shaped pill, scrutinizing it intently. Channel a thread of your soul power over here, Liuyun urged from his side. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Fire Sovereign hesitated not for an instant, swiftly dispatching a thread of soul energy to Liuyun. Liuyun seized this thread of soul and pressed it firmly against the Thunder Sovereign's body on the stone platform, forcefully embedding the soul into the corporeal form. Old Yao, I will first refine the body. Once successful, you must swallow the pill and enter it to complete the fusion, Liuyun commanded, then proceeded to extract various precious materials, infusing them into the Thunder Sovereign's body. An intangible flame, under Liuyun's command, began to incessantly refine these materials. After 2 full hours of relentless refinement, as the energy from the materials permeated the Thunder Sovereign's body, Liuyun shouted to the Fire Sovereign, "Now is the time." Instantly, the Fire Sovereign consumed the blood fusion pill, his form swiftly becoming ethereal, transforming into a beam of light that surged into the Thunder Sovereign's body. At that very moment, as the Fire Sovereign's soul entered the Thunder Sovereign's corporeal shell, the body trembled violently, and its previously closed eyes burst open, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Old Yao, you must endure a little longer. Upon uttering these words, Liuyun exerted all his effort, urging the intangible flames to commence their fiery assault on the body. The flesh and blood of the body rapidly disintegrated under the searing heat, but in an instant, new flesh and blood began to regenerate. This was the terrifying efficacy of the blood fusion pill, regenerating the body. In the end, the rate of flesh growth outpaced that of its incineration. The visage of the body transformed entirely into that of the Fire Sovereign through this continuous cycle of destruction and regeneration. Not long after, the Fire Sovereign descended from the azure stone platform. He gently flexed his arm, though some movements still felt somewhat foreign due to the recent completion of his fusion with the Thunder Sovereign's body. The sensation of possessing a corporeal form is truly exquisite. The Fire Sovereign inhaled greedily, marveling. At the side, Liuyun observed the Fire Sovereign's expression of enjoyment and chuckled. Old Yao, you don't even offer me a word of thanks for your newfound body? Upon hearing this, the Fire Sovereign turned to Liuyun, his gaze filled with profound gratitude, though this sentiment was soon overshadowed by a hearty laugh. Haha, you rascal. Isn't this just the reward I am due for your protection? What thanks do I owe? He bellowed jovially. Who would have thought you were this kind of person? How deeply it pierces the heart. Liuyun clasped his chest, feigning agony. Enough of your theatrics. Now that I possess a body, my strength has been restored to the pinnacle of a 5-star dozuan. If someone like Huang Xian comes to trouble you, I shall be able to confront him directly, the Fire Sovereign declared confidently. After all, a man with the ambition to refine 2 extraordinary fires consecutively could hardly be considered ordinary. While his avatar assisted the Fire Sovereign in refining his body, Liuyun's main body had already returned to the secluded area behind the Yunlan sect. At this moment, a blazing azure lotus-shaped flame hovered before the seated Liuyun. This flame, strikingly similar to the heart fire of the azure lotus, was the sacred flame of the azure lotus, which had yet to awaken its intelligence, but had already reached the strength of a 3-star doshang. When he first acquired it, Liuyun's power had been too feeble, but now he stood on the precipice of reaching the Dozun realm, wielding soul power that, when fully exerted, could rival that of an ordinary 2- or 3-star Dousheng. Nonetheless, even now, Liuyun regarded the azure flame before him with a degree of trepidation. Although the items returned by the system would not resist him, the process of refining them remained arduous. Drawing a deep breath, Liuyun resolved to commence the refinement of the sacred flame of the azure lotus immediately. The next moment, he opened his mouth and swallowed the azure lotus-shaped flame whole. As the sacred flame of the azure lotus entered his body, a wave of scorching heat silently surged forth, with azure and deep blue flames erupting from his pores. The 9 suns burning heaven technique operated with fervor as massive streams of Douqi energy chased after the azure flames. Within Liuyun's body, it felt as though countless miniature explosions were occurring, sending shockwaves that cracked the grand palace around him. Noticing this, Liuyun suddenly tore his palm through the air, creating a terrifying black fissure that widened until it entirely engulfed him. Soon, Liuyun's figure materialized at the apex of his spatial domain. In the space where he sat, 2 colossal solar images flickered ominously, casting alternating shades of azure and blue across the realm. This tremendous disturbance naturally drew the attention of everyone within this space. Heavens, how could there be an additional blue sun and a green sun in the sky? The figures between the 2 massive suns appeared to be their master. "It's Brother Liuyun," exclaimed Xiao Yan in astonishment. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon Liuyun above. That area had truly transformed into a realm of blazing infernos, exuding unparalleled heat that enveloped the onlookers below, inducing a sense of suffocation. At this juncture, a towering figure, a red-haired man, swiftly approached the base of Liuyun's seated position, casting a few concerned glances. The red-haired man quickly gestured several seals with his hands. Instantly, a thin veil of energy manifested beneath Liuyun, intercepting the overwhelming heat radiating from the 2 suns above. With the terrifying temperatures mitigated, those below Liuyun could finally exhale in relief, under the formidable power of the 9 suns burning heaven technique. Though the sacred flame of the azure lotus proved somewhat challenging, it was gradually being refined. Threads of azure flames began to weave around Liuyun, employing a unique method of tempering to purify his skin, muscles, and even bones. The strength of Liuyun's body evolved towards an extraordinarily terrifying threshold through this process, surpassing even the enhancements gained from practicing the 10,000 Beasts True Canon. If one were to draw a comparison, Liuyun's physical fortitude would likely outstrip even the mightiest of the Taishu ancient dragon clan in this realm. When Liuyun finally opened his eyes from this state, 2 beams of fiery brilliance erupted from his gaze, tearing apart the sea of flames that engulfed the sky, creating gaps spanning dozens of feet. After the firelight swept through, the once ubiquitous inferno began to violently contract, and before long, it was entirely absorbed into Liuyun's body. At this moment, Liuyun resembled a furnace ablaze with fervent flames. With each breath he took, the searing warmth emanating from him could likely melt even the most formidable fighters of the Dousheng rank. As he gently extended his arms, the bones of Liuyun's entire body suddenly erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, swiftly ascending from the 9-star Dousheng to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dousheng. At that moment, the energy of the heavens and earth in this space began to frantically converge into his body, rapidly forming a vortex of energy in the sky, measuring 1,000 feet in diameter. Behind Liuyun, the enormous illusions of the blue sun and green sun grew increasingly solid. Heavens! The energy absorbed by the master during his breakthrough to Dousheng could easily rival the might of a breakthrough to Dousheng. The red-haired man marveled at the terrifying energy vortex. Boom! Before long, with a thunderous sound erupting from within Liuyun, his cultivation soared, transcending the Dousheng level and arriving at Dousheng. Moreover, this explosive growth showed no signs of abating. Not long after reaching the 1-star Dousheng, he climbed to the 2-star Dousheng, then to the 3-star Dousheng, and finally his aura stabilized at the 5-star Dousheng, causing the tumultuous energy of the heavens and earth to suddenly cease. At that moment, the energy within this 100-mile space had diminished by over 70% compared to before. Feeling the wave of comfort spreading within him, Liuyun exhaled a breath imbued with a hint of scorching heat, releasing it from his mouth. Is this the power of Dousheng? Liuyun clenched his palms slightly, feeling the vast Douqi within him, akin to an ocean, and murmured to himself. Chapter 393. The Ancient Clan Dousheng. Is this the power of Dousheng? Liuyun clenched his palm slightly, feeling the vast Douqi within him, akin to an ocean, and murmured to himself. With Liuyun's current 5-star Zun cultivation and all trump cards revealed, he could even suppress an ordinary low-level Dousheng without relying on soul power. Sensing his rapid advancement in strength, Liuyun returned to the palace below with great satisfaction. Congratulations on your breakthrough, master. The red-haired man approached Liuyun, bowing deeply in respectful congratulations. Liuyun nodded, then solemnly instructed, and for the time being, you need not venture out. Simply guard this space. During this period, consider a retreat. Do your utmost to digest the pills and Dou techniques I provided. After making the arrangements, Liuyun stepped out of this space. I wonder who the ancient clan will send this time. He cast a glance toward the imperial capital, murmuring softly. Suddenly, Liuyun seemed to detect something unusual, swiftly flying toward a certain location in the back mountain of Yunlan sect. At the entrance of a massive stone cave in the back mountain of Yunlan sect, an old man with white hair and a white robe stood at the cave's entrance. This person's identity was none other than the previous sect master of Yunlan sect, Yinshan. Arriving at this spot, Liuyun curiously inquired, Mr. Yinshan, why have you come out of seclusion today? Upon seeing Liuyun suddenly appear before him, Yinshan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Today, two peculiar individuals came to inquire about my master and the Yun Alliance, Yinshan stated frankly. Those two are exceptionally powerful and, like my master, managed to appear before me without my knowledge. Oh, did you say anything? Liuyun asked casually. Due to his relationship with Yun, Liuyun's attitude toward Yinshan had softened considerably. I merely spoke of matters well known to all within the empire, Yinshan replied. Hearing Yinshan's response, Liuyun was quite satisfied. The people of the ancient clan had come to investigate, and it was evident they could not remain silent. Since even Yinshan had been approached, it was reasonable to believe that those from the ancient clan had already conversed with the imperial family, including Jia Xingtian and several noble members of the imperial capital. Moreover, Liuyun understood that the traces left behind by the Soul Palace would likely be uncovered by the ancient clan in due course. Mr. Yinshan, you have done well. If anyone else approaches you in such a manner, respond truthfully, Liuyun instructed before controlling his speed to fly toward the alliance of heaven and earth. However, just as he reached the imperial capital, he sensed two powerful auras. One belonged to a 3-star Dousheng, while the other was a 2-star Dousheng. Upon detecting these two auras, Liuyun sighed inwardly. I did not expect the ancient clan to be so cautious, understanding that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. They indeed excel in this regard compared to the Soul Palace. At this moment, even though Liuyun was acutely aware of the presence of these two Dousheng experts, he continued to fly toward the direction of the Yun Alliance. During his flight, two strands of soul power swept toward him. Faced with these two strands of soul power, Liuyun deliberately displayed a look of trepidation, casting uncertain glances around him. Who might be visiting? Liuyun called out loudly. You are the Mitel Liuyun, the founder of the Yun Alliance in the Jia, my empire? Suddenly, two elderly figures, both with white hair and beards, appeared around Liuyun. Indeed, I am Liuyun, he replied directly. As Liuyun spoke, the two elders scrutinized him as though attempting to see through him completely. The ancient elder. This young man possesses the peak cultivation of Do Huang at such a tender age. How extraordinary. One elder transmitted to the other. Indeed, such a young peak Do Huang is rare even among the younger generation of our clan, the elder known as the ancient elder side. However, it seems there is no trace of any Do D bloodline within him, nor are there any signs of having been possessed. The two men fixed their gazes intently upon Liuyun, exchanging glances and shaking their heads after a long moment. Subsequently, the ancient elder, with a hint of curiosity, asked Liuyun, young one, at such a young age, what master do you follow to attain such cultivation? I obtained a legacy of Douqi from a great power during their final moments, which is how I achieved this level of cultivation. Liuyun replied with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Oh, so you absorbed the power of a legacy. The two elders appeared relieved upon hearing Liuyun's explanation. Ancient Run. After thorough investigation, it seems there are no dubious points regarding the Yun Alliance, the ancient elder transmitted. I share the same sentiment. If they intended to act, they would have had ample opportunity by now. Ancient Ren analyzed. Could it be that others are using the Yun Alliance to uncover that secret, likely from just a few clans? With this thought, the ancient elder made a decision. Ancient Run. You continue to investigate within the borders of the Jia, my empire, for any hidden members of other clans. I will make a trip to Utan City. Agreed. Once the two reached a consensus, they departed without a word, vanishing from before Liuyun. Liuyun had long anticipated the arrival of these individuals. Thus, the two ancient clan elders would naturally discover nothing. However, their inability to uncover anything useful would likely leave them unsatisfied, creating complications for Liuyun in the near future, as two Dosheng would be roaming the Jia Ma Empire. In Utan City, within the hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said, "Yinner, regarding the incident where 5 powerful individuals attacked the family, the third hall master of the Yun Alliance, Liuyun, has already clarified that there is no such occurrence. Do not take it too much to heart." "Father, I am not concerned about that matter." Xiao Yan shook his head. "I am pondering whether our Xiao family possesses some treasure unknown to us that would attract the covetous eyes of those individuals." Xiao Yan speculated. "Treasure? Your grandfather was merely an ordinary Do Huang. It is unlikely he possessed anything that would pique the interest of Do Huang experts," Xiao Zhan analyzed. "If grandfather did not, could it be that even older ancestors left something behind?" Xiao Yan hesitated to finish his thought. Even if the ancestors had some significant treasure, it should have been utilized long ago. Moreover, these individuals are targeting you directly. A month and a half later marks the expiration of the 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran. At that time, I must depart from Utan City in advance. What if others come seeking my father? At this moment, Xiao Yan found himself ensnared in a difficult dilemma. "Master, what should I do?" He pondered, his head throbbing, as he sought counsel from the venerable Yao Lao within the ring. Chapter 394. The 9 Heavens of the Soul Palace. Within the obsidian ring, Yao Lao pondered for quite some time before he slowly addressed Xiao Yan. "Little Yan, if you are concerned that someone may target the Xiao family after your departure, why not stage a performance tomorrow, indicating that you have already left Utan City?" Upon hearing Yao Lao's suggestion, the frown on Xiao Yan's brow unfurled. "What a brilliant idea, master. This way, I can conceal myself in the shadows, waiting for the potential puppeteer to make their next move. Be cautious, little Yan. Do not celebrate prematurely. You must ensure that your act is convincing enough for everyone to believe it." Yao Lao reminded him once more. "Rest assured, master, I know precisely what to do." The following day, at the entrance of the Xiao residence in Utan City, the patriarch, Xiao Zhan, patted his third son Xiao Yan on the shoulder and, with a tinge of reluctance, said, "Yinner, take care on your journey to the imperial capital." Xiao Yan nodded solemnly, then without a backward glance, he strode out of the Xiao residence, making his way directly to the city gate. "Safe travels, young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao. Defeat Nalan Yanran and cleanse the Xiao family's shame." Under the watchful eyes of the people of Utan City, Xiao Yan truly departed the city. After leaving, he swiftly made his way to a nearby large city and boarded a flying magical beast bound for the imperial capital. However, after a while of flight, a dark shadow stealthily leapt down from its back. Once the shadow landed on the ground, it chose a relatively secluded path, heading back toward Utan City. Xiao Yan's performance was executed to perfection. While everyone in Utan City believed he had departed, he had quietly returned to the Xiao residence. Yet, despite such artistry, Xiao Yan could not evade the shadow that had been trailing him. Who would have thought young Master Xiao would employ such a tactic? "I nearly lost track of him," murmured a shadow concealed behind a tree, just as Xiao Yan infiltrated the Xiao residence. In the Central Continent, in the northern region, at the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, after Liuyun's main body broke through to become a 5-star Dozun at the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, the doppelganger also encountered an opportunity to ascend to Dozun. Following the absorption of an 8th-grade energy pearl obtained from the previous auction of the Flame Lizard clan, Liuyun, the doppelganger, began to surge with power. Soon, before the eyes of all in Huagu City, following the previous 4-color thunder tribulation, the sky once again manifested an anomaly. An enormous energy vortex spread across the heavens above Huagu City, appearing beneath the transparent energy barrier. With the emergence of this colossal energy vortex, the density of the heavenly and earthly energy within the inverted energy shield surged to over 10 times that of the outside world. Under such rich heavenly and earthly energy, many individuals within Huagu City who had been stagnating at certain realms found themselves presented with the opportunity for breakthrough. This surge of heavenly and earthly energy even affected those several hundred miles away. Numerous experts from the northern region turned their astonished gazes toward Huagu City. Could this commotion signify a breakthrough to Dozun? Looking in that direction, it seems to be Huagu City. Is there anyone in the Heaven and Earth Alliance capable of breaking through to Dozun? Fufan, Linfing? That seems unlikely. Their realms are still several stars away. Many were perplexed and wished to investigate further. However, at that moment, the star formation had not even opened the 4 gaps of the city gates. Thus they could only observe from outside the city. This terrifying energy vortex persisted for a full 3 hours before gradually dissipating. By the next day, the news of the individual who had broken through to Douqi finally reached the people of Huagu City, revealing that the breakthrough had been achieved by none other than the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, the young 8-star alchemist, Yin Lu, who was not yet 30 years old. As this news spread, it quickly permeated the entire northern region, and even many factions from other regions of the central continent became aware of the existence of such a prodigy in the northern region. Meanwhile, far away in a deep mountain within the western region of the central continent, a colossal black palace lay crouched like an ancient beast, emanating a chilling and terrifying energy fluctuation. Suddenly, within the palace, a torrent of black mist erupted, and moments later, the mist coalesced into numerous dark figures that hovered in the air, their formidable and icy presence enveloping the space. All hail the 9 heavens! Many shadowy figures materialized, then knelt in the air, their respectful voices resonating throughout the heavens. As these figures knelt, the space began to distort gradually, and after a brief moment, a blue figure slowly emerged, a faint voice following suit. Xiaoyan, is the information you transmitted accurate? After the blue figure's words fell, the elder leading the black-clad figures slowly raised his head. It was none other than the Xiaoyan old ghost, reporting to the 9 heavens. The information regarding Yin Lu is undoubtedly authentic. My subordinate has crossed paths with him once. At that time, he possessed merely mid-tier Douqi strength, yet was able to hold his ground against a 3-star Douqi elder, Xiaoyan old ghost remarked with a wary expression. Upon hearing Xiaoyan old ghost's account, the blue figure turned his gaze toward the northern horizon, his eyes revealing a profound contemplation. A Douqi under 30, capable of refining 8-star pills imbued with 4-color thunder. Such talent is indeed formidable. If only he could be utilized for our soul palace. The blue figure murmured softly. 9 heavens. Yin Lu is notoriously difficult to tame, and moreover, he has slain 2 of our esteemed elders and several guardians, demonstrating his profound animosity toward our soul palace. He must not be allowed to live. As if hearing the blue figure's murmurs, Xiaoyan old ghost spoke with a grim expression. Indeed, 9 heavens. If this person is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a formidable foe for our soul palace in the future. Other black-robed individuals echoed behind Xiaoyan old ghost. Upon hearing Xiaoyan old ghost's statement, the blue figure's expression clearly darkened. In his view, as long as he could recruit an 8-star alchemist like Liuyun, he would hardly care about the lives of a few low-tier Douqi. However, now that Xiaoyan old ghost had spoken in front of so many people, it left him in a rather compromising position. Rest assured, this matter shall be resolved by this esteemed one. The blue figure waved his sleeve and gracefully vanished from sight. After the blue figure departed, another black figure behind Xiaoyan old ghost spoke with a solemn expression. It seems the 9 heavens harbors intentions of subduing Yin Lu. Mugyu, worry not. With the enmity between Yin Lu and myself, I would never take up a stone to smash my own foot. As he spoke, Xiaoyan old ghost exhibited an air of confidence. Chapter 395. The Soul Palace's Grand Scheme. One wonders if the 9 heavens possesses the strength to break through the formation enclosing the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Elder Mugu voiced his skepticism. That need not concern you. If even the 9 heavens cannot breach that formation, there will surely be someone even stronger to come, Xiaoyan old ghost analyzed. All we need to do is give our all, when the time comes to annihilate the Heaven and Earth Alliance, with your standing within the Soul Palace. Obtaining an extraordinary flame will be far from difficult. Haha, I shall rely on your auspicious words. Hearing Xiaoyan old ghost remarks, Elder Mugu chuckled with great pride. Days later, at the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, a massive black cloud suddenly materialized above the enormous transparent energy shield that enveloped the skies. Emerging from within the dark cloud were dozens of figures radiating a sinister aura. Among these figures were both Xiaoyan old ghost and Elder Mugu, alongside 2 additional elderly figures clad in black and white, each possessing the strength of 5-star Douqi. In the next moment, a cold shout imbued with a sense of foreboding reverberated through the sky. Yin Lu, today marks your demise. Sensing the unusual energy, Liuyun, who was diligently concocting potions within a grand hall of the Celestial Alliance, cast a stern gaze towards the heavens. Young Yin Lu, the Star Snatcher, suffered a considerable setback last time. How dare he come to provoke us again with such grandiosity? This may not be as straightforward as it seems, commented the suddenly materialized Lord of Heavenly Fire, his brow furrowed in concern. Why ponder excessively? Since this Star Snatcher dares to show himself, let's first deal with him. Liuyun replied nonchalantly as he continued his alchemical work. At present, his doppelganger had firmly solidified his dozone cultivation, allowing him to act with confidence. In Huagu City, upon hearing the shout, everyone looked skyward, due to the numerous anomalies that had recently occurred in the city. Even in the face of a large contingent from the Soul Palace, the populace exhibited little reaction. High above the enormous transparent energy wall, the Star Snatcher, seeing no response to his call, turned his gaze towards the elderly Mu Gu and the two old men clad in black and white garments beside him. Gentlemen, let us strike together and see if we can breach this grand formation. Our actions have drawn significant attention. Many forces may have sent spies to follow us. Thus, we must employ ruthless measures to subdue the Celestial Alliance and demonstrate to the continent that our Soul Palace is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Mu Gu and the two elderly men nodded slightly, glancing downward before simultaneously raising their palms and forcefully grasping at the space below, with their hands descending. A terrifying spatial power surged forth, manifesting as four invisible hands that violently clutched the immense transparent energy wall. Boom! A series of fearsome attacks struck, causing ripples to spread across the energy wall, echoing like thunder across the sky of Huagu City. However, despite the immense force of the assault, the transparent energy wall remained unyielding. Hiss! Witnessing this, the two men in black and white gasped, unable to contain their astonishment. Star Snatcher. It seems this celestial formation is indeed formidable. Even our combined strength cannot shake it. Seeing their impatience, the Star Snatcher reassured them, though this formation's power is great. Our attacks are not insignificant. If we continue our bombardment, we will surely breach it. Since you old ghosts have said so, we shall strike until the formation's energy is exhausted. The two elders in black and white responded in unison. Just as they finished speaking, the sky above the Soul Palace began to churn violently. The dark clouds where they stood gradually transformed into storm clouds. Demon Thunder. This Yun Lu is exceedingly arrogant. He continues to concoct potions at such a time. The Star Snatcher's expression darkened as he observed the rapidly coalescing storm clouds. However, in the next moment, the group seemed to come to a realization, stepping aside to create space for the thunderclouds. With the Demon Thunder joining our assault, our chances of success have increased. The Star Snatcher shouted. Soon, within the thunderclouds, multicolored bolts of lightning descended, fiercely striking downwards. Concurrently, the Star Snatcher, Mu Gu, the two elders of black and white, along with 3 or 4 other Dozone and numerous Dozone warriors began their assault on the celestial formation. Boom! Dozens of terrifying attacks landed in unison on a single area, finally causing the massive transparent energy wall that enveloped Huagu City to tremble slightly. The resounding boom sent shivers through the hearts of those within the city. After a series of relentless assaults, indentations began to appear on the energy wall. Observing this, the Star Snatcher felt a surge of joy and hastened the pace of their attacks. At that moment, within the Grand Hall, Liuyun, standing beside the medicinal cauldron, cast a glance at the Lord of Heavenly Fire and said, Old Yao, stop dawdling and go support the formation. Fu Fan and Lin Feng likely won't hold out much longer. Upon hearing Liuyun's reminder, the Lord of Heavenly Fire appeared enlightened. I almost forgot. You mentioned that the formation's power would amplify with the strength of the one controlling it. With that, he immediately soared out of the hall, swiftly casting several seals to bolster the formation's might. In the sky, the Star Snatcher and his companions, observing the energy wall's continuous indentations, felt a swell of pride. Just as they were about to unleash their final attack to obliterate the formation, a startling scene unfolded. Before the eyes of the Soul Palace's members, the once severely damaged energy wall, bearing multiple dents, began to regain its smooth, rounded form, akin to a deflated ping-pong ball immersed in hot water. How could this happen? How did the formation restore itself so swiftly? They exclaimed, realization dawning that their relentless assaults had become a mere jest. After a moment of astonishment, a profound silence enveloped them. Faced with such a drastic transformation, few harbored any thoughts of continuing their attack on the transparent energy wall. Yet amidst this silence, an astonishing sight emerged. A gaping breach, spanning several dozen feet, appeared in the once impenetrable energy wall. With the opening of this breach, a blood-red seal, one that the Star Snatcher recognized all too well, soared forth. Beware, this blood-red seal is extraordinarily perilous. The Star Snatcher almost instinctively shouted upon seeing the ominous emblem. Chapter 396. The Soul Palace's Support. This blood-red seal emanated an aura of destruction. Even without the Star Snatcher's warning, the others understood its terror. At that moment, as the blood-red seal ascended from below, torrents of potent Douqi erupted from the gathered Soul Palace warriors. Powerful streams of Douqi converged, all aimed at the blood-red seal, and soon collided with it. Boom! In a cataclysmic explosion, the raging energy erupted against the transparent energy wall, causing devastating waves that shattered the bodies of several Dozone within the Soul Palace who had not retreated in time. The two elders of black and white, closest to the impact and bearing the brunt of the attack, felt a surge of blood rise in their throats, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. After the violent upheaval, amidst the remnants of a shattered realm, a young man clad in black, exuding an aura of eerie charm, emerged. This alluring youth merely smiled slightly, taking a step forward that sent shivers down the spines of the Soul Palace's warriors, causing them to instinctively recoil. Star Snatcher, is this the hidden, strongest member of the Celestial Alliance you spoke of? Mugu inquired, his gaze filled with dread. Indeed, it is him. The Star Snatcher confirmed with a heavy nod, casting a sidelong glance at the elders of black and white, silently chiding them. I warned you about the terrifying nature of this blood seal, yet you foolishly charged forth, courting disaster. I perceive this individual's cultivation is on par with ours, yet the might of his Do techniques is extraordinarily fearsome, certainly at the heavenly tier. The elders of black and white sighed in unison. Needless to say, if it weren't for heavenly tier Do techniques, how could such power be manifested? The Star Snatcher scoffed, then solemnly stated, regardless of how strong he may be, someone will deal with him today. Our objective remains to capture Yunlu. Star Snatcher, having narrowly escaped last time. Are you once again rushing headlong into peril? A voice remarkably calm, unexpectedly echoed through the air. In the next moment, amidst the wary gazes of the Soul Palace's formidable warriors, a young man clad in white and an elderly figure in white robes gradually descended from the breach in the transparent energy wall, appearing in the somewhat crumbling realm. Following their arrival, the gap in the grand formation slowly began to close. Yunlu, you have finally mustered the courage to show yourself. Upon witnessing that Liuyun had chosen not to retreat into the protective formation, the Star Snatcher's heart stirred with excitement, prompting him to emit a sinister command. However, when his eyes fell upon the elderly figure beside Liuyun, his composure faltered once more. This old fellow had actually resurrected, and he possessed the strength of a 5-star Dozone. This indeed posed a significant complication. Having previously clashed with the Celestial Fire Sovereign, the Star Snatcher was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. Back then, the Celestial Fire Sovereign, merely in a spiritual form, had managed to engage him in several rounds without defeat. Now, with a physical body and a unique fire known as the Heartfall Flame, his power was undoubtedly on par with any of the Soul Palace's present warriors. On Liuyun's side, hearing the Star Snatcher's words, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Heh, your words imply that it was I, Yun, who was beaten into retreat last time, rather than you, Star Snatcher. It was quite decisive of someone to use their companion's body to shield them from a fatal strike to escape with their life. The Celestial Fire Sovereign, standing nearby, also mocked, being publicly exposed by Liuyun and the Celestial Fire Sovereign. The Star Snatcher's expression turned rather grim. Yunlu, cease your futile attempts to slander me. Today, none of the Heavenly Alliance shall escape death. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, the Star Snatcher barked fiercely. After this proclamation, the Star Snatcher suddenly spoke with utmost reverence. Lord Jiutianzun, I implore your assistance. Lord Jiutianzun? Upon hearing this, Liuyun appeared somewhat taken aback. No wonder the Star Snatcher dared to brazenly assault the Heavenly Alliance. It turned out he had summoned the Jiutianzun from the Soul Palace. As the Star Snatcher's words echoed, the expressions of the Soul Palace's warriors shifted to one of deference. A mere faction established by Junior actually requires my personal intervention. You're truly regressing with age. In the next instant, a voice devoid of emotion resonated through the sky, and the space before the Soul Palace warriors suddenly split open, allowing a blue figure to step forth. With the emergence of this blue figure, the air in the realm grew damp, and faint raindrops began to patter down from the sky. The figure was draped in a blue robe, with hair and eyebrows of a pale blue hue. Their eyes seemed to resonate with boundless water energy, evoking a sense of disorientation in those who gazed upon them. Noticing the peculiar changes accompanying the arrival of the blue-robed elder, the Celestial Fire Sovereign couldn't help but furrow his brow. Expressing concern to Liuyun, this individual can manipulate the changes in elemental energy with the vast Douqi within them. Their strength likely reaches at least the 7-star or even the 8-star level. What are you, old man Yao, already intimidated? Observing the Celestial Fire Sovereign's demeanor, Liuyun teased with an air of nonchalance. Why should I be afraid? I am merely an old skeleton. The celestial fire sovereign retorted with defiance. As the blue-robed elder materialized, the Star Snatcher respectfully approached him, stating, reporting to Lord Zhu Tianzun, Yun Lu and the celestial fire sovereign are not difficult to handle. But that man in black possesses a terrifying heavenly tier Do technique. I fear it may lead to significant casualties, hence, enough. The blue-robed elder interrupted with a cold snort before the Star Snatcher could finish. Star Snatcher, should I discover that the two individuals who accompanied you last time met their demise at your hands after this matter concludes, I shall not let you off lightly. With that, the blue-robed elder's gaze gradually shifted towards the abyssal griffin, who, at that moment, cast a calm yet profound glance in return, sensing the abyssal griffin's overwhelming presence. The blue figure's pale blue brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, to possess a heavenly tier Do technique is truly enviable. As his words faded, the blue figure waved his sleeve, gathering the scattered raindrops at an astonishing speed. These droplets coalesced into a water spear in his hand, which he then hurled towards the abyssal griffin. Recognizing the blue-robed elder's swift movements, the abyssal griffin dared not underestimate him, unleashing his most powerful technique in response. Just as the water spear shot forth, a blood-red sigil rapidly materialized before the abyssal griffin. Chapter 397, A Solo Duel with the Star Snatcher. The water spear and the colossal blood-red sigil soon collided in the space between the abyssal griffin and the blue-robed elder. The impact did not produce a cataclysmic roar. Rather, both the water spear and the blood-red sigil swiftly dissipated, leading to a continuous fracturing of the surrounding space, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that ravaged outward. Sensing the destructive aura within the storm, the Star Snatcher and the other Soul Palace warriors scattered to evade, while Liuyun and the Celestial Fire Sovereign swiftly withdrew to a safe distance. At the eye of the storm, the violent energy transformed into countless tiny blood-colored raindrops, cascading down towards the expansive transparent energy wall below. With a hissing sound, as the blood-colored raindrops struck the transparent energy wall, it was instantly stained a deep crimson. Furthermore, at the points of impact, numerous small pits emerged on the transparent energy wall, only for wisps of colorless mist to evaporate from these depressions shortly thereafter. Fortunately, the Starlight Grand Formation provided a barrier. Otherwise, the energy contained within each drop of blood rain could have easily slain an ordinary Dozong expert. The terrifying power generated by the clash drew countless gazes, whether within or outside the Bone Transformation City. Everyone who witnessed this dreadful blood rain was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the miraculous occurrences witnessed from the Starlight Grand Formation, the inhabitants of Bone Transformation City would have long since been thrown into chaos. Heavenly Tier Do techniques are indeed fearsome. Following the exchange with the abyssal griffin, a hint of exhilaration lit up the blue-robed elder's face. In the next moment, the space before the blue-robed elder warped, and his figure vanished in an uncanny manner. When he reappeared, he was already close to the abyssal griffin. With hands outstretched, an overwhelming surge of water energy coalesced around him, emanating an intensely frigid aura as it surged like lightning towards the abyssal griffin. The blue-robed elder's ethereal palm drew near without a trace of malice. Yet the abyssal griffin's expression grew serious, rapidly condensing a minuscule blood-red sigil in his right palm, which he forcefully collided against the blue-robed elder's hand. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the abyssal griffin was violently thrust back several dozen steps. And under the weight of that formidable force, fine cracks appeared on his palm and arm. The blue-robed elder, initially expecting to incapacitate the abyssal griffin with a single strike, exclaimed in astonishment, I did not anticipate your physical resilience to rival that of a magical beast. There is much you have yet to comprehend. Paying no heed to the blue-robed elder's gaze, the abyssal griffin swiftly retrieved a white pill from his hand, restoring both his injuries and depleted Do Qi in an instant. Even with the aid of the pill, how many times can you unleash a heavenly tier Do technique? With a thunderous roar, the blue-robed elder once again lunged toward the abyssal griffin. Meanwhile, as the clash between the abyssal griffin and the Zhou Tianzun unfolded, the Star Snatcher had already turned his attention toward Liuyun. Mugu, I shall first capture that Yun Lu. You and the three of you must deal with the Celestial Fire Sovereign, but be wary of his Heartfall Flame. After arranging their respective opponents, the star-plucking old ghost let out a sinister grin and surged towards the direction of Flowing Cloud. Meanwhile, the other three rushed towards the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Star-plucking old ghost, your timing is impeccable. I've been yearning for a sparring partner since my breakthrough. Noticing the old ghost's movements, Flowing Cloud maintained a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. Yin Lu, at this juncture, what good is your tongue? Today, I shall make you witness firsthand the vast chasm that separates you from a 5-star fighting sovereign. The malevolent grin on the star-plucking old ghost's face widened further as a torrent of fighting energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a peculiar viscous substance that grotesquely twisted before solidifying into a pitch-black, grim reaper-like greatsword. This sword was exceedingly eerie, covered by a layer of strange, black, crystalline sheen, its blade slicing through the air to reveal a crack the size of a thumb. Gripping the sword tightly, the old ghost fixed his cold gaze on Flowing Cloud, and with a sudden tremor, the sword unleashed a flurry of afterimages before cleaving downwards with immense fury. Star-shattering slash. As the old ghost's deep roar reverberated through the skies, the brilliance of this realm abruptly dimmed. Countless stars manifested behind the old ghost, coalescing into streams of luminous energy that gathered upon the great sword, intensifying its terrifying power. With a chilling smile, the old ghost swung down his sword, causing the very fabric of space before him to crumble instantaneously, revealing fragments of shattered space. The colossal, razor-sharp blade of energy, nearly 100 feet long, ruthlessly cleaved the void, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Flowing Cloud. In the face of this formidable blade capable of rending the heavens, Flowing Cloud's expression bore a hint of exhilaration. A long sword, radiating a brilliant golden light, materialized in his hand, and an immense surge of fighting energy flowed into the blade. Skysplitting Swelt Technique. As the incantation resonated within Flowing Cloud's mind, a sword beam of 100 feet in size suddenly coalesced from the sword in his grasp. The old ghost's blade descended vertically, while Flowing Cloud's sword beam swept horizontally. As the two approached each other, a colossal cross appeared in the eyes of onlookers. When the blade and sword beams collided, it was as if they severed each other, resulting in a thunderous clash that echoed through the heavens. The remnants of the energies, undiminished, surged forward with unrelenting force. The split blade of energy generated a fierce gust that grazed Flowing Cloud's body, while the severed sword beam similarly brushed past the old ghost. However, behind Flowing Cloud stood only a massive transparent energy wall, which absorbed the old ghost's blade, creating merely a ripple before dissipating. In stark contrast, the area surrounding the old ghost was filled with numerous powerful figures from the Soul Palace. The horrific energies that divided in two instantaneously obliterated 5 or 6 of these formidable adversaries. Upon hearing the anguished cries behind him, the old ghost's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Flowing Cloud's rate of growth would be so astonishing. Just a short while ago, he could barely contend with a 3-star fighting sovereign, and now his power had surged to such levels. Moreover, from the sword beam Flowing Cloud had just unleashed, the old ghost deduced that Flowing Cloud was also wielding a heavenly tier combat technique. A single faction possessing 2 heavenly tier techniques. Could it be that they harbored an even more terrifying background? Chapter 398. Each one armed with a heavenly tier technique. On the side of the heavenly fire sovereign, upon witnessing the star-plucking old ghost confront Flowing Cloud, he contemplated rushing over to lend assistance. After all, Flowing Cloud appeared to be merely a 1-star fighting sovereign, vastly outmatched by the old ghost. However, when the 2 heavenly sovereigns in black and white, along with Elder Mugu, charged towards the heavenly fire sovereign, he could not spare a thought for Flowing Cloud. Although the star-plucking old ghost was the leader of this operation for the Soul Palace, the powers of the black and white sovereigns were slightly superior to his. Faced with such formidable opponents, even the heavenly fire sovereign, possessing the fallen heart flame, felt a twinge of trepidation. Furthermore, behind these 2 sovereigns lingered Elder Mugu, an 8th-tier alchemist of the same lineage as Yao Chun, who wielded incredible mastery over soul power. Haha, heavenly fire sovereign, if you willingly surrender the fallen heart flame today, I can plead for your life before the palace master. Elder Mugu laughed boisterously from the sky. You a mere waste, are unworthy of possessing the fallen heart flame. In response to Elder Mugu's tempting offer, the heavenly fire sovereign retorted without reserve. Mugu, stop wasting time with this old fool. Let us end this swiftly. The black and white sovereigns urged impatiently. Once these words were uttered, torrents of fighting energy erupted from their bodies in an instant. Observing their assault, the heavenly fire sovereign narrowed his eyes, and an intangible fire surged forth from within him, morphing into a colossal fire python stretching hundreds of feet in length. Upon its emergence, both the black and white sovereigns, along with Elder Mugu, felt an intense heat searing towards their hearts, compelling them to channel their fighting energy to shield their vital points. The Heart Fire attack was indeed remarkable. The Fallen Heart Flame rightfully ranked high on the list of extraordinary flames. As they felt the searing effects of the Heart Fire, Elder Mu Gu's excitement escalated. Soon, the Heart Fire attack from the Fallen Heart Flame was successfully neutralized by the three. The next moment, the black and white sovereigns launched simultaneous strikes, sending two massive black and white whirlwinds hurtling towards the intangible fire python. After unleashing these two whirlwinds, the pairs swiftly advanced towards the heavenly fire sovereign. Meanwhile, Elder Mu Gu was not idle. A massive hand composed entirely of soul energy traversed the void, almost instantaneously reaching the heavenly fire sovereign. Fortunately, the heavenly fire sovereign had sensed the impending danger and, at that moment, propelled himself backwards several hundred steps. Witnessing the heavenly fire sovereign attempting to evade the battle, the black and white sovereigns grew irate and began to encircle him. Seize this rare opportunity to test the might of our newly learned techniques. With the three closing in, the heavenly fire sovereign's eyes revealed a glint of determination. In the next instant, the intangible fire python, born from the Fallen Heart Flame, extricated itself from the grasp of the two whirlwinds, swiftly returning to the heavenly fire sovereign's palm. Flame-devouring palm, with the incantation echoing in his heart. The very essence of the space around them began to tremble violently as the previously tranquil energies of the realm surged with tumultuous fury. What an overwhelming force! This could very well be a heavenly tier technique. Realizing the power of the technique, the heavenly fire sovereign was about to unleash. The white sovereign shouted urgently, "Stop him!" In response, the black sovereign accelerated towards the heavenly fire sovereign. Just then, a blazing curtain of fire enveloped an area spanning hundreds of meters around the heavenly fire sovereign. As soon as the black and white sovereigns entered this fiery domain, they found their speeds drastically reduced by the intense heat. This is bad. The white sovereign immediately sensed the peril and instinctively attempted to retreat. At the center of the fire curtain, the heavenly fire sovereign's fighting energy continued to flow into the surrounding flames. Just then, Elder Mu Gu, who had just entered the fire curtain, felt a jolt of fear. The moment the fiery palm print appeared before the heavenly fire sovereign, he unhesitatingly chose to turn and flee, becoming the first to escape the fire curtain. Die for me! Just as the black sovereign, the last to retreat, was about to completely exit the fire curtain, the heavenly fire sovereign let out a fierce shout. Then, with a gentle motion of his hand, the fiery palm print before him instantly absorbed all the energy within the fire curtain, expanding to a colossal size of several thousand feet, and charged towards the black sovereign with a destructive aura. Sizzle! The immense crimson palm print, not only formidable in power, but also astonishingly swift, scorched the very fabric of space as it passed, leaving behind a complete vacuum. The black heavenly sovereign, who was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, found his aura of defensive energy incinerated in an instant upon contact with the fiery imprint. Almost immediately, a harrowing scream echoed from the spot where the crimson palm had swept through. As the white heavenly sovereign and the elder Mu Gu turned their gazes towards the source of the anguished cry, they beheld the black heavenly sovereign's body engulfed in raging flames. Meanwhile, the colossal crimson palm had already penetrated through his form, continuing onward towards a direction where several other powerful figures from the Soul Palace awaited. The horrific scene elicited sharp gasps from both Elder Mu Gu and the white heavenly sovereign, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of survival against overwhelming odds. Quick, save him! Once the initial shock subsided, the white heavenly sovereign rushed to the side of the black heavenly sovereign, who was writhing in agony amidst the hellish flames. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a fierce white vortex of energy. As the tempestuous wind enveloped the black heavenly sovereign, the terrifying flames that had consumed him were finally extinguished. Suspended in the air, the rescued black heavenly sovereign appeared nearly charred to a cinder, a faint scent of singed flesh wafting through the atmosphere. Old Black, if you cannot endure any longer, then relinquish this corporeal form. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally beseech the Lord of the Hall to grant you a new vessel. The white heavenly sovereign spoke with a hint of reluctance upon witnessing the blackened, still searing body of his comrade. Very well. The black heavenly sovereign, demonstrating resolute determination, acknowledged that his current physical form was utterly beyond salvage. To persist would only prolong his suffering. Thus, upon hearing the white heavenly sovereign's proposal, he unhesitatingly released his soul from its corporeal confines. In the next moment, as his soul energy departed, the black heavenly sovereign's body disintegrated into fragments. These three individuals actually possess mastery over celestial tier combat techniques. The elder Xiao cast a wary glance at the searing space ravaged by the crimson palm print, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. Noticing the elder Xiao's unusual demeanor, Liuyun couldn't help but smirk, slowly remarking, "Elder Xiao, are you not feeling quite fortunate for having chosen me as your opponent?" In response to Liuyun's taunt, the elder Xiao remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. Chapter 399. A Resounding Victory. The fiery palm strike from the Flame Sovereign not only instilled a profound sense of dread in Elder Mugu and the Black and White Heavenly Sovereigns, but even the distant Ninth Sovereign of the Soul Palace, who was engaged in battle with the Demon Vulture, was taken aback. The Soul Palace had prepared an overwhelming force to eradicate the Heavenly Alliance, yet unexpectedly, not a single member of the Heavenly Alliance had fallen, while they themselves had already suffered the loss of a sovereign. As this realization struck, a sense of urgency flickered in the eyes of the Ninth Sovereign, his gaze hardening with a fierce determination. In an instant, he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a massive beast, brimming with potent energy and formidable claws, charging towards the Demon Vulture. Despite the Ninth Sovereign's fierce attack, the Demon Vulture remained unfazed. Although he had deployed celestial tier techniques during their previous skirmish, the medicinal aids provided by Liuyun had ensured he was far from exhausted. As the colossal beast approached, he unleashed a blood-red mark from his hand. The space traversed by the crimson symbol rapidly collapsed, and upon colliding with the blue beast, both were obliterated, transforming into droplets of blood that cascaded to the ground below. Due to the location of their battle, transcending the bounds above the Bone Transformation City, the falling crimson raindrops struck the earth not far from the city, evaporating a vast swath of land and giving rise to a small lake. Above the Bone Transformation City, the Flame Sovereign, having dispatched one of the Soul Palace's celestial tier combatants with a single strike, turned his gaze towards the remaining White Heavenly Sovereign and Elder Mugu. "Now it is your turn." Just as the White Heavenly Sovereign had settled the Black Heavenly Sovereign's soul, he heard that chilling voice and was met with the sight of the Flame Sovereign conjuring another fiery palm print. "Run." In that critical moment, both the White Heavenly Sovereign and Elder Mugu instinctively reacted, their hearts quaking with dread at the thought of resisting the Flame Sovereign's catastrophic technique. As the Crimson Palm was about to be unleashed, they made a hasty retreat from the Bone Transformation City, not pursuing them. The Flame Sovereign redirected his attention towards Liuyun. "Young Yun, I shall assist you." With a commanding shout, the Flame Sovereign unleashed the Crimson Palm print towards the Elder Xiao. The speed of this strike was astonishing, imbued with a palpable aura of destruction as it surged forth. In the face of such imminent peril, the Elder Xiao desperately conjured powerful threads of energy, yet these defenses were effortlessly vaporized upon contact with the enormous Crimson Palm. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the palm, an insurmountable sense of helplessness surged within him. Meanwhile, Liuyun's sword light surged from another direction, and the space around them had already been sealed. Without breaking the barriers, no one could traverse directly through. The earlier ability of a Ninth Sovereign to shift through space was contingent upon Liuyun temporarily unsealing it. Now, caught between these two formidable attacks, the Elder Xiao had nowhere to evade. As he expended his energy to obliterate Liuyun's sword light, the cataclysmic palm imprint descended upon him. As the palm print passed, the Elder Xiao let out a harrowing wail, his form igniting in flames akin to that of the Black Heavenly Sovereign. While the Black Heavenly Sovereign had received aid from the White Heavenly Sovereign during his fiery torment, the Elder Xiao was left to endure the searing inferno alone. Soon, he was reduced to a charred mass, his screams abruptly silenced. Ultimately, his charred body began to disintegrate into dust, and only then did the relentless flames finally abate. With the demise of the Elder Xiao, the battlefield was left with only the Ninth Sovereign from the Soul Palace continuing to fight, while the rest had either perished or fled. "Old Ya, your prowess has grown." Observing the Flame Sovereign's impressive display, Liuyun couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Haha, it's a pity I cannot yet unleash the full might of the Flame Palm. Otherwise, those few would have been reduced to naught." The Flame Sovereign replied, a sense of pride illuminating his features. "Since the battle here has concluded, assist the Demon Vulture." Liuyun glanced towards the direction of the Demon Vulture and the Ninth Sovereign, pondering. "Understood." The Flame Sovereign nodded resolutely before swiftly making his way toward the battlefield outside the Bone Transformation City. Upon arrival, he greeted the Demon Vulture with enthusiasm. "Brother Vulture, today we can once again fight side by side. Indeed, you performed admirably." The demon vulture genuinely praised the Flame Sovereign for his swift resolution of the celestial tier combatants from the Soul Palace. The Ninth Sovereign, witnessing the Flame Sovereign's arrival, began to piece together the unfolding events. He had not anticipated such catastrophic losses during today's extermination effort. When was this realm sealed? His brow furrowed in frustration. But as he pondered, he discovered something remarkably astonishing. The intelligence provided by the Elder Xiaoyan was indeed accurate. Haha! The Ninth Sovereign of the Soul Palace is destined to fall here today. Just as the Ninth Sovereign contemplated, the Flame Sovereign, standing not far away, suddenly grinned and spoke. How dare you speak so boldly to me? The Ninth Sovereign's fury was palpable in response to the Flame Sovereign's words. But I have my brother, the Demon Vulture. I never claimed I would face you alone. The Flame Sovereign gestured towards the Demon Vulture at his side. After uttering these words, he provocatively added, You can always call for assistance, but it seems that your allies have already abandoned you. Those ineffectual beings would be of no use even if they came. The cold words of the Nine Heavens Sovereign concealed the turmoil within him, stirred by the words of the Flame Sovereign. If he could not even subdue a single demon griffin, how could he contend with another formidable opponent, a 5-star Do Zun wielding heavenly tier combat techniques? Continuing this confrontation would only lead to his inevitable defeat. It would be far wiser to retreat, regain his strength, and return to confront them at a later time. With this thought in mind, the Nine Heavens Sovereign began to retreat unconsciously, seeking to escape. Noticing the Nine Heavens Sovereign's movements, the Flame Sovereign immediately surmised his intent to flee and swiftly unleashed several hand seals. In mere moments, the third layer of the star formation was fully activated, and a massive transparent energy barrier enveloped a 100-mile radius around the Bone Transformation City. After the emergence of this colossal energy shield by Tianzun and Mu Gu, who had managed to escape a certain distance, found themselves ensnared within this third layer. Chapter 400, Seclusion. This is bad. The outer layer of the star formation has also been sealed. Mu Gu gasped, staring at the unexpectedly materialized gigantic transparent wall. It appears that the Celestial Alliance intends to keep us all here. By Tianzun sighed heavily, his aged visage darkened by despair. The 7 or 8 Soul Palace experts trailing behind them were equally filled with hopelessness. Their only remaining hope lay with the Nine Heavens Sovereign. After a moment of silence, Mu Gu analyzed, if the Nine Heavens Sovereign prevails, then even if we are trapped, we shall remain unscathed. However, should he falter, we may find it exceedingly difficult to escape with our lives. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianzun glanced back, worry etched upon his face. The Flame Sovereign has not pursued, which must mean he has gone to confront the Nine Heavens Sovereign. In that case, the odds of victory for our Lord are, we must hasten back to lend support to the Nine Heavens Sovereign, Mu Gu declared, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the center of the formation. Casting a glance at the terrified Soul Palace experts behind them, Bai Tianzun shouted, If any of you wish to avoid a grim fate, follow me back into the fray. With that, Bai Tianzun followed closely behind Mu Gu, rushing towards the direction of the Bone Transformation City. Just as Bai Tianzun and Mu Gu were advancing inward, their cornerstone, the Nine Heavens Sovereign, was in the midst of retreating outward. Unluckily, while Bai Tianzun and Mu Gu were approaching the eastern gate of Bone Transformation City, the Nine Heavens Sovereign was moving further away from the western gate, increasing the distance between them. Meanwhile, in the heart of Bone Transformation City, the Flame Sovereign and the Demon Griffin had no intention of pursuing. Within the 100-mile radius engulfed by the formation, any unusual fluctuations were detectable to the Flame Sovereign. His strategy was to let the Soul Palace personnel exhaust themselves in their escape, and when they were fatigued, he would emerge to clean up the remnants. However, before long, a peculiar expression crossed the Flame Sovereign's face. Why are those two turning back? Realizing that Bai Tianzun and Mu Gu were indeed approaching him, the Flame Sovereign appeared somewhat bewildered. Aware that the movements of others within the formation were perceivable to Liuyun, he turned to inquire, Liuyun, why do I get the impression that the Soul Palace individuals are coming to surrender? I don't believe they come in peace. Liuyun shook his head, dismissing the Flame Sovereign's assumption. How about we make a wager? Let us bet on an 8th grade pill. The Flame Sovereign proposed confidently. An 8th grade pill? Do you even possess one? Liuyun shot him a skeptical glance. Currently, I do not, but didn't you just refine an 8th grade pill? Knowing your habits, you would likely throw it up for auction. I shall simply procure it then, the Flame Sovereign replied, thick-skinned. At this, Liuyun paused slightly, his gaze toward the Flame Sovereign filled with admiration. The next moment, he chuckled, Old Yao, I hope you maintain this confidence moving forward. Before long, Bai Tianzun and Mu Gu appeared within the line of sight of the Flame Sovereign and Liuyun. Come on, hurry over. The Flame's sovereign beckoned eagerly as the two figures drew nearer. Strange, where is the Nine-Heaven Sovereign? Why is he not present? Mugil questioned, gazing curiously at the spatial calm that had settled above Bone Transformation City. The Nine-Heaven Sovereign is likely in another direction. We have been detected by the Flame Sovereign, and we must swiftly reunite with the Nine-Heaven Sovereign, Bai Tianxun decisively stated, sensing the excitement on the Flame Sovereign's face. Having spoken, Bai Tianxun and Mu Gu's figures flickered and vanished from the Flame Sovereign's view once more. What is going on? Why are these two not coming to surrender, but instead retreating outward? The Flame Sovereign was left in astonishment as he watched Bai Tianxun dash away. Old Yao, remember to show up at the next auction, Liuyun said, patting the Flame Sovereign's shoulder with a sense of reassurance. Shortly thereafter, a gap appeared in the transparent energy wall below, allowing Liuyun to return to the city. The subsequent matters would be handled by the Flame Sovereign and the Demon Griffin. With the star formation in place, the Soul Palace personnel would be utterly unable to escape. Upon returning to the Celestial Alliance, Liuyun entered a grand hall and commenced his seclusion. Since his main body had already ascended to 5-star Dozun, there would be no bottleneck for his avatar here. He merely needed to accumulate sufficient energy to swiftly reach the same realm as his main body. Break for me. The Nine-Heaven Sovereign of the Soul Palace was furiously roaring as he unleashed a series of terrifying attacks against the transparent energy wall before him. Yet, no matter how he attempted to dismantle it, the colossal barrier only rippled slightly in response. Before long, after circling around Bone Transformation City, Bai Tianxun and Mu Gu finally spotted the figure continuously striking the formation. Lord Nine Heavens. Upon recognizing the Nine-Heaven Sovereign, both Mu Gu and Bai Tianxun were filled with excitement. In the preceding time, the two had faced numerous pursuits from the Flame Sovereign and the Demon Griffin, resulting in the deaths of all the 7 or 8 Soul Palace experts who had once accompanied Bai Tianxun. The once grand entourage of the Soul Palace was now reduced to this exceedingly ragged trio. Mu Gu, Bai Tianxun, you two worthless fools, after fleeing for so long, you still have not managed to escape. The Nine-Heaven Sovereign was initially taken aback by their shouts, but this surprise swiftly morphed into profound anger and disappointment. He had hoped that even if he were ensnared within this formation, someone would relay the message back to the palace. Yet now, not a single soul had escaped the array. Lord Nine Heavens, we were merely concerned for your safety. Hence, upon hearing the unreserved reprimand from the Nine-Heaven Sovereign, Mu Gu and Bai Tianxun felt a swell of discontent within, yet they still respectfully offered their explanation. Enough. I do not wish to hear your futile justifications. The Nine-Heaven Sovereign impatiently interrupted them, and with a cold voice, inquired, where is that fool Xiaoxing? Why did he not come with you? Lord Nine Heavens, Xiaoxing has most likely perished. Bai Tianxun replied with deference. Chapter 401, Summoning Reinforcements. Liuyun breaks through. If he has not been slain by the Celestial Alliance, I would have personally seen to his end. The Nine Heavens Sovereign replied calmly, his words revealing no concealment of his resentment towards the old fool Xiaoxing. Suddenly, the Nine-Heaven Sovereign caught a glimpse of several figures appearing on a distant mountain, and he turned around excitedly to gaze beyond the transparent energy wall. Hey! Upon spotting those figures, the Nine Heavens Sovereign shouted loudly. However, the grand formation significantly impeded the transmission of sound, and the passers-by on the mountain remained oblivious to the situation. As the Nine Heavens Sovereign's voice echoed, those figures gradually vanished from their view. At that moment, Bai Tianxun and the old Mu Gu realized that the esteemed Nine-Heaven Sovereign was as anxious as they were. My lord, given the gravity of the situation, I trust news will soon reach us, the old Mu Gu analyzed calmly. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he was immediately met with the Nine Heavens Sovereign's rebuttal. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Of course, I know news will spread, but when will it arrive? I hope it won't be too late, or else the Divine Hall will send someone to retrieve our corpses. Sensing the Nine Heavens Sovereign's agitation, the old Mu Gu chose to remain silent, and the three of them fell into a heavy silence. Alas, considering the might of this grand formation, it seems only a half-saint could breach it. I hope those esteemed individuals can make it. After a long while, the Nine Heavens Sovereign sighed deeply. Soon, news of the Soul Hall's large-scale offensive against the Heavenly Alliance spread throughout the entire northern region. However, most remained unaware of the battle's outcome, as the colossal formation outside Huagu City had yet to close. By the third day, 3 enigmatic shadows had finally begun to flit around the vast transparent energy wall enveloping a 100-mile radius. After circling the energy wall for half an hour, the 3 shadows suddenly came to a halt. At that moment, within their line of sight, Three figures inside the transparent energy wall soared towards them. However, these approaching figures appeared exceedingly wretched. One elder clad in blue had lost a portion of his right arm, while another elder in white bore a massive gaping wound in his chest, bleeding profusely. The final elder in black, though seemingly unscathed, bore a face twisted as if scorched by raging flames. We pay our respects to the Nine Heavens Sovereign and by Tianzuan. The three figures outside the transparent energy wall respectfully knelt upon recognizing the disheveled figures. These three figures were none other than the Nine Heavens Sovereign and his companions. Trapped within the astral grand formation. Over the past 2 days, the Lord of Heavenly Fire and the Demon Griffin had launched several attacks against them, but ultimately chose self-detonation out of fear that the Nine Heavens Sovereign would retaliate with a desperate gambit. Thus, they did not press too hard, allowing the three to feel as though they might escape death. As the injuries of the trio worsened, the Lord of Heavenly Fire and the Demon Griffin found it increasingly effortless to strike. You three listen closely. Hurry back to the hall and report my entrapment to the other sovereigns, and ensure you convey that this astral grand formation can only be breached by a half-saint. As the three shadows bowed their heads, a faint voice emerged from within the transparent energy wall. Yes, we shall certainly heed the Nine Heavens Sovereign's words. After the Nine Heavens Sovereign concluded, the three shadows rose in unison and swiftly distanced themselves from the area. My lord, the attacks from the Heavenly Alliance are becoming more frequent. At this rate, I fear we may not last until help arrives. Bai Tianzuan, clutching his wound, spoke weakly, his gaze despondent. Hearing Bai Tianzuan's words, the Nine Heavens Sovereign glanced at his own severed arm and replied coldly, Rest assured, the Lord of Heavenly Fire and that young man in black are both wary of my potential for a desperate fight, which is why we've managed to survive these assaults. Otherwise, you two would likely have met your end by now. Just as the Nine Heavens Sovereign orchestrated the return of the three guardians to deliver the message. A surge of immense energy waves emanated from the Grand Hall where Liuyun resided within Douqi City. Sitting in meditation at the center of the hall, Liuyun's joints erupted with a series of explosive sounds, and with each sound, his aura began to ascend dramatically. In less than 3 hours, his cultivation soared from a 1-star dose sovereign to a 3-star dose sovereign. Although the phenomena accompanying minor breakthroughs are not as terrifying as those of significant advancements, the formidable cultivation method Liuyun practiced demanded far more energy than that of ordinary individuals for each breakthrough. At this moment, within the 100-mile radius enveloped by the astral grand formation, the energies of heaven and earth began to fluctuate violently, surging madly towards the center of the formation. This disturbance was palpable even to the Nine Heavens Sovereign, the Old Mugu, and Bai Tianzuan, who were positioned at the formation's periphery. This is a sign of someone breaking through. Who could it be? Has another individual from the Heavenly Alliance attained Do sovereign status? As they sensed the anomaly, Bai Tianzuan and the Old Mugu speculated wildly. You two had best pray that this is merely the breakthrough of another individual to Do sovereign. If those two manage to advance further, you should be well aware of the dire consequences, the Nine Heavens Sovereign warned, his expression filled with trepidation. Upon hearing the Nine Heavens Sovereign's analysis, Bai Tianzuan and the Old Mugu exchanged horrified glances, turning their sights toward the center of the formation. The intense fluctuations of energy persisted throughout the entire day, leaving the three of them in a state of anxiety and fear. During this protracted period, their astonishment only deepened. For the energy accumulated within that day could not possibly be solely the requirement for a breakthrough to Do sovereign. Meanwhile, within Liuyun's hall, the Lord of Heavenly Fire stared wide-eyed at the meditating Liuyun, a state that persisted for an entire day. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. The Lord of Heavenly Fire repeatedly exclaimed in disbelief. Since Liuyun's arrival in Zhongzhou, the Lord of Heavenly Fire had closely followed him, and no one understood Liuyun better than he. It was only at this moment that the Lord of Heavenly Fire realized that what he had grasped was merely the tip of the iceberg of Liuyun's true potential. Who would have imagined that within a year's time, someone could transcend from the pinnacle of Do Huang to become a 5-star Do sovereign, and he had witnessed it all firsthand. Chapter 402, 3v3. A fair duel. Old Yao, what are you dawdling for? Let us go kill. Just as the Lord of Heavenly Fire was lost in thought, Liuyun suddenly rose from his meditative state and called out to him. Kill whom? Are you suggesting we go after the Nine Heavens Sovereign of the Soul Hall? The Lord of Heavenly Fire asked, initially taken aback by Liuyun's words before tentatively inquiring. Of course, we are going to kill that Nine Heavens Sovereign. I refuse to let Douqi City continue to exist in seclusion like this. When Liuyun spoke of killing the Nine Heavens Sovereign, his expression remained unperturbed. All right, let's go kill. Gather the Demon Griffin as well. A 3-on-3 duel would be a fair fight. Heavily nodding, the Lord of Heavenly Fire responded with great enthusiasm. As the energy fluctuations enveloping the vicinity of Huagu City dissipated, the Nine Heavens Sovereign, the Old Mugu, and by Tianzuan remained filled with speculation regarding the identity of the recently ascended individual. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the opening of the second layer of the Astral Grand Formation, speeding directly towards the Nine Heavens Sovereign. In an instant, the valley where the Nine Heavens Sovereign and his companions were concealed came into view of Liuyun. Simultaneously, the Nine Heavens Sovereign turned sharply toward the direction from which Liuyun and the others approached, murmuring, "They are coming again." It seems that within this grand formation, our movements are entirely under their control. Recognizing the grave expression on the Nine Heavens Sovereign's face, Bai Tianzuan and the Old Mugu understood that yet another fierce battle was about to unfold. In the next moment, Liuyun, the Master of Heavenly Fire, and the Demon Griffin materialized above the valley. Below, upon realizing that neither the Master of Heavenly Fire nor the Demon Griffin had undergone any significant breakthroughs, the heart of the Nine Heavens Master, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. At this juncture, he habitually overlooked Liuyun, who stood between the two. To think that the esteemed Nine Heavens Master of the Soul Palace would stoop to hiding in such a dilapidated valley to survive. As soon as the two sides made contact, the Master of Heavenly Fire ruthlessly mocked. "I vow that if I ever escape this great formation, I shall shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces, and the entire Celestial Alliance shall accompany you to your grave." The Nine Heavens Master bellowed in fury. Just as MOU's words fell, a somewhat frigid voice resonated from the sky. "If that is the case, then you should never leave." "Huh? How dare a mere fledgling like you speak such grandiose words?" MOU had never regarded Liuyun with any respect, even though Liuyun bore the title of an 8th-rank alchemist. At the moment MOU uttered these words, the Master of Heavenly Fire couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. "Old Yao, as you suggested earlier, let us have a 3-on-3. Each of us shall take on one opponent. I'll leave the Elder Mugu to you." After speaking, Liuyun turned his gaze towards the Demon Griffin. With just a glance, the Demon Griffin understood Liuyun's intent, targeting the White Heavenly Master. In the next instant, the 3 figures in the sky swiftly plunged downward. Utterly arrogant, witnessing that they had chosen Liuyun to duel him, MOU felt a deep disdain with a hint of delight hidden within. The two did not even resort to combat techniques, but instead arrogantly opted for close combat. In that case, today, MOU shall demonstrate the true power of an 8-star Dozun. With that thought, MOU resolved to incapacitate Liuyun, who dared to challenge his authority. In the next moment, MOU swiftly formed a seal with his hands, and a low, muffled shout escaped his throat. Accompanied by this shout, the chilling aura of the surroundings rapidly coalesced into massive energy hands, each towering over 100 feet, which then thundered towards Liuyun with a ferocious gale. Observing the overwhelming energy hands from MOU, Liuyun's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed a formidable surge of Douqi from his palm, shattering the immense energy imprints into fragments. Witnessing this scene, MOU was astounded, for he could tell that Liuyun had not employed any powerful combat techniques. Each strike was merely a pure energy assault. How could this be? As Liuyun's figure drew near, MOU's complexion began to flush. For Liuyun's strength surpassed all his expectations. Could it be that the one who just broke through was this union? As this thought arose in MOU's mind, Liuyun had already closed the distance, launching a straightforward punch towards MOU's face. In that moment, MOU felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Mugu had been forced against the colossal, transparent energy wall by the Master of Heavenly Fire. The 5-star Dozun's strength against the 3-star Dozun of Elder Mugu rendered even the latter's formidable soul power ineffective, without invoking his sky-tier skill. The burning heaven palm and the fallen heart flame, Elder Mugu had no means of defense. "Heh, I heard you are also an 8th-rank alchemist, old man. I shall enrich myself greatly this time." Observing Elder Mugu with nowhere left to retreat, the Master of Heavenly Fire smacked his lips. Suddenly, in the face of impending doom, Elder Mugu, engulfed by the aura of death, turned sharply and shouted towards MOU, "Lord Nine Heavens, save me." However, just after Elder Mugu uttered these words, his eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing something even more terrifying. The Master of Heavenly Fire also glanced in that direction, and in his line of sight, Liuyun had viciously torn off the remaining arm of MOU with his bare hands. This lad is not only a prodigy, but also a monster. With a silent lament, The Master of Heavenly Fire showed no mercy. The roaring, colossal fire-red imprint pierced through Elder Mugu and struck the transparent energy wall. Instantly, the vicinity of the celestial array echoed with two anguished screams. One from Elder Mugu engulfed in flames, the other from Mou, whose arm had been torn off by Liuyun. At this moment, among the three from the Soul Palace, only the White Heavenly Master fared somewhat better, as he had been evading battle since the demon griffin confronted him, and now the two had chased each other for several dozen miles. Elder Mugu screamed in agony as his body gradually became charred. Yet before he succumbed, a cloud of black mist escaped from his incinerated form, carrying with it a storage ring, fleeing the inferno. Chapter 403. Counting the Spoils. Where to run? Upon seeing the escaping soul form of Elder Mugu, the Master of Heavenly Fire bellowed, then clenched his hand tightly. The space enveloping the black mist seemed to be compressed, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, the Master of Heavenly Fire unleashed the fallen heart flame, sending a massive, invisible fire python swiftly towards the black mist. Before long, amidst a chorus of soul-piercing screams, Elder Mugu was utterly obliterated from existence. The Master of Heavenly Fire effortlessly caught the falling storage ring in his palm. Meanwhile, far away in the southwest region of the Central Continent, within a pitch-black grand hall, a shadow suddenly sensed something, furrowing its brow and murmuring. Zhangxing died a few days ago, and now Mugu is gone. What on earth is happening in the northern domain? Shortly after uttering this, the shadow's previously placid face turned gravely serious, and a deep, icy voice resonated throughout the dark hall. Even old Xiao has perished. What circumstances could have prevented old Xiao from even using the spatial jade token within the celestial array? After the Master of Heavenly Fire eliminated Elder Mugu and turned back, he found that the Nine Heavens Master of the Soul Palace had also been reduced to fragments by Liuyun. Yun, your speed is quite impressive. Just a tad slower than mine. The Master of Heavenly Fire exclaimed jovially as he flew beside Liuyun. Faced with the audacity of the Master of Heavenly Fire, Liuyun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What a brother demon griffin. He should have dealt with the White Heavenly Master by now. Seemingly realizing he had been a bit boastful, the Master of Heavenly Fire hastily redirected the conversation. Not yet, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. The White Heavenly Master is still fleeing. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Master of Heavenly Fire carefully sensed the fluctuations within the array, immediately locking onto the positions of the Demon Griffin and the White Heavenly Master. Let us go. It's time to wrap this up. The Celestial Alliance could use some fresh air. As Liuyun's words fell, he sped towards a direction opposite to that of the Master of Heavenly Fire, prompting the latter to quickly follow Liuyun's lead. Moments later, the Master of Heavenly Fire and Liuyun intercepted the White Heavenly Master ahead. Instantly, three terrifying attacks converged upon the White Heavenly Master from all sides. No matter how skillful the latter's evasive maneuvers were, he could not completely avoid them. And with each attack, the White Heavenly Master faced either death or severe injury. Well, hey, it seems we cannot escape. Anticipating his imminent fate, the White Sovereign cast a contemplative glance towards the damaged soul ensconced within his ring, exhaling a sigh of resignation. In an instant, the energy emanating from his being surged violently. Keeping a safe distance, it became evident to the observers that he was preparing for self-detonation. Aware of the impending explosion, the Fire Sovereign swiftly retreated. The self-detonation of a 6-star Dozun was a matter of grave concern. Soon, a blinding white light erupted from the White Sovereign's form, and before the trio's attacks could reach him, a cataclysmic wave of energy exploded forth from within him, with a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The formidable forces dispatched by the Soul Palace to suppress the Heavenly Alliance were utterly annihilated. Following this, the massive transparent energy barrier enveloping a 100-mile radius around the Bone Transformation City finally dissipated. The aftermath of the siege had transformed the landscape outside the city into a chaotic tableau, with flattened peaks and countless gaping craters littering the terrain, and scarcely a tree remaining unscathed. Yun, here are the spoils I have just acquired. Take them, the Fire Sovereign said nonchalantly, presenting the ring he had taken from the Elder Mugu. Old Yao, it's rare to see you so generous. Liuyun remarked with a light chuckle as he accepted the ring. I'm but an old man now. These resources are better placed in the hands of the youth, where they can be maximized, the Fire Sovereign replied, his expression one of serene detachment as he spoke heartfelt words. However, Liuyun paid little heed. Upon receiving the ring, he swiftly dispatched a wisp of soul energy to inspect its contents. Enough of this high-mindedness, old Yao. I have no need for such nobility. Liuyun interjected, interrupting the Fire Sovereign after examining the ring's contents. He then systematically laid out the items within, analyzing, there are only 4 8th-grade elixirs here. If we divide them among the 3 of us, you, as the one who directly obtained them, should rightfully receive an additional one. However, since you owe me an 8th-grade elixir due to your earlier wager, you will only receive 1 this time. Observing Liuyun's astute calculations, the Fire Sovereign retorted with feigned annoyance, I have relinquished this entire ring to you. Yet you still remember that 8th-grade elixir I owe you? Truly cunning. Accounts must be settled properly. I never intended to hoard your personal spoils. In the future, should opportunities arise, seize them for yourselves rather than always thinking of giving them away, Liuyun asserted plainly. Though his words seemed somewhat unfeeling, they carried undeniable wisdom. Without a fair distribution method for these spoils, conflicts would inevitably arise over time. Thus, after listening to Liuyun's reasoning, the Fire Sovereign nodded in silent agreement and took one of the 8th-grade elixirs. Subsequently, Liuyun conducted a rough inventory of all the materials. The number of 7th-grade elixirs left behind by Elder Mugu was the most he had seen in years, totaling 25. After allocating 9 to the Fire Sovereign, Liuyun retained 16 for himself. Once he had completed his assessment of the spoils, he resolved to hold an auction in Bone Transformation City 5 days hence, instructing the Heavenly Alliance to widely announce that all of Elder Mugu's assets, a renowned 8th-grade alchemist, would be auctioned off. Upon the dissemination of this news, several prominent families from the northern region were immediately stirred to action. They believed that the entire wealth of an 8th-grade alchemist who had lived for centuries might include rare 8th-grade elixirs, not to mention countless 7th and 6th-grade elixirs. As for Elder Mugu's affiliation with the Soul Palace, it raised little concern among them. It was well known that many factions had witnessed the formidable strength of the Heavenly Alliance's formation during the last assault by the Soul Palace. And after witnessing the might of sovereigns like the Fire Sovereign and the Demon Eagle Sovereign, many believed that the Heavenly Alliance was more than a match for the Soul Palace. Chapter 404. Visitors from the Pill Tower. Within 3 days of the announcement regarding the Heavenly Alliance's auction, a multitude of individuals from various factions began to converge upon Bone Transformation City. Along their journey, the stark remnants of the recent battle left them in awe. Had it not been for the protective formation, Bone Transformation City would likely have been razed to the ground. Indeed, it is said that the Heavenly Alliance ensnared the Soul Palace's forces within this grand formation, gradually wearing them down. Those who frequented the formation had not previously appreciated its extraordinary nature, but now they recognized its formidable strength. Near the eastern city gate of Bone Transformation City, several individuals from powerful families in the northern region paused at the city wall, discussing the vast transparent energy barrier. At that moment, one of them caught a glimpse of something and abruptly turned his gaze towards the city gate. There, a majestic figure clad in red robes appeared. What is it? That person looks somewhat familiar. He seems to be Tang Jun, the leader of the Flame Valley. Yes, it is indeed Tang Jun. I didn't expect this powerhouse from the central region to be aware of the Heavenly Alliance's forthcoming auction. The current Heavenly Alliance is not comparable to the former Thunder and Lightning Pavilion. It seems that no major force on the continent is unaware of the Heavenly Alliance now. As they exchanged comments, Tang Jun successfully entered the city, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. Both Liuyun and the Fire Sovereign had sensed Tang Jun's presence well before he stepped within 100 miles of Bone Transformation City. The aura he emanated posed little threat, thus Liuyun did not pay it much attention. However, shortly after Tang Jun entered the city, Liuyun suddenly detected 2 exceptionally powerful presences within the starry formation. 2 peaked Ozuns. Realizing the gravity of these fluctuations, Liuyun's expression grew serious. Instantly, he decided to seal all 4 gaps through which the starry formation had been opened. As the gaps closed, some powerful individuals who had just approached the city but had yet to enter found themselves momentarily stunned. What is happening? We have yet to enter, and the city gates are already closed? One of the strong figures questioned loudly at the gate. We do not know what has transpired. Please be patient and wait. The guards replied, shaking their heads. Witnessing this turn of events, those who had just entered the city bore expressions of relief. The closure of Bone Transformation City typically signified one thing. A formidable enemy had appeared nearby. Could it be the Soul Palace was making another move? It was said that during the last assault, their forces had ultimately been trapped outside the starry formation. As discussions of the potential return of the Soul Palace arose, the expressions of those still outside the city turned grim. Meanwhile, on the outermost fringes of the starry formation, a pair of middle-aged individuals stepped into the area. The man donned a black robe and bore a dark complexion, exuding an air of volatility. The woman, dressed in an exquisite, form-fitting qipao, appeared to be in her 30s. Yet her skin was as smooth and delicate as that of a youthful maiden, her features strikingly refined, a captivating beauty. This starry formation is indeed remarkable. The space is entirely sealed off. No wonder Elder Mu Gu met his demise here, the beautiful woman remarked as they entered. Indeed, such a tactic is formidable. Even the so-called 9 heaven sovereigns of the Soul Palace have succumbed here, the dark-skinned man concurred. Gulme, let us witness this young genius who can concoct 4-color elixirs of the 8th grade. The woman said with a smile, her voice soft. After a brief exchange, the two soared through the air, hastening their pace towards Bone Transformation City. The distance of 100 miles posed no challenge for the two individuals. As they swiftly arrived at the outskirts of Bone Transformation City in mere moments, their formidable presence seemed to eclipse even that of the Lord of the Burning Flame Valley. Could it be that these were the ones whom the Heavenly Alliance regarded as formidable adversaries, prompting them to seal the city gates? They did not appear to be members of the Soul Palace. Upon reaching the city gates, their overwhelming aura naturally drew the attention of several powerful beings nearby, who began to speculate on the identities of the duo. Are you also here to attend the auction hosted by the Heavenly Alliance? Upon noticing the transparent energy barrier at the gates, the beautiful woman and the dark-skinned man descended to the ground, curiously inquiring of the gathered crowd. Indeed, however, the gates were suddenly closed not long ago. A powerful figure from the northern region's celestial strategy city replied without hesitation upon hearing the dark-skinned man's words. Suddenly closed not long ago? The woman's gaze flickered towards the dark-skinned man, her expression laced with suspicion as she remarked. Could it be that our arrival prompted such a reaction? Indeed, it is quite normal to be on high alert after just emerging from a fierce battle with the Soul Palace. The dark-skinned man pondered aloud. At that moment, both Flowing Cloud and the Lord of Heavenly Fire appeared successively atop the city tower, observing the beautiful woman and the dark-skinned man below. Flowing Cloud's eyes revealed a glimmer of contemplation as his mind rapidly recalled their identities. Ah, you must be the esteemed Guild Master Yun of the Heavenly Alliance. Upon sensing Flowing Cloud's arrival, the dark-skinned man turned his gaze towards the city gate, letting out a hearty laugh. I am indeed Yin Lu. May I inquire as to the origins of the two distinguished guests? Flowing Cloud responded with a calm demeanor. I am Tian Lei from the Pill Tower, and this is my esteemed Elder Xian E, the dark-skinned man introduced. At this juncture, those who had been stranded outside the city gates became visibly excited upon hearing Tian Lei's identity. They had not anticipated that the auction of the Heavenly Alliance would attract members from the Pill Tower, and not just any members, but the highly esteemed Tian Lei and Elder Xian E. Tian Lei, Wanyi, as Flowing Cloud recalled their identities. The wariness that had once lingered in his heart began to diminish significantly. However, with two of the Pill Tower's 3 leaders arriving at once, he couldn't help but wonder about their motives. Given their alchemical prowess, it seemed unlikely that they would possess a keen interest in the medicinal pills featured at the auction. With curiosity piqued, Flowing Cloud directly inquired, Elder Tian Lei and Elder Xian E, what brings you to Bone Transformation City? Let us discuss this matter in detail once we enter the city. Tian Lei hinted cryptically. After a moment's hesitation, Flowing Cloud chose to unlock the seal at the gap. The next instant, Tian Lei and Xian E gracefully entered the city. Chapter 405. The Soul Palace Strikes Again. The Lord of the Blood River. Are the two esteemed elders suggesting that they wish for me to join the Pill Tower? Flowing Cloud expressed his surprise to Tian Lei and Xian E within the reception hall of the Heavenly Alliance headquarters. Indeed, with your alchemical skills, Guildmaster Yun is more than qualified to assume the role of an elder at the Pill Tower, Tian Lei stated candidly. Isn't the election of elders at the Pill Tower supposed to be rather rigorous? Why this seemingly hasty invitation for me to join? Flowing Cloud questioned with confusion. Noticing the perplexity on Flowing Cloud's face, Xian E chuckled lightly. Guildmaster Yun, you might be unaware of the relationship between our Pill Tower and the Soul Palace. Are you suggesting that the invitation from the Pill Tower is somehow connected to the Soul Palace? Flowing Cloud ventured cautiously. Precisely. Tian Lei rose, visibly excited as he exclaimed. Though our Pill Tower and the Soul Palace are equally renowned in the Central State, they are indeed irreconcilable foes. The Soul Palace specializes in harvesting souls, and as most alchemists possess formidable soul strength, they have repeatedly ambushed our Pill Tower elders. Upon hearing Tian Lei's account, Xian E frowned and added, moreover, the Soul Palace has conducted itself in a despicable manner. Once a member infiltrated our pill tower, where an elder took the time to mentor him. Even when his true identity was eventually uncovered, the elder hesitated to take action against him. Yet after leaving, he disregarded this kindness and contacted Soul Palace forces, resulting in serious injury to that elder. From Tian Lei Z's narrative and Xian E's words, Flowing Cloud began to grasp their underlying message. Esteemed elders, I believe I understand your intentions. Given my talent, I am undoubtedly qualified to join the Pill Tower. My repeated engagements with the Soul Palace, during which I have vanquished numerous esteemed elders and celestial beings, have likely expedited the investigation into my background, Flowing Cloud asserted directly. Guildmaster Yun, you're absolutely correct. This is precisely our thought. Those who stand against the Soul Palace are assuredly of good character, Tian Lazy beamed. However, I will consider the proposition of joining the Pill Tower's Elder Council further. Once I reach a decision, I shall personally visit the Pill Tower, Flowing Cloud stated, as he was hesitant to entangle himself with other factions at this moment, thus choosing to graciously decline the Pill Tower's invitation. Guildmaster Yun, should you join the Pill Tower, the Soul Palace would dare not act with such impunity against the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, the Pill Tower possesses the most extensive array of alchemical formulas on the continent. With your talent, you may eventually gain access to 9th-grade formulas. Wuan Yi Urgit. Sensing Flowing Cloud's resolve. Regarding the 9th-grade formulas you mentioned, I assure you, I am not lacking in that regard. Hence, I appreciate your kind intentions. Flowing Cloud replied amiably, recognizing the lack of malice from the two, and thus responding with courtesy, devoid of impatience. Seeing Flowing Cloud remain unconvinced, Tian Lei's expression turned somewhat complex as he remarked, very well, since Guildmaster Yun has expressed such sentiments, we shall not press the matter further. However, I do have one final question for you, Guildmaster. Please feel free to ask. Flowing Cloud gestured nonchalantly. Though this may be a bold inquiry, I shall ask nonetheless. At such a young age, how have you attained such a high level of alchemical mastery? Who is your esteemed mentor? Tian Lei inquired, seemingly carefree yet remarkably attentive in his questioning. Ah, so that is what you wish to know. Upon hearing Tian Lei's question, Flowing Cloud chuckled lightly. I have never taken a formal master. All my knowledge was acquired from the remnants left behind in an ancient cave. I see. The owner of that cave must have been a 9th-grade alchemical master in their lifetime. Tian Lei exclaimed with admiration. However, just as Tian Lei concluded his statement, Flowing Cloud's expression suddenly grew grave. He promptly began casting a series of seals into the void. Noticing Flowing Cloud's unusual demeanor, Tian Lei inquired with concern. Guildmaster, has the Grand Formation detected the approach of formidable beings? Indeed, there are quite a few approaching. Among them, 2 possess strength that rivals that of the 2 esteemed elders. Flowing Cloud affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Tian Lei and Xian exchanged thoughtful glances. Not weaker than us? Could it be that 2 9-star Dozuns are arriving, or perhaps even half-saint-level beings? As Tian Lei and Xian deliberated, the Lord of Heavenly Fire rushed into the hall in a flurry. Kidyan, it seems we have an unusually large number of visitors this time. Their intentions may not be benevolent, the Lord of Heavenly Fire remarked with a worried expression. Yes, I am aware. Flowing Cloud responded to the Lord of Heavenly Fire, then turned to Tian Lei and Xian, saying, Esteemed elders, I must take my leave for the moment. With that, Flowing Cloud and the Lord of Heavenly Fire exited the hall together. Xiani, let's also take a look, Tian Lei declared as he followed Flowing Cloud out of the hall. Before long, Flowing Cloud, the Lord of Heavenly Fire, the Demon Griffin, along with Tian Lei and Xian emerged from the Heavenly Alliance and ascended above Bone Transformation City. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of dark figures materialized on the horizon. Members of the Soul Palace. The moment they spotted the swarm of shadows, the individuals in the sky discerned the situation. Kidyan, the scale of the Soul Palace's arrival this time far exceeds that of the last. I wonder if your Grand Formation can withstand it. The Lord of Heavenly Fire remarked suddenly. What is there to fear? No matter how many members the Soul Palace sends, can they surpass the entirety of this city? Flowing Cloud replied with bold confidence. The Celestial Formation, within which every individual contributes energy, alleviates Liuyun's concerns regarding the numerical superiority of the Soul Palace. Leader Yun, did you not mention that 2 individuals of comparable strength to ours have arrived? Yet, I do not see them, inquired Tian Lei and Xian their curiosity piqued. One has already made an appearance, responded the esteemed Tianhua Zunjia, addressing Liuyun's query. The energy barrier significantly restricted Xian and Tian Lazy's ability to perceive external disturbances. Thus they were unaware of the unusual activity occurring below. As Tian Huizun's words resonated, the ground before the eastern gate of Huagu City began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a fissure extending thousands of zhang split the earth, and a colossal crimson beam erupted from within, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic blood-red dragon mid-air, roaring ferociously as it charged towards the second layer of the transparent energy wall. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Liuyun cast a swift glance at Tian Huizun and exclaimed, "Old Yao, hold your ground." "Rest assured," nodded Tian Huizun, releasing a vast surge of battle energy as he initiated the formation. In that instant, the immense transparent energy barrier enveloping Huagu City seemed to thicken slightly. Before long, the blood-red dragon collided with the formation, and an explosion of dense crimson light erupted before the onlookers. However, the subsequent moment revealed that this resplendent crimson radiance, akin to a blood sun, merely caused a faint tremor in the formation before gradually dissipating. Chapter 406. Xian Yi requests to battle. Meanwhile, several powerful individuals who had journeyed from distant lands to attend the Alliance of Heaven and Earth auction took notice of the external upheaval. They soared into the air, and upon observing that the massive blood dragon posed no threat to the formation, they collectively exhaled in relief. A voice of mild astonishment emerged from within the thousand-zhang fissure, soon followed by a series of bubbling sounds akin to flowing blood. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the sound of liquid movement grew increasingly pronounced, and after a brief moment, a blood-red hue suddenly emerged from the dark fissure, revealing a viscous sea of crimson blood. The thick blood sea continuously rose from the fissure until it reached the height of the city walls, where it finally halted. Amidst the undulating sea of blood, a figure shrouded in crimson gradually materialized, raising its blood-red eyes to gaze indifferently at the individuals within the transparent energy wall. Its hoarse voice echoed beneath the sky, affirming that the news relayed by the ninth elder before his demise was indeed accurate. This formation could only be breached by a being of saintly caliber. Liuyun gazed at the figure below, adorned in a blood-red robe with long, scarlet hair, crimson eyes, and eyebrows. A chilling aura of bloodlust enveloped the surroundings. This individual was unmistakably the fourth heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, Blood River. Recalling the memories within his mind, Liuyun quickly identified the blood-red figure's identity. Blood River was likely at the pinnacle of the nine-star Dozun realm, merely a step away from the semi-saint level. Liuyun inwardly sighed, realizing that the Soul Palace had indeed escalated its assaults against the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, sending increasingly formidable foes with each attempt. Such formidable power, he mused. The powerful members of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth felt a sense of heaviness in their hearts as they regarded this sanguine figure. Though they could not precisely gauge its strength, it was evident that this individual far surpassed the ninth heavenly sovereign, Mou, who had visited previously. "You are Blood River, sovereign?" A Dozun powerhouse from the central region, yet to enter the city, gazed at the blood-red figure with a grave expression. "Leader, exercise caution. This individual is notoriously formidable in the central region, mastering the extremely peculiar blood transformation technique. Countless top-tier powerhouses have perished due to it, and he later vanished, only to re-emerge as a member of the Soul Palace," warned Fu Fan, his expression somber as he addressed Liuyun, acknowledging Fu Fan's warning with a subtle nod. Liuyun recalled the blood transformation technique, which seemed to belong to the lower echelons of heavenly combat skills, capable of remotely manipulating the blood within a person's body. Even semi-saint powerhouses would find themselves significantly hindered when confronted with Blood River's prowess. "Ha! That name is quite outdated. You may now refer to me as the fourth heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, or simply Blood River." The figure atop the blood sea chuckled hoarsely in response to Fu Fan and others. As the words of the fourth heavenly sovereign echoed, the abyssal blood sea abruptly erupted with enormous blood pillars, enveloping the area in a dense mist of sanguine fog, exuding a chilling and eerie aura that swept forth from the sovereign. While the powerful individuals within Huagu City, protected by the transparent energy wall, may not have sensed anything amiss, those lingering outside were overwhelmed by this malevolent energy. Their blood surged violently, culminating in a cacophony of explosive sounds as numerous bodies disintegrated, showering the earth outside the city walls in a crimson tide. The indiscriminate slaughter wrought by Blood River left many in horror, igniting a surge of anger within. Those outside, terrified, hastily retreated, and in mere moments, the area was left desolate save for Blood River. The Soul Palace remains as brutal as ever. It is utterly repugnant. A beautiful woman, with an air of elegance, suddenly voiced a cold reprimand from above Huagu City. Is that the esteemed Xian, one of the three pillars of the Dan Tower, along with Tian Lazy? Upon recognizing the woman and her dark-haired companion, curious murmurs rippled through the crowd. Initially filled with rage upon hearing a woman dare to chastise him, Blood River's anger dissipated as he beheld the speaker's visage. Haha, Xian Tian Lazy. Under this formation's veil, I had not perceived that you two had also graced Huagu City with your presence. Blood River sneered coldly. In response, Xian, her countenance laden with disdain, retorted, Blood River, your wanton slaughter cannot be tolerated by the world. Ha ha! Blood River's laughter grew increasingly derisive at Xian Yi's admonition. A mere swarm of ants, their deaths are inconsequential. As he spoke, he unleashed a blood pillar from his hand, instantly dissolving a mid-tier Do Zone powerhouse attempting to flee. How infuriating! The brazen demeanor of Blood River heightened Xian Yi's ire. In the next moment, she turned to Liuyun, stating, Leader Yun, the Soul Palace's brutality is excessive. I implore you to open a breach in the formation so that we may intervene. Xian Yi, do not rush. Blood River is not the strongest among those dispatched by the Soul Palace. There exists an even more terrifying presence behind him. Liuyun gently shook his head, elucidating his thoughts. An aura even more potent than Blood River's? Could it be a semi-saint powerhouse? Xian Yi and Tian Lazy were both struck with astonishment at Liuyun's words. Are ye in Lu? As Liuyun and Xian Yi conversed, the blood sea below began to ripple, and the fourth heavenly sovereign, with each step seeming to tread upon the void, ascended into the air, ultimately halting in close proximity to the transparent energy wall. A mane of blood-red hair swirled with the wind, and the scent of blood subtly permeated the atmosphere. Indeed, Liuyun met Blood River's gaze with an unflinching calmness. With merely the cultivation of 5-star Dozun, you managed to slay that useless old 9. Quite impressive. A sanguine smile curled at the corners of Blood River's mouth, and within his heart, there seemed to be no ripple of emotion regarding the demise of MOU. Chapter 407, The Bone Ghost Saint. With merely the cultivation of 5-star Dozun, you managed to slay that useless old 9, young man. You are indeed commendable. Blood River's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin, and within him, the death of MOU elicited no response. Thank you for the praise. Liuyun was already accustomed to the cold-blooded nature of the Soul Palace. Haha, splendid. I hope you can maintain such confidence moving forward. Upon hearing Liuyun's composed reply, a flicker of ferocity flashed in Blood River's eyes, and he slightly turned, directing his gaze towards the rear. In the sky behind Blood River, or once mere specks gradually took on distinct outlines. Ultimately, hundreds of figures clad in black robes from the Soul Palace materialized before the onlookers. These hundreds of individuals halted as they approached the enormous transparent energy barrier, and then a gap suddenly opened among them. Cough, cough, Blood River. Can you not even break through this grand formation? A frail, elderly voice emerged from the gap, followed by an aged man in grayish-white attire, who slowly stepped through to stand at the forefront of the crowd, under everyone's scrutiny. The old man was hunched over, supported by a skeletal staff, his sunken eyes flickering with 2 eerie green glimmers, exuding an ominous aura. Even from beyond the stellar grand formation, the onlookers could feel the overwhelming presence emanating from him. A semi-holy powerhouse. Realizing the old man's might, Xian Yi and Tian Lazy gasped. Who would have thought the Soul Palace would dispatch such a formidable individual to assault the Heavenly Alliance? Leader Yun, you prevented us from engaging earlier. I assume you had already sensed this man's presence. Tian Lazy, now fully aware, spoke excitedly. Indeed, within this stellar grand formation, I can monitor the fluctuations of everyone's aura. Liuyun nodded gently. Fortunately, with Leader Yun's warning, had we rashly ventured out to confront them, we would likely have faced a significant disadvantage, Xian Yi remarked, still feeling apprehensive. Although Xian Yi and Tian Lazy were peak Dozun powerhouses, the chasm between peak Dozun and semi-holy, though seemingly but a step apart, was akin to a vast chasm. The disparity was so terrifying it defied description. Most peak Dozun powerhouses remained stagnant at this threshold for their entire lives, finding the ascent to semi-holy a daunting endeavor, regardless of their extraordinary talent. This brief distance, so easily traversed in thought, left countless gifted individuals to harbor deep regrets as they ultimately perished, clinging to an overwhelming sense of loss until their last breath. The reason for such a predicament lies in the unique cultivation concealed within this seemingly simple step. This distinct path can only be sensed by those who have approached this level of strength. In the Douqi Continent, Some top-tier powerhouses refer to this unique cultivation as the 9 transformations into holiness. The term 9 transformations serves as a metric to gauge the gap between peak Douqi and semi-holy, for the chasm between these two realms is indeed vast, necessitating the use of seemingly subtle yet significantly different levels for differentiation. The 9 transformations, though not overly complex, can simply be described as 9 cycles of refinement and compression. When a peak Douqi's internal Douqi reaches fullness, and no further increase is possible, the 9 transformations commence. At this juncture, they must condense and compress their internal Douqi entirely, creating space within to accommodate new energy. Once the Douqi is filled again, further refinement is required. This process is repeated until, after 9 cycles, it reaches a state of great perfection. Second brother, this grand formation is indeed as formidable as Old 9 described. It seems only you can personally dismantle it. Before the gray-clad elder, Blood River's tone shifted entirely, becoming remarkably deferential. The elder's gaunt face revealed no emotion at Blood River's words, merely nodding slightly. He then turned his green glimmering eyes towards the massive transparent energy barrier and spoke in a ghostly tone. Which of you is Yin Lu? The old man wishes to witness the young prodigy who has recently garnered such acclaim. Upon hearing the elder's words, Blood River hastily pointed towards Liuyun, indignantly exclaiming, Second brother, it is that young man. Oh. Following Blood River's gesture, the elder's gaze settled upon Liuyun, and soon, a peculiar smile graced his features. Haha, indeed. A 5-star Douqi capable of slaying Mou. Truly impressive. Suddenly, the elder noticed a man and woman beside Liuyun, expressing mild surprise. Second brother, they are 2 of the current 3 giants of the Pill Tower, Xian Yi and Tianlei. Both having reached the peak of Douqi, Blood River quickly explained. I have not ventured out in ages. I'm curious to see the current caliber of the Pill Tower's giants. The elder remarked with a sigh. Then, leaning on his staff, he slowly stepped into the void, appearing a few illusory times before materializing near Liuyun and the 2 Pill Tower giants. That skeletal visage, seen through the transparent energy barrier, revealed a particularly sinister smile directed at Liuyun. Young man, many of our Soul Clan's formidable warriors have perished at your hands. Your name resonates powerfully within our clan. As the elder approached, Liuyun's eyes reflected only slight surprise, devoid of any fear. I am Bone Ghost, though you may also refer to me as the Second Heavenly Sovereign. Perhaps this somewhat antiquated title may resonate with you. However, upon my ascent to semi-holy, I prefer to be addressed as the Bone Ghost Saint. Bone Ghost spoke in a hoarse voice. Now, introductions aside, it has been a long time since I have been so loquacious. Young man, will you accompany me back to the Soul Clan, or shall I personally take you by force? Bone Ghost coughed lightly, his green eyes fixed upon Liuyun. Ha! Upon hearing the elder's words, Liuyun let out a hearty laugh, merely squashing a few insignificant fish, and yet it warrants the Bone Ghost Saint of the Soul Palace to take action personally against me. What an honor indeed for Yun. Hee. In response to Liuyun's remarks, the elder did not exhibit anger, but rather a cold chuckle. Young man, I admire your courage to liken our Soul Palace warriors to mere fish. Is that so? Given your admiration for me, I would not mind making you the next fish to perish at my hands. Liuyun replied without reservation. Seeking Death. Chapter 408. The Encirclement. Seeking Death. Time and again provoked by Liuyun, Bone Ghost Saint's expression finally shifted from its previous calmness, as boundless fury ignited within his emerald eyes. In the next moment, Bone Ghost Saint's massive hand abruptly grasped at the space before him, and a pair of black hands materialized beside the enormous transparent energy barrier, then viciously clawed at it. Instantly, the massive transparent energy barrier bore several deep, crumpled wrinkles. Witnessing this scene, the formidable warriors within the Bone Transformation City could not help but draw a sharp breath. This Bone Ghost Saint effortlessly altered the grand formation in such a manner. At this rate, it would not take long before this legendary formation, revered among the people of Bone Transformation City, would be utterly destroyed. Bone Ghost Saint, you are a renowned elder on the continent. Do you not feel that attacking a junior is beneath your dignity? Upon seeing Bone Ghost Saint's actions, Xian Yi spoke in a furious tone. How absurd! In the eyes of my Soul Clan, we have never been particular about such matters. As long as the task is accomplished, we shall employ any means necessary. It is rather laughable for you to speak such words to me. Bone Ghost retorted with a darkened expression. Senior Xian Yi, the people of the Soul Palace are accustomed to their shameless ways. There is no need to engage in such debates with them. Liuyun calmly addressed the beautiful woman beside him, turning away. Suddenly, the fiery elder Tian Hua exclaimed with great agitation, "Yun, if it weren't for my presence, that old fool would have obliterated the formation in an instant. Old Yao, it seems you'll have to exert yourself this time." Upon hearing Elder Tian Hua's words, Liuyun furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Bone Ghost's power was formidable. Moreover, the assembly of individuals here was far too diverse, and Liuyun did not wish to reveal his full strength, for doing so might attract the attention of the higher echelons of the Soul Clan. With no intention of countering, Liuyun resolved to staunchly defend the Bone Transformation City and commanded, "Elders of the Heavenly Alliance, heed my orders. Divide into 2 groups and rotate day and night to assist Elder Tian Hua in reinforcing the formation." As Liuyun's voice fell, over 20 Dozong experts from the Heavenly Alliance surged forth, unleashing a torrent of Douqi to bolster the formation. The remaining individuals dispersed, keeping watch for any disturbances within the city. After all, the number of unfamiliar powerful beings within the Bone Transformation City was alarmingly high. Excluding Liuyun, Elder Tian Hua, and the Demon Griffin, the strength of these external forces surpassed that of the Heavenly Alliance by several folds. At that moment, under the enhancement of these 20-odd Dozong experts, the wrinkles on the transparent energy wall caused by Bone Ghost's strike rapidly vanished at a visibly perceptible rate. Observing this scene, the worries etched on the faces of most within Bone Transformation City gradually dissipated. Outside the formation, however, Blood River and the Soul Palace experts bore solemn expressions. "Youth, it appears I have truly underestimated the strength of your formation." Bone Ghost's voice was hoarse, a hint of surprise flickering in his greenish eyes as he acknowledged the unyielding fortitude of the formation. As his last word echoed, a billowing black mist surged forth from the skull-topped staff he wielded. In the blink of an eye, the dark fog enveloped half the horizon, infused with an intensely chilling energy. Under Bone Ghost's command, this black mist swiftly coalesced into a colossal black skeletal frame, towering nearly 1,000 feet in height. Resembling a skeletal dark deity, the rolling black mist churned around its form, emanating a frigid pressure that, even from a distance, sent shivers down the spines of most present, as if their souls were submerged in a cold abyss. To think the Dark Skeleton King could be summoned. It appears my brother is determined to annihilate this formation. Blood River, gazing at the gargantuan black skeleton looming in the skies, pondered. This so-called black skeleton was a rare low-tier heavenly class Do technique. Mastering it allowed one to conjure a skeletal king from one's own Do Chi and the energy of the heavens. This skeletal king was as unyielding as adamant, impervious to water and fire, with every inch of its being suffused with an intensely chilling energy. Should this icy gale strike an ordinary expert, their physical body might remain unscathed, but their soul would be swiftly eroded, rendering this being quite treacherous. Given Bone Ghost's semi-saint strength, the black skeleton he summoned was exceptionally formidable. Even those of similar semi-saint caliber would need to exercise caution when confronting such a colossal entity, underscoring the peril it posed. With a flick of his staff towards the colossal transparent energy wall, Bone Ghost directed the gigantic black skeleton. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton suddenly glowed with 2 eerie green orbs, and as it took a stride, it approached the edge of the formation. Its skeletal hand enveloped in the chilling black mist, crashing down onto the transparent energy wall with tremendous force. Faced with the terrifying assault of the black skeleton, a note of gravity appeared in Liuyun's eyes. He promptly summoned a surge of profound Douqi, joining Elder Tian Hua and others in augmenting the formation's defenses. Following Liuyun's reinforcement, the Demon Griffin, stationed within the Heavenly Alliance, suddenly withdrew the smallest protective barrier enveloping the headquarters, concentrating the entire energy of the star formation into the central protective shield. Boom! As the massive hand struck the transparent energy wall, an earth-shattering roar erupted. In an instant, a terrifying imprint was left indented on the energy wall, with fine cracks appearing in the surrounding area. Shatter! Bone Ghost's withered hand clenched, and the enormous black skeletal hand swiftly transformed into a fist, relentlessly pounding down upon the already indented section of the transparent energy wall. Leader Yun, allow me to lend you a hand. At this critical juncture, Xian, Yi, and Tianlei, refusing to remain on the sidelines, unleashed their overwhelming Douqi, soaring into the sky. Miraculously, the previously indented portion of the formation began to restore itself, and when the black skeleton's fist descended, the formation remained steadfast. How infuriating! This formation can absorb the Douqi energy contributed by each individual. Bone Ghost realized the formation's peculiar characteristics with clarity upon witnessing this spectacle. Chapter 409. The Pill Tower offers assistance. Spatial Jade Tube. Brother, I shall come to your aid. Observing Bone Ghost's utilization of a heavenly class Do technique without shattering the formation, Blood River felt a surge of urgency. In the next moment, he organized the hundreds of Soul Palace experts behind him to simultaneously assault the star formation. Join me in attacking. Let us breach this formation. With Blood River's thunderous roar, waves of terrifying blood mist surged forth from his body, engulfing the skies as they coalesced into thick blood clouds, a foul stench pervading the air. Blood Fiend Heaven Demon Palm. After the blood clouds formed, Blood River bellowed once more, then opened his mouth, unleashing a blood column that shot into the heavens, causing the clouds to darken further. The blood clouds churned violently before suddenly splitting apart, a gigantic blood-red palm imprint nearly 1,000 feet wide bursting forth from the clouds, hurtling towards the transparent energy wall amidst numerous astonished gazes. Simultaneously, the attack from the hundreds of Soul Palace experts surged forth, a myriad of dazzling Douqi energies dancing around the transparent energy wall. Seeing Blood River and his comrades make their move, Bone Ghost did not remain idle either, once again commanding the colossal black skeleton to swing its fist towards the formation. With such a multitude of attacks converging, even Xian Yi and Tian Lei felt an overwhelming tremor in their hearts, as the energy transmitted into the transparent energy wall intensified. In the next moment, a cacophony of terrifying assaults erupted against the transparent energy wall. Boom! Under the deluge of attacks, the surface of the star formation instantly manifested numerous deep cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. Haha, continue the assault. One more round, and this formation will collapse. Witnessing the damage inflicted by this round of attacks, Blood River laughed maniacally. At that moment, Liuyun observed the scene, hesitating whether to unleash the full power of his true form, when suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout Bone Transformation City. Everyone, employing the methods of the Soul Palace to breach the formation will surely lead to our extermination. Let us first aid Leader Yun in overcoming this challenge. Liuyun's gaze followed the direction from which the voice emanated, soon discovering that the speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a fiery red robe, whose cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star Dozun. At this moment, this man in the crimson robe had already infused his own Do Qi into the Grand Formation. Nearly half of the formidable beings lingering in the Bone Transformation City had been influenced by the fiery robed man, choosing to lend their strength to bolster the formation. With the infusion of new energy, the stellar formation was revitalized once more, its surface cracks miraculously restoring to their original state. After the second wave of attacks from the Soul Palace, although the formation trembled again, it remained undamaged. I sincerely thank you all for your assistance. Liuyun expressed his gratitude upon witnessing their intervention. How dare you? Tangjun, do you wish to oppose my Soul Palace? Do you believe that I won't eradicate your Burning Flame Valley? The Blood River Sovereign seethed with fury upon seeing the middle-aged man in the crimson robe rallying a multitude of strong practitioners to reinforce the formation of the Tiandi Alliance. Blood River, you and your ilk have ruthlessly slain many of those lingering outside the city. Given your modus operandi, if we were to breach Bone Transformation City, you would undoubtedly massacre everyone to eliminate witnesses. What I have done is merely an act of self-preservation. Tang Zhen replied with remarkable composure in the face of Blood River's threats. In truth, those willing to assist the Tiandi Alliance were not solely motivated by self-preservation. Many harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Soul Palace or had previous grievances with it. Thus, Blood River's threats did little to sway the majority, save for those who remained passive and had never made any move. Ha! Tang Zhen, cease your attempts to sway hearts. Blood River coldly snorted, seemingly catching the underlying implications in Tang Zhen's words. He then bellowed into the city, "Listen, inhabitants of Bone Transformation City. Those who oppose my Soul Palace shall meet their demise when the city falls. However, those who can achieve merit will not only escape death, but also receive rewards." Merit. Many within Bone Transformation City furrowed their brows at Blood River's proclamation. In such a mixed gathering, there might indeed be a few individuals with peculiar thoughts. And should they seize the opportunity to ambush, while everyone was focused on reinforcing the formation, it could spell disaster. Liuyun naturally sensed this subtle shift. He was not genuinely concerned about a potential ambush, but worried that apprehension among the people might impair the energy infusion into the formation. What are your plans, Yunzi? At that moment, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign suddenly nudged him, a glint of expectation in his eyes. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign had always believed that Liuyun possessed a formidable background, so he displayed no signs of panic. Taken aback by the old man's demeanor, Liuyun thought, this old fellow has quite the faith in my backing. He sighed inwardly, but maintained a composed exterior, responding, what else can we do? We can only hold our ground. Surely, the people from the Soul Palace cannot besiege me for eternity. Hold our ground? The Heavenly Fire Sovereign continued to exchange glances with Liuyun, clearly skeptical of his earlier assertion. Just then, a beautiful woman beside Liuyun spoke up. Yin Alliance Master, you need not be overly pessimistic. Does Senior Xian Yi have a strategy in mind? Liuyun inquired, intrigued by Xian Yi's words. Indeed, Xian Yi nodded gently and continued, if you trust me, Alliance Master Yun, I can temporarily lift the spatial blockade here, allowing me to summon the elders from the Dan Tower. At that point, repelling this bone specter will be no difficult task. Upon hearing Xian Yi's proposal, Liuyun immediately realized that the three giants of the Dan Tower were merely the surface-level strength of the organization. Within that small tower resided formidable Douqi experts. Now that the Dan Tower was considering such reinforcement and wishing to keep his own strength under wraps, Liuyun readily accepted Xian Yi's suggestion. Very well, I thank you. Senior Xian Yi, he replied softly, noting that Xian Yi seemed overly zealous in her eagerness. In the next moment, Liuyun discreetly withdrew all the spatial blockade powers from within the formation. Subsequently, a jade tube appeared in Xian Yi's delicate hand, which she gently squeezed, causing it to burst open. Instantly, a violent wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from the shattered jade tube. Chapter 410, The Half-Saint's Rescue. Would this be a half-saint or a true Doushang that had arrived? Liuyun mused silently at the manifestation of this spatial turbulence. As this spatial fluctuation spread, the Bone Spectre Sovereign and Blood River Sovereign outside the formation became aware of Xian Yi's actions. With a gentle sweep of her hand at the sight of the spatial disturbance, a pitch-black fissure appeared before everyone, from which an overwhelming aura began to seep forth. Second brother, that wretched woman Xian Yi is summoning the Dan Tower's experts. Blood River exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, the Bone Spectre Sovereign's eyes gleamed ominously before he vanished from sight, reappearing before Liuyun and Xian Yi, having crossed the formation. Stop him. Seeing the Bone Spectre Sovereign approaching the spatial fissure, Liuyun did not hesitate to swing his sword in an arc. While Tian Lei Zi beside Xian Yi unleashed a vast tide of Douqi towards the Bone Spectre. In the face of the combined assault from Liuyun and Tian Lei Zi, the Bone Spectre slowly extended a pair of hands that resembled withered bones, from which two streams of dark mist began to rise. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as Liuyun's sword collided with the Bone Spectre's hand, only to be firmly grasped by the skeletal palm. The terrifying black mist swiftly surged along the sword towards Liuyun. Meanwhile, the Bone Spectre's other hand easily deflected Tian Lei Zi's attack. Master, this sudden turn of events undoubtedly terrified many, while the distant demon eagle's eyes brimmed with madness. Yunzi, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, near Liuyun, wore an expression of deep concern, just as everyone believed Liuyun was about to fall victim to the Bone Spectre. An overwhelming aura emerged from behind him, effortlessly dispelling the encroaching black mist from his sword. Moments later, a white-robed elder with hair as white as snow appeared beside Liuyun. This elder possessed a presence comparable to the Bone Spectre, both standing at the high-level half-saint tier. Second elder, upon recognizing the newcomer, Xian Yi and Tian Lei Zi breathed sighs of relief, joyfully greeting the elder. The elder nodded and then pointed at Liuyun, asking, Xian Yi, is this the young alchemical genius you sought? Indeed, this is Yun Lu, the leader of the Tiandi Alliance. At such a tender age, he can already refine 8 tear pills with 4 colors of Danlei. Xian Yi proudly introduced Liuyun. Thank you for your timely rescue, senior. Liuyun bowed his head in gratitude as the elder's gaze fell upon him. Young man, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age, your future is boundless. The elder beamed a warm smile, continuously praising Liuyun. Not at all. My humble achievements pale in comparison to the esteemed elders of the Dan Tower. Liuyun replied with modesty. Just as the elder was about to engage Liuyun further, a cold snort from the Bone Spectre interrupted. Does the Dan Tower intend to confront my Soul Palace? The Bone Spectre's eyes, gleaming with an eerie light, fixed intently on the elder emerging from the spatial passage. Dan Tower and Soul Palace have always been irreconcilable. The elder, referred to as the second elder by Xian Yi, retorted disdainfully, this young man is under my protection. With the arrival of this elder, the Soul Palace found itself devoid of any advantage in high-end combat power, and it could even be said to be at a disadvantage. Both sides now boasted a high-level half-saint, while the Tiandi Alliance had Xian Yi and Tian Lei Zi, 2 pinnacle 9-star Dozun. leaving the Soul Palace with only Blood River to counter. Moreover, the combat prowess exhibited by Liuyun would not pale in comparison to that of a 9-star Dozun. Coupled with the presence of formidable figures such as the Heavenly Fire Sovereign and the Demonic Griffin Sovereign, who wield extraordinary heavenly tier combat techniques, should a confrontation ensue, it might very well result in a one-sided affair. One of the Blood River Sovereigns, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Do the members of the Dan Tower believe that only you can summon powerful allies? Do you not trust that we can also call upon several strong figures at this very moment? You're welcome to try." In the face of the Soul Palace's threat, the second elder responded with unwavering confidence. Just as Blood River was about to unleash his fury, he received a telepathic message from Guyu: "Withdraw. The members of the Dan Tower are resolute in protecting this young man. If we summon reinforcements, they will undoubtedly follow suit, potentially exposing some of our strength, which would not bode well for us." "Fine, I shall heed your advice, second brother." Blood River reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. You may protect him this time, but you cannot safeguard him for eternity. Should the opportunity arise again, Guyu, will ensure that the Heavenly Alliance is uprooted." Guyu scoffed coldly, casting a chilling glance at Liuyun before vanishing with a ripple of spatial energy. Having returned to the outskirts of Bone Transformation City, Blood River had already retreated swiftly, leading several hundred powerful figures from the Soul Palace as they soared into the distant sky. As the figures of the Soul Palace receded, a fervent cheer erupted within Bone Transformation City. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Understanding that the old man's stance had compelled Guyu to retreat, Liuyun expressed his gratitude once more. The Soul Palace only bullies the weak. At that moment, with Guyu's withdrawal, a hint of pride graced the elder's countenance. After uttering these words, the elder turned with a smile to Xian Yi and Tianlei, inquiring, "Xian Yi, Tianlei, how has your mission fared?" "Well." Second elder, the alliance leader, Yun, has stated that she needs to consider further. Xian Yi replied candidly in response to the elder's inquiry. Upon hearing Xian Yi's words, the elder momentarily appeared taken aback, then chuckled. "No matter, the ideas of the youth are often commendable. However, not joining the Dan Tower does entail some loss for you." That may not necessarily be the case. The alliance leader has openly confessed to having inherited a legacy from a predecessor's cave. So the loss of not joining the Dan Tower is not significant, Xian Yi clarified. "I see. It seems that young friend Yun has inherited relics of the caliber belonging to a 9th-rank alchemist to achieve such accomplishments," the elder remarked, enlightened. At this juncture, Tianlei interjected, "Second elder, you have only spoken half the truth. There are indeed 9th-rank alchemists within the tower. Yet how many juniors can compare to Alliance leader Yun's exceptional talent?" Tianlei, what do you mean? "It is undeniable that young friend Yun possesses extraordinary talent." "Do I need a reminder?" The elder retorted immediately. "Esteemed seniors, if you continue to extol my virtues, I may become too proud." Liuyun interjected, noticing the two bickering over him. Chapter 411. The Magnanimous Liuyun. "Esteemed seniors, your timely arrival has aided me in overcoming a crisis. How about residing in Bone Transformation City for a while, so I may extend my hospitality?" After some casual exchanges, Liuyun issued an invitation. Upon hearing Liuyun's invitation, the half-saint elder shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are numerous matters requiring my attention in the Dan region. Since you have pressing matters, I shall not insist further." Liuyun replied with a hint of regret on his face. As Liuyun's words fell, the half-saint elder effortlessly tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. After the elder's departure, Liuyun turned his gaze to Xian Yi and Tianlei, smiling. "Esteemed seniors, you are not too busy, I hope?" "We are not busy. We shall remain until we witness Alliance leader Yun's auction," Xian Yi responded with a smile. "Excellent." Liuyun nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the crowd within Bone Transformation City, announcing loudly, "I am grateful to all present today. To express my appreciation, I hereby declare that those who have aided the Heavenly Alliance in reinforcing the Grand Formation shall receive rewards. Dozone cultivators will receive 1 7th-rank pill. Do-Huang cultivators will receive 1 6th-rank pill. And as for Dozun cultivators, they shall receive 1 8th-rank pill." What? Upon hearing Liuyun's proclamation, the crowd was engulfed in disbelief. The number of Dozun strong individuals who had assisted, including the 2 titans from the Dan Tower, the Flame Master Tang Zhun, along with 3 lower-tier Dozun cultivators, meant that the Heavenly Alliance would need to provide 6 8th-rank pills. Furthermore, the number of Dozone cultivators was even more substantial, with over 100 lending their assistance to defend the Heavenly Alliance against the Soul Palace, implying that over 100 7th-rank pills would need to be distributed. Alliance leader Yun, are you certain you can procure such a vast quantity of pills? Xian Yi exclaimed, astonished. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign, counting heads nearby, muttered, Young Yun, do not make grand claims. The spoils from the last encounter with the Old Bone Elder would not suffice to cover even half of the expenses here. Reassured by their concerns, Liuyun smiled lightly. Rest assured, I've already spoken, and I possess the means to fulfill my promises. With that, Liuyun produced several hundred to 1,000 jade vials from his storage ring and presented them to the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, declaring loudly, those of Do Huang Cultivation who have contributed may now line up to receive a 6th-rank pill from the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Those 6th-rank pills may not have been of interest to Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi. The sheer quantity astonished them slightly, for each pill required a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and time to refine. Thus, upon witnessing Liuyun produce such a vast number of 6th-rank pills, their first thought was that these pills might have been sourced from the place where Liuyun had obtained his inheritance. At this moment, as the crowd observed Liuyun genuinely begin to distribute the pills, those at the Do Huang level who had recently assisted in reinforcing the Grand Formation eagerly queued up to the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. On the other side, it was the first time the Heavenly Fire Sovereign had witnessed such an abundance of 6th-rank pills, and his hands trembled slightly as he distributed them to others. Is this a breakthrough pill? With this pill, I may have the opportunity to break through to Do Zong in my lifetime. An ecstatic peak Do Huang cultivator exclaimed upon receiving a pill from the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Mine is also a breakthrough pill. Another recipient echoed, equally thrilled. Breakthrough pill. It's a breakthrough pill. Mine is a breakthrough pill. Enough with the breakthrough pills. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign snapped irritably, as countless individuals received pills from the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. They all expressed similar sentiments, which gradually vexed him. However, just after his outburst, a young cultivator who had just received a pill murmured softly, mine is also a breakthrough pill. Unfortunately, he was positioned too close to the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, and even his whisper was heard clearly. Stop! The young cultivator, hearing the voice behind him, turned in confusion. You shall distribute the remaining pills. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign promptly pulled him back to his original position and stepped aside to oversee the distribution. Once the Heavenly Fire Sovereign departed, the young cultivator was bombarded with a barrage of voices exclaiming breakthrough pill. Upon witnessing the venerable Tianhua Zunzhong, despite his advanced age, exhibiting vexation over such trivial matters, Xian Yi could not help but chuckle. However, he soon realized he had overstepped and thus casually remarked, Alliance leader Yun, this rupture pill is indeed a 6th-grade high-tier elixir. In the eyes of many, its value rivals that of 7th-grade pills. I never anticipated you would possess nearly 1,000 of them. Such treasures must have been acquired from the fortuitous encounters within that esteemed senior's cave. Ever since crafting that excuse, Liuyun had been able to attribute any occurrence to that so-called senior. As long as Liuyun made such claims, the curious onlookers ceased their inquiries. Before long, all the Do Huang powerhouses had completed their collections, leaving a few dozen pills remaining before the young cultivator. This young man grasped the remaining elixirs and slowly approached Tianhua Zunzhong. Esteemed Tianhua Zunzhong, these are the remaining rupture pills, the young cultivator respectfully stated, holding the jade vials in his hands. Merely useless trinkets, consider them a gift. Tianhua Zunzhong replied with a disinterested glance, showing no further interest. Trudy? I am deeply grateful, esteemed Tianhua. The young Do Huang cultivator's heart soared with joy upon hearing his words, and he hurriedly bowed deeply in gratitude. In response to the young cultivator's gesture of reverence, Tianhua Zunzhong waved his hand nonchalantly, just as Liuyun approached him, gently patting the latter's shoulder and saying, Old Yao, it's time to distribute the pills for those at the Do Zone level. In the next moment, nearly 200 jade vials floated before Liuyun again. Surely this time, it cannot all be of single type. Tianhua Zunzhong retorted with a smirk, reluctantly accepting the elixirs. Those at the Do Zone level, come forth to queue for the 7th-grade pills. After announcing this, Tianhua Zunzhong pulled the young cultivator close, instructing, you shall distribute this time. Be sharp. But these recipients are all esteemed Do Zong seniors. Is it appropriate for me to distribute the elixirs? The young Do Huang cultivator hesitantly queried. Chapter 412, 6 8th-grade pills. Tianhua Zunzhong exclaimed, what is inappropriate about it? With me here, they certainly won't devour you. After saying this, he forcibly handed the nearly 200 jade vials to the young cultivator. Very well then. The resolute demeanor of Tianhua Zhuanzhang left the young cultivator with no choice but to acquiesce. Although reluctantly clutching the jade vials containing 7th-grade pills, the Dozong strongmen in line were visibly envious. They had observed that during the distribution of 6th-grade pills, many had remained, all of which had been given to this young cultivator, and they watched with bated breath as he prepared to distribute again. The thought of such a scenario made them yearn to rush forward and usurp the young cultivator's position. However, they merely entertained these thoughts internally. A Dozong pill. Unbelievably, it is the Dozong pill that will allow an immediate breakthrough to 1-star Dozong. Soon, the first individual in line received his 7th-grade pill, and upon opening the vial, he exclaimed in sheer delight. The others in line were similarly electrified, eagerly anticipating their own Dozong pills. Meanwhile, those Dozong powerhouses who had not previously aided the Tianyi Alliance could only watch enviously, filled with regret, pondering how advantageous it would have been had they joined Tang Zhun in supporting the formation. Alas, regret is a luxury that cannot be afforded. One must accept the consequences of their choices. Alas, mine is a transformation pill. Suddenly, a 3-star Dozong powerhouse sighed. Observing his expression, an elder behind him could not help but interject, "You possess a transformation pill and yet are discontent? This item could fetch a price 10-fold that of ordinary 7th-grade pills among the Beastmasters." Indeed, the 3-star Dozong powerhouse replied, "While it may be of no use to me, the Beastmasters regard it as a 9th-grade pill." Encouraged by the elder's words, he transformed his sorrow into joy and departed with a smile. Once he left, the elder who had just offered words of consolation suddenly exclaimed, "A devouring pill. I have received a devouring pill." Laughter erupted among those who heard his outcry. Just moments ago, this elder had been urging others to remain optimistic. Yet now he found himself in need of comfort. However, in a surprising turn of events, the elder unexpectedly asked, "Young brother, might I exchange for another pill?" His face beamed with a smile, eyes alight with hope as he gazed at the young cultivator distributing the elixirs. Very well. The young cultivator hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to grant his request. Soon, the elder opened another jade vial. A rupture pill. Upon seeing the contents, the elder gasped again, but this time the emotion was one of elation rather than disappointment. The onlookers expressed their envy as well. A rupture pill significantly increases the chances of a peak Dozong powerhouse breaking through to Dozun. The efficacy of such a pill rivaled that of an 8th-grade elixir. Had the young cultivator not agreed to the exchange, the elder would have had to leave with the devouring pill. So upon receiving the rupture pill, he gratefully stated, "Young brother, I am Lu Chansong from Tianwang City in the Central Domain. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, seek me out in Tianwang City." "Certainly, Senior Lu. I am Xiao Yan. If the opportunity arises, I will surely visit you." The young cultivator felt obliged to reciprocate the elder's warm hospitality with polite words. As time passed, the remaining individuals in line gradually opened their vials, revealing cross-border pills, life-returning pills, and 4-dragon pills. Among these elixirs were several that even Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi, titans of the Pill Tower, had only heard of but never seen. The deeper they delved, the more astonished Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi became, recalling the mysterious cave that Liuyun had mentioned, and they mused surely. The alchemical prowess of the elder within that cave is unparalleled, rivaling that of many esteemed figures in the Pill Tower. Quietly observing, under the gaze of countless eyes, the number of jade vials before the young cultivator, Xiao Yan, gradually dwindled. Eventually, only 2 or 3 individuals remained in line, while nearly 20 vials still lay before him. "Thank you, Xiao Yan." After exchanging a vial with the last Dozong powerhouse, Xiao Yan glanced at the remaining jade vials, noting that there were still 16 left. Of these, 15 had been exchanged at his behest. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan could only chuckle wryly, then turned his gaze toward Tianhua Zhuanzhang. Just as he prepared to speak, Tianhua Zhuanzhang sensed his gaze from a distance. "All that remains is refuse. Keep it for yourself." Indeed, although Xiao Yan had anticipated such an outcome, when it materialized, it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. During the 2 rounds of pill distribution, it seemed as though Tianhua Zhuanzhang was assigning him menial tasks, yet unbeknownst to him, it had inadvertently granted him a wealth of elixirs. Furthermore, during the 2nd round of distribution to the Dozong powerhouses, he had accumulated numerous favorable connections, as many high-level Dozong powerhouses owed him a debt of gratitude, which would undoubtedly benefit Xiao Yan's future endeavors across the Zhongzhou continent. "Thank you, esteemed Tianhua." Xiao Yan's bow was a genuine expression of heartfelt gratitude. After distributing the 7th-grade elixirs, everyone's attention once again turned to Liuyun. The next distribution was for the 8th-grade elixirs, specifically prepared for the formidable Douqi warriors. In my lifetime, I have never encountered an 8th grade elixir. Today my eyes shall finally be opened. According to the Heavenly Alliance leader, 6 8th grade elixirs were to be presented at once. Such a grand gesture is rare in this age. At last, amidst a sea of eager gazes, the handsome young man in the sky suddenly raised his hand. 6 obsidian bottles materialized before him. Upon seeing these 6 bottles, the crowd's breaths quickened. Their eyes ignited with fervor. Chapter 413, Bodhi Elixir. All are rewarded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liuyun turned slightly, his gaze resting on the 2 leaders of the Pill Tower, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly spoke. Senior Xian Yi, Senior Tianlei. Why don't you 2 make your selections first? Alliance Leader Yun, you are far too gracious. What transpired earlier was merely a trifling effort on my part. And such a grand gift as the 8th grade elixir is too much for me to accept. The elegant woman began to decline, yet Liuyun's resolve was unwavering. Before Xian could finish her sentence, he interjected, Senior, allow me to assist you in unveiling an elixir. As his words fell, Liuyun had already uncorked one of the black jade bottles. In an instant, a pill enveloped in a delicate mist soared from the bottle, transforming into the form of a black dragon. Such sentience is a unique trait of 8th grade elixirs. At the sight of this elixir, Xian Yi's mouth fell open in astonishment. The words she had intended to utter were swallowed back down. Bodhi elixir, exclaimed Tianlei, standing beside Xian Yi, his expression one of sheer surprise. While Xian Yi and Tianlei had been impressed by the previous elixirs, their reactions had been one of mere admiration. This occasion was different. The Bodhi elixir, a high-tier 8th grade elixir, held immeasurable value for peak Douqi experts like Xian Yi and Tianlei. The efficacy of the Bodhi elixir could enhance a peak Douqi's chances of breaking through to Dousheng by 20%. Alliance Leader Yun, is this Bodhi elixir truly for me? Xian Yi asked, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks as Liuyun held the pill, suspended in his palm, before her. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, this is an elixir I procured on your behalf, Senior Xian. Liuyun replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of hesitation or regret. Xian Yi thanks Alliance Leader Yun, she said with a smile as she accepted the Bodhi elixir from Liuyun. Following this, Tianlei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He made no attempt to decline and, laughing heartily, said, Alliance Leader Yun, with such fortune, do indulge this old man with a bottle as well. Very well, Liuyun responded, promptly opening another black bottle. As the lid was removed, an intense fragrance of elixir wafted forth, followed by a green pill emerging from the bottle. Fuling Qingdan. This elixir can help Douqi experts who have regressed in cultivation due to various circumstances to swiftly recover their strength. Upon seeing this pill, Tianlei's face registered a hint of disappointment. After all, with Xian Yi having drawn the Bodhi elixir first, what other 8th grade elixir could possibly surpass its value? Fuling Qingdan, your luck is commendable, Senior Tianlei, Liuyun remarked with a smile as he presented the elixir before him. It is indeed quite commendable, Tianlei replied, forcing a smile despite the bitterness in his heart. After he took the Fuling Qingdan, Liuyun's gaze swept over Tang Zhen and the other 3 lower-tier Douqi warriors. Since you all are not inclined to choose, I shall randomly distribute these 4 elixirs. With that, Liuyun waved his sleeve, and the 4 black jade bottles hovering before him flew toward Tang Zhen and the others. The bottles landed steadily before them. Curious. Tang Zhen, clad in a fiery red robe, opened the jade bottle before him. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted as a black pill escaped from the bottle. Seizing it with a swift motion, Tang Zhen exclaimed, What kind of elixir is this? Though he sensed the overwhelming energy within, he did not recognize the elixir, nor was he aware of its effects. Even Xian Yi and Tianlei, standing beside Liuyun, could not name it, their gazes shifting toward him. Guild Leader Tang. This elixir is known as the Douqi Dan, and its effects are akin to the previous Douqi Dan. It aids in the breakthrough of cultivation. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Liuyun slowly elucidated. Douqi Dan, an elixir capable of assisting Douqi warriors in their breakthrough. The revelation ignited a fervor in Tang Zhen's eyes as he regarded the black elixir. The other 3, who had yet to open their bottles, eagerly unveiled theirs as well. In an instant, 3 rich fragrances of elixirs filled the air, and 3 identical black pills emerged. Once more, 3 Douqi dawn. The group swiftly secured their elixirs, and, in unison, bowed in gratitude to Liuyun. There is no need for such formality. These are rewards you rightfully deserve. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively then, Adopting a more serious expression, continued. The previously scheduled auction will proceed as planned. The Heavenly Alliance will not allow anyone to leave empty-handed. His words were aimed at those who had not received elixirs. After all, assisting the Great Hall in resisting the Soul Palace was a matter of goodwill, and not assisting them did not equate to casting stones at the well. Therefore, Liuyun felt no animosity toward these individuals. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Once arrangements had been made for these individuals, Liuyun summoned Fu Fan and Lin Feng to gather the senior members of the Heavenly Alliance in the conference hall. If outsiders could receive such generous reward for assisting in strengthening the Great Formation, Liuyun would certainly not neglect his own subordinates. To be candid, the overall strength of the Heavenly Alliance was still somewhat lacking. While it ranked among the top forces in the northern region, it remained somewhat unremarkable compared to the central region and other areas. If one disregarded the presence of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, the Demon Griffin, and Liuyun himself, the Heavenly Alliance could hardly boast a single Do Zun expert. With such strength, it would be impossible to make a name for themselves on the continent. Thus, Liuyun was not only focused on enhancing the existing personnel, but also needed to recruit fresh blood into the Heavenly Alliance. In the hall, Liuyun directly produced 100 Dozong Dawn, ensuring that nearly every Dozong expert of the Heavenly Alliance received 2. After distributing the Dozong Dawn, Liuyun further provided each person with at least 2 different elixirs to aid in their cultivation, and he simultaneously presented several tens of thousands of low-tier elixirs of the 6th grade or below to Fu Fan and the others, which would serve as the Heavenly Alliance's stockpile. Thank you for the Alliance leader's generous gifts. After Liuyun finished distributing these elixirs, Fu Fan, Lin Feng, and several senior members of the Heavenly Alliance knelt in homage, respectfully bowing to Liuyun. Chapter 414. The auction begins. Once most of the attendees exited the hall, only Liuyun, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, and the Demon Griffin remained within. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign had accompanied Liuyun in battles throughout the Central Plains for the longest time. Thus Liuyun would never slight him. Even upon witnessing the numerous elixirs Liuyun had just distributed to others without offering him any, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign bore no grievances in his heart. Had it not been for Liuyun's timely emergence from the depths of molten lava, the prospect of his return to the surface would have been but a distant fantasy. Ha, Yun lad, you have truly invested significantly to win the hearts of the people. The Lord of Heavenly Fire, believing he had deciphered Liuyun's intentions, suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, "Such trivial matters are of little consequence to me." Liuyun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of profound mystery. TSK. Dispensing so many elixirs without a hint of regret. Perhaps even the old geezers of the Pill Tower could not achieve such a feat. The Lord of Heavenly Fire exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing his words, Liuyun took a couple of steps forward, then, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Old Yao, to be candid, the elixirs distributed today are merely a fraction of my stockpile." "What? Have you unearthed the tombs of every high-ranking alchemist on the continent?" The Lord of Heavenly Fire gasped. "Do I resemble the kind of person who digs up graves?" Liuyun shot him a sidelong glance in response to the remark. "Quite reminiscent." The Lord of Heavenly Fire retorted without a moment's hesitation. "You old codger, Old Yao, our relationship with the Soul Palace has deteriorated to an extreme. Should they become serious, they could annihilate us with a mere flick of their wrist." As their conversation continued, the topic between the two men inevitably returned to the Soul Palace's aggressive assault on the Heavenly Alliance. "You speak the truth. The Soul Palace has only dispatched a high-ranking semi-saint thus far, but if a Do Saint were to arrive, it would pose a grave challenge." The Lord of Heavenly Fire, to some extent, was aware of the true strength of the Soul Palace. However, after uttering these words, he suddenly appeared deep in thought, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Liuyun, and he inquired with suspicion, "Yun lad, had it not been for that woman from the Pill Tower summoning the semi-saint, would you have had a way to handle that crisis?" Sensing the Lord of Heavenly Fire's eager anticipation, Liuyun hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Upon Liuyun's reluctant acknowledgement, the Lord of Heavenly Fire's face lit up with excitement. "You truly had a backup plan. You possess remarkable composure. Had that old man from the Pill Tower arrived a moment later, you might have met your end. Rest assured, I, Liuyun, am far too cautious to perish at the hands of a worthless wretch like Guyu," Liuyun declared with confidence. Hearing Liuyun dismiss a semi-saint as worthless left the Lord of Heavenly Fire momentarily speechless. "Old Yao, my remark was solely directed at Guyu, in my eyes. You are still quite formidable." Noticing the Lord of Heavenly Fire's complex expression, Liuyun felt compelled to clarify. "Ha, you brat, speaking like that. Realizing the underlying sympathy in Liuyun's words, the Lord of Heavenly Fire's temper flared, and he sternly replied, "I know my own capabilities well enough without you elevating my status." Liuyun hadn't anticipated that his intended consolation would backfire, only serving to heighten the Lord of Heavenly Fire's awareness of his own strength. After a moment of silence, Liuyun sighed and then spoke earnestly to the Lord of Heavenly Fire. "Old Yao, I have something to tell you. After the auction concludes, I may need to leave the northern region for a while. From then on, the Heavenly Alliance will rely entirely on you to maintain order." "You're leaving? Where do you intend to go? How long will you be away?" The news of Liuyun's departure inexplicably stirred a sense of loss within the Lord of Heavenly Fire. Having experienced solitude for countless years, most of his friends from the past had long since departed from this world, and Liuyun had become his most cherished companion since his return. Now, with Liuyun announcing his departure, the Lord of Heavenly Fire felt a profound sense of reluctance. Observing the Lord of Heavenly Fire's agitated demeanor, Liuyun chuckled. "Haha, old Yao, I am merely stepping out for some training. No need for such a dramatic reaction." Upon hearing Liuyun's hearty laughter, the Lord of Heavenly Fire seemed to come to terms with it, repeatedly waving his hand. "Nonsense, go ahead. Young people ought to venture out for experience, unlike this old man who has long since lost interest in such matters. Old Yao, if you find yourself truly bored, perhaps you should consider taking on a few disciples. It could bring you some amusement." Liuyun suddenly suggested. "That young man you had working today seems quite suitable." Taking on a disciple. At Liuyun's words, a contemplative look flashed across the Lord of Heavenly Fire's eyes as he muttered to himself. "Very well. Ponder it at your leisure. I shall return to seek you out after the auction concludes." With that, Liuyun stepped out of the hall. Shortly thereafter, a grand auction, arguably the most magnificent in the northern region for decades, commenced in the central square of Douqi City. This auction attracted the creme de la creme of the northern region, with many renowned experts from the central region and beyond in attendance. In the VIP section sat two titans from the Pill Tower, along with the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, Tang Jun, and a number of independent cultivators of Dozun strength. The auction featured 3 8th-grade elixirs and a dozen 7th-grade elixirs. However, such a grand offering failed to stir much excitement among the attendees. The reason for this was the staggering elixirs distributed by the leader of the Heavenly Alliance just 2 days prior, which had left many experts still in a state of disbelief. It seems this auction is solely to accommodate those who did not receive rewards, and it has little relevance to us. That may not be the case. If the elixirs at the auction are more suitable, we could still make a bid. Would the leader of the Heavenly Alliance mind if we exchange the elixirs he bestowed upon us for those at the auction? Rest assured, given the extravagant nature of the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, this auction is likely just a game to him. He wouldn't be concerned. As discussions ensued among the crowd, a young boy gradually appeared on the spacious auction stage. The identity of this young boy was well known to all present. The incident where Liuyun concocted transformation elixirs for the 10,000 poison beast in the valley had spread throughout the northern region. And it was during that time that the legendary 8th-grade alchemist, Yin Lu, began to capture the public's attention. Chapter 415, 3 9th-grade mysterious elixirs. Under the guidance of Xiao Yan, every elixir in this grand auction was successfully sold. Most of the 7th-grade elixirs were exchanged by cultivators who had received rewards from Liuyun, trading them for elixirs of the same grade. The 3 8th-grade elixirs were primarily consumed by several Dozun experts, who of course would not trade the elixirs given by Liuyun. After all, the quality of the 3 elixirs from the old Mugu could not compare to the likes of Bodhi elixir and Breaking Respect elixir, which are 8th-grade advanced elixirs. Throughout the auction, Liuyun received numerous notifications from the system, each one invigorating his spirit. Most of the 7th-grade elixirs returned a staggering 10,000 times in the form of 9th-grade treasure elixirs, while a few yielded 1,000 of the same 7th-grade elixirs. And all 3 8th-grade elixirs returned a single 9th-grade mysterious elixir. At this moment, within Liuyun's system space, 3 9th-grade mysterious elixirs floated serenely. With a total of 14 9th-grade treasure elixirs, and a surplus of 7th-grade elixirs numbered in the tens of thousands. Gazing at the most resplendent trio among the elixirs, Liuyun found his emotions in turmoil. 9th-grade mysterious elixirs, surpassing even 9th-grade treasure elixirs by a tier, are likely unattainable even for the Yao clan, who inherited the bloodline of the Medicine Emperor at present. Such powerful elixirs cannot be casually concocted. Not only are the formulas exceedingly rare, but they also require an abundance of exceptionally precious herbs, and their creation demands the absorption of vast amounts of heavenly and earthly energy. Consequently, possessing the skill to refine 9th-grade mysterious elixirs does not guarantee the ability to mass-produce them. A top-tier alchemist, in the course of their lifetime, would consider themselves exceedingly fortunate to have concocted a single ninth-grade profound elixir. Ancient texts recount that in primordial times, the mere presence of a ninth-grade profound elixir would render the surrounding land desolate for miles, as all the energy of that realm would be consumed by the elixir. Liuyun recalls that in the original text of the Pharmacy Clan's compendium, Elder Wanhua, the elder of Shinnon, the sole void master, and Xiao Yan collaborated to produce only one ninth-grade profound elixir, even in the energy-abundant vicinity of the Pharmacy Clan's medicinal mountains. This underscores the tremendous difficulty inherent in crafting such an elixir. Alliance leader Yun, there are numerous matters awaiting our attention back at the Pill Tower. Thus we shall not linger, stated the two prominent figures, Xian Yi and Tianlei Zi, as they took their leave from Liuyun post-auction. Indeed, esteemed seniors. Until we meet again, Liuyun replied, making no effort to retain them. After the departure of the two titans from the Pill Tower, many others also chose to vacate the city of bone transformation, yet nearly a quarter of the attendees remained, either to engage in transactions or to forge new alliances, while others expressed an interest in joining the Heavenly Alliance. Liuyun entrusted these matters to Fu Fan for the time being and returned to a grand hall. Yun, my boy, during your travels, it is prudent that you keep your identity concealed. With the wealth you have displayed, even saints would covet it, cautioned the venerable Tian Hua upon learning of Liuyun's impending farewell. Fear not, I possess the necessary discretion, Liuyun assured with a nod. With a mere thought, a violet halo materialized in the center of the hall, and shortly thereafter, a red figure, devoid of any discernible aura, emerged before Liuyun and Tianhua. This is. The instant Tianhua beheld the crimson figure, an instinctual awareness gripped him. He discerned that this being's prowess likely surpassed that of the Soul Hall's second heavenly sovereign by several magnitudes. Old Yao, this is Tian Yo. Liuyun succinctly introduced the figure to Tianhua before approaching Tian Yo to receive certain items. Once Liuyun had accepted these items, Tian Yo's form vanished from the hall. After my departure, keep this jade tube. Should the Heavenly Alliance find itself in a dire crisis, shatter this tube, Liuyun instructed, presenting a crimson jade tube to Tianhua. Yun, my boy, to finally witness a powerhouse from your formidable backing, Tianhua exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he took the jade tube. Old Yao, given time, you too may ascend to such heights, Liuyun remarked, patting Tianhua's shoulder before producing 6 differently colored jade vials and handing them to him. What is this? Tianhua inquired, puzzled by the sudden offering. The black vial contains a Bodhi pill, while the remaining 5 elixirs should be consumed in the order of white, blue, green, orange, and gold. With these 6 elixirs, you may well achieve a breakthrough to become a dosheng within a short period, Liuyun elucidated. A dosheng? Tianhua's gaze ignited with fervor as he regarded the 5 vials, his mind racing with the possibilities. These vials appear to contain elixirs. But what sort of elixirs could compel Yun to utter such grand proclamations? Liuyun, sensing Tianhua's thoughts, interjected, I must take my leave now. I hope that by my next return, you shall be known as the Saint of Tianhua. Just as Tianhua pondered this, Liuyun's figure gradually faded from the hall. Has he truly departed? Tianhua sighed as he surveyed the now empty hall. He then proceeded to open the white jade vial, the Dozun pill. Following Liuyun's prescribed order, Tianhua deduced that the Dozun pill was likely the least potent among the 5 elixirs. If the remaining 4 were of a higher tier, one could only speculate at their terrifying potency. Before long, Liuyun had traversed beyond the 100-mile radius of Bone Transformation City. Due to the spatial restrictions imposed by the stellar array, no space wormholes were operational within the city. Thus, Liuyun made his way directly toward the nearest city with a spatial wormhole leading to the central region. Naturally, on this occasion, Liuyun opted to conceal his identity, ensuring that no one was aware of his journey to the central region at this juncture. Otherwise, news reaching the Soul Hall could result in his being pursued by that faction. Soon, Liuyun arrived at his destination. Interestingly, the revenues generated from the city's spatial wormhole were subject to a 20% tribute to the Heavenly Alliance. Like the others, Liuyun paid the requisite fee to utilize the wormhole before stepping into the inky, profound spatial passage. Chapter 416, the half-month time frame. Departing for Yunlan sect. On a mountain peak, 100 miles beyond Utan City, a white-robed elder gazed intently toward the city. Suddenly, the space beside him began to warp, and an elder of similar age emerged from the distorted space. Elder Gurun, what news do you bring? Have you detected any movements from the other clans within the Jia Ma Empire? The white-robed elder inquired with calm composure. Elder Gu Xiao, The Jama Empire has remained tranquil of late. I have uncovered no pertinent information. However, there have been some intriguing developments in the central region, Elder Guren replied, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Oh, do share. Curiosity sparked in the eyes of the elder named Gu Xiao. According to reports from the central region, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion of the Northern Territory was annihilated by a force established by a youth under 30, known as the Heavenly Alliance. Elder Guren stated slowly. When did the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a mere trifling force, garner your attention, Elder Guren? Gu Xiao's initial interest waned upon hearing this. Huh, why the rush? You old coot, I haven't finished my tale. Il de Guren tiokel de Gu Xiu's dismissive demeanor. While the destruction of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is a minor affair, the aftermath is far more compelling. The youth subsequently clashed with the Soul Hall, inciting 2 major assaults from them. Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Hall, Gu Xiao's interest rekindled, and he eagerly pressed. This young man could provoke the Soul Hall to launch 2 grand offensives? Did they not succeed during the first assault? Indeed, Guren affirmed, nodding. The first assault on the Heavenly Alliance was led by that rascal MOU, accompanied by several esteemed elders from the Soul Hall. However, all of them were annihilated by that young man. To defeat MOU, what level of cultivation must this young man possess? Gu Xiao inquired, astonished. 5-star Dozun. I presume, Guren replied, marveling. To think he could vanquish MOU at merely 5-star Dozun. What an impressive feat. Surely, it must be due to a heavenly tier combat skill. The Heavenly Alliance must possess at least 3 such techniques. Guren asserted confidently. To utilize combat skills to cross such vast realms and slay MOU. This young man is indeed remarkable. Who did the Soul Hall send for the second assault? And what was the outcome? Gu Xiao continued his inquiry. The second attempt involved Gu Yu. However, a young newcomer from the Pill Tower intervened to assist the youth. Prompting Gu Yu and his forces to retreat, Guren recounted. Surprised by the mention of the Pill Tower, Gu Xiao speculated. Could this young man be a junior from the Pill Tower? Guren shook his head and replied, not exactly. But his alchemical prowess surpasses that of several ordinary elders within the Pill Tower, reaching the level of refining 8-grade pills of the 4-color Pill Thunder. This must be the reason why the Pill Tower is willing to confront the Soul Palace to protect that young man. Gu Xiao sighed. The young man's cultivation and alchemical skills are far superior to his peers. The Pill Tower is indeed fortunate to have such a prodigy. Haha, old fellow. Your guess is mistaken. Guren laughed heartily upon hearing Gu Xiao's words. Oh, are you implying that the young man declined the Pill Tower's invitation? Gu Xiao inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Guren's amused expression. Indeed, Guren nodded, his tone brimming with excitement. Not only did the young man refuse the Pill Tower's offer, but after the Soul Palace's people departed, he presented 6 high-grade 8-grade pills, 107-grade pills, and countless 6-grade pills to express his gratitude to those who aided him against the Soul Palace. The girl from the Pill Tower, Xian Yi, was particularly fortunate, receiving a Bodhi pill directly. A Bodhi pill, Gu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. How did that young man acquire such a rare 8-color pill? And he simply bestowed it upon someone? Such a pill has the potential to forge a saint. The more he listened, the more Gu Xiao's heart trembled, as each event seemed to reflect the capabilities of a saint rather than those attainable by a mere 5-star Dozun. This is precisely what makes that young man so enigmatic. Guren lamented. After this exchange, the two fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions reflecting deep thought. After a long pause, Gu Xiao sighed. If what you've relayed is entirely true, then this boy's talent and strength likely surpass that of Qin Yang by a considerable margin. In agreement, Guren nodded, saying, indeed, Qin Yang cannot compare to this young man. Although Sun Heir's bloodline talent may overshadow him, she is yet to fully mature. Thus, it can be said that the youth from the northern region is currently a leading figure among the younger generation of the continent. The leader of the continent's youth, not emerging from the 8 great clans, will surely leave many faces sour. Gu Xiao burst into hearty laughter. Recalling Gu Xiao's remarks, Guren reflected, old fellow, your words remind me of someone. Isn't there also a prodigy in the Jaiamar Empire? Though his cultivation may not yet rival that of the northern youth, he is nearly a decade younger. At this, Gu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew complicated. Indeed, Liuyun from the Jaiamar Empire appears to be of a similar age to Sun Heir, yet his cultivation is rather extraordinary. He may be concealing a tremendous secret. Then let us investigate this individual further and uncover the mysteries he harbors. The two Do Shang strongmen dispatched by the Gu clan suddenly turned their attention towards Liuyun. In Utan City, at the Xiao clan, Ever since Xiao Yan feigned his departure a month ago, he had been secretly observing all that transpired within the Xiao clan. During this month, he had detected no further threats against the Xiao clan, and with only half a month remaining until his 3-year appointment with Nalan Yinran, he knew that delaying his journey to Yunlan's sect could result in missing the deadline. Thus, after much deliberation, Xiao Yan resolved to temporarily leave the Xiao clan and set forth for the imperial capital. Over the course of the month, Xiao Yan had fully stabilized his doling realm, reaching the peak of a 1-star doling, poised to break into the 2-star doling at any moment. As Xiao Yan departed from Xiao clan, a shadow followed closely behind him. Chapter 417, Nalan Yinran's Growth. The highest grade trading venue in the Jiamar Empire at Yunlan's sect. Within the grand hall of the sect, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The woman wore an elegant moon-white gown, cinched at her slender waist with a delicate silver sash, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. Her jade-like hands were soft as cotton, her skin as smooth as refined fat, and her exquisite features radiated a subtle, ethereal charm. Dangling from her delicate earlobes were a pair of green jade ornaments, whose gentle jingling sounded akin to a melodious duet of mountain springs and rocks. Opposite her stood a remarkably handsome man, draped in a loose white robe, appearing as though he had just awakened. The woman was none other than Nalan Yinran, who had agreed to Xiao Yan's 3-year appointment, while the handsome man across from her was none other than her mentor, Liuyun. Over the past month, Liuyun had instructed Nalan Yinran to immerse herself daily in the medicinal concoctions he had prepared, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of her physical constitution. Now, as she faced the 8-star Great Dome Master Peak, Liuyun's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction as he remarked, "Yinran, it seems you have diligently followed my instructions over this past month. Of course, Master S guidance is immensely beneficial to Yinran. How could I dare to disregard your wishes?" Nalan Yinran responded candidly. "Excellent. The initial medicinal liquids have solidified your foundation quite well. Now, it is time to reap the rewards." As he spoke, Liuyun produced a white jade vial, pushing it gently toward Nalan Yinran. Curious, Nalan Yinran inquired, "What is this?" "Upon your return, cease using the previous body-tempering medicinal liquids. Instead, utilize the liquid within this white jade vial for body refinement. Consume it in 4 doses, the first 1/10, the second 2/10, and so forth. I believe that after completing this regimen, you should successfully break through to the doling realm." "Thank you, Master. Yinran will certainly adhere to your instructions." Nalan Yinran expressed her gratitude with a bow. "Very well, you may return now," Liuyun said lightly before turning towards the inner chambers of the Grand Hall. Glimpsing the direction Liuyun headed, Nalan Yinran grasped the floating white jade vial and exited the Grand Hall, a mischievous glint flashing in her beautiful eyes as she mused. "It appears that Master S' wife is likely still asleep at this hour." After Nalan Yinran left, within the inner chambers of the Grand Hall, there lay a grand bed made of crystal material, upon which the sect leader, Yun, reclined lazily, gazing at Liuyun as he entered. Upon seeing Yun's alluring figure partially concealed by the sheets, Liuyun swiftly shed his robe and dove into the pristine bedding. "Stop it. That tickles." Laughter erupted from the bed, accompanied by sounds that would redden anyone's cheeks as the pristine sheets began to flutter. 2 hours later, both Yun and Liuyun finally emerged from the covers, with Yun's slightly flushed face nestled against Liuyun's sturdy chest. Exhaling a warm breath against his chest, Yun suddenly remarked, "Yunlang, Yinran has made such rapid progress in her cultivation during this time. Your body-tempering medicinal liquids are indeed remarkable." "With utmost confidence," Liuyun replied. "Yin, if it were merely about enhancing cultivation, I possess countless methods to elevate Yinran's level to the Douang realm in an instant. Even Douhuang is within reach. However, to ensure she establishes a solid foundation, I had to resort to this gradual approach." Hearing Liuyun's words, Yun exhaled softly. "Yinlang, I believe you. However, in just over 10 days, it will be time for Yinran's 3-year appointment with that Xiao clan youth. Given Yinran's personality, if she loses, I fear." Xiao Yan, the 3-year appointment. Liuyun suddenly recalled the words whispered in his ear by Yun. Before this moment, he had not paid attention to such matters and had previously bestowed an opportunity upon Xiao Yan in the Warcraft Mountains. It is likely that with such gifts, Xiao Yan's strength is nearing that of Douang. However, at this moment, Liuyun's thoughts were clear, regardless of Xiao Yan's current prowess. Nalan Yinran had now become his disciple, and she must not be outshone by others. With this resolution in mind, Liuyun confidently addressed the enchanting Yun in his embrace, saying, "Rest assured, my dear, our disciple shall not be bested by that Xiao Yan." Upon hearing Liuyun's words, A sweet smile blossomed on Yunyan's face. While the two exchanged whispers on the bed, far away, hundreds of thousands of miles distant, Liuyun's doppelganger had successfully arrived in the Central State's middle region. This departure from the northern domain had one primary objective: to reach the fabled space trading fair. The term space trading fair was relatively unfamiliar in the Central State. Across the continent, only the most elite powers and formidable individuals possessed knowledge about this event. Initially, the space trading fair had no designated organizer, but as it grew, the need for regulation became apparent. Thus, a suitable organizer eventually emerged, not a singular powerful figure or sect, but a coalition of three relatively obscure sects: the Earthwalk sect, the Void Profound sect, and the Treasure Appraisal Mountain. In terms of reputation, these three sects might pale in comparison to the former Four Directions Pavilion, yet their strength was not to be underestimated, even by forces like the Flame Valley or the Celestial Nether sect. The Central State was a land where dragons and tigers lay concealed. The so-called one hall, one tower, two sects, and three valleys could not possibly encapsulate the strongest forces. Many seemingly low-profile sects possessed deep reservoirs of strength that rivaled the more renowned ones, often remaining hidden due to their sect's nature. These three sects were regarded as highly credible by the powerful in the Central State, as they had been chosen through countless dealings by astute individuals. Consequently, the Space Trading Fair, under the joint organization of these three sects, had flourished over the years, attracting many reclusive powerhouses drawn by the extraordinary treasures that appeared there. Indeed, it could be deemed the most prestigious trading venue on the Douqi Continent. Chapter 418, Space Town. Venerable Fengsheng. Even celestial-level Do techniques were not exceedingly rare at this space trading fair. Of course, to acquire such treasures, one must present something of equal value. Attempting to forcibly seize them would not only provoke the combined wrath of the three organizing sects, but also draw the ire of other powerful beings. Every participant at the space trading fair was required to swear an oath. Any disruptor of the event would face collective retribution. True powerhouses, for the most part, upheld their oaths, which is why, despite occasional attempts at theft, those who dared to act violently rarely fared well. It is precisely due to these conditions that the space trading fair continued to grow, attracting an increasing number of top-tier powerhouses. The venue for the fair was located in a desolate desert in the northeastern region of the Central State, a place constantly ravaged by wind and sand, rendering it devoid of human presence. The harshness of the terrain dissuaded any powers from seeking profit here, further contributing to its desolation. Yet, one would never suspect that this barren wasteland, shunned even by wild beasts, was the site of the highest caliber trading fair in the Central State. Suddenly, a sound of rushing wind pierced the clear sky beyond the desert, as two indistinct figures flashed across the horizon and appeared at the desert's edge. "This is it," Liuyun remarked in astonishment, gazing at the wind-swept sands before him. "Indeed," replied an elderly man in a white robe beside him, nodding with a smile. As his gaze swept the surroundings, he added, "Although it appears to be an inhospitable place, if you sense carefully, you will detect many formidable energies within." This white-robed elder, named Duan San, was an ancestral figure of a hidden family, having attained the level of 8-star Dozun. Liuyun had met him while investigating the location of the space trading fair, and they had since journeyed together. Upon hearing Duan San's words, Liuyun raised an eyebrow, his spirit sensing extending outwards like a vast tide. Soon, a look of astonishment swept across his face. With just a cursory scan, he identified no fewer than 100 distinct energies in the desert, the weakest of which were at the 3-star Dozun level. Among them, the strongest presence exuded a uniquely potent fluctuation reminiscent of the energies he had sensed from Gu Run and Gu Xiu from the Jiamai Empire. Truly, this is the most prestigious trading fair in the Central State, attracting such a multitude of powerhouses. Liuyun murmured in admiration. He understood that this was merely the energies he could perceive. There were undoubtedly others beyond his detection, whose owners would likely be referred to with the honorific saint. A proud smile graced Duan San's face as he teased. Venerable Fengsheng, this is only a fraction. Once we enter, you will discover that the term hand is indeed well-deserved. Currently, Liuyun's doppelganger had reached the level of 6-star Dozun, and the name Yunlu was rather conspicuous. Thus, he adopted the alias of Venerable Fengsheng while traversing the Central State. After delivering this statement, Duan San's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "Once inside that area, Venerable Fengsheng, remember, there are many strong figures. Some obscure sects, though not well known, may harbor ancient Do saints, so it's best to avoid provoking them whenever possible. Rest assured, I, Fengsheng, am not one to seek trouble," Liuyun replied with a nod. With that, The two figures stepped into the void, swiftly advancing into the depths of the desert. As the swirling sandstorms dissipated upon nearing them, what might terrify ordinary people posed no hindrance to them, and in less than 20 minutes, Liuyun and Utan City found themselves deep within the desert, atop a steep sand dune. Upon reaching the summit, Liuyun's gaze swept to the other side, and once again, astonishment flickered across his face. In the center of the desert, amidst towering dunes, a colossal black vortex, measuring 100 feet in diameter, spun slowly, emanating a palpable pull that spread outward. At that moment, several figures with immensely powerful auras occasionally descended from the surrounding dunes, rushing into the space wormhole and vanishing without a trace. This must be the entrance to the space trading fair, Liuyun mused, marveling at the grand spectacle. To create an entire space for this event is indeed a remarkable feat. Seeing the astonishment on Liuyun's face, Utan City chuckled softly. What you see is merely the beginning. Far more astounding sights await you. Nodding in acknowledgement of Utan City's words, Liuyun made a swift movement, ascending the steep dune and appearing before the black vortex in just a few flashes. As Liuyun and Utan City arrived at this place, they noticed shadows flitting about, glancing briefly at the two before swiftly moving on. Clearly, among the numerous powerful figures in Zhongzhou, Liuyun, this sudden emergence of a dozun, did not attract much attention. Soon after, Liuyun and Utan City stepped into the spatial black hole. At the very moment of entry, Liuyun distinctly felt a peculiar force sweep over him. Though devoid of malice, it seemed more like a form of probing. Upon entering the black hole, Liuyun experienced a brief moment of darkness before brilliant lights and a cacophony of sounds burst forth. Narrowing his eyes, he beheld a world transformed into that of a quaint town. Though not expansive, as he gazed skyward, he noted a grayish hue to the atmosphere, with violent spatial fluctuations emanating from within. Fengshengzunjia. This is the spatial town, the venue for the spatial trading fair. Although the space is somewhat limited, it suffices for trade. Utan City, who had once attended the ancient clan's adult ceremony, shared his insights. Liuyun nodded slightly, acknowledging that the area was indeed modest, even smaller than the space established by Tianyo in the back mountains of Yunlan sect. Chapter 419. A Frenzied Shopping Spree. Fengshengzunjia. Take a look around. There is hardly any inferior merchandise here, just rare treasures, Utan City remarked, his excitement palpable despite having visited this place once or twice before. After exchanging a few words with Liuyun, Utan City strode forth down a street, with Liuyun closely following, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. On either side of the street were numerous azure stone platforms, upon which floated scrolls, jade vials, and even weapons and magic cores, a faint glow radiating from these items, indicating their extraordinary nature. Seated cross-legged behind the platforms were figures exuding formidable and enduring auras, clearly not to be trifled with. Frenzied Wave Technique, Advanced Earth-Level Do Skill. Taitsong Sword Technique, Advanced Earth-Level Do Skill. Transformation Pill, High-Grade 7th Tier Elixir. 10,000-Year Blood Spirit Ginseng. 10,000-Year Vermilion Fruit. As Liuyun's gaze flitted across the dazzling array of items, he found himself captivated. The rarity of these treasures, aside from the elixirs which he found unremarkable, stirred considerable intrigue within him. This was not to say the elixirs were of low grade. Some 7th and 8th tier potions could indeed be found here. However, for someone like Liuyun, who had amassed wealth through elixirs, the offerings before him evoked little more than mild interest. In this spatial town, even the most basic Do skills were of intermediate earth level, with advanced earth level techniques being the norm. Some exceptionally rare vendors even offered heaven-level techniques for sale, though mostly incomplete. Their mere presence was enough to excite Liuyun. Should he procure these techniques and later auction them off, the returns could be staggering. Not only did the Do skills exhilarate Liuyun, the spiritual herbs and high-tier magic core weapons equally thrilled him. Treasures like the 10,000-year blood spirit ginseng, if auctioned, could yield an astronomical profit, even if quality returns were not guaranteed. As for the magic core weapons, acquiring just a few might provide a defense against the assaults of high-tier Do saints. Traversing the street, Liuyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, rather than laboriously scouring various locations for rare materials, it was far more efficient to simply purchase them, saving both time and effort. Suddenly, Utan City, walking ahead, turned to Liuyun with a grin. Fengshengzunjia, is this your first visit to such a place? Are you already dazzled by these treasures? Liuyun, pulled from his reverie by Utan City's words, replied earnestly, Indeed, I find myself overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of treasures here. making it quite challenging to decide. Oh, struggling to choose? Duan San's curiosity piqued. He inquired further. Feng Sheng Zunjia, which treasures have caught your eye? Allow me to offer my counsel. After a moment's contemplation, Liuyun pointed towards a stall displaying a set of blood-red armor. I believe that armor looks quite appealing, he remarked nonchalantly. Curiosity sparked. Duan San approached the stall, scrutinizing the crimson armor intently. The vendor, noticing Duan San's keen interest, prepared to engage in conversation. However, before the vendor could utter a word, Duan San abruptly shook his head. Feng Sheng Zunjia, the craftsmanship of this armor is mediocre. The seals embedded within lack any brilliance. Only the 8th-tier magic core it houses is somewhat commendable. Its defensive capabilities are inferior to our own condensed Douqi armor. Wearing it would be quite burdensome. Upon hearing Duan San's critique, the vendor's expression soured instantly, and he retorted sharply, "You old coot, if you're not buying, refrain from making baseless comments. With you disparaging my fine goods, who would dare come to buy? Now, scram and take your leave. See? I told you, hit a nerve," and he is angry. "That armor will sit here for a century without a buyer," Duan San remarked, his own displeasure evident as he prepared to lead Liuyun away from the stall. Amused by Duan San's reaction, Liuyun suppressed a chuckle. Before their arrival, Duan San had repeatedly cautioned him to avoid causing trouble. Yet he seemed to be the one stirring conflict. With a shake of his head, Liuyun turned to the vendor. "How much do you intend to sell this armor for?" Upon hearing Liuyun's inquiry, Duan San, who had taken a few steps away, turned back, grumbling. "Feng Sheng Zunjia, are you truly considering purchasing his wares? Old man, if you're not buying, stand aside and don't waste my time." The vendor snapped at Duan San, then turning his attention to Liuyun, his previous ire dissipating into a smile. "One 8th-tier elixir, no haggling. Very well, deal." Liuyun responded without hesitation, producing a jade vial and handing it over. The vendor opened the vial, glanced inside, then promptly sealed it again. With a broad smile, he removed the seals from the red armor and presented it to Liuyun. "Feng Sheng Zunjia, you are still too young. When he says no haggling, you should truly negotiate. In my opinion, this armor is worth at most a 7th-tier elixir. Furthermore, I reiterate, this armor is merely a burden for someone of our cultivation level." Duan San lamented at Liuyun's impulsive decision. "It's fine. Consider it a protective item for my junior," Liuyun replied with a calm demeanor, not dwelling on the matter further. "Oh, so it's for your junior? No wonder." Duan San's expression softened slightly upon hearing Liuyun's explanation. After acquiring the armor embedded with an 8th-tier magic core, Liuyun continued his exploration to a nearby stall, where a scroll of advanced Earth-level Do skill, the 8 Extremes Fist, awaited. Noticing Liuyun pause again, Duan San glanced back, exclaiming, "Wherever it's cool, stay there." However, before Duan San could approach, the middle-aged vendor had already sensed his presence and hurriedly waved his hands, urging him to leave. Chapter 420, Green Flesh. "You have already caused trouble for the vendor next door, and now you wish to stir up trouble here?" The middle-aged vendor stated bluntly, clearly familiar with Duan San. Upon hearing the man's words, Duan San restrained himself slightly and quietly walked over to Liuyun's side, refraining from speaking. "This high-tier, Earth-level combat technique. How do you wish to negotiate?" Liuyun inquired, pointing at the white scroll on the vendor's stall. Seeing Liuyun inquire about the price, a smile flickered across the middle-aged man's face, and he replied with excitement, "Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This 8 Extremes Fist is a powerful technique, excellent for close combat. If you're interested, I would require a fire-type combat technique of the same rank in exchange." Feng Sheng Zunjiang, do not let this fellow deceive you. The 8 Extremes Fist is available to anyone. Only such mediocre techniques would be offered for trade, specifically targeting those new to the market, Duan San interjected. Unable to watch Liuyun become a victim, Duan San remarked, "Once we exit the spatial trading fair, I must practice with you." The middle-aged man, fearing that Liuyun might not proceed with the transaction, glared daggers at Duan San. Practice is practice, who fears whom? Although Duan San was older, his imposing aura was undiminished, and he continued to challenge the middle-aged vendor. In fact, Duan San's prowess was significantly superior to that of the vendor. However, he had always maintained a low profile, rarely revealing his true strength. "A high-tier, Earth-level fire combat technique. I found it." Liuyun seemed to disregard Duan San's warning. At that moment, he subtly searched his spatial ring and produced a red scroll, handing it to the vendor. "Thank you, young brother." The middle-aged vendor's embarrassment was evident as he graciously accepted the red scroll Liuyun offered. The next moment, after a brief examination of the scroll, the vendor's expression brightened even further. "This is actually a scroll of a high-tier, earth-level combat technique in its pristine state. He exclaimed excitedly. His enthusiastic exclamation immediately attracted the attention of several bystanders, who turned their gazes towards the commotion. A pristine scroll. Upon hearing the vendor's excited declaration, Duan San's face suddenly contorted in anguish as he exclaimed to Liuyun, "Fengsheng Zuanzhang, you actually exchanged a pristine scroll for this? You have incurred a tremendous loss." This pristine scroll meant that it had never been perused since its creation, its contents remaining intact even after countless reviews. In contrast, the scrolls offered by vendors were often those that had been examined numerous times, with the inscribed contents fading and occasionally disappearing altogether after a single glance. While it was not uncommon for someone like Liuyun to trade with a pristine scroll, the value of the item being exchanged was crucial. Given that fire combat techniques are inherently superior to ordinary techniques, if the quality of the scroll differed significantly, Liuyun would be seen as a fool in everyone's eyes. Not to worry, everything is predestined. Besides, I truly have no need for this fire combat technique. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively, indifferent. At this point, the vendor had already handed over the scroll for the 8 Extremes fist. In this spatial trading fair, once a transaction was completed, it was irrevocable. At this juncture, Duan San understood that further words would be futile unless there was an issue with the exchanged item, but those familiar with trading rules seldom made such fundamental errors. "My dear brother, since you have been so forthright, I cannot take undue advantage of you. This scroll can only be viewed once. After that, its contents will vanish completely. Therefore, I shall also compensate you with another scroll of the same rank." After Liuyun accepted the 8 Extremes fist scroll, the middle-aged vendor produced another white scroll and offered it to him. Surprised by the vendor's gesture, Liuyun hesitated. He had countless earth-level combat technique scrolls in his spatial ring, but they were all items returned to him that held little value. However, the earth-level combat technique offered by this vendor held significant worth for Liuyun. If auctioned, it could potentially yield high-tier heavenly-level techniques. "Thank you, Master E." Unfamiliar with the vendor's name, Liuyun resorted to this form of address. "Not at all. Not at all. I am E. Tianshan, often referred to by outsiders as Tianshan Zuanzhang. I noticed that Duan San has been calling you Fengsheng Zuanzhang, so I shall address you as such as well." The vendor replied with a smile. "At least you have some conscience, not overly exploiting Fengsheng Zuanzhang." Upon noticing that Tianshan Zuanzhang had offered an additional earth-level combat technique, the pained expression on Duan San's face gradually faded. "You old rogue, don't assume everyone wears a greedy mask," Tianshan Zuanzhang retorted indignantly. As the two exchanged banter, Liuyun chose not to intervene and quietly moved to the next stall. The proprietor of this stall was a middle-aged woman appearing to be around 30, dressed in a simple yet elegant white robe, devoid of any adornments, exuding an air of poise and composure. Moreover, her cultivation had reached the level of 7-star dozuan. On her stall lay 3 powerful spirit herbs, one of which resembled a green plant akin to a cactus. The mere scent wafting from it caused Liuyun's soul power to stir, hinting at its potential to enhance spiritual strength. Even with his experience as an emperor-level alchemist, he could not name it. "Greetings. May I inquire what you desire in exchange for this green herb?" Liuyun approached the stall and spoke candidly. Upon Liuyun's inquiry, the woman gradually lifted her head, revealing her delicate features. Her dark eyes sparkled with surprise as she softly replied, "You wish to acquire this green flesh? So this substance is called green flesh. Its purpose is to enhance spiritual strength, is it not?" Liuyun asked with keen interest upon hearing her words. "Indeed, its efficacy truly lies in enhancing spiritual strength," the woman affirmed with a nod. Just as she finished responding to Liuyun, Duan San suddenly appeared behind him, curiously asking, "Fengsheng Zuanzhang, do you have your sights set on this green flesh? Acquiring it might be somewhat troublesome. Bai Qi has set up stall here 2 or 3 times without anyone meeting her demands. Is that so? What must one offer to exchange for this green flesh?" Liuyun inquired, piqued by Duan San's comment. "Please do not listen to San Zuanzhang's wild claims. The green flesh I seek in exchange is not of great value. I only require a 3-color Dan Lei's Shunk Gu Rong Shui Dan," the woman explained hurriedly. Upon hearing her words, Liuyun understood the reason behind her inability to trade the green flesh. It was not due to a high asking price. Most individuals in the spatial town could afford an 8-tier pill of 4-color Dan Lei or above, yet it seemed the green flesh did not hold that value. Although the green flesh possessed the ability to nourish and enhance spiritual strength, its effect were limited, far inferior to that of an 8-tier pill, especially one of a specific type. However, what seemed worthless to others was of immense significance to Liuyun. Such treasures capable of enhancing spiritual strength were what he had long sought. Successfully acquiring it would bring immeasurable benefits to his growth. At this moment, upon hearing the woman's request, Liuyun hardly hesitated and resolved to proceed with the trade. In the next moment, Liuyun promptly extended a wisp of spiritual energy into his storage ring, searching intently. Miss Bai, I do not possess the 3-colored Dan Lei's life-bone blood fusion pill on my person. However, I do have a 4-colored version of the same pill that I can offer in exchange. As Liuyun spoke, the expression on the beautiful woman's face momentarily revealed a hint of disappointment. Yet, as Liuyun concluded his statement, her eyes transformed from disappointment to overwhelming joy. Is it truly so? Are you genuinely willing to trade this 4-colored life-bone blood fusion pill for my green flesh? Bai's tone grew increasingly animated. Indeed, it is true. Without hesitation, Liuyun extended the white jade vial that materialized in his hand towards Bai. Eagerly accepting the vial, Bai opened it with anticipation and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. With this life-bone blood fusion pill, Hong Mei shall be saved." Hearing the beautiful woman speak of saving someone, Liuyun felt no surprise. The efficacy of the life-bone blood fusion pill was well known, and it was evident that the Hong Mei she referred to was akin to the revered Lord of Heavenly Fire, existing only as a remnant soul in this world. On the side of Duan San, having witnessed Liuyun's 3 transactions, a sense of confusion filled his heart, for it appeared that Liuyun consistently faced significant losses in these trades. While he had previously offered a few words of caution during Liuyun's earlier missteps, he refrained from doing so this time, knowing that Bai was intent on saving her sister, who was merely a lingering soul. Thank you, kind sir, for exchanging the life-bone blood fusion pill with Bai. Please take the other 2 spiritual herbs from this stall as well. As she secured the life-bone blood fusion pill, Bai gazed at Liuyun with eyes brimming with gratitude. The stall owner, Feng Sheng, graciously accepted the offer and wished Bai a swift resurrection for her beloved. Liuyun accepted the beautiful woman's gift with equanimity and offered a blessing in return. Feng Sheng is indeed an intriguing name. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the beautiful woman smiled gently and replied, "With your 4-colored life-bone blood fusion pill, the challenge of reviving Hong Mei has undoubtedly diminished. Now, we merely need to locate a suitable alchemist to assist us." At this juncture, Bai suddenly recalled something, her gaze fixed intently on Liuyun as she shyly inquired, "Esteemed Feng Sheng, since you possess a 4-colored life-bone blood fusion pill, you must be acquainted with some powerful alchemists. Might you be able to recommend one to me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liuyun responded, "I do know a few formidable alchemists, but I am not accustomed to soliciting favors. Esteemed Feng Sheng, I am prepared to offer some form of compensation. I do not seek to impose upon your friends without remuneration." Bai quickly clarified upon hearing Liuyun's statement. Amidst the conversation between Liuyun and Bai, Duan San interjected, "Esteemed Feng Sheng, did you not mention that you are also a 7th-grade alchemist? If Bai is willing to offer some form of compensation, it would not be unreasonable for you to lend a hand." "Very well. What kind of compensation does Miss Bai intend to offer in exchange for my assistance?" Originally, Liuyun felt no obligation to help in such matters, but he agreed solely out of consideration for Duan San. "Esteemed Feng Sheng, I possess several spiritual herbs that, while slightly inferior to the 3 I just offered, are still of high quality. Additionally, in the courtyard I share with Hong Mei, there exists an ancient tree that bears such green flesh. If these items are insufficient, Bai is willing to offer herself as a concubine to you in gratitude." As Liuyun inquired about the terms of compensation, Bai hesitated, her countenance flushing as she spoke the latter part. "Deal." As Bai listed her items, upon hearing about the ancient tree that produced green flesh, Liuyun readily agreed. However, when he fully comprehended Bai's final statement, his expression shifted to one of complexity. "Ahem, Miss Bai, please do not misunderstand. Feng Sheng merely expressed interest in the ancient tree that produces green flesh and has no desire for you." Liuyun coughed awkwardly, his face tinged with embarrassment. Seeing Liuyun's reaction, Bai's cheeks grew even rosier, and ultimately, for reasons unknown, she reiterated her final condition. "Esteemed Feng Sheng, if you find no interest in me, I can arrange for Hong Mei to marry you as a concubine. Surely, she would not oppose my decision, knowing you are her savior." In order to dissuade Bai from entertaining such notions, Liuyun felt compelled to respond with utmost seriousness. "Miss Bai, should you persist in such talk, Feng Sheng may reconsider his earlier agreement. Please, esteemed Feng Sheng, do not have a change of heart. I shall refrain from mentioning it again." Bai, sensing Liuyun's grave demeanor, panicked and called out in desperation. At that moment, witnessing the somewhat awkward exchange between Liuyun and Bai, Duan San could not help but tease, Haha, by E, you have lived for at least a century. How could you entertain thoughts of courting the youthful Feng Sheng, who has yet to reach 30? What nonsense! Once one reaches our level, age is but a trivial matter. Moreover, I and Hong Mei are not betrothed. Thus, I'm not disqualified. Bai Yi retorted defiantly. Perhaps, once esteemed Feng Sheng revives my Hong Mei, he may change his mind. As she spoke, Bai Yi noticed Liuyun's gaze upon her, her fair complexion blooming with a rosy hue as she giggled shyly. Observing that Duan San and Bai Yi were still engrossed in that topic, Liuyun opted to turn away and stroll toward other stalls. Esteemed Feng Sheng, wait for me. Upon seeing Liuyun depart, Bai Yi lost interest in further frivolities with Duan San and promptly followed in Liuyun's footsteps. Esteemed Feng Sheng, are you seeking to purchase anything else? Bai Yi curiously inquired as she trailed Liuyun. Yes, I wish to explore further. Liuyun replied softly, coming to a halt as he turned to gaze at a stall on his left, where the proprietor, an elderly man clad in a black robe, possessed the strength of 6-star dozun. Before the black-robed elder lay a weathered yellow scroll sealed with a formidable array. Greetings. Is this scroll a combat skill scroll, or does it contain techniques? Liuyun inquired with curiosity. Young man, this is neither a combat skill scroll nor a technique scroll. The elder explained slowly. This scroll contains records of 3 powerful grand formations. Confirmation. Liuyun's heart stirred at the elder's words. Previously, he had acquired a minor formation from the northern region, which, upon being amplified, yielded the impressive starry formation. It was precisely this formation that enabled Liuyun to withstand the Soul Temple's 2 rounds of assaults. However, it seemed that the starry formation had become somewhat inadequate. The grand formations available in this space market would undoubtedly surpass the minor formation he had previously plundered from the northern region. Should he successfully procure this scroll and auction it off, he might obtain an extraordinarily formidable grand formation. With this thought in mind, Liuyun eagerly sought to acquire the ancient yellow scroll. What would you require in exchange for this scroll? Liuyun inquired. 2 8-grade pills of the 3-color Danlei. The elder held up 2 fingers. Very well. It's a deal. Upon hearing the elder's condition, Liuyun swiftly retrieved 2 3-color Danlei 8-grade pills. Bai Yi, following Liuyun, had yet to react when the transaction was completed. Both the stall owner and Bai Yi were momentarily taken aback as they witnessed Liuyun produce the 2 pills without a hint of hesitation. In general, ordinary individuals tend to haggle when purchasing items at such stalls. However, it is quite rare to encounter someone like Liuyun, without the slightest hesitation upon inquiring about the price, immediately produces the required payment. After all, acquiring 2 3rd-grade Sanlei 8-tier pills is no trifling matter. Nonetheless, despite the surprise, the vendor swiftly lifted the seal upon receiving the pills from Liuyun and handed over the scroll. Liuyun, however, did not even cast a glance at it before tossing it into his spatial ring and proceeded to walk down another street. In the span of a mere incense stick, Liuyun had procured over a dozen items, encompassing various combat techniques, martial arts, rare materials, weapons, armor, and elixirs. At this point, Duan San and Bai Yi, who followed Liuyun, had grown somewhat numb. It seemed that since some time ago, regardless of what Liuyun intended to purchase, whether it was a good deal or not, Duan San had refrained from uttering a single word. He understood, well, that once Liuyun had set his sights on something, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Respected Master Feng Sheng, although this is the space town where no one would dare to act recklessly, it is wise to remember the principle of not revealing one's wealth, Duan San suddenly said with a serious expression. Upon hearing Duan San's warning, Liuyun also took heed, noticing several pairs of eyes fixed upon him from the corner of his vision. It seemed it was time to exercise restraint. With a silent sigh, Liuyun recognized that his displayed wealth had attracted the covetous gazes of numerous onlookers, for not everyone was as unassuming as the previous Tianshan master. Thank you for the reminder, respected San Master. Liuyun expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, then continued, I presume the auction should be commencing soon? Indeed. It should be about time. Duan San nodded in agreement. Are you still planning to attend the auction, respected Master Feng Sheng? Bai Yi asked, somewhat surprised, as she initially thought Liuyun had no intention of entering the auction after purchasing so many items outside. Yes, it wouldn't hurt to witness it, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Follow me, Duan San said, leading the way. The space town was not particularly large, consisting of only a few intersecting ancient streets, yet it was bustling with people, each exuding a formidable aura. In any other setting, they would be considered top-tier experts, yet here, they were as commonplace as cabbages. As Liuyun and Bai Yi trailed Duan San through several ancient streets, they did not linger amidst the dazzling array of goods. proceeding directly towards their destination until they finally halted at the end of a street. This location clearly marked the edge of the space town, an area that had grown desolate compared to the earlier bustle. Here stood an ancient pavilion, exuding an aura of antiquity that seemed to transcend time, instilling a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. Before this ancient pavilion stood two elderly men clad in gray robes, their expressions impassive. Like statues, they stood motionless. Yet the surging waves of their profound, fighting spirit emanated from their beings, instilling a sense of dread. Remarkably, these mere gatekeepers had already attained a level of 6-star Dozun. It was worth noting that the infamous star-picking old ghost, who once led a legion of Soul Hall experts against the Heavenly Alliance, was merely a 5-star Dozun. Thus, the presence of these gatekeepers was a testament to the high standards of the Space Trading Conference. This ancient treasure pavilion was not accessible to everyone. Only those holding invitations from the 3 major sects could enter. Acquiring such an invitation was far from a simple endeavor. Duan San smiled slightly, asserting that only those trusted by the 3 major sects could obtain an invitation, and as a regular patron, he found it rather easy. As soon as Duan San's words fell, he approached the entrance and flicked his fingers, sending forth a beam of red light from his sleeve towards the 2 elderly men. They caught it steadily, transforming it into a red jade invitation. Please. Upon receiving the red light, the 2 expressionless elders displayed a slight change in their demeanor. Their murky eyes shifted towards Liuyun and his companions. Then they bowed slightly, as 3 strands of black light surged towards Duan San and Liuyun, hovering before them, revealing a pitch-black cloak. Chapter 423. Liuyun attends the auction. Most individuals entering the space concealed their identities, adhering to the principle of not revealing their wealth. This cloak, specially crafted by the 3 major sects, could defend against others' probing. Duan San chuckled, then donned the black cloak, enveloping himself completely. Observing this, Liuyun and Bai Yi followed suit. Let us proceed. Duan San smiled and led the way into the ancient pavilion, with Liuyun and Bai Yi closely trailing behind. As they stepped inside, Liuyun scanned his surroundings. The pavilion was dimly lit and appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features or a hint of treasure's aura. Esteemed guests, please follow me. A gray-clad elder approached swiftly from the side, softly addressing the trio before leading them deeper into the dimly lit pavilion. Duan San said nothing, following the elder with familiarity, and Liuyun and Bai Yi quickly kept pace. After traversing a corridor within the pavilion for several minutes, they finally halted before a bronze door. The elder paused, inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Duan San, and quietly retreated. Respected Master Fengsheng, we have arrived at our destination, Duan San quietly informed Liuyun, then slowly pushed open the ancient bronze door. A faint glow emanated from within, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. Witnessing this, Liuyun and Bai Yi followed suit, stepping through the bronze door. The intense light momentarily caused Liuyun to squint, but as the brightness faded, an ancient hall approximately the size of half a plaza came into view. Within the hall, numerous stone chairs were occupied by figures, all similarly cloaked in black, concealing their appearances and auras, rendering their identities unknown. The entrance of Liuyun and his companions drew some glances, but soon the attention shifted elsewhere. Nonetheless, Liuyun could sense certain gazes discreetly assessing them, seemingly attempting to uncover their identities through any possible slip. Duan San, however, paid no heed to these stares, choosing instead to walk to a more secluded area where he sat down on the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, the surrounding space subtly warped. There are many formidable individuals here, so we must exercise caution. Otherwise, our conversation may easily be overheard, Duan San remarked with a cheerful expression once seated. In response, Liuyun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings and noticing similar spatial fluctuations in various locations, indicating that others were equally vigilant. Let's remain quiet for a while. It shouldn't be long before the trading conference begins. Duan San, clearly accustomed to these proceedings, spoke with a calm smile before sinking into silence. Yet, Liuyun sensed that Duan San was gradually surveying the entire hall, likely attempting to discern the backgrounds of those present. Flowing Cloud exhibited no interest in the ongoing investigation. Although his spiritual power was formidable, comparable to that of a 9-star Dozun, he was acutely aware that within this vicinity, there were likely no fewer than 10 individuals surpassing him in strength. Hence, he deemed it prudent to abstain from such pursuits, lest he inadvertently attract unnecessary trouble. Amidst Duan San's probing and the silence of Flowing Cloud and Bai Qi, nearly 2 hours slipped by quietly. During this interval, A steady stream of figures cloaked in black gradually filled the space, and by the end, a cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 attendees. Suddenly, a melodious and clear chime resonated through the tranquil ancient hall. At that moment, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, resembling one on the brink of death, materialized slowly within the distorted space, capturing the attention of all present. Upon witnessing this unexpected apparition, Flowing Cloud raised an eyebrow beneath his hood. To his perception, this seemingly frail old man exuded an aura of formidable terror, with a peculiar fluctuation akin to that possessed solely by Do Sheng experts faintly emanating from his presence. At the pinnacle of 9 transformations Do-Zun, perhaps, Flowing Cloud murmured to himself. This white-haired elder was likely teetering on the threshold of the semi-saint level. Should the Do-Chi within him undergo another compression, it would result in a qualitative transformation, propelling him directly into semi-saint status. Indeed, Central Continent deserved its reputation as the most elite region of the Douqi Continent. Such a powerful being, if placed in the northwestern continent, would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of strength. Yet here, he appeared to preside over a trading event, albeit one of no ordinary nature. This venerable figure was the master of Baowan Mountain, Elder Baoshan, renowned for his keen eye and extensive knowledge of treasures, his strength reaching the pinnacle of 9 transformations Do-Zun, making him a prominent figure in Central Continent. Suddenly, Duan San's wary voice penetrated the ears of Flowing Cloud and Bai Qi. At the pinnacle of 9 transformations Do-Zun. Upon hearing this, a grave expression emerged on Bai Qi's delicate face. Yet another spatial trading conference? I hope everyone is in good health. Elder Baoshan's gaze swept across the hall, his aged voice resonating in the ears of all present. However, his greeting was met with an eerie silence, with no one responding, perpetuating a peculiar atmosphere. Elder Baoshan seemed unfazed by this, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. With a wave of his sleeve, the surrounding space began to warp slowly, encasing Elder Baoshan within a spatial confinement akin to a prison. Let us adhere to the usual protocols. Please do not mind. After executing these gestures, Elder Baoshan smiled and took his place at the auction platform, clearing his throat to signal that the attendees were nearly gathered. Without further ado, let us commence this spatial trading conference. As Elder Baoshan's words echoed, nearly all gazes in the hall converged upon him, a palpable sense of anticipation and fervor hanging in the air. Everyone understood that the items traded here would be anything but ordinary. And now, we shall begin the auction for the first item of this spatial trading conference. Upon hearing this announcement, a peculiar smile graced Flowing Cloud's lips. Throughout his journey, he had always hosted his own auctions. This was his first time attending another's. In the midst of the distorted spatial barrier, Elder Baoshan waved his hand through the air, revealing a silver scroll before the audience. This Do skill is known as the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body, a treasure of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion in the northern region. It is said to be an ancient technique classified as a high-grade Earth-level skill. Mastery of this technique allows one to condense a Thunder Phantom, with the Phantom's strength akin to the user's own. As long as the body remains unscathed, the Phantom shall not perish. This effect rivals that of a celestial-level skill, Elder Baoshan proclaimed with a smile while holding the scroll. To Flowing Cloud's astonishment, the first item presented at this spatial trading conference was indeed the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body. He was quite familiar with this skill. After annihilating the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, it had come into his possession, only to be auctioned off later at the auction house in Huagu City to a shape-shifting beast expert, leading to the return of the formidable soul projection secret art. It was unexpected to see it reappear at this spatial trading conference. With the entry requirement of 9-star Do-Zone for this conference, it was likely that the shape-shifting beast expert who had initially acquired the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body had met an untimely fate. As far as I know, to cultivate the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body, one must first master the foundational Earth-level skill, 3000 Thunder Movement, to its utmost limit. Without achieving that, this 3000 Thunder Phantom Body is of little use, Flowing Cloud pondered, reflecting on the skill's complexities. Just as he mused, an astute individual in the audience voiced the secret of the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body. While formidable, mastering it was exceptionally challenging, one of the prerequisites being the mastery of the 3000 Thunder Movement to its peak. This friend raises an excellent point. Indeed, to cultivate the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body requires the mastery of 3000 Thunder Movement. Our Tianbao Pavilion would never deceive anyone here. The 3000 Thunder Movement is included as a complementary item with the 3000 Thunder Phantom Body. Elder Baoshan responded swiftly, revealing the scroll of the 3,000 Thunder movement technique. This technique is also linked to the recently rising reputation of the Heavenly Alliance in the northern region. After the Heavenly Alliance eradicated the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body surprisingly ended up at a small auction house, fetching merely the value of a 7th-grade pill. Such a trivial sale of a treasure is truly a calamity. Elder Baoshan chuckled as he teased the Heavenly Alliance. It seems the leader of the Heavenly Alliance is indeed a fool, destroying a mere Wind and Thunder Pavilion and seeking to establish his reputation, wasting such a treasure. Laughter erupted among a few attendees, while Flowing Cloud's expression grew increasingly complex. The original owner of this dose skill sought to exchange it for an 8th-grade pill that had undergone the 5-color pill Thunder process. After assessment, the 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body was deemed to be worth this price. Thus, if anyone was interested, they were invited to make a bid. As Elder Baoshan's words faded, silence enveloped the hall once more, with no one daring to speak. Elder Baoshan, however, appeared unperturbed, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. This silence persisted for approximately 5 minutes, until a hoarse voice finally broke through. "I'll take it." Flowing Cloud turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a figure entirely shrouded in a cloak, casually tossing a jade vial towards Elder Baoshan. Upon receiving the vial, Elder Baoshan opened it, glanced inside, and smiled broadly before looking around, asking, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this gentleman?" Silence prevailed once again, and Elder Baoshan was not surprised. The original owner of the 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body possessed strength merely around 6-star Dozun. Acquiring an 8th-grade pill that had undergone the 5-color pill Thunder process was already commendable. Beyond that, it was unlikely anyone would compete, as it simply wasn't worth it. Seeing no further bids, Elder Baoshan chuckled, snapped his fingers, and the 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body scroll, along with the 3,000 Thunder Movement scroll, soared towards the individual who had made the initial bid. The bidder quickly grasped them and stowed them away in a spatial ring. This transaction was remarkably straightforward, with both parties exchanging valuable items simultaneously. This auction differed from ordinary ones, unless under special circumstances. When the items offered far exceeded the value of what one desired to trade, most individuals would opt to withdraw, for those present were not naive. After witnessing this initial transaction, Duan San leaned towards Flowing Cloud and whispered. Liuyun nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that there were likely a dozen individuals present capable of producing an 8th-grade pill, surpassing a single 5-colored Thunder pill. However, thus far, only one person had made a bid. This could be attributed to the fact that the allure of the 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body was insufficient for them. It also underscored the calmness of these individuals. Our second item for auction today. Upon concluding the first transaction, the elderly Baoshan smiled as another item materialized before him. A scroll of a pale golden hue. The indestructible body, a low-tier heavenly technique, was crafted thousands of years ago by a sage. Should one cultivate it to its pinnacle, their body would become as unyielding as diamond, indestructible and imperishable. With fists that could shatter the heavens and feet that could rend the earth, it was an exceptionally formidable martial art that amalgamated both offense and defense. Upon hearing the elderly Baoshan's introduction, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Liuyun's eyes. The indestructible body bore resemblance to techniques focused on physical cultivation. Yet attaining the heavenly tier implied its terrifying potency. If auctioned, the potential returns could be magnified 1,000-fold, yielding a truly fearsome technique for body refinement. The owner of this technique sought to exchange it for a low-tier water system cultivation method of the heavenly tier. Naturally, it could also be traded for pills of equivalent value. The elderly Baoshan cheerfully announced. Within the Grand Hall, numerous individuals exhibited keen interest in this martial art technique. Shortly after Baoshan's words, one person tossed forth a light blue scroll, which ultimately landed in the elderly Baoshan's hands. As Baoshan received the scroll and unfurled it for a brief examination, he raised his head to survey the surroundings. Before he could utter a word, 2 more individuals propelled their scrolls toward him, and within a mere 2 minutes, 4 scrolls had appeared in his possession, indicating that 4 individuals were simultaneously intrigued by the indestructible body. Observing the scrolls in the elderly Baoshan's grasp, Liuyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 4 low-tier heavenly techniques had manifested in such a short span of time, an astonishing feat, particularly given how rare such techniques were in the outside world. Even Liuyun felt a sense of wonder. Indeed, only upon reaching a certain level could one encounter such extraordinary items. This marked his first experience with a heavenly technique that wasn't returned by the system. Chapter 425, The Grand Finale. Soul Attack Martial Technique. Following the actions of the four individuals, Liuyun swiftly launched a deep blue scroll towards the elderly Baoshan. He possessed a low-tier heavenly martial technique in the water system, which he had obtained from Jiangtao at an auction in the imperial capital. After selling the water technique, the system had returned to him the ninefold tidal wave, a low-tier heavenly technique, which he found perfectly suited for this occasion. On the other side, upon witnessing Liuyun's action, Utan City was taken aback. Recalling their initial encounter and the strength Liuyun had displayed, he couldn't help but marvel. I never imagined that the esteemed wind sage would possess a heavenly technique. No wonder his combat prowess is so formidable. Bai Li's gaze towards Liuyun sparkled with intrigue. After Liuyun's display, no one else made a move. The elderly Baoshan then opened the 5 scrolls for meticulous examination. Moments later, he gradually closed his eyes and, after approximately a minute, reopened them. With a few flicks of his fingers, he returned 4 of the scrolls, retaining only Liuyun's water technique, the ninefold tidal wave. After careful consideration by the owner of the indestructible body, we have reached a conclusion for this transaction, he proclaimed, waving his sleeve as the dark golden technique scroll soared towards the corner of the hall, ultimately landing in Liuyun's hands. Oomph. The 4 individuals whose techniques were not selected huffed discontentedly, clearly displeased. The elderly Baoshan, however, appeared oblivious to their murmurs as he proceeded with the next segment of the auction. Meanwhile, Liuyun calmly infused a trace of his soul power into the scroll. The indestructible body, a low-tier heavenly technique, transforms the body into that of diamond, unyielding and capable of shattering anything in its path. When mastered, it culminates in the ultimate form, where one achieves a 9-foot-tall, radiant golden body, capable of shattering the heavens with a punch and rending the earth with a kick. As the resounding golden characters echoed in his mind, Liuyun felt the unwavering might and dominance of this technique. It was unequivocally a martial art aimed at enhancing the physical form through fighting spirit. After a brief study of the technique, a satisfied smile graced Liuyun's face. Although he could not auction this technique in the immediate future, learning it was certainly beneficial. Currently, nearly all the martial techniques Liuyun employed were of the heavenly tier, thus he would find it relatively easy to cultivate the indestructible body. The adage master one technique, understand all held true. While various techniques had distinct cultivation methods, they ultimately shared commonalities. Recognizing this, unless faced with particularly unique techniques, mastering others was not overly challenging. To cultivate the indestructible body, one must integrate fighting spirit into the bones, flesh, and skin through a distinctive method, which necessitated rigorous physical demands. Fortunately, Liuyun's body had been refined through numerous heavenly materials and treasures, and coupled with his practice of the 10,000 beasts true scripture, he would find cultivating the indestructible body well within his capabilities. After a brief period of study, Liuyun contentedly stored the golden scroll within his spatial ring. As the auction progressed, the items presented became increasingly dazzling, ranging from martial arts to cultivation methods, from pills to heavenly materials and treasures, and from weapons to medicinal cauldrons. Every item showcased would undoubtedly incite considerable commotion in the outside world. However, within this setting, such items hardly seemed shocking. Despite the rarity of the auctioned items, Liuyun refrained from making additional bids, primarily to avoid drawing the attention of certain individuals. It would not bode well if several semi-holy powerhouses set their sights on him. Though he had not secured any items, the extraordinary artifacts on display left Liuyun in awe. He finally understood why numerous top-tier powerhouses flocked to this spatial trading event. The goods exchanged here were indeed of unparalleled rarity, as each item, exceedingly rare in the outside world, successfully changed hands. The atmosphere within the hall became increasingly fervent, with many concealed beneath cloaks casting fervent glances towards the elderly Baoshan at the center. Having already witnessed the appearance of a heavenly technique and an 8th-grade pill of 8-colored thunder, along with various heavenly materials and treasures, it was clear that the subsequent items would be even more precious. Next, we shall commence the auction for the grand finale item. The final item was a mid-tier heavenly technique, the Soul Destruction Spear, a martial art focused on soul attacks. As the elderly Baoshan's voice echoed through the hall, a pitch-black scroll materialized in his hands. A mid-tier heavenly technique. Upon hearing the elderly Baoshan's words, a glimmer of greed illuminated the eyes of the crowd. Although many present possessed heavenly techniques, the disparity between low-tier and mid-tier techniques was substantial, particularly for a technique targeting soul attacks. Such a martial art would undoubtedly incite fierce competition, even among those of exceptional strength. Liuyun, too, felt an overwhelming urge upon seeing this technique. His soul's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. If he could cultivate a method for soul attacks, augmenting his soul's offensive power, the resulting potency would be staggering. At that moment, as the crowd buzzed with excitement, the elderly Baoshan cheerfully remarked, "To be honest, many of you must be quite perplexed as to how such a secret soul technique ended up here for trade. Isn't that a question with an obvious answer?" Came a voice from the corner, belonging to a figure whose aura reached that of a semi-holy powerhouse. My dear friend, there is no need for haste. This combat technique demands an exceptionally high level of soul cultivation. It is virtually impossible to practice the soul-destroying spear without having reached the later stages of the soul realm. Even those in the latter stages face considerable challenges in mastering it. However, if one succeeds, the strength of their soul attacks could potentially multiply several times over. The elderly Baoshan explained with a smile. Such a formidable means of soul attack. Are you not concerned that someone might attempt to seize it? A figure cloaked in shadow questioned. Upon hearing this, Baoshan nodded and, with a grave expression, replied, "You are correct. This is precisely why the finale of this auction has not been announced in advance. Had it been disclosed earlier, certain hidden and terrifyingly powerful individuals might disrupt the order and come to snatch it away. In summary, as long as someone brings the item to the space trading event, even if it invites immense trouble, I shall auction it off." "I see." As Baoshan's explanation sank in, the crowd gradually came to understand. The owner of this combat technique demanded an 8th grade elixir that had undergone the 9 colors thunder, or a 9th grade elixir in exchange. Chapter 426, The Soul-Destroying Spear. Elixir bidding. Liuyun takes action. After Baoshan finished speaking, the venue fell into a profound silence once more. An 8th grade elixir that had endured the 9 colors thunder was exceedingly rare, even in this assembly of formidable beings. Moreover, the soul-destroying spear, a mid-tier heavenly combat technique, deterred a significant number of individuals due to its stringent requirements for soul cultivation. Few could attain the later stages of the soul realm, aside from exceptionally powerful alchemists. Of course, this requirement was not absolute, as some capable individuals might still attempt to forcibly cultivate it, driven by a sense of hope. Noticing the silence, Baoshan maintained a calm demeanor. He had no doubt that the soul-destroying spear would find a buyer. As time passed, the expressions of those present became increasingly complex. Few could resist the allure of such a treasure. The 8th grade elixir that has withstood the 9 colors thunder. I shall take it. Finally, after a period of stillness, the first bidder emerged. Upon hearing that someone had indeed presented an 8th grade elixir of such caliber, the crowd collectively drew a sharp breath. This elixir, should it encounter sufficient fortune, could very well evolve into a 9th grade elixir. When it comes to 9th grade elixirs, even the mightiest of fighters would be tempted, perhaps even resorting to violence over it. Upon hearing this voice, Liuyun turned to gaze in the direction from whence it came. The bidder was similarly shrouded in a black cloak, but appeared somewhat gaunt. "Fengsheng, are you also interested in this combat technique?" At that moment, Duan San's voice reached Liuyun's ears. "Indeed, a combat technique that enhances the strength of soul attacks is quite enticing," Liuyun candidly remarked. "Fengsheng, the cost of this bidding is exceedingly steep. Even if you possess the means to bid, it would be wise not to reveal too much. That gaunt figure in the black cloak is a renowned half-saint from Zhongzhou. If you expose yourself excessively, you may find yourself intercepted once you leave this space trading event." Duan San cautioned earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, revered San. In Zhongzhou, such acts of robbery and murder are indeed commonplace. However, if someone truly dares to target Fengsheng, one can never be certain who would be robbing whom. In response to Duan San's warning, Liuyun spoke with great relaxation. Hearing Liuyun's self-assured reply left Duan San inwardly astonished, for it seemed to imply that Liuyun held no fear of half-saint powerhouses. No wonder he could produce such an abundance of treasures. If he lacked strength, he would have long since been reduced to nothing. Duan San sighed in realization. The gaunt figure in the black cloak let out a low, eerie chuckle, and then turned his gaze to the elder Baoshan at the center of the hall. With a wave of his hand, a dark, turtle-like alchemical beast appeared in his grip. As soon as this turtle-like alchemical beast emerged, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance of elixir wafted through the hall, causing several individuals' eyes to glisten with desire. Even half-saint level experts would be drawn to the 9th grade elixirs, let alone some combat venerables. Gently stroking the glossy, dark shell of the alchemical beast, the gaunt figure felt a pang of regret. Yet the thought of the mid-tier Heavenly Soul attack combat technique spurred him on. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a radiant glow from his palm, enveloping the turtle-like alchemical beast, and swiftly directed it towards Bao Shan. As this ninth-grade elixir soared across the hall, many felt a sudden urge to intercept it. Fortunately, their rationality prevailed, and after a moment of internal struggle, they refrained from acting. Bao Shan reached out his hand to receive the glowing orb and meticulously examined the jet-black turtle within. Sensing the terrifyingly pure energy coursing through it, he nodded in satisfaction. However, just then, another voice rang out in the hall. I too possess an 8th-grade elixir that has withstood the 9 colors thunder. Another figure in black robes bellowed, summoning a small green snake from his palm. An equally potent fragrance immediately filled the grand hall. Hee, let us see whose elixir possesses superior quality. The black-robed figure sneered, launching a blue energy orb containing the elixir towards Bao Shan. Bao Shan summoned the blue energy orb into his hand and, after a thorough examination, displayed a hint of concern on his face. Gentlemen, your elixirs are of comparable quality. I find it challenging to discern a victor, Bao Shan remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing Bao Shan's words, the two black-robed figures grew anxious. Given Bao Shan's extensive experience, his statement indicated that the qualities of both 9th-grade elixirs were virtually indistinguishable. If I were to add other 8th-grade elixirs beneath the 9 colors thunder, could I acquire this combat technique? One of the black-robed figures inquired. That might prove difficult. As this is a contest of elixir quality, not quantity, Bao Shan shook his head. Just as Bao Shan and the two black-robed figures grappled with the issue of elixir quality, Liuyun suddenly interjected. Since the decision is so challenging, allow me to assist you. How will you assist? Do you truly possess a 9th-grade elixir? One of the black-robed figures scoffed at Liuyun's words. You guessed correctly. With a slight smile, Liuyun produced a specially crafted jade vial and tossed it towards Bao Shan. As this unfolded, both Duan San and Bai Qi, who accompanied Liuyun, felt their hearts race. Could this truly be a 9th-grade elixir? Upon receiving the jade vial, Bao Shan's expression turned skeptical. However, as he slowly opened the vial's cap, an incredibly intense golden radiance burst forth, accompanied by an aroma far richer than that of the two previous alchemical beasts. After a mere glance, Bao Shan quickly closed the vial, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Even he had only seen a 9th-grade elixir twice in his lifetime, the first time merely from a distance. Never before had he been able to examine one so closely. Closing the vial, Bao Shan's astonishment gradually faded, and he spoke with gravity. The outcome of this transaction has been determined. After uttering this, he returned the previously offered turtle and green snake alchemical beasts to their respective black-robed figures. There truly exists a 9th-grade elixir. The black-robed figures gasped in disbelief. Although they had not laid eyes on the elixir within the jade vial, Bao Shan's authority ensured that he would not fabricate such claims in matters of this nature. Chapter 427, Roadside Robbery. Liuyun, who is robbing whom? Dear friend, the transaction is complete. The Heaven-tier intermediate combat technique, the soul-extinguishing spear, is now yours. Carefully stow away the jade vial given by the elder Bao Shan. With a flick of his finger, the elder summoned the dark scroll, which transformed into a beam of light, darting towards Liuyun. Upon the soul-extinguishing spear technique scroll falling into Liuyun's hands, a chilling glint flashed in the eyes of the two black-robed figures who had bid before him, their hands slowly clenching within their sleeves. However, Liuyun remained oblivious to their intentions, engrossed in examining the dark scroll he had acquired. The soul-extinguishing spear, a Heaven-tier intermediate combat technique, accessible only to those with a perfected soul realm. It was clear that Elder Bao Shan had deceived everyone. It was impossible that he had never seen this scroll and merely trusted the words of its owner. It was likely that he had stated it required a perfected soul realm due to the difficulty in auctioning such a technique. As Liuyun read the first line of dark characters within the scroll, a smile crept onto his lips. He then lifted his gaze to meet that of Elder Bao Shan, only to find the elder was also watching him. Upon realizing Liuyun was looking his way, perhaps out of guilt, Elder Bao Shan suddenly stood up, beaming, and announced that the final item had been successfully auctioned. The space auction had concluded smoothly, and he expressed his gratitude for everyone's continued patronage. In the grand hall, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment before individuals began to rise and exit. Master Fengsheng, Miss Bai, it's time for us to leave, Duan San said as he stood up, addressing Liuyun and Bai. Indeed, Liuyun nodded slightly at Duan San's words and gradually stepped out of the ancient treasure pavilion. However, he sensed 2 or 3 malevolent gazes fixated upon him throughout the journey. Master Fengsheng, my words hold merit, do they not? You attracted attention at the auction. Encountering such matters was inevitable. However, these individuals would not dare act within the space town. Once we leave, they will undoubtedly surround us. Duan San spoke with a hint of concern on his face. Ha, Master San, knowing that so many eyes are on you, yet still daring to accompany me. Not only demonstrates your loyalty, but also your remarkable courage. Liuyun replied with a hearty laugh. I, Duan San, have always acted with righteousness. Duan San declared, pride evident on his face upon hearing Liuyun's seemingly complimentary words. Observing Duan San's expression, Bai stifled a laugh, saying, Master Fengsheng, perhaps Master San is thinking that others are already aware of your acquaintance. Should he leave your side now? They might suspect that he intends to take the treasures for himself, leading them to intercept him. Seems like you've hit the nail on the head, young lady. Duan San shot her an annoyed glance. All right, since the space auction has concluded, let us depart. With that, the trio stepped out of the space, casually flying towards a destination, sweeping through the desert. Just as they exited the space, two powerful presences locked onto them. Yet, the owners of these presences were not allied. Liuyun immediately sensed the two auras but chose not to halt, reasoning that the adversaries had yet to make a move and the crowd was still somewhat substantial. Should a conflict arise, the projection of his true soul being exposed to so many individuals would be extremely detrimental. The three moved swiftly, soon leaving the ravaged desert behind and arriving at a towering peak. It was at this moment that the concealed presences could no longer contain themselves. Two shadows flickered behind the trio, appearing 100 feet away, their eyes filled with a chilling malevolence. Two esteemed half-saint powerhouses. I never expected you would resort to such highway robbery, Duan San remarked calmly, scrutinizing the two figures. Duan San, surrender the soul-extinguishing spear technique. And you three may depart, one of the black-robed figures said in a frigid tone. Oh, even with that cloak, you recognize me as Duan San? May I know which esteemed friend you are? Although Duan San's cultivation was not high, only at the 8-star dozen level, his age was considerable, and this half-saint likely recognized him from his stature, possibly an old acquaintance. Enough with the chatter. Will you yield or not? The black-robed figure's impatience was evident. Gentlemen, this technique is in my possession, so why must you trouble Master San? At this juncture, Liuyun interjected. In your possession? The two black-robed men eyed Liuyun with skepticism, as he appeared to be merely a 5- or 6-star dozuan. Indeed, if you doubt me, I shall show it to you, Liuyun replied earnestly, and in the next moment, the dark scroll materialized in his palm. The soul-extinguishing spear technique. Upon witnessing the scroll in Liuyun's hands, avarice gleamed in the eyes of the two figures. You both desire this technique, but I wonder to whom I should surrender it? Perhaps you two should negotiate amongst yourselves. Liuyun maintained a relaxed demeanor, having already discerned that the two were not allies. Otherwise, they would not have bid against each other at the auction. At his words, the two black-robed figures suddenly became wary of one another. Both were half-saint powerhouses, eager to possess the soul-extinguishing spear, so they needed to determine a victor among themselves. However, they recognized that Liuyun's intent was to incite them to battle. After a moment of silence, the two men's focus sharpened, and in the next instant, their bodies moved simultaneously, not to duel each other, but to target Liuyun. Clearly, they intended to compete for speed. Whoever grasped the soul-extinguishing spear technique first would leave the other helpless. Whoosh! Two enormous hands, imbued with immense energy, lunged towards the black scroll in Liuyun's grasp. And at that moment, Liuyun felt as though the very space around him had been sealed off. Master Fengsheng, seeing Liuyun besieged by the simultaneous assault of two half-saint powerhouses, Bai and Duan San exclaimed in distress. However, even in the face of hands capable of crushing a 9-star dozuan, Liuyun maintained a calm smile. As one of the massive hands sliced through the void, poised to touch the scroll in Liuyun's hand, a youthful figure suddenly appeared before the black scroll. Chapter 428. The projection emerges, subduing two intermediate half-saints. As the boy's figure materialized, an aura that sent shivers through the soul enveloped the area. The colossal hands reaching for the scroll bizarrely dissipated half a meter before Liuyun, the projection. This boy is terrifying, sensing the youth's power and the overwhelming aura he exuded. The two black-robed figures instinctively chose to flee. Witnessing the two retreat swiftly after their failed strike, the projected Liuyun smiled faintly, his hand gently grasping forward, causing the space in front of the two to warp violently. Space prison. Realizing they were ensnared by the surrounding space, the two black-robed figures resolutely conjured a colossal Douqi lance to strike the spatial barrier. However, Even the terrifying energy fluctuations from two half-saint powerhouses failed to damage the space prison, which instead began to constrict further. In that moment, fear etched itself onto their faces. They could scarcely believe that attempting to intercept a seemingly weak junior Dozuan would summon such a formidable old monster. The sudden turn of events left Duan, San, and Bai Yi, who stood beside Liuyun, utterly speechless, frozen in place for an extended moment. Initially, they were consumed with anxiety over the two colossal hands they had just encountered, but the unexpected appearance of a youth, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, completely altered the dynamics of the situation. Of course, they could not possibly perceive Liuyun's projection as merely a youth of such tender age in the world of cultivation. It is the might of the strong that commands respect. In their minds, Liuyun's projection was likely an ancient being who had cultivated for millennia. After 3 vigorous collisions, realizing there was no escape from this spatial prison, the gaunt figure in the black robe among the two did not hesitate to bow deeply before Liuyun's projection, exclaiming, "Senior, all of this was driven by my greed, Chu Donghai. I beseech you to show mercy and spare me this time." The other individual, witnessing this, mimicked the actions of the self-proclaimed Chu Donghai, bowing respectfully and stating, "Senior, if you could let me go this once, I, Chu Ming, would willingly offer all my possessions." Chu Donghai. Upon hearing the name from the gaunt figure, Duan San gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. "Sanzun, do you know that Chu Donghai?" Bai inquired, her curiosity piqued by Duan San's reaction. "That old rascal has a penchant for intercepting treasures since his youth. Once he even dared to rob me. However, at that time, he was far weaker than I, and I captured him in mere moments. Not wishing to spill blood, I let him go, and we even collaborated on a few ventures afterward. Who would have thought that after 200 years, he would again find himself in my path?" Duan San's voice held a mixture of anger and nostalgia, the mention of Chu Donghai evoking memories of his youth. Meanwhile, Liuyun's projection regarded the two bowing semi-saints with thoughtful contemplation. The act of seizing resources and the survival of the fittest were commonplace in the realm of cultivation. These two had initially greeted him with respect before resorting to aggression, yet their intent was merely to claim the soul destruction spear scroll, devoid of murderous intent. Furthermore, given the apparent acquaintance between Chu Donghai and Duan San, Liuyun had no immediate inclination to take their lives. "I have little interest in your possessions. Present me with another compelling reason to spare your lives," Liuyun's projection stated with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, both Chu Donghai and Chu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over them. If there was something to discuss, it implied a glimmer of hope. However, Liuyun had already expressed his lack of interest in their treasures. Not oblivious to this, Chu Donghai quickly resolved to offer something more substantial. His gaze resolute as he addressed Liuyun, "Senior, I, Chu Donghai, swear by my soul to follow you from this day forth." Seeing Chu Donghai's decisiveness, Chu Ming promptly echoed his sentiments. "Senior, I, Chu Ming, also swear by my soul to follow you." The allegiance of two semi-saints would undoubtedly benefit Liuyun's avatar in its endeavors in Zhongzhou, which had been his intent from the outset. Thus, upon their declarations, Liuyun feigned hesitation, then slowly gestured toward his avatar's direction, speaking deliberately, "Your loyalty holds little value to me. However, my younger kin requires a companion for their training expedition. Should you two successfully fulfill this task, today's occurrences shall be forgiven." Upon hearing that the individual who had seized the soul destruction spear was Liuyun's younger kin, both Chu Donghai and Chu Ming felt a chill run down their spines. "Rest assured, I shall complete the task assigned by you, Senior," they proclaimed in unison. As soon as they uttered these words, the spatial prison that had ensnared them dissipated, and Liuyun's projection vanished from sight. Exhaling deeply, the gaunt figure in the black robe felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Nearby, Chu Ming mirrored his actions, releasing a sigh of his own. Chu Donghai removed his cloak, revealing a gaunt and aged visage, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Chu Ming. "Now that the senior has departed, do you still wish to imitate me? How can you say I am imitating you? Isn't it customary to speak thus in such situations?" Chu Ming retorted indignantly, removing his own cloak to reveal a somewhat darkened face. "Customs require a fresh approach, should the senior find it tiresome. He might not hesitate to eliminate us," Chu Donghai replied, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Just as he finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught a gaze fixed intently upon him. "Oh no," Chu Donghai inwardly lamented, immediately tempted to don his cloak once more. "You, Chu Donghai, have not sought me for 2 centuries, and upon your return, you dare to intercept my treasures." As Liuyun's projection had departed, The pent-up frustration within Duan San surged forth, unable to contain his words any longer. Brother San, allow me to explain. Brother San, this is purely a misunderstanding. Chu Donghai hastily interjected, observing the fury etched upon Duan San's face. A misunderstanding? You knew it was me, yet came to rob me. What more is there to misunderstand? Duan San exclaimed, yanking away the cloak to reveal his true form. The exchange between the two caught Chu Ming's attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. His gaze directed at Chu Donghai, filled with an inexplicable admiration. Well, Brother Chu, you truly are ruthless. You can even rob an old friend. Gemacht, fanning the flames of discord. Enough of this. This does not concern you. Chu Donghai waved dismissively, then turned back to Duan San, feigning concern. Brother San, it has only been 2 centuries, yet you appear to have aged so. Look at yourself. You are as thin as a twig. And do not think you can shift the topic with such remarks. Duan San retorted without reservation. Cough, cough. Realizing his intentions had been exposed, Chu Donghai cleared his throat, then seriously declared, Brother San, at this juncture, I shall speak candidly. 30 years ago, I incurred the wrath of the Liu family from Tianzhong City. At that time, I was merely a novice semi-saint, while that old coot had attained the status of a high-level semi-saint and summoned 2 junior semi-saints to hunt me down. I evaded them for over a decade, and by fortunate chance, I finally broke through to an intermediate battle saint. Yet, I still feared I was no match for that old man. This incident at the Spatial Trading Conference presented me with the opportunity of the Soul Destruction Spear, which I believed could aid me in overcoming him, thus leading to this desperate measure. You mean to say you have offended Liu Wanli? Duan San asked, astonished. Indeed, that old rascal Liu Wanli. Chu Donghai's expression turned grave. If it is for revenge, I shall trust you this once. However, your information seems rather outdated. I have heard that Liu Wanli has already advanced to a battle saint. Duan San expressed with a hint of regret. What? That old coot has managed to break through. Chu Donghai's face reflected shock, which swiftly morphed into despair, leaving him dazed. The greatest enemy of his life had ascended to the status of a battle saint, and he feared he would never have another chance for vengeance. Listening to the dialogue between Duan San and Chu Donghai, Liuyun and Bai Yi simultaneously removed their cloaks. I am Chu Ming, and I humbly follow your esteemed guidance during your training. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to assign them to me. As Chu Donghai stood in a daze, Chu Ming approached Liuyun, having glimpsed his true visage, and greeted him with utmost humility. Meanwhile, the previously dazed Chu Donghai, upon overhearing their conversation, suddenly regained clarity. With his knowledge, he could faintly discern that the presence they had just encountered was merely a projection. Typically, such a projection would possess strength significantly inferior to that of the original being. This meant that even a mere projection from that venerable figure could easily obliterate him, leaving one to ponder the terrifying extent of the original's power. Perhaps, through this connection, he might also ascend to the ranks of a Dosheng in the future. Contemplating this, Chu Donghai gazed at Liuyun with fervent admiration, and in the next moment, he too lowered his stance, addressing Liuyun. I am Chu Donghai, and I wish to accompany you henceforth. Indeed, noticing their declarations, Liuyun nodded calmly before stating, Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, my name is Feng Sheng. In the company of outsiders, you may refer to me as Young Master. Yes, Young Master, the two replied in unison. Having secured the loyalty of Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, both of whom were mid-level half-saints, Liuyun turned to Duan San with a smile, inquiring, Respected San, what are your plans moving forward? Respected Feng Sheng, if you do not mind my modest strength, I too wish to travel with you and rediscover the sensations of my youth. Duan San replied earnestly. Once a prodigious talent, Duan San had long been ensconced in familial duties, tending to the younger generation, and had grown complacent over the years, missing out on opportunities. Now, he found himself overshadowed by former subordinates who had far surpassed him. The emergence of Chu Donghai reignited the dormant passion within Duan San's heart. Very well. It is rare for you to wish to embark on another grand endeavor. How could Feng Sheng refuse? At this moment, Liuyun, upon hearing Duan San's words, readily acquiesced to his desire to continue traveling together. Presently, 3 individuals had expressed their intention to follow Liuyun, including 2 formidable half-saints, while Bai Yi stood silently to the side, appearing somewhat at a loss. Noticing Bai Yi's bewildered demeanor, Liuyun smiled gently and remarked, Miss Bai Yi, did you not mention wanting Feng Sheng's assistance in reviving your sister back in Spacetown? Upon realizing Liuyun had not forgotten that matter, Bai Yi's expression brightened, and she joyfully responded, Respected Feng Sheng, my sister is located approximately 2,000 miles from here. Allow me to guide you. Let's set off. Then, Miss Baiyi's place will be my first destination. The 2,000-mile journey posed little challenge for Liuyun and his companions, and soon, under Baiyi's guidance, they arrived above an unknown mountain range. After proceeding a short distance further, they spotted a rather ordinary hill below, atop which lay an elegant manor. Respected Feng Sheng, this is the secluded dwelling I share with my sister, Hong Mei. With a gesture towards the manor below, Baiyi swiftly descended. Following closely behind, Liuyun, Duan San, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming entered the estate. Upon their arrival, the four immediately sensed the presence of a soul entity within the manor. Hong Mei, I have returned. These are my friends, so there is no need for concern. Baiyi called out to one of the rooms. As her voice echoed, a somewhat ethereal female figure appeared before them. This enchanting woman was draped in a red silk gown, her skin as pale as snow, her curvaceous form subtly revealed beneath the fabric. With features resembling a lotus blossom and brows like willows, her alluring eyes outshone even the most captivating peach blossoms. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, and her crimson lips curved into a beguiling smile. Chapter 4:30 Resurrection, the Miraculous Ancient Tree. Upon the appearance of this enchanting figure, even Liuyun could not help but steal a few extra glances. Such a beguiling form could only be compared to that of Yafei in Liuyun's lifetime. Hong Mei, these four are respected Feng Sheng, respected San, Saint Chu Ming, and Saint Donghai. After the red figure materialized, Baiyi introduced each of them in turn. Upon hearing Baiyi's words, the enchanting woman's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected Baiyi to summon two saints. After the initial surprise, she gracefully inclined her head in greeting to the four. I am Hong Yi. After the introduction, Baiyi quickly pointed to Liuyun, saying, Hong Mei, this is respected Feng Sheng, who has come to assist in your revival. He is a 7th-tier alchemist. Thank you, respected Feng Sheng. Hong Yi bowed deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. The act of reviving a soul is not a significant endeavor for me, especially since Miss Baiyi has promised to give me the ancient tree bearing the green flesh. Liuyun responded candidly to Hong Yi's expression of gratitude. After saying this, Liuyun turned his gaze to Baiyi and gently urged, Miss Baiyi, let's commence. Seeing Liuyun's eagerness to assist without receiving compensation, both Baiyi and Hong Yi felt a surge of joy. Respected Feng Sheng, please follow me. Baiyi and Hong Yi led the way, entering a nearby courtyard, while Duan San, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming tactfully remained behind, allowing them privacy. Upon entering the next courtyard, Liuyun's eyes were immediately drawn to a lifeless tree devoid of branches, with only 2 or 3 tender buds remaining. The aura emanating from those buds mirrored the green flesh he had acquired in Space Town. So, this is the ancient tree? Truly remarkable. Liuyun mused inwardly. Moments later, they reached the center of the courtyard. Baiyi waved her hand, and a beautifully delicate body encased in ice floated before her, which she gently placed upon the stone platform at the courtyard center. Respected Feng Sheng, this is a body I collected many years ago by the time I acquired it. It had already lost its vitality, Baiyi explained softly. Fear not. Hong Yi's soul is in excellent condition. The revival process will pose no issues. Liuyun declared confidently. This is all thanks to the green flesh from the ancient tree, which possesses the ability to restore souls. Otherwise, Hong Mei's soul could not possibly remain in such a vibrant state, Baiyi elucidated. So, it was the green flesh that facilitated this. No wonder. Liuyun nodded thoughtfully. He then continued, Miss Baiyi, please hand the blood fusion pill to Hong Yi. Upon hearing this, Baiyi conjured a radiant orb from her hand and transferred it to Hong Yi. Now, release a strand of soul energy. Liuyun urged from the side. Without hesitation, Hong Yi swiftly released a strand of her soul energy, which floated toward Liuyun. Liuyun grasped the ethereal strand and swiftly unleashed a searing flame to melt the icy encasement. He then placed his palm upon the elegant body on the stone platform, forcefully infusing the soul into the form. Hong Yi, I shall first refine the body. Once successful, you must swallow the pill and enter the body to complete the fusion. Liuyun commanded, then proceeded to extract various precious materials to infuse into the red body. Under Liuyun's control, a torrent of fiery energy began to refine these materials. For a full 2 hours, he continued this process, and once the energy from the materials had completely permeated the red body, Liuyun called out to Hong Yi now. Hong Yi. Upon hearing the words, Hong Yi immediately consumed the bone-melting blood pill, her form swiftly becoming ethereal, transforming into a crimson light that surged into the body upon the stone platform. With a resounding thud, at the very moment Hongyi's soul entered the corporeal vessel, the red body shuddered violently, and its previously closed eyes suddenly snapped open, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Miss Hongyi, you shall need to endure a bit longer. As Liuyun's voice faded, he exerted his full strength to summon the invisible flames that began to engulf the body. The flesh and blood of the body rapidly disintegrated under the intense heat. However, in mere moments, new flesh and blood began to regenerate. This was the terrifying efficacy of the bone-melting blood pill, capable of resurrecting the body. Ultimately, the speed of flesh regeneration surpassed that of its incineration. The appearance of the body, too, transformed entirely into that of Hongyi amidst this cycle of destruction and rebirth. Finally, under the astonished gaze of Bai, the graceful figure upon the stone platform slowly rose to her feet. Wonderful! Hongmei, you have finally come back to life. Bai exclaimed joyously. Sister, I have regained my body. This sensation has eluded me for decades. Hongyi floated in the air, joyfully twirling around as she examined her new form. After adjusting to her new body, Hongyi descended to the ground and approached Liuyun, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Fengsheng, for granting me this new life. At this moment, Hongyi exuded an even greater allure than in her previous ethereal state, and as she slightly inclined her figure, a glimpse of a snow-white peak became fully visible. Witnessing this scene, Liuyun felt a rush of warmth coursing through his veins. This is all your sister's hard work. I merely collect my due for the service rendered, Liuyun said, gesturing nonchalantly towards Bai. Esteemed Fengsheng, regardless of circumstances, you are Hongmei's savior, and her gratitude is well-deserved. Observing Liuyun's calm demeanor, Bai felt an increasing sense of respect for him. Noticing this, Liuyun chose not to elaborate further and directly approached the ancient tree devoid of branches. Surrounding this ancient tree was a seal set by Bai, intended to prevent its aura from leaking out and attracting unwanted attention. As Liuyun approached the ancient tree, Bai and Hongyi followed slowly. And then Bai swiftly performed several hand seals, causing the transparent energy fluctuations around the tree to vanish immediately. Simultaneously, tender buds atop the ancient tree suddenly unfurled, releasing an exceptionally rich fragrance that, upon a single whiff, delighted the very depths of the soul. What a marvelous ancient tree! If it were to be successfully auctioned, what kind of divine tree would one receive in return? Liuyun pondered continually. Chapter 431. Collecting the Ancient Tree. Esteemed Fengsheng, this ancient tree is imbued with remarkable vitality. It can thrive for years without soil. You may rest assured in taking it away and replanting it in a suitable location, where it will quickly take root. Observing the fervor in Liuyun's eyes, Bai spoke with a smile. Oh, in that case, I shall proceed to collect this ancient tree. Liuyun, catching only the first part of Bai's statement, dismissed the latter half concerning replanting, for he intended to sell this ancient tree eventually, perhaps acquiring something even more precious than the legendary Bodhi tree. In the next moment, Liuyun gently waved his hand forward, causing the soil at the base of the ancient tree to swiftly disperse, revealing its crystalline, robust roots. Under Liuyun's control, a pit over 20 meters deep appeared beneath the tree. Liuyun was surprised to discover that the visible portion of the ancient tree was less than 3 meters tall, yet its roots extended over 20 meters, intertwining in a labyrinthine fashion. Fortunately, Liuyun's spatial ring was hundreds of times larger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, accommodating this ancient tree would have been quite the challenge. As the ancient tree was fully uncovered, Liuyun's hand gently touched its surface, and in an instant, it was drawn into the spatial ring, vanishing before Bai and Hongyi. Witnessing the ancient tree's disappearance, the sisters once again displayed expressions of astonishment. They had initially believed that Liuyun would need to carry the bulky roots and trunk, yet he had so effortlessly stowed the ancient tree within his spatial ring. What an immense spatial ring the esteemed Fengsheng must possess. Both women silently marveled. Ignoring their astonishment, Liuyun, having secured the ancient tree, bid farewell to the two women. Miss Bai, your sister has been revived, and I have received my reward. Thus, I shall not linger further. Wait, esteemed Fengsheng. Upon hearing Liuyun's intention to depart, both Bai and Hongyi spoke almost in unison to retain him. Esteemed Fengsheng, since you have arrived at our secluded abode, allow us to properly host you before your departure. I believe you will not be disappointed after witnessing our dancing skills, Bai said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. Since we have met, and with your kind invitation, I shall graciously accept, Liuyun replied, genuinely wishing to relax after days of travel. Before long, Bai and Hongyi, as if performing magic, filled the courtyard with exquisite food and fine wine. Liuyun, Duan San, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming gathered together, indulging in the feast as if they were mere mortals. Meanwhile, Bai and Hongyi stood nearby, attentively pouring wine for the four men. As the wine flowed, the group chose not to employ their fighting energy to counteract its effects, allowing it to rise within their bodies. After a few cups, Liuyun appeared slightly tipsy, and soon his vision was graced by the sight of a red and a white figure dancing gracefully. Although Bai and Hongyi were over a century old, their status as Dozun strongholds meant that time had left little mark upon them, instead endowing them with an added charm. At this moment, illuminated by the moonlight, they appeared even more ethereal, akin to celestial maidens descending from the heavens. Hobari! Liuyun could not help but exclaim, his inebriation giving way to applause. Hearing his praise, the dancing sisters beamed with delight, their movements becoming even more buoyant. As the night deepened, Bai and Hongyi joined the men in their revelry, each leaning against Liuyun's shoulders. The potent liquor coursed down their throats, causing their cheeks to gradually flush. Come, esteemed Fengsheng, allow Hongyi to pour you a drink. Embracing the effects of the alcohol, Hongyi swayed unsteadily to her feet, then, as if a fragile flower, collapsed onto Liuyun's shoulder. The exquisite softness of her form pressed against him stirred a certain restlessness within Liuyun. Esteemed Fengsheng, come drink. Hongyi, clutching Liuyun's shoulder with her delicate hand, raised a wine jug to her lips, the clear, brisk liquid spilling forth to cascade down her chin and onto her fair, delicate neck, eventually soaking into the barely concealed depths of her cleavage, rendering an enticing spectacle that drew Liuyun's gaze. With a gulp, Liuyun swallowed hard, then instinctively wrapped his arms around her soft form. Observing Liuyun's actions, Duan San, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming instantaneously sobered up, exchanging knowing glances before discreetly vacating the courtyard. The following morning, Liuyun emerged early from his chamber and stepped into the courtyard. In that place, Duan San, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming were surprisingly still indulging in wine, conversing about matters from distant lands. Ahem. Approaching closer, Liuyun cleared his throat, causing the trio to awaken from their inebriation. Master Fengsheng, you are awake so early. Duan San greeted with a hint of enigmatic amusement on his aged visage. Indeed, Liuyun replied, nodding calmly in acknowledgement of Duan San's words, and then added, after resting in this estate for a day, it is time for us to depart. Excellent. Chu Donghai was the first to express his agreement upon hearing Liuyun's intention to leave. Then, will the young ladies, Hong Yi and Bai Yi, not accompany us? Chu Ming inquired with a touch of curiosity, noticing the absence of the two women at Liuyun's announcement. Of course, we sisters will accompany Brother Feng. Hong Yi and Bai Yi appeared at Liuyun's sides as Chu Ming spoke, their delicate cheeks still adorned with a hint of rosy hue. Let's be off. Without waiting for the three elderly men to respond, Liuyun took the two women and ascended into the skies. Once the three men joined them, Liuyun proceeded to cast several hand seals towards the estate below, subsequently enveloping it with a vast circular energy shield. As this protective barrier formed, the grand estate gradually faded from the sight of the group. You sisters have resided in this estate for so many years. It would be unfortunate if it were discovered and occupied by others or destroyed by wild beasts, Liuyun remarked as he completed his task. Indeed, Brother Feng, you are truly considerate. The attentiveness exhibited by Liuyun filled Hong Yi and Bai Yi with immense joy. Chapter 432, A Familiar Face. Hai Bodong. Before them lay an immense stone platform, entirely crafted from pure white rock. Astonishingly, this platform stood nearly 100 meters high, supported by a dozen colossal pillars that resembled towering columns holding up the heavens, presenting a breathtaking spectacle from afar. The space upon this stone platform was markedly different from others. It appeared exceedingly chaotic, with vast regions of space warped and twisted, interspersed with ominous dark fissures. From this distorted space, silvery light erupted incessantly, and with each flash, numerous silhouettes were expelled from the void, landing upon the stone platform below. This locale was indeed a focal point for spatial wormhole transportation. Suddenly, a flicker of silver light illuminated the twisted expanse, and 6 figures emerged, gracefully descending onto the platform. These individuals were none other than Liuyun, Duan San, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, Hong Yi, and Bai Yi. Having concluded their participation in the spatial trading event and resurrected Hong Yi, Liuyun departed from the northeastern region of Zhongzhou. They had now arrived in Yi City within the Dan region. Upon their arrival in Yi City, the group concealed their auras. Otherwise, Their gathering of formidable Do-Zun experts would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. At that moment, numerous alchemists clad in their robes traversed the towering stone platform, each of considerable rank. To Liuyun's astonishment, there were no fewer than 10 6th-tier alchemists present, with occasional sightings of 7th-tier alchemists, though encountering an 8th-tier alchemist was highly improbable. The ascension to the 7th tier in alchemy was closely tied to the strength of one's soul power. While soul power itself does not possess levels, it is categorized by realms. Such knowledge is seldom accessible to the average person, as the realm of the soul is something even many powerful individuals may never touch in their lifetimes. Numerous alchemists remain stagnant at the 7th tier due to the limitations imposed by their soul realms. The soul realm is divided into 4 levels: mortal realm, spirit realm, celestial realm, and emperor realm. The vast majority of individuals, including alchemists below the 8th tier, find themselves confined to the mortal realm, though the strength of their soul power can vary. Some 7th tier alchemists, by sheer fortune, may catch a glimpse of the spirit realm. Should their soul power reach this level, they could manifest a unique effect known as endowment, imparting a form of sentience to their elixirs. 8th tier elixirs typically possess extraordinary sentience, a quality that elevates them to that esteemed tier. For ordinary alchemists, no matter how adept their skills, if they cannot bestow sentience upon their elixirs, they will forever remain incapable of reaching the 8th tier. To concoct a 9th tier elixir, one must attain the celestial realm of the soul, as the sentience of a 9th tier elixir resembles that of an ordinary human, akin to a creation of life itself. This being requires not only sentience but also the essence of the heavens and earth, a feat achievable by only a select few on the continent. As for the emperor realm, it is a legendary state of the soul, one that Liuyun himself has yet to attain. Reaching that realm would grant the opportunity to concoct the fabled emperor-grade elixirs, intricately linked to the legendary Do emperors. However, in the current Douqi Continent, even if an alchemist were to reach that realm, the absence of Do emperor source energy would render them incapable of ever creating an emperor-grade elixir. After briefly surveying the surroundings, Liuyun withdrew his gaze and addressed the group. Let us proceed, since this is a journey of experience. We might as well linger in Yi City for a day. Indeed, the other 5 wholeheartedly agreed with Liuyun's proposal. As they gradually made their way towards the edge of the stone platform, a faint conversation caught Liuyun's attention. Have you heard? Recently, someone from the Ice River Valley is pursuing a person named Haibuodong. It is said that someone from the Ice River Valley discovered that this individual has an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. Over a year ago, he was merely at the initial stage of Do Zone. Yet within this short span, he has broken through to the pinnacle of 9-star Do Zone. Haibuodong. Liuyun's brow instinctively furrowed upon overhearing the conversation between 2 gaunt men nearby. What is it, Brother Feng? Is something amiss? Bai Yi, ever perceptive, immediately noticed the change in Liuyun's expression and inquired with concern. I am simply curious if the person they speak of is someone I once knew, Liuyun explained. With that, Liuyun approached the 2 conversing men. My friends, I have a keen interest in the individual named Haibuodong you mentioned. Could you elaborate further on his circumstances? Allow me to offer you these 2 elixirs as a token of gratitude. Liuyun presented 2 jade vials containing 6th-tier elixirs, a smile gracing his face. Upon seeing the elixirs Liuyun offered, the 2 gaunt men hesitated for a moment before joyfully accepting them. When they unsealed the vials and beheld the 6th-tier elixirs within, delight spread across their faces. My dear friend, you are truly too gracious. Typically, one who eavesdrops on conversations would provoke disdain. However, upon receiving the elixirs, the demeanor of these 2 men transformed to one of utmost respect. A Do-Zun expert from the Ice River Valley has been dispatched to hunt down Haibuodong. I surmise it is due to his remarkable cultivation speed and the terrifying icy Do-Chi he possesses. The Ice River Valley has become envious, seeking to uncover the secrets he harbors. However, in this pursuit, the Ice River Valley has already suffered the loss of 2 elders who reached the 5-star Do Zone level. One of the gaunt men eagerly recounted to Liuyun after accepting the elixirs. It is said that Haibuodong has likely escaped to the northern region of the Falling God Gorge, as this place is currently surrounded by the forces of the Ice River Valley, another gaunt man added. Upon hearing their words, Liuyun was able to ascertain that this individual was indeed Haibuodong, who had departed from the Jiama Empire 2 years prior. At that time, Liuyun had bestowed upon Haibuodong a volume of advanced celestial-level martial arts, the Yellow Spring Ascension Technique, a powerful art that even the 8 ancient clans had never possessed. Therefore, Liuyun felt no surprise at Haibuodong's remarkable speed of cultivation. Chapter 433, Journey to Falling God Gorge. Heibadong, the battle's sovereign. Falling God Gorge, you say? Liuyun murmured to himself after listening to the two men's accounts. Brother Feng, the person being hunted by Ice River Valley must be the acquaintance you mentioned, right? Bai Yi ventured, noticing the change in Liuyun's expression. Indeed, Liuyun nodded gently, then sighed. I never expected him to carve out a name for himself in this central state. After this reflection, Liuyun promptly retrieved a map of the central state and examined it closely. The Falling God Gorge isn't too far from here. I hope this old friend hasn't encountered any misfortune, Liuyun murmured as he focused on the location of Falling God Gorge on the map. Let us depart. We shall not linger in Yi City today. With that, Liuyun darted towards the northern horizon. Following closely behind were Duan San, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, Hong Yi, and Bai Yi. Falling God Gorge is situated in the northern part of the Pill Domain, characterized by an exceedingly complex terrain. The entire region appears as if cleaved by a colossal axe, riddled with countless fissures, each nearly 1,000 feet long. These ravines are unfathomably deep, shrouded in toxic mists teeming with lethal substances, rendering the environment exceptionally perilous. It can indeed be considered a treacherous locale within the Pill Domain. Typically, very few venture here unless they have special needs. However, the recent uproar surrounding the Ice River Valley's pursuit of Heibadong has transformed this once desolate gorge into a bustling site. Once Heibadong's terrifying cultivation speed was publicized by those with ulterior motives, it soon attracted the covetous gaze of numerous factions. Among these, Ice River Valley was the most prominent due to its formidable strength, leaving other factions merely as passive spectators. Furthermore, after Heibadong had slain several individuals from Ice River Valley, the enmity between the two parties intensified. The chilling combat techniques exhibited by Heibadong drove the members of Ice River Valley into a frenzy. The Falling God Gorge is not exceedingly distant from Yi City. With Liuyun and his companion Speed, they arrived at this lively area in just a few hours, subsequently alighting upon a towering mountain peak. Gazing into the distance, they beheld an endless expanse of chaotic rocky plains, dotted with numerous dark fissures that emerged from the earth like the gaping maw of a demon, stretching far into the distance. The eerie blackness sent a chill through one's heart. The plains were strewn with colossal boulders, some resembling mountains of stone, emanating a deep, dark hue. Above, a perpetual shroud of black mist hovered, a toxic vapor rising from the ravines, nearly obscuring the sky over this vast expanse. Retrieving his gaze from the distant horizon, Liuyun focused on the throngs of figures at the forefront of the plains. They were moving in groups towards the Falling God Gorge, presumably in search of Heibadong's whereabouts. So, this is Falling God Gorge. Such a perilous place. No wonder that old fellow Heibadong chose to conceal himself here. With a sigh, Liuyun resumed his steps, advancing towards the sky ahead. Despite the toxic mists enveloping Falling God Gorge, they posed no hindrance to Liuyun and his companions. The entrance to Falling God Gorge lies between two towering black monoliths, featuring a wide path several paces across. Surrounding this entrance were numerous figures clad in white, evidently members of Ice River Valley. Atop the two massive stones stood nearly 100 disciples of Ice River Valley, their keen, hawk-like gazes sweeping over the crowd below. Among them sat a white-robed elder, emanating an aura of coldness that caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop significantly. However, at that moment, amidst the vigilant watch of so many powerful members of Ice River Valley, not a single one noticed the 6 shadowy figures traversing through the dense toxic mist above. Meanwhile, deep within Falling God Gorge, in a cavernous ravine measuring 100 feet in height, dozens of white figures stood scattered. Among them, an elder suspended in midair exuded an aura that had evidently reached the battle sovereign level. Opposite this group, on the rocky wall of the ravine, stood a figure with white hair. Heibadong, surrender the secret of your chilling combat aura, and I shall elevate you to the rank of elder in Ice River Valley. The battle sovereign facing Heibadong declared loudly from midair. Tian Shuangzi, if I were to divulge those secrets, would there be any hope of survival for me now? Heibadong retorted disdainfully. In that case, I shall have no choice but to subdue you and extract your secrets slowly. Tian Shuangzi replied grimly. Subsequently, with a slow wave of his dry hands, the space before him began to distort, and amidst the swirling cold, a multitude of ice spikes materialized out of thin air. With a swish, the countless ice spikes trembled violently and shot forth like a torrential downpour, encompassing the area within 10 feet of the cavern. Observing Tian Shuangzi's fierce attack, Heibadong's expression turned grave, though he felt no fear of the chilling aura within the technique. The profound battle energy belonging to a battle sovereign still posed a significant threat to him. As the ice spikes surged toward him, a dark ice shield suddenly manifested before Haibodong, radiating a terrifying aura of coldness. Bang! 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 Countless ice spikes crashed against the dark ice shield, shattering upon impact. Despite the immense force, the ice shield merely retreated a few steps, and Haibodong, who sustained it, appeared increasingly strained. Yet, even with the relentless assault of ice spikes, the shield displayed no cracks. "What eerie power!" Tian Shuangzi exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated as he witnessed Haibodong withstand his attack. Realizing that prolonging the battle might lead to his demise, Haibodong decided to step out from the cavern and ascend towards the upper ravine. Trying to escape? Tian Shuangzi's hands clenched tightly, and instantly, the surrounding space began to warp. However, as Haibodong unleashed his dark, chilling battle aura, the distorted space quickly returned to normal. Chapter 434, Annihilation. Haibodong's self-mockery. Though Haibodong managed to dispel the spatial confinement created by Tian Shuangzi, the previous distortion had momentarily hindered his movement, allowing Tian Shuangzi to close the distance swiftly. Just as Tian Shuangzi was about to catch up to Haibodong, the latter boldly plunged into the thick toxic mist. "Do you think this will deter me from pursuing you?" Tian Shuangzi remarked, following suit without hesitation as Haibodong vanished into the mist. However, it was but a brief moment after Tian Shuangzi had stepped into the poisonous mist that a piercing scream echoed from within. Upon hearing that anguished cry, the faces of the dozens of disciples and elders of the Ice River Valley below turned pale with dread, for this voice was all too familiar to them. How could it belong to the Grand Elder? What transpired within the toxic haze? Just as the members of the Ice River Valley were engulfed in confusion and fear, a body encased in ice plummeted swiftly from the sky, landing with a tremendous crash upon the ground below. Bang! The body hit the earth with a heavy thud, yet the ice that encased it bore no signs of fracture, instead creating a terrifying pit in the ground. It was the Grand Elder. What? Wasn't the Grand Elder a peak Dozun? How could he be frozen by Haibodong? Witnessing the lifeless form encased in ice, the disciples of the Ice River Valley in the ravine erupted in horrified cries. Soon after, from the thick poisonous mist above, Haibodong emerged once more. However, his complexion was considerably more pallid than before. Cough, cough. Upon reappearing, Haibodong coughed lightly and, with a somewhat feeble voice, addressed the onlookers from the Ice River Valley. "You all desire the secrets I possess, do you not? Come and seize them." Just moments ago, as he entered the poisonous fog, he had concentrated the frigid Douqi from several of his acupoints into his palm, and upon Tian Shuangzi's arrival, he had unleashed the pitch-black, profound cold Douqi directly into his body. Now, Haibodong had cultivated the Huang Quan Sheng Xiao Ju to a minor success. The originally powerful Azure Douqi had transformed into this dense, ebony cold power. This force, while perhaps not overwhelmingly dominant in a direct confrontation, became exceedingly tyrannical once it infiltrated the body. Even though Haibodong was presently merely a 9-star Dozone, he possessed sufficient strength to threaten even a 3-star Dozone. At this moment, at the bottom of the ravine, upon hearing Haibodong's words, an elder of the Ice River Valley who had attained Dozone's strength bellowed in rage. "Haibodong, you dare to slay our Grand Elder. The Valley Master will not let you go unpunished. An Ice Sovereign? Indeed, a significant threat to me. However, before he arrives, you should attend to Tian Shuangzi first." In response to the elder's threats, Haibodong spoke with an unflappable demeanor. In the next instant, the space before him began to distort, and within that distortion, strands of cold power coalesced into countless tiny black ice spikes. "You are fond of using ice spikes for murder, are you not? Today, I shall bestow upon you the same fate." As Haibodong's words fell, the gathered black ice spikes began to rain downwards. Form a formation. Observing the descent of the black ice spikes exuding an extreme chill, the Dozong Elder of the Ice River Valley shouted. Subsequently, all the disciples of the Ice River Valley congregated, swiftly forming peculiar hand seals. In that instant, a surge of cold air erupted from the bottom of the ravine, and a massive circular ice barrier enveloped all the disciples within. This barrier was exceedingly thick, emanating an icy chill that even a Dozun might find difficult to breach. Sizzle, sizzle. As the black ice spikes continued to strike against the formidable ice layer, several small cracks swiftly appeared upon its surface. Subsequently, the falling ice spikes transformed into wisps of black energy that entered the fissures. Before long, the entire circular ice barrier was consumed by the black energy, plunging the interior into darkness, a wave of terror enveloping the hearts of all the Ice River Valley disciples. Crack! Upon one elder of the Ice River Valley conjuring a flame in his palm to illuminate the interior of the ice barrier, a crisp shattering sound echoed. In the next moment, the entire ice barrier shattered into countless tiny ice particles that rained down below. This is bad. Seeing the ice barrier disintegrate, the Dozong elder of the Ice River Valley immediately summoned a layer of white Douqi armor around himself and darted towards the periphery of the falling ice particles. Zing! Zing! Those disciples of the Ice River Valley who failed to retreat in time found their movements sluggish upon contact with a single black ice particle, as the chilling power swiftly invaded their bodies. Before long, aside from 3 or 4 individuals who escaped, the rest of the Ice River Valley disciples were entirely frozen. Split up and flee. This individual is not someone we can contend with. Return and inform the Valley Master. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the remaining 4 individuals lost all fighting spirit and began to scatter in different directions. Given the heavy toll this battle had taken on the Ice River Valley, Haibo Dong could not allow these few to escape. In the next moment, black ice spears over 3 meters in length materialized in each of Haibo Dong's hands, launching towards 2 of them with ferocity. After firing these 2 black ice spears, he surged towards the Dozong elder of the Ice River Valley. Before long, he had dealt with 3 of the fleeing individuals, yet the last, a 6-star Dozong elder from the Ice River Valley, was on the verge of slipping from his sight. At that moment, at the edge of his vision, the figure of the Ice River Valley elder suddenly halted, drawn back towards him by an enigmatic force. Haha, to slay a Dozun with Dozong strength. What a spectacle! Accompanied by a hearty laugh, 6 figures, 4 men and 2 women, materialized in Haibo Dong's view above the ravine. Gentlemen, have you come to seek me, Haibo Dong? Upon seeing these 6 sudden figures, Haibo Dong's wariness heightened. Indeed, Haibo Dong, I have come specifically for you, Liuyun replied candidly. It seems my cultivation has merely advanced a tad faster, and you covet the secrets I possess. The recent rumors of the Heavenly Earth Alliance Lord breaking through from a low-tier Dozong to Dozun without anyone daring to provoke him indicate that perhaps I am simply too weak. Haibo Dong responded with a hint of self-mockery upon hearing Luyun's reply. Chapter 435, The Furious Chu Ming. Although Haibo Dong could not discern the cultivation levels of Liuyun and his companions, his instincts warned him of their formidable strength. It appeared that today, Haibo Dong was destined for calamity. Yet, even in death, you shall not extract anything from me. Fixating his icy gaze upon Liuyun and his companions, a chill emanated from his eyes. Brother Feng, is this not your old acquaintance? Why does he seem to not recognize you? Indeed, Feng Sheng. Could it be that this person is not the one you seek? Observing Haibo Dong's reaction, Hong Yi and Duan San exchanged puzzled glances. Feng Sheng. Upon hearing the titles bestowed upon Liuyun, Haibo Dong privately mused. It seems my instincts were not mistaken. Among these individuals resides a Dozun. Had he faced Liuyun before defeating Tian Shuangzi, Haibo Dong would have had a modicum of confidence to contend with a Dozun. However, after encasing Tian Shuangzi in ice within the poisonous mist, he had nearly drained over 80% of the cold power from his acupoints, making it impossible for him to regain the strength to battle a Dozun in such a short time. But what did this individual mean by referring to me as an old friend? As apprehension washed over him, another thought arose within his mind, filled with confusion. Gazing intently at Liuyun's face, a familiar visage surfaced in his memory. However, the person in Haibo Dong's recollections should have been a youth. Even after 2 years, he would scarcely be past his teenage years. Noticing Haibo Dong's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Liuyun chuckled softly. Haibo Dong, do you still remember Queen Medusa? Queen Medusa? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Haibo Dong's heart jolted with shock. Once, due to Queen Medusa, Haibo Dong squandered several decades of his life. Even now, as a powerful 9-star Dozong, he cannot forget the shadows of his past. The fact that this individual dares to mention Queen Medusa in my presence surely indicates his origins from the Garma Empire. Within the Garma Empire, only a handful of individuals are privy to the events that transpired between me and Queen Medusa. Among the Mitel family, it appears there is no one else who resembles the young man, Liuyun, so closely. Noticing the suspicion in Haibo Dong's eyes, Liuyun reminded him once more. If you cannot recall Queen Medusa, surely you must remember the Huangquan Ascension Technique. The Huangquan Ascension Technique. Upon hearing Liuyun reveal this secret, a spark of brilliance ignited in Haibo Dong's gaze. At this moment, he was 100% certain that the youth standing before him was none other than the former young master of the Mitel family, Liuyun. Although he was unclear about the events that had transpired to cause such a drastic change in Liuyun's appearance and cultivation, Heibadong was astute enough to realize that Liuyun had not directly disclosed his identity. Moreover, when others referred to him as the Venerable Fengsheng, Heibadong immediately understood that Liuyun wished to keep his true identity concealed. Could it be that you are that rascal Fengsheng? After a moment of contemplation, Heibadong expressed his surprise. Elder Hai, you finally remember me. Liuyun replied, with evident satisfaction at Heibadong's reaction. Just as Liuyun's words fell, the space above the mountain gorge suddenly warped violently, releasing intense spatial fluctuations that radiated outward. Unexpectedly, your chilling Douqi can actually freeze the Tian Shuangzi with your Dozone cultivation, which indeed brings me a delightful surprise. A sigh echoed from the distorted space, and faintly, an icy throne emerged from within. On that throne, a figure clad in white robes slowly rose. As the figure stood, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. The chill of the world surged as the white-robed figure ascended from the twisted space, causing snowflakes to cascade from the heavens. In an instant, the towering gorge was transformed into a sea of snow, appearing resplendent yet frigid in its silver garb. Witnessing this sudden change, Heibadong felt a surge of tension and wariness as he turned to Liuyun, saying, "It seems that after killing Tian Shuangzi, that old coot Binghe immediately became aware of it. This could lead to some trouble. What's the big deal about a mere Binghe?" Liuyun waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. After uttering these words, he and his companions looked up with interest as a series of cracking sounds emerged from the distorted space. Subsequently, a dark ice staircase gradually extended from within, and a figure in white began to descend leisurely along this black ice staircase. The newly arrived individual, dressed in white, possessed a tall and slender frame, appearing quite youthful. His demeanor bore an air of indifference, yet could not obscure the striking handsomeness of his features, which seemed to carry a subtle, delicate quality. Additionally, a pitch-black snowflake insignia adorned his forehead, evoking a strange sensation as if it could freeze one's very soul. With his hands clasped behind his back, the white-robed man stood upon the black ice staircase, the swirling snowflakes around him seemingly fragile, yet brimming with terrifying destructive power. "Haha, when it comes to making an entrance, this fellow certainly outshines you two," Duan-san remarked to Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, amused by Binghe's dramatic arrival. In the face of absolute power, such theatrics are merely jokes, Chu Ming retorted dismissively at Duan-san's banter. At that moment, the group regarded Binghe's ostentatious entrance with a hint of mockery in their eyes. After revealing himself, Binghe cast a curious glance at Liuyun and his companions, for he could not discern their cultivation levels. "Have you six come here for Heibadong?" Binghe inquired slowly. "Indeed, he is the person we seek. If you have no business here, you may take your leave now." Gumin replied, waving his hand at Binghe with evident impatience. Heibadong was taken aback to see Liuyun's companion treat Binghe with such disregard. "Hee. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner." Binghe sneered, his face darkening. "Ha! This person certainly has a flair for the dramatic," Duan-san quipped, nudging Chu Ming to take notes from him. As they bantered, Chu Ming's expression grew increasingly complex. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Chapter 436. A single palm to strike down Binghe. This aura, as Chu Ming unleashed his power, the irritation on Binghe's face vanished, replaced by profound shock. "Senior, it was my oversight to speak so arrogantly. I humbly request your forgiveness." In the face of his astonishment, Binghe realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and quickly bowed respectfully to Chu Ming. Heibadong was equally astonished, as he could clearly sense that Chu Ming's aura surpassed Binghe's by at least tenfold. "I never imagined Liuyun's companion would be so terrifying," Heibadong thought to himself in disbelief. "No worries, just be cautious in your next life." Yet, despite Binghe's apology, Chu Ming's fury remained unabated. He simply lifted his hand, and a colossal handprint of Douqi manifested around Binghe. "Please spare me, senior," Binghe cried out in desperation as he desperately summoned his Douqi. A massive black ice dragon surged from within him, roaring towards Chu Ming's handprint. The next moment, the black ice dragon collided with the handprint, disintegrating entirely without even causing a ripple. The handprint then struck Binghe's body, shattering the black icy armor that had formed on his skin, and subsequently, his body was swiftly obliterated. The once mighty lord of Binghe Valley was dispatched in mere moments, unable to mount even the slightest resistance. Witnessing this scene, Heibadong's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of what had just transpired. The lord of Binghe Valley was a formidable figure in the central continent. Yet he had perished so swiftly. What terrifying realm had Chu Ming attained? Chu Ming, look at you, resorting to brute force when angered, lacking any semblance of a wise elder. After Bingha's demise, Chu Donghai teased Chu Ming once more. I despise those who lack genuine skill, yet revel in pretense. Chu Ming retracted his hand, not even glancing towards the scene again, his expression calm as he remarked, it was merely as if I had crushed an ant. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance in averting this crisis. Heibadong suddenly expressed his gratitude towards Chu Ming. Don't mention it. You're an old friend of Venerable Fengsheng. I cannot accept the title of Senior. Just call me Chu Ming in the future. Chu Ming responded, returning the gesture with a bow. Senior, how can this be? Heibadong stammered in a fluster. Elder Hai, if Chu Ming requests you to call him by name, then you should do so, with your cultivation speed. I believe it won't be long before you reach a level comparable to ours, so there's no need for concern, Liuyun interjected, encouraging Heibadong. Indeed, Venerable Fengsheng speaks wisely. Heibadong, you should heed his advice, they chimed in unison. Very well, Chu Ming brother. Heibadong finally relented. Hearing the words of Liuyun and his companions, Heibadong reluctantly acquiesced. Simultaneously, curiosity swelled within him. It appeared that Liuyun's words carried significant weight among this group. Even Kuming, who had just demonstrated his prowess by annihilating Bingha, treated Liuyun with utmost respect. That's more like it, brother Heibadong. Kuming jovially patted Heibadong's shoulder. With Bingha now vanquished, I believe no one will dare pursue you any longer. Where do you plan to go next? After alleviating Heibadong's predicament, Liuyun spoke slowly. I intend to retreat to Bingha Valley for further cultivation, Heibadong confided. Previously, I could only furtively harness the cold energies at the periphery of Bingha Valley, and once I was spotted, I was forced into a desperate flight. Now that the valley is leaderless, I can enter its depths unimpeded. He continued, coincidentally, I also seek to establish a base in Zhongzhou. Since Bingha has crossed you, let's claim that mountain gate. Upon hearing Heibadong's intentions, Liuyun seamlessly replied, excellent. Bingha Valley has been arrogant for far too long. It is high time it was put in its place. Fengsheng, might I inquire as to the realms of your cultivation? Heibadong suddenly asked. Curiosity piqued as they walked towards the entrance of Luotian Gorge. Well, I'm the least among us, at the peak of 5-star Dozun. Liuyun responded without hesitation to his old friend's inquiry. 5-star Dozun. Although Heibadong had anticipated this, he was still profoundly astonished upon hearing Liuyun articulate it. Ha! Do not be so surprised. The others are significantly stronger than I. Liuyun chuckled. I am a mid-level half-saint. Shidonghai revealed straightforwardly. I, too, am a mid-level half-saint, Kuming added. 8-star Dozun. 7-star Dozun. 6-star Dozun. The sisters Duan San and Bai each chimed in one after the other. Upon hearing their declarations, Heibadong was left in sheer astonishment. Their cultivation levels indeed eclipsed even that of Liuyun, with the two sisters' realms being particularly formidable. Having spent some time in Zhongzhou, Heibadong grasped that Liuyun and his entourage were likely far more powerful than many of the significant factions in Zhongzhou, the so-called Three Valleys. With the master of Bingha Valley being utterly powerless against Kuming, and the master of Fenyang, who was said to be on par with Bingha, was also crushed upon encountering this group. Naturally, Heibadong was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the ancestor of Fenyang. Had he known, he would never have compared Bingha Valley to Fenyang. Fear not. I have told you before that your progress in cultivation is rare in this world. In due time, you will surge forward. Liuyun confidently patted Heibadong on the shoulder. In this realm, the two individuals with the most exceptional cultivation techniques were none other than Liuyun and Heibadong. If the two were to possess the bloodline powers akin to the 8 ancient clans, their cultivation speeds would likely multiply several times over. Heibadong, encouraged by Liuyun's words, understood that they were grounded in truth. He was acutely aware of his own cultivation speed. Since practicing the Huangquan Shengxiaoju, his advancement had been astonishingly rapid. During his time in Zhongzhou, he had yet to encounter any heavenly level techniques. Thus he fully comprehended the terrifying nature of the Huangquan Shengxiaoju. Consequently, in the face of pursuers, he dared not reveal even a hint of his mastery of the technique, for if it were to be disclosed, even Doxing experts would be driven to madness. Chapter 437, directly headed to Bingha Valley. After some conversation, Liuyun and Heibadong's party soon arrived at the exit of Luotian Gorge. At that moment, the area was still swarming with disciples of Bingha Valley on guard. Look, isn't that Heibadong? He actually dares to come here alone. One disciple of Bingha Valley exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Heibadong. Prior to his exclamation, an elder of Bingha Valley, seated atop a mountain peak and possessing the strength of a 6-star Dozun, had already fixed his gaze upon Heibadong. Strange, how does he dare to appear before us? Even under the pursuit of the Grand Elder? The Elder, named Bingling, pondered. In his confusion, he promptly shattered a communication jade talisman. All disciples, assemble and block this rogue. The Grand Elder shall be here shortly. Bingling confidently stood and called upon the disciples of Binghe Valley, unaware that Taoyin Shuangzi and Binghe had already perished deep within Luotian Gorge. As he rallied the disciples, Coming furrowed his brow once more. He found the audacity of those lacking strength, who confronted those far superior to them, utterly intolerable. Hebadong was at least a 9-star Do Zun, yet a mere ordinary 6-star Do Zun dared to act so arrogantly. As he frowned, an invisible hand descended upon Bingling. What is this? Sensing the terrifying power, Bingling's expression changed dramatically. As the unseen hand loomed over him, the space around him was entirely sealed, rendering him immobile. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of disciples from Binghe Valley and various onlookers, Bingling stood helplessly as that colossal hand struck him down, his body exploding, resulting in the collapse of the towering mountain peak beneath him. Heavens! The elder was killed with a single blow. Who were those 6 accompanying Hebadong? And why are they so formidable? After dispatching Bingling, Kuming refrained from further action, as the throng of Do Huang and even Do Wang disciples was simply too weak. He found no motivation to engage. Capture someone to lead the way. We shall proceed directly to Binghe Valley, Liuyun stated calmly, and he along with the sisters Hongyi and Bai swiftly darted out of the entrance of Luotian Gorge. Hearing Liuyun's command, Kuming reached into the crowd and seized a Binghe Valley disciple of Do Huang realm, bringing him before them. Subsequently, Kuming, Shidong Hai, Duan San, and Hebadong followed suit, keeping pace with Liuyun's lead. Long after Liuyun and his party had departed from the entrance of Luotian Gorge, the remaining disciples of Binghe Valley gradually regained their composure from their shock. Did those seniors leave? One disciple asked faintly. They should have, another replied, still shaken. From what those seniors said, it seems they intend to venture into the valley. Are they seeking the Valley Master? Another questioned in confusion. Seeking the Valley Master is even better. No matter how strong they are, can they truly compare to the Valley Master? They are merely courting death. Let us hurry and inform the Grand Elder. After a round of discussions, the hundreds of disciples at the entrance of Luotian Gorge swiftly made their way deeper into the gorge. Binghe Valley, nestled within a vast mountain range of colossal snow-capped peaks in the southwestern region of Zhongyu, was easily reached by Liuyun and his companions with the guidance of the Binghe Valley disciple they had captured. As they gazed down, the landscape was dominated by uniform white peaks, the sunlight reflecting off the endless expanse of pristine snow, casting countless blinding rays. Even in the entirety of Zhongzhou, this snow-capped mountain held considerable renown, largely due to the presence of Binghe Valley and the harsh, frigid environment of the range. Fengsheng, for nearly a year, I have been hiding at the fringes of these snow-capped mountains to cultivate, and Binghe Valley should lie deep within this range, Hebadong reminisced as they arrived. The frigid air surrounding the snow-capped mountains is undeniably oppressive, and within, it must be even more conducive for Hebadong to cultivate the Huangquan ascension technique. Hence, upon arriving here, a surge of excitement welled up within Hebadong. If he could enter the Ice River Valley for his training, his progress in cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Hearing Hebadong's words, Liuyun nodded gently and then turned his gaze towards a young disciple from the Ice River Valley, who had been captured. He smiled and said, "Please continue to lead the way." At Liuyun's prompt, the Ice River Valley disciple, his fingers trembling slightly, pointed in a certain direction. Let's proceed. Following the direction indicated by the disciple, Liuyun and his companions quickened their pace and darted towards that point. As they sped along, numerous powerful, snow-white magical beasts occasionally revealed themselves on the pristine peaks, but upon catching sight of Liuyun's group, they merely shifted slightly before retreating into silence once more. Before long, a wide river, covered by a thick layer of ice, emerged in the snow below. This river was encased beneath a 10-meter-thick layer of ice, yet clear waters flowed beneath it. It was indeed peculiar that in such an intensely cold region as the Ice River Valley, the water remained unfrozen. Liuyun couldn't help but marvel silently at this unusual sight. Indeed, such a strange phenomenon suggests that the waters within the Ice River must possess some extraordinary properties. He mused. Behind Liuyun, Duan San and the others shared similar expressions of curiosity, sighing in wonder. Regardless of what secrets lay hidden here, all would be revealed once they entered the Ice River Valley. With that thought, Liuyun moved again, continuing his rapid approach along the river's course. Half an hour later, a row of magnificent ice mountains came into view. Beyond these towering peaks lay a vast valley, encircled by ice formations. This valley was at least 10 times larger than the inner courtyard of the Canaan Academy. Above this valley, a distorted spatial seal, akin to that of the Canaan Academy's inner courtyard, was evident. It was clear that this seal was significantly more powerful. Through this distorted space, one could see that the wide river traversed the massive ice mountains, dividing the vast valley in two. In the center of the valley, a colossal, snow-white palace, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, sat atop the ice river. Is this the Ice River Valley? Liuyun's eyes gleamed with appreciation upon witnessing this spectacle. Here, the surrounding cold had reached a terrifying intensity. Should this frigid air invade one's body, even in ordinary dough, one would likely find themselves frozen solid. However, what posed a dire threat to outsiders became an exceptional training ground for the inhabitants of the Ice River Valley. Chapter 438, The Sea God Palace. The Ice River Grave. At this moment, nearly half of the elite disciples and several Dozong elders of the Ice River Valley had been dispatched to pursue Haiba Dong. Moreover, with the known Dozun powerhouses, Ice River and Tian Shuangzi had both perished in the falling God Gorge, causing Liu Yun's group to ascend the ice mountains without anyone in the valley noticing. Let us descend and take a closer look. After gazing down from the ice mountain for a while, Liu Yun suddenly spoke. As his words fell, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, two semi-saint powerhouses, simultaneously reached out their palms and pressed forcefully against the distorted space above the ice mountain. Instantly, two terrifying energies began to assault the spatial seal. Before the disciples of the Ice River Valley below even realized what was happening, the seal shattered with a thunderous crash, unleashing a violent wave of spatial energy that surged into the valley. Even from a considerable distance, the figures clad in white within the Ice River Valley could distinctly feel this disturbance. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes gazed up in confusion towards the sky. What transpired? Why did the valley's protective seal suddenly shatter? Look, there are 7 figures atop the ice mountain. How audacious! To dare to create trouble in my Ice River Valley. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, Liuyun and his companions slowly descended from the heavens, landing upon the expansive plaza before the Grand Palace. Liuyun proclaimed, "Hear me, inhabitants of the Ice River Valley. From this day forth, the name Ice River Valley shall vanish from Zhongzhou. This place shall henceforth be known as the Sea God Palace." Simultaneously, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the valley, overwhelming the weaker disciples of the Ice River Valley, who were pressed to the icy ground. Even the remaining 3 Dozong elders of the Ice River Valley were shaken by this booming declaration. These newcomers are formidable. Their mere voice carries such oppressive might. Strange. Why have the Grand Elder and the Valley Master not appeared, despite these intruders causing such a ruckus? After regaining their composure, the 3 Dozong elders still awaited the arrival of Ice River. I give you 1 hour to vacate this place, or face annihilation. Liuyun bore no personal animosity towards these individuals. He did not hold their subordinates accountable for the transgressions of those in power within the Ice River Valley. As Liuyun's words resonated, uncertainty flickered in the eyes of all the disciples within the Ice River Valley, their gazes converging upon the 3 Dozong elders. Do you not fear the Valley Master's return for such actions? One elder, with the cultivation of a 3-star Dozong, bravely attempted to intimidate Liuyun in Ice River's name. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by another elder at the 5-star Dozong level. Fool! Do you wish to court death by speaking out now? If they dare to come, do you think a single sentence from you will deter them? Upon hearing the rebuke, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. I've been foolish. Elder Bingpa, you speak wisely. Since they dare to come, they surely do not fear the Valley Master. And with the Valley Master not yet appearing, why should we risk our lives here? Soon, the remaining 3 Dozong elders of the Ice River Valley reached a consensus, leading the disciples to hastily retreat from the Ice River Valley. In an instant, the disciples began to evacuate, bringing their families along. Witnessing Liuyun resolve the situation with just a few words, Haiba Dong felt a growing admiration within him. Throughout this journey, it was evident from the demeanor of the group that Liuyun was the cornerstone of their unity, as most decisions were made at his discretion. Thus, Haiba Dong often pondered how a 5-star Dozun could command such respect from 2 semi-saint powerhouses, disregarding the fleeing disciples and their families. Liuyun smiled at Haiba Dong and inquired, "How does it feel here? Surely it surpasses the experience of sneaking into the periphery before. Indeed, this place is incomparable to the outskirts of the Great Snow Mountain. I feel immensely exhilarated to be here." Haiba Dong replied, his face brimming with excitement. If I could cultivate here, I am confident I could break through to Dozun in no time. Very well. I shall await the day I can call you Ice Sovereign Haiba Dong. Liuyun laughed heartily. With that, Liuyun suddenly stepped towards the resplendent ice palace. This palace stood at least 30 meters tall, flanked by two towering ice sculptures of humanoid figures at the entrance. The group followed Liuyun, entering the vast doorway that spanned several dozen meters, and stepped into the interior of the White Palace. Inside was an exceptionally bright and spacious hall, with a pitch-black throne of icy coldness at the far end. Through Liuyun's sole perception, it seemed there was a dark passage leading beneath the ice within the depths of the palace. Let us proceed. There may be surprises awaiting us within, Liuyun remarked curiously, noticing the shadowy entrance. Crossing the expansive hall, Liuyun and his companions traversed numerous brightly lit corridors, gradually making their way to the depths of the palace. Throughout their journey, Liuyun and his companions frequently encountered hidden chambers containing precious martial techniques, skills, and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, they regarded these treasures with indifference, continuing their trek without a moment's pause. After several minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the entrance of a dimly lit ice chamber, which was sealed with a barrier adorned with a scarlet inscription, Ice River Tomb. It appeared that this location served as the final resting place for the formidable warriors of the Ice River Valley throughout the ages. Observing the four characters on the seal, Liuyun sighed softly. Brother Feng, if this is indeed a tomb, why is there not a single coffin in sight? Hongi inmurit, herbrut furuit in confusion. The true burial site may be beneath that shadowy cave, Liuyun speculated. This palace is built atop a massive ice river. Could that cave lead into the depths of the ice? Duan San exclaimed in astonishment. If the warriors of the Ice River Valley are interred within the ice, do they not fear that someone might break through the ice to steal their remains? Chu Ming remarked, a gleam of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chu Donghai also grew intrigued, excitedly adding, indeed, the Ice River Valley has a long lineage. It is said that many years ago, a Do Sheng-level expert existed here. I wonder if there might be the remains of a Do Sheng within. The sisters Bai Yi and Bai Qi, along with Haibo Dong, were visibly shocked by their conversation. Let us venture inside to uncover the truth, Liuyun thought, a sense of curiosity igniting within him. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai exchanged glances before channeling their formidable Do Qi to strike at the seal of the ice chamber. Chapter 439, The Black Lake Beneath the Ice. Two fearsome attacks collided with the transparent seal, unleashing a violent surge of Do Qi that reverberated throughout the icy corridor. To Liuyun's astonishment, the seal did not shatter under the full force of the two semi-saint experts. It merely shifted slightly. Even your combined might has only loosened the seal. It seems this barrier may indeed have been set by a Do Sheng, Liuyun exclaimed, impressed, given the strength of this seal. If there is no special method to access the ice river, I fear even I cannot ascertain what lies within this tomb, Duan San conjectured. Hearing Duan San's analysis, Chu Ming retorted, why ponder so much, Duan San? This seal is but a few strikes away from being shattered. With that, he launched another assault on the ice chamber seal. Under the relentless barrage from him and Chu Donghai, the grand ice palace trembled. Yet, due to the unique materials and the enchantments in place, the structure remained intact. Finally, after numerous attacks from Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, a crisp cracking sound echoed as the seal of the ice chamber shattered. A wave of frigid air, far more potent than that at the valley's bottom, surged forth from the chamber. This intensity of cold could freeze even an ordinary Do Huang in an instant. Only a Do Zong might possess the strength to withstand it. However, Haibo Dong was an exception. Despite being merely a Do Zong, he exhibited an ease comparable to that of Liuyun and his companions, even appearing to revel in it. As the seal was broken, Liuyun gestured towards the source of the chilling aura within, saying, Sisters Hong and Bai, Haibo Dong, you four should wait here for a moment. I will descend with Chu Ming and Chu Donghai to investigate. All right, we shall heed Brother Feng's words. The sisters responded without hesitation. Duan San and Haibo Dong understood that this place likely harbored unknown dangers, and their comparatively weaker abilities would only serve as a liability should peril arise. Once arrangements were made, Liuyun, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai proceeded towards the dark cave emitting the icy aura at the chamber center. Let's enter, Liuyun declared as he stepped into the cave first. The entrance was vertical, approximately 4 meters in diameter. As the trio descended about 10 meters, the cold air transformed into a pitch-black hue, intense enough to threaten even a typical Do Zone. However, it paled in comparison to Haibo Dong's dark, chilling power, which had previously vanquished the heavenly Frost Master. Due to the overwhelming density of the dark cold, Liuyun's soul power was significantly hindered, leaving the depths shrouded in darkness. Strange. Earlier, we observed only about 10 meters of ice above, yet it appears to be at least 300 meters thick. Donghai Zima, hovering a few meters below the cave entrance. Perhaps what we saw before was merely an illusion. The ice is indeed this thick, Liuyun pondered. Huh. My curiosity about what lies below is only growing. Just don't run off if we encounter anything monstrous. The three continued their descent at a steady pace, and after dropping over 200 meters, Liuyun caught sight of a faint glimmer below. We're almost there, he announced as they swiftly reached the bottom. Before them lay not a river, but a vast lake filled with inky black water. It became evident that the entire Ice River Valley was constructed above this immense lake, and what they had seen earlier was merely a tributary of the lake. Upon witnessing this sight, Liuyun quickly comprehended the situation. The cold here is so severe that even ordinary Dozong cannot linger for long. No wonder no one has discovered the secrets beneath the Ice River Valley. Chu Donghai exclaimed in awe. The last time Liuyun beheld such a marvel was at the base of the celestial refining tower, where he had known of the terrifying existence of the ancient void dragon emperor, which had deterred him from further exploration. This time, however, out of caution, the trio decided to survey the area above the lake before formulating any further plans. Half an hour swiftly passed, and they returned to the cavern's bottom. Master Foam, aside from the cold, there is no other anomaly above the lake's surface. It hardly resembles a burial site. Chu Donghai remarked, furrowing his brow. If nothing is here, then the tomb may very well lie at the bottom of the lake. Liuyun's gaze remained fixed on the black waters below. Let us venture into the lake. Having made their decision, Liuyun led the charge. With him in front, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai had no choice but to follow suit. As they plunged into the lake, even with their Douqi shields, the chilling sensation was palpable. As they descended further, the lifeless body of an elderly man clad in white suddenly appeared before them. This truly is a tomb, Chu Donghai mused, astonished that the body had remained impeccably preserved after so many years submerged in the frigid waters. This elder must have been at the level of a 7-star Dozong in life, significantly stronger than the Ice River, Chu Ming remarked. Recalling the Ice River he had vanquished with a single strike. Do you not find this corpse rather peculiar? Its Douqi seems to have remained intact. If I hadn't confirmed that no soul energy existed within, I would think this was a living person, Liuyun stated, his gaze fixed intently on the corpse. Indeed, this body shows no signs of decay apart from the absence of a soul. Chu Donghai and Chu Ming's expressions turned grave. With such excellent bodily functions and no apparent injuries, one would assume it should not have perished, Chu Donghai mused, perplexed. Let us take another look. If this is indeed a graveyard, there should be other corpses present. Liuyun sighed softly, before plunging downward once more. Liuyun, Guming, and Chu Donghai continued their descent towards the depths of the Black Lake. They encountered 3 more corpses, each in a condition akin to that of the previous white-robed elder. Furthermore, one of these corpses led Liuyun to surmise that its former cultivation had likely reached the advanced semi-saint level. Chapter 440. The 7th-generation Valley Master of Ice River Valley. A Do-Saint powerhouse. Bing Quang. It is lamentable to witness the Ice River Valley, once home to advanced semi-saint powers, now reduced to such a state. Chu Ming could not help but exclaim upon seeing the corpse of the advanced semi-saint. Indeed, the so-called 3 valleys of Central State may not be as formidable as they claim. I have heard that the Valley Master of the Flame Valley, Tang Zhun, is merely a mid-tier Dozun, and there are many in Central State who surpass him in Bing Quang. Chu Donghai responded thoughtfully. Even the formidable strength of that old monster from the Liu family in Tianzhong City could obliterate these 3 valleys of Central State several times over. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Chu Donghai expressed his own sentiments. The Flame Valley is not as simple as it appears. Liuyun shook his head in response to their lamentations. Oh, could it be that the Flame Valley harbors hidden powers? Chu Ming and Chu Donghai inquired curiously, intrigued by Liuyun's dismissal of their assertions. To my knowledge, in ancient times, the Flame Valley possessed an ancestor who attained the power of a 9-star Do-Saint. Although the Flame ancestor has perished, there remains an elder within the Flame Valley who has reached the Do-Saint level. Liuyun explained slowly. Who would have thought that the Flame Valley has such a grand lineage, once boasting an ancestor of 9-star Do-Saint caliber? The revelation left Chu Donghai and Chu Ming profoundly astonished. Then why does the Flame Valley act with such discretion, given that they still have a Do-Saint powerhouse in residence? Chu Ming asked, intrigued. Liuyun understood that the Flame Valley's reticence stemmed from their fear of the Soul Palace. The Flame Ancestor was indeed a prodigious figure, having reached heights comparable to that of the Soul Emperor. Following the demise of the Flame Ancestor, the Flame Valley could no longer contend with the Soul Clan, which possessed Do Emperor bloodlines. Over generations, they were suppressed and, for their own survival, had to conceal their strength. Even with a Do Saint ancestor, they dared not reveal themselves. However, in light of the curiosity displayed by the two, Liuyun opted not to elaborate further, playfully saying, well, perhaps only the current Do Saint ancestor of the Flame Valley could provide the answers. Given the former might of the Flame Valley, how could the Ice River Valley possibly oppose them for so many years? The more they listened, the more perplexed Chu Ming and Chu Donghai became. This is something I wish to know as well. Liuyun spoke candidly, for his own memory only recalled that the Ice River Valley had a river, and he had only recently discovered this graveyard. Noting Liuyun's uncertainty, the two chose not to pursue the matter further. As they continued their descent, the depths of the lake remained shrouded in darkness, and Liuyun pondered that if the icy force intensified, it could pose a significant threat to them all. Gazing into the abyss of dark water, he sighed inwardly and furrowed his brow. Let us proceed further down. If we cannot withstand this icy force, we shall return another time. Resolute in his decision, Liuyun led the way deeper into the obsidian waters. With each successive plunge, the trio found themselves nearly enveloped in utter darkness, as the chilling energy of the Black Lake felt almost tangible. Just as they relied solely on their spiritual energy to perceive their surroundings, a flicker of azure flame erupted from Liuyun's palm, illuminating the area around them. Witnessing the ethereal blue flames emanating from Liuyun's hand, both Chu Donghai and Chu Ming were struck with astonishment. In this frigid domain, even ordinary strange fires struggled to survive, yet this small flame was able to entirely isolate them from the terrifying icy force. What sort of strange fire is this? Its power must surely rank among the top 10 in the realm of strange fires, Chu Ming mused silently, though he refrained from probing further. Under the glow of the azure flame, it wasn't long before their eyes fell upon yet another corpse, a middle-aged man whose face bore no wrinkles and glimmered with vitality. This aura, it belongs to a Do Saint's remains. Upon detecting the corpse, both Chu Ming and Chu Donghai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their earlier encounter with the semi-saint's corpse had not elicited such a fervent reaction, but the sight of the Do Saint's remains ignited a wave of exhilaration within them. The Do Saint tier, even for them, held an irresistible allure, while Do Zun might be deemed the pinnacle of strength on this continent. It paled in comparison to the true apex. The chasm between Do Zun and Do Saint constituted a qualitative leap, a gap that few things could bridge. Is this truly the body of a Do Saint? It appears remarkably well preserved. Chu Ming and Chu Donghai hurried towards the remains, their minds racing at the prospect of treasures that could be found on such a formidable figure. Why don't we take this body with us? Chu Donghai suggested eagerly. As you wish, Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Though he did not share the habit of desecrating corpses, he did not impede their intentions. In the next moment, Chu Donghai reached out to grasp the arm of the Do Saint's remains. Boom! Just as Chu Donghai's hand latched onto the Do Saint's body, intending to store it within his spatial ring, a chilling black mist erupted from a row of purple-black ice cocoons at the bottom of the lake, thousands of meters away. Junior, why do you disturb my flesh? Simultaneously, a piercing wail, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, echoed in the ears of Liuyun and his companions. What? The trio's expressions shifted dramatically at the realization that the figure was still alive. Retrieve his body. Sensing the dark mist barreling towards them, Liuyun shouted urgently at the momentarily stunned Chu Donghai, reacting swiftly to Liuyun's command. Chu Donghai quickly tucked the Do Saint's body into his spatial ring and rejoined Liuyun and Chu Ming. At that instant, the black mist approached within 10 meters of the trio. Following the retrieval of the Do Saint's remains, the mist abruptly halted, and from it emerged a middle-aged man clad in white, gazing at Liuyun and his companions with a sigh. How did you three outsiders manage to breach this place? Have the descendants fallen so low? And you are? Liuyun asked, perplexed, now that the Do Saint's remains have been taken. If it was merely the spirit of a Do Saint, Liuyun and his companions felt they need not be overly fearful. I am Bing Quang, the 7th-generation Valley Master of Ice River Valley, the white-robed man declared, as his voice resounded. An overwhelming icy power surged violently in the depths of the dark waters surrounding them. Chapter 441, The Huangquan Ascension Technique. The sacred ground of Haiba Dong's cultivation. Upon hearing the man's introduction, Liuyun and the others were taken aback. The Ice River Valley had been passed down through numerous generations, and it was astonishing to learn that its 7th-generation ancestors still existed. However, the current circumstances left no room for hesitation. The formidable soul power, coupled with the frigid energy, was pressing heavily upon them. Quickly, we must leave this place. Liuyun bellowed, propelling himself towards the surface of the lake, with Chu Ming and Chu Donghai closely following behind without a moment's hesitation. Youngsters, having taken my body, if you escape, what face will I, Bing Quang, have left? A fierce glint flashed in Bing Quang's eyes as he observed the fleeing figures of Liuyun and his companions. In the next moment, a black longbow, forged from the essence of soul power, materialized in his hand. As he gently pulled back the string, an overwhelming surge of frigid air erupted from the depths of the black water, instantly depleting the surrounding icy water within a radius of several dozen meters, creating a vacuum. Simultaneously, a 2-meter-long arrow, dark and deep to the point of purplish hue, coalesced upon the bowstring and hurtled toward the trio of Liuyun, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai. Upon sensing the perilous aura emanating from the arrow, Liuyun resolutely directed the ethereal blue flames of the Taoyin Divine Flame from his palm toward the purplish-black ice arrow. With a thunderous explosion, the Taoyin Divine Flame surged forth, colliding with the arrowhead, resulting in a terrifying wave of energy. Remarkably, such a formidable icy power was momentarily held at bay by this small flicker of flame, which continued to melt away the body of the purplish-black ice arrow. Exotic fire. Upon witnessing Liuyun's ethereal blue flames intercepting his attack, the ice madman raised an eyebrow, then swiftly darted past the strange fire, closing in on Liuyun and his companions. Concurrently, an immense wave of fighting spirits surged within Liuyun, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai. As the ice madman approached, 3 terrifying attacks were unleashed upon him. Though the ice madman was a powerful Do Saint, he was ultimately a mere soul entity at that moment. The combined assaults from the 2 mid-level half-saints, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, alongside Liuyun, posed a significant threat. Just as their attacks were about to strike the ice madman's soul, the black water surged violently once more, transforming into a pitch-black ice shield before him. Liuyun and his companions' assaults collided fiercely against this ice shield, and propelled by the force of the rebound, they shot toward the lake surface. Let's depart from this lake. Without the frigid black water, his soul entity will not dare to pursue. Once free from the dark waters, Liuyun, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai hastily raced toward the cave's entrance they had descended from. Earlier, their exploration had been slow due to the uncertainty of the surroundings, but now, as they fled in desperation, the distance was merely a fleeting moment for them to cover. In no time, the trio emerged from the cave, returning to the icy chamber. Brother Feng, you have returned. What discoveries have you made? Upon seeing Liuyun and his companions emerge, the Bai sisters greeted them with smiles. Let us leave first and discuss later. Without addressing their inquiries, Liuyun quickly urged them to exit the palace. Noticing the unusual expressions on Liuyun's face, Duan, San, the Bai sisters, and Hai Bo Dong refrained from asking further questions. Soon, the 7 of them rushed out of the grand ice palace and onto the expansive square before it. What exactly did you witness inside to cause such alarm? Duan San inquired urgently of Chu Donghai. Third brother, we encountered the 7th-generation ancestor of the Ice River Valley beneath the cave. That old wretch has attained the power of a Do Saint. Chu Donghai replied, his voice laced with trepidation. A Do Saint? The revelation shocked the 4 who were not Liuyun or Chu Ming, their faces reflecting profound disbelief. With a Do Saint present, how can we defend ourselves? Duan San expressed his concern. There is no need for excessive worry. That Do Saint below is merely a soul entity now. His physical form has been captured. Chu Donghai replied with a hint of excitement. Following this, Chu Ming chimed in. Indeed, in that cave, he was leveraging the extreme cold power of the black water to exert such overwhelming strength. Should he be removed from that black lake, we need not fear him. Upon hearing this, Hai Bo Dong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Is the black water truly so formidable, possessing the power of extreme cold that could threaten you? She asked eagerly. Indeed, the deeper one goes into that black water, the more potent the icy power becomes, at least several dozen times stronger than at the valley's bottom. Liuyun responded. Feng Sheng, if I could absorb all that icy power, the Do Saint's soul would no longer pose a threat to you, would it? Hai Bo Dong remarked, her face alight with determination. Are you certain? Liuyun inquired, his expression somewhat astonished. Although he had gifted Hai Bo Dong the Huangquan Ascension art, he was unfamiliar with its true capabilities. Absolutely certain, she asserted confidently. Very well, then give it a try. The three of us will assist you, Liuyun said solemnly. As his words fell, Haibo Dong approached the palace, and as she settled onto the ice surface, just 100 meters from the palace, she began to chant several extraordinary incantations. In an instant, frigid air began to coalesce around her, seeping through her pores and penetrating her flesh, ultimately converging within countless acupoints throughout her body. In a brief span, the cold air surrounding Haibo Dong became almost palpable. Above her, a massive vortex of icy air began to form, exuding a powerful suction that drew in the frigid air from both the valley's depths and outside. With a dull thud, a new acupoint within Haibo Dong burst open, and in that moment, a torrent of cold air surged in, coalescing into a round blue cold pill within just a few breaths. The frequency of the dull sounds increased dramatically. Within an hour, 6 more acupoints within her body shattered. Simultaneously, as new cold pills materialized, the aura radiating from Haibo Dong began to swell. Is she truly breaking through to the Dozun level? In the gaze of Liuyun and the others, Haibo Dong, seated before the majestic white palace of the Ice River Valley, remarkably completed her breakthrough to the Dozun level in such a brief period. Feng Sheng, your friend is indeed the most extraordinary talent I have ever encountered. I have never seen anyone breach the Dozun level with such ease and speed, Duan-san exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Brother Hai's talent likely surpasses even that of the recently renowned Tiandi Alliance leader. Chu Donghai remarked in awe. With such an astonishing cultivation speed, it is no wonder the Ice River pursued Brother Hai at all costs. Chu Ming pondered thoughtfully. Chu Donghai's gaze remained fixed on Haibo Dong, filled with curiosity as he questioned, why do I feel that Brother Hai's cultivation method seems vastly different from ours? In agreement, Chu Ming added yes. It appears that the icy power Haibo Dong absorbs is largely integrated directly into her flesh, stored in a peculiar location, and rather than harming her body, this terrifying icy power is forging her flesh into something even more formidable. While Liuyun had not practiced the Huangquan Ascension art himself, he had perused the advanced technique. He understood that this art not only involved the typical cultivation of qi and meridians, but also resulted in the formation of numerous acupoints within the flesh to store cold pills. The more acupoints one opened, the stronger the cultivator became. Just moments ago, Haibo Dong had broken through several acupoints and condensed multiple cold pills, propelling her to the Dozun realm. Surely, this Ice River Valley represented a significant fortune for Haibo Dong. In the depths of his heart, Liuyun let out a silent sigh, fully aware that, at the current pace of Haibo Dong, the attainment of a mere 1-star Dozun was merely the beginning. Soon, his power would soar exponentially. As anticipated by Liuyun, Haibo Dong did not cease his cultivation upon breaking through to Dozun. Instead, he continued to voraciously absorb the immense icy energy present in this realm. During this process, due to the overwhelming influx of icy power, Haibo Dong's blood began to thicken, and even his heartbeat became exceedingly sluggish. Frost, tinged with a hue of blue, began to crystallize from his eyebrows, hair, and every pore of his body, gradually transforming into a profound shade of black as time elapsed. Is it wise for Brother Hai to cultivate in such a manner? Esteemed Windborn Elder, the others present, all formidable beings who had attained the Dozun realm, could not overlook the increasingly lethargic heartbeat of Haibo Dong. Even Liuyun felt a sense of astonishment. Haibo Dong's condition resembled that of a dying individual. Given Haibo Dong's temperament, it was inconceivable for him to engage in such a reckless endeavor. There is no cause for alarm. I know his character all too well. Liuyun suddenly interjected, dispelling the concerns of the assembly. Not long after Liuyun's reassurance, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Haibo Dong, propelling him from 1-star Dozun to 2-star Dozun. Incredible! Upon witnessing this spectacle, both Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, the two semi-saints, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. This is truly extraordinary. What manner of physique does Brother Hai possess to cultivate with such terrifying speed? As he uttered these words, Chu Donghai's teeth chattered, not due to the surrounding chill, but from sheer exhilaration. In times past, he had considered himself a prodigy, having broken through to semi-saint after merely 400 years of cultivation. Yet in comparison to Haibo Dong, he now realized how laughable that notion was. If only I could achieve such an astounding rate of growth. Even if Lu Wanli of Tianzhong City is now a Doshang, just grant me another decade, and I shall surely catch up to him. The Yellow Springs Ascension Technique. Now I comprehend the significance of its name. Liuyun mused inwardly upon witnessing Hai Buodong's latest breakthrough. The term yellow springs refers to the state of near death one must assume while practicing this technique, allowing one to better absorb the frigid energies. However, a moment's carelessness could lead to a genuine descent into the yellow springs. May Hai Buodong endure this trial. Liuyun felt helpless in this matter. Since Hai Buodong chose to continue his cultivation, it indicated his confidence in navigating the peril, avoiding a fate of dissipating into nothingness. As the hours passed, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Hai Buodong's aura climbed to the pinnacle of 2-star Dozun, emanating a chilling power rivaling that of a mid-level Dozun. Due to his almost predatory absorption of energy, the icy essence within the valley began to wane. As it diminished, wisps of black frosty energy surged forth from the entrance of the White Palace, violently flooding into Hai Buodong's being. With this influx of black, icy energy, Hai Buodong's body transformed into solid ice, his heartbeat nearly ceasing, and his blood no longer coursing through his veins. Seeing this alarming transformation, the onlookers were engulfed by deep concern, yet silence enveloped them. Hai Buodong's condition was far too enigmatic. His body, brimming with vibrant life, paradoxically resembled that of a man on the brink of death. Meanwhile, outside the White Palace, as Hai Buodong fervently absorbed the icy energies, a figure within the depths of the Ice River tomb, the 7th-generation Lord Bing Quang, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What transpired outside? Has the modern denizens of the Ice River Valley been annihilated? Who are those individuals? A multitude of questions swirled in Bing Quang's mind. Despite his confusion, upon noticing the draining of icy power from the black waters, Bing Quang resolved to intervene. Arriving at the cavern's depths, he unleashed a series of seals, effectively halting the escape of the black, icy energy. On the outside, after absorbing some of the black, icy energy, a muffled sound resonated from within Hai Buodong, signaling his breakthrough to 3-star Dozun. This time, upon witnessing Hai Buodong's advancement, the others refrained from exclamations of astonishment. They had grown accustomed to his remarkable breakthroughs. In just over a day, he had surged from the pinnacle of 9-star Dozong to 3-star Dozun. Should word of such an occurrence spread, the entire continent would surely erupt in chaos. Chapter 443, Re-entering the Blackwater Lake. The Millennium Plan of the Ice River Valley. After Hai Buodong achieved his breakthrough to 3-star Dozun, the others anticipated he would continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, the rampant icy energy surrounding him abruptly calmed, and the massive vortex of icy power above his head began to dissipate. In the next instant, Hai Buodong's heart gradually resumed its rhythm, and the black frost on his face and hair was slowly drawn back into his body, before he gently opened his eyes. Alas, the black, icy energy has been severed. Upon concluding his cultivation, Hai Buodong expressed a hint of regret. That moment marked the pinnacle of his state since he began practicing the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. It was the first time he had truly entered a state of simulated death. The icy energy has been cut off. Hearing Hai Buodong's words, Liuyun began to sense the situation and immediately detected a seal emerging from beneath the cavern. It appears that Bing Quang has realized the changes outside and has taken action to seal the cave. Liuyun remarked slowly, "This cannot stand. We must break that seal and allow Brother Hai to absorb the icy energy from the Blackwater Lake." Chu Donghai exclaimed, displaying even greater enthusiasm than Hai Buodong himself. After hearing Chu Donghai's proposal, Liuyun turned his serious gaze upon Hai Buodong and inquired, "Hai Buodong, are you prepared for us to transport you directly into the Blackwater Lake?" Directly into the Blackwater Lake? At Liuyun's words, Hai Buodong felt a surge of excitement. Just by absorbing a few wisps of the black, icy energy that seeped from the waters, he had managed to break through to 3-star Dozun. If he could directly enter the Blackwater Lake, the magnitude of his power would undergo a terrifying transformation. Moreover, having comprehended the Yellow Springs Ascension technique thoroughly during his recent cultivation, it would not be particularly challenging to enter that state of simulated death once more. "I am ready." Hai Buodong ziplit vi soliti. "Very well. Since you are so confident, we shall risk our lives alongside you." Liuyun responded, equally exhilarated, eager to witness the opportunities that awaited Hai Buodong within the Ice River Valley. "Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, let us proceed." With Liuyun's command, the four of them set forth once more toward the White Palace. The time taken for their second entry was significantly shorter than the first. The four soon arrived at the dim cave entrance once again. Noting that the newly formed seal lay at the cavern's bottom, Liuyun, along with Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, resolutely descended. "Once we break the seal, we must ensure Brother Hai's safety." Liuyun instructed Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, then swiftly drew forth a golden longsword, channeling his energy into it as he thrust the blade towards the seal. Chu Ming and Chu Donghai also raised their hands to strike at the seal. After the three simultaneous assaults deep within the Blackwater Lake, Ice Frenzy immediately sensed a disturbance and swiftly arrived before the seal. The audacious junior dared to seek him out. Witnessing the trio, Liuyun and his companions, exerting their full strength to attack the seal, a profound anger welled up on Ice Frenzy's countenance. In the next instant, he unleashed a series of hand seals, actively breaking the seal. At the moment it shattered, a chilling aura surged forth from the depths of the Blackwater Lake once more. Hai Bo Dong, focus on your cultivation. Leave the rest to us. After transmitting this thought to Hai Bo Dong, Liuyun gestured with his palm, summoning the previous Taoyin Divine Flame that had sunk into the dark waters, which swiftly soared upwards, aimed directly at Ice Frenzy's back. Upon seeing the fierce azure flame approaching, Ice Frenzy's expression shifted, and he hastily evaded. After Liuyun and his companions had escaped the Blackwater Lake, Ice Frenzy had studied the Taoyin Divine Flame and had previously contemplated using his icy powers to obliterate it. However, those icy forces could not even approach this strange flame, let alone destroy it. After narrowly avoiding the attack from the Taoyin Divine Flame, Ice Frenzy raised his palm, causing a 100-meter-long black water dragon to surge from the lake below. Under his compression, it gradually transformed into a pitch-black, profound ice dragon. This diminutive ice dragon, less than a meter in length, harbored a terrifying power capable of sealing a 9-star Dozun expert in an instant. Be cautious, Liuyun warned his two companions, and immediately enveloped himself in a thin membrane of azure flame. Among the three, Liuyun was at an absolute disadvantage in cultivation, thus necessary protection was paramount. Once Liuyun had prepared himself, Hai Bo Dong, suspended above the trio, sat cross-legged in midair. Upon executing his hand seals, the terrifying suction re-emerged, causing the black, icy energy to continuously surge forth from the Blackwater Lake, even diminishing the power of the black ice dragon that Ice Frenzy had conjured. What is this? Observing the scene, Ice Frenzy's heart surged with unease. So it was you who caused the prior depletion of icy energy. Fixating his gaze on Hai Bo Dong above Liuyun and his companions, a murderous intent flickered in Ice Frenzy's eyes. In the next moment, under his command, the ice dragon surged forward, aiming to breach the gap between Liuyun and his companions. To disrupt Brother Hai, you must first pass through us. Noticing Ice Frenzy's intentions, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming unleashed their fighting spirit, swiftly forming two energy blades, equal in might to the ice dragon, to intercept it. Liuyun also raised his hand, slashing forth a surging blade of energy upon the head of the black ice dragon. Boom! Under the trio's obstruction, the black ice dragon trembled violently, halting in place as an extreme cold energy enveloped Liuyun and his companions. However, this dense, icy aura hardly lingered before being drawn into the slowly condensing black vortex above. Old fool, a mere soul entity, and you dare to stir up such waves. Chu Donghai remarked, a hint of pride in his tone as he easily nullified Ice Frenzy's assault. Upon hearing Chu Donghai's boastful words, Ice Frenzy's expression darkened. At this moment, amidst the standoff between Liuyun, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai against Ice Frenzy, Hai Bo Dong's speed in siphoning icy energy grew increasingly rapid. If one observed closely, they would notice the surface of the Blackwater Lake had inexplicably lowered by a millimeter. How can it be that just a brief period has passed, and the entire lake's surface has already descended by a millimeter? Ice Frenzy could hardly fathom the dire consequences if Hai Bo Dong were allowed to continue his extraction unabated. This person threatens to ruin my Millennium Plan for Ice River Valley. Chapter 444, Collective Resurrection. A formidable array. Conditions. Junior, I advise you to cease immediately. Otherwise, you will face consequences beyond your comprehension. Ice Frenzy spoke with a hint of menace. Yet, in this situation, who will be deterred by mere threats? Following Ice Frenzy's declaration, not only did Chu Donghai and Chu Ming display indifference, but even Liuyun remained unfazed. At this moment, only Hai Bo Dong remained focused on siphoning the icy energy, while the others stood their ground. Sigh, this trio's combined might is indeed beyond my current capabilities. It seems I must summon more allies to assist me. With a silent lament, Ice Frenzy gazed at Liuyun and his companions, his eyes brimming with murder. In the next instant, Ice Frenzy finally made a move amidst the standoff, continuously casting several mystical hand seals. What is this old man up to? Seeing such a grand display from Ice Frenzy without any apparent attack, Chu Donghai felt perplexed. Do you remember the other corpses we saw deep within the black waters? Liuyun suddenly inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Master Fengsheng, are you suggesting? Chu Donghai's eyes widened with dawning realization, accompanied by a profound shock. If those corpses were not truly dead, the power they possess would far exceed any force on the continent, save for the Dan Tower and the Soul Palace. Chu Ming remarked, eyeing the commotion beneath the black waters with trepidation. Today, you shall all remain here. After casting several hand seals, Ice Frenzy remained unchanged in demeanor, merely gazing at Liuyun and his companions as if they were already dead. This peculiar gaze from Ice Frenzy instilled a sense of crisis within Liuyun and his companions. Simultaneously, in the deepest recesses of the black waters, several rows of purple-black ice cocoons began to reveal strange patterns. Subsequently, for ice cocoons shattered simultaneously, and from each ruptured cocoon surged a plume of black mist that rapidly ascended. Before long, these 4 wisps of black mist merged with the 4 floating bodies in the black waters. In that instant, the previously motionless bodies abruptly opened their eyes, initially filled with confusion, but soon clarity returned. Let us go. Upon resurrection, the 4 spoke in unison and then swiftly darted towards Ice Frenzy. Under the vigilant gaze of Liuyun and his companions, 4 figures erupted from the Blackwater Lake. Among them, 2 possessed the strength of advanced semi-saints, while the other 2 included a mid-level semi-saint and a junior semi-saint. 4 semi-saints. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly from Ice River Valley, Liuyun and his companions were taken aback. Unlike Ice Frenzy, who existed only as a soul entity, barely maintaining his combat strength at the peak of advanced semi-saint through the icy powers of the Blackwater Lake, these newly emerged 4 retained their physical forms. I can't believe it truly unfolded this way. Had I known earlier, I should have taken all those corpses when I descended. Chu Donghai lamented. Fortunately, he did not disturb those bodies. Otherwise, Ice Frenzy would not merely be a soul entity now. Chu Ming analyzed. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Ming's insight, Chu Donghai came to a sudden understanding. Following the emergence of the 4 new semi-saints, Ice Frenzy briefly outlined the situation. Upon hearing Ice Frenzy's words, the newly appeared 4 elderly figures in white robes directed their resentful gazes towards Liuyun and his companions. Boy swiftly hand over Elder Ice Frenzy's body, commanded the leading advanced semi-saint with an imposing demeanor. Master Fengsheng, this is a serious predicament. These individuals are formidable. Chu Donghai remarked, his brow furrowed. It is indeed troublesome. But you possess Ice Frenzy's body. They dare not act recklessly. In this dire moment, Liuyun remained composed, contemplating their next move. From the titles ascribed to the Ice Madman by these 4 individuals, it is evident that his standing within the Ice River Valley is remarkably elevated. Moreover, the fact that this Ice Madman possesses the ability to resurrect the corpses beneath him raises a question. Why not revive them all? Liuyun recalls that they had previously encountered a dozen bodies deep within the Blackwater Lake. Ice Madman, though your current assembly boasts formidable strength, do you remember that your body is with us? If provoked, I cannot guarantee its integrity. Liuyun addressed the Ice Madman with a calm demeanor. Yet his words carried an undercurrent of threat. Speak. What do you desire? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Ice Madman understood that he was seeking to negotiate terms. True to his reputation as the 7th Valley Master of the Ice River Valley, he was shrewd. In that case, I shall be straightforward. If you allow my brother to safely cultivate here for a day, we shall return your body intact once we exit the cave, Liuyun said with a smile, exuding an air of ease. Why should I trust you? The Ice Madman furrowed his brow in skepticism. You have no other choice but to place your trust in me. Although fury still flickered across the Ice Madman's face, he began to calculate carefully in his heart. The chilling power within the Blackwater Lake was indeed significant. Yet allowing it to be absorbed for a single day would not be catastrophic. Having reached a decision, the Ice Madman spoke directly. I can permit your friend to absorb the cold energy here for 1 day. However, should you fail to uphold your promise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Haha, rest assured, I Fengsheng never deceives. Liuyun laughed heartily upon hearing the Ice Madman's concession. After this exchange, Liuyun, Chu Donghai, and Chu Ming resumed their vigilant stance before Hai Bodong. At this moment, Hai Bodong's body hovered in the cave, once again entering a state of suspended animation, and this time, he did so with remarkable swiftness. As time gradually passed, the surface of the Blackwater Lake below the cave began to recede at a faint yet steady pace. Although the decline was minuscule, it amounted to a considerable loss given the vast expanse of the lake. In less than 3 hours, The aura around the suspended Hai Bo Dong began to shift once more, as his cultivation ascended from a 3-star Dozun to a 4-star Dozun. At this juncture, Hai Bo Dong's entire being resembled a black hole, consuming the cold energy with a speed more than double that of his prior breakthrough. This man is courting death, Liuyun mused, as the Ice Madman and the 4 newly resurrected semi-saint powerhouses below sensed Hai Bo Dong's near-death state and began to mock him. Chapter 445, Liuyun's Retreat. The hidden powers of the Ice River Valley emerge. Within the cavern beneath the Ice River Tomb, Hai Bo Dong's blood had nearly reached a state of coagulation, showing no signs of movement, while his heartbeat had long ceased. In this condition, he was scarcely distinguishable from a dead. Yet, despite his body being in such a state, he continued to voraciously absorb the chilling power from the depths of the Blackwater Lake. The density of the cold energy was so overwhelming that Liuyun and his companions found themselves compelled to expel their internal Douqi to shield themselves from its effects. Otherwise, mere physical resistance posed a risk of being frozen solid. Young one, I advise you to dissuade your friend from insatiable greed. With half a day's time remaining, if he continues this way, you may soon need to prepare a coffin for him. The Ice Madman laughed boisterously, his earlier concerns about the depletion of the cold energy dissipating entirely. There's no need for your concern. Should he indeed perish, I shall retrieve his remains. Liuyun responded calmly to the Ice Madman's taunts. In his heart, Liuyun did not believe that Hai Bo Dong could truly die. Drawing from past experience, he suspected that Hai Bo Dong had already grasped the essence of the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. At this moment, the number of his ruptured acupoints had reached 80, each containing cold energy potent enough to instantly slay a low-tier Dozun. If all were to erupt, it could threaten even a powerhouse of the Soul Temple. Like the Nine Heavens Sovereign, MOU. As time continued to elapse, while the Ice Madman and his companions believed Hai Bo Dong was on the brink of death, the cold energy within the cave suddenly surged in ferocity. A chilling tempest, one that even shocked the Ice Madman, began to rise from the Blackwater Lake. In the next instant, a massive black vortex, 50 meters wide, emerged from the lake and rapidly compressed into the cavern. Noticing this commotion, Liuyun and his companions refrained from intervening, for they sensed that this disturbance was not an attack from the Ice Madman and his cohort, but rather a consequence of Hai Bo Dong's cultivation. With the emergence of the black vortex, the water level of the Blackwater Lake plummeted at a visibly accelerated rate, sinking by more than 2 meters in mere minutes. As the agreed-upon day drew to a close with only a minute remaining, the anomalies surrounding Hai Bo Dong began to subside, and unbeknownst to him, his aura had surged to the level of a 5-star Dozun. In 1 day's time, he had ascended from a 3-star Dozun to a 5-star Dozun. Witnessing this transformation, the Ice Madman displayed a hint of incredulity. Compared to the reactions of the 5 ancient powerhouses from the Ice River Valley, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming exhibited even more pronounced astonishment. They had personally witnessed Hai Bo Dong's rapid ascension from a 9-star Dozun to his current state in no more than 3 days. 3 days? What could one achieve in such a brief span? For a Dozun powerhouse, whether 3 days or even 3 decades seemed trivial. In the midst of various expressions of shock and envy, Hai Bo Dong concluded his cultivation as he approached his limits. Should he continue to consume, he risked freezing his very soul. He's completely unscathed. Upon seeing Hai Bo Dong stretch languidly as if nothing had transpired, the Ice Madman's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. Such a look mirrored that of Icy in the past. For, even among the denizens of the Ice River Valley, none could so ferociously absorb the cold energy as he did, even if one could achieve a consumption rate akin to Hai Bo Dong's. The bone-chilling cold was unbearable to them. According to the cultivation methods of the Ice River Valley, such voracious consumption would render the cultivator devoid of all consciousness, truly freezing them within this world. The day has come to an end. During this time, regardless of how much cold energy your friend has absorbed, I have not intervened, and you must now fulfill your promise to return my body. After observing Hai Bo Dong for a while, the Ice Madman forcibly suppressed his restlessness and addressed Liuyun regarding their earlier agreement. Upon hearing the mention of his body, Liuyun nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will keep my word. In just a few minutes, we shall depart this place, and before we leave, I will certainly return your body to you. With this, Liuyun signaled to his companions to ascend towards the cave's exit. At that moment, a wisp of spiritual energy surged forth from the Ice Madman, closely trailing Liuyun and his group. Aware of this spiritual presence, Liuyun chose not to strike it down, but allowed it to follow. Swiftly exiting the Grand White Hall, Liuyun quickly briefed Duan San and the Bai sisters on their current situation. Together, They conjured a spatial wormhole at the valley's base. I must express my gratitude to you, Ice River Valley, for the chilling power that has granted my friend such a qualitative enhancement. I hope that when we return next time, your generosity will remain unchanged. Just before stepping into the spatial wormhole, Liuyun let out a cheerful laugh and tossed out the spatial ring containing the ice madman's body. Whoosh! After the disappearance of Liuyun and his companions into the spatial wormhole, the soul power unleashed by Bing Quang instantly enveloped the spatial ring that had been discarded by Liuyun, propelling it toward the grand doors of the White Colossal Palace. Arrogant Jr., an enraged voice echoed as Bing Quang's soul form materialized alongside the four semi-holy powerhouses at the entrance of the Grand Hall. In the next moment, with a firm grip, Bing Quang shattered the spatial ring, and amidst the rampant spatial forces, his saintly body remained unscathed, floating in the air. Subsequently, Bing Quang's soul swiftly merged back into his corporeal form, a formidable aura permeating the entirety of the Ice River Valley. At this juncture, Bing Quang had truly attained the prowess of a Doshang. Meanwhile, Liuyun and his companions, having withdrawn from the Ice River Valley, hurried deeper into the Dan region. Initially, they sought to utilize the mountain gate of the Ice River Valley, but unexpectedly, they had stirred a force as formidable as the Burning Flame Valley. Once this power was revealed throughout the central continent, apart from the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower, none would be able to contend with it. Furthermore, Liuyun harbored a suspicion that what he had witnessed was not the entirety of the Ice River Valley's strength. Behind Bing Quang, there might exist beings even more powerful than this Doshang. This was also the reason why Liuyun had not manifested his true body or soul projection. Considering various factors, it was evident that Bing Quang was wary, reluctant to emerge from the depths of the cave, as if guarding something crucial. What could possibly be more significant than the loss of a Doshang's physical body? Chapter 446, The 3-Year Agreement. Xiao Yan embarks on the journey to Yunlan Sect. Feng Sheng, I am truly grateful to you for bestowing me such a grand opportunity. After departing from the Ice River Valley, Haibo Dong expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Liuyun. Presently, in the stronghold-ridden central continent, Haibo Dong could be regarded as a significant figure himself, possessing the cultivation of 5-star Dozun, coupled with the eerie cold power within him, allowing him to contend against ordinary 8-star Dozun powerhouses. Haibo Zong, there is no need for such formalities between us. Opportunities may arise for everyone, but seizing them with unwavering determination is the true skill. Liuyun replied casually, waving his hand in response to Haibo Dong's gratitude. Perhaps next time we have the chance, we could revisit the Ice River Valley, and who knows, you might directly ascend to the realm of Doshang. Duoshang. Upon hearing Liuyun speak of Doshang with such nonchalance, Chu Donghai's gaze flickered with fervor. He bore a grudge against Lu Wanli, the Doshang from Tianzhong City, and if he did not attain the level of Doshang, he feared he would never have the hope for revenge in this lifetime. On Haibo Dong's side, he did not conceal anything in response to Liuyun's words, candidly stating, if I can indeed absorb all the icy power from the Blackwater Cold Lake, becoming a Doshang should be more than sufficient. It seems the central continent truly has the power to reshape one's aspirations. I remember when I once praised you as a future Dozone powerhouse. You were somewhat bashful about it. Liuyun chuckled, patting Haibo Dong's shoulder. That former self-doubting demeanor was indeed unworthy, yet I shall not become blindly arrogant. I only dare to speak of matters I am confident in. Upon hearing Liuyun's praise, Haibo Dong sighed genuinely. Hi brother, may I inquire about something? After Haibo Dong's words, Chu Donghai hesitantly spoke up. Noticing Chu Donghai's demeanor, Haibo Dong first paused in surprise, then slowly replied, Brother Donghai, speak freely. Whatever I know, I shall share with you. After their encounter at the cave's depths, Haibo Dong had forged a profound bond with Chu Donghai and Chu Ming. For without their assistance in resisting Bing Quang alongside Liuyun, he would never have been able to safely enter the state of feigned death induced by the Huang Quan ascension technique. What I wish to ask is whether your rapid cultivation is due to your unique physique or the practice of a particular technique. Chu Donghai inquired. It is due to a technique. Haibo Dong answered without hesitation, as they were friends of Liuyun, and he felt no need for concealment, especially since the technique was gifted to him by Liuyun. Upon hearing Haibo Dong's response, Chu Donghai recalled Liuyun's mention of the word Huang Quan during their initial meeting, and, considering Haibo Dong's near-death state during his cultivation, he confidently stated, it must be the Huang Quan ascension technique, right? Indeed, Haibo Zong not that in Fi Mai Sung. Huang Quan, when I first heard the name, I thought it might be related to the Huang Quan demon saint, but after witnessing Hai Brother's execution of it, I found that unlikely. Commune de Remacht Douqi. The Huangquan Demon Saint. Are you referring to that legendary figure who once approached the realm of Douqi? Duan Xin interjected, somewhat astonished. These individuals were seasoned veterans in the central continent, familiar with many tales from ancient times. Yes, that very one. He was indeed a prodigy of his time. Though it is a pity he ultimately failed to ascend to Douqi. Chu Ming spoke with a hint of regret in his tone. Listening to their conversation, Liuyun couldn't help but contemplate. He recalled the Huangquan Demon Saint, who seemed to have left behind a Huangquan monument within the Nine Nether Earthly Python clan, containing a remnant soul that recorded an exceptionally terrifying Do skill, Huangquan Tian Nu. This skill might surpass even the mid-tier Heavenly Do skill, the Soul Destruction Spear. If given the opportunity, I should venture to the Beast region and retrieve the Huangquan Tian Nu left behind by the Huangquan Demon Saint. Liuyun sighed inwardly. Yet, his possession of numerous treasures was indeed considerable. If an auction were to be held, the quality of items would rival that of half a spatial trading fair. First, I must find a place to offload the Soul Destruction Spear, the green meat, and those treasures. With a decision made in mind, Liuyun led the group toward the Dan region. Simultaneously, at the foot of Yunlan Mountain in the northwest continent, a resolute young figure, shouldering a long black ruler, advanced toward the gates of the Yunlan sect. This young man was none other than Xiao Yan, who had once agreed to a 3-year pact with Nalan Yanran when the Xiao family withdrew from their engagement. Now, precisely 3 years had passed. With verdant hues starting to emerge on either side, Xiao Yan found himself before the expansive stone steps that stretched to the horizon, resembling a stairway to the heavens. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yan gazed upward at the ancient stone steps, which had stood the test of time for countless ages. His eyes gradually closed, and faintly, it seemed as though a subtle sound of a sword's resonance echoed from the summit, ringing clearly and resonating through the forest, akin to the tolling of a bell, enchanting the mind and spirit. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan opened his eyes, lightly tapping the heavy ruler on his back. With measured steps, he firmly set foot upon the slightly damp ancient stone steps. At this instant, the 3-year agreement had officially come to fruition. As his foot touched the ground, Xiao Yan sensed his soul exhaling a breath that had been stifled for 3 long years. 3 years ago, burdened with a seemingly reckless and naive mixture of shame and resentment, the young man departed home, delving into the depths of the mountains and traversing the vast deserts, transforming himself swiftly amid blades and blood, akin to a chrysalis emerging from its cocoon. The passage of 3 years had worn away his youthful naivety and witnessed his growth. Yet, all his efforts were for this very day of reunion. A surge of inexplicable emotions filled Xiao Yan's chest, yet he maintained a steady pace. His gaze fixed directly upon the stone steps that led to the peak, as if piercing through the barriers of space, landing upon the woman seated atop the mountain. Nalan Yanran, I, Xiao Yan, have come to fulfill our agreement. As he uttered these words, Xiao Yan's heart remained remarkably tranquil. Once a place of dreams, it has now become a reality, yet it lacks the sentiments that once filled those dreams. Perhaps it was the recent assault on the Xiao family that diverted part of Xiao Yan's attention. At this moment, the outcome of the impending duel no longer weighed heavily on his heart. He simply wished to conclude it swiftly and return to Utan City. Chapter 447. The commencement of the final battle. At the end of the long stone staircase, enveloped in swirling mists, lay a vast square. This square was entirely paved with colossal stones, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. At its center stood a massive stone tablet, solemnly erected, inscribed with the names of past leaders of the Yunlan sect and those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect. Surveying the square, one could see nearly 1,000 individuals seated in a semicircle. All were clad in moon-white robes, and at the cuffs of their sleeves, ethereal swords of cloud danced in the breeze, as if animated, subtly hinting at a faint sword intent. At the uppermost section of the square, a series of towering stone steps ascended, leading to a platform that appeared devoid of occupants. However, 20 or more elderly men in white robes were seated a few meters below, meditating with their eyes closed. Despite their unremarkable appearances, the immovable nature of their steel-like robes, impervious to the wind, revealed their formidable prowess. Beneath these venerable figures, a solitary stone step held a young woman clad in moon-colored robes, her eyes gently closed. As a soft breeze caressed her, her garments clung to her exquisite form, accentuating her perfect curves, shifting one's gaze to her serene and beautiful countenance. It was none other than Nalan Yanran. Despite the presence of nearly 1,000 individuals in the square, an eerie silence prevailed with only the howling wind breaking the stillness. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep across the square, causing the white robes to flutter like clouds descending from the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind echoed from above, and several figures emerged at the previously vacant row of seats atop the platform. Among them were Ma, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Kamal Holy City, Mu Chun, the then Grand Marshal of the Kamal Empire, Nalan Jia, the prominent patriarch of the Nalan clan, and two Hall Masters from the Cloud Alliance. These individuals were the true powerhouses of the Grand Square, all at the Do Huang level. 3 years prior, their presence alone could have toppled the entire Kamal Empire. Upon witnessing such esteemed guests, the disciples of the Yunlan sect exhibited little reaction, remaining quietly seated, seemingly already informed of their arrival. On the highest stone platform, the 5 Do Huang experts scanned the tranquil square, their faces revealing expressions of admiration. They sensed that the breathing rhythms of the nearly 1,000 Yunlan disciples were almost perfectly synchronized, their energies interwoven. Any disturbance would unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. As if they were a singular entity. When they moved, 1,000 hands would strike in unison, compelling even Do Huang experts to retreat momentarily. The Yunlan sect truly excels in training its disciples. Mu Chan exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Indeed, Ma nodded in agreement, adding, I share your sentiment. The ability to cultivate such disciples indicates that the Yunlan sect must have exceedingly strict regulations. He then remarked on the remarkable progress of the sect leader's prize student. It appears that the Xiao family's younger generation may have little chance of victory. Casting a glance at Nalan Yinran, Mu Chun noted her cultivation advancements with astonishment. Hearing the accolades directed towards his granddaughter, Nalan Jia maintained a composed exterior, but internally, he was elated. Yet, shortly after Mu Chen's words, another middle-aged man clad in white armor with a robust physique voiced a contrary opinion, stating, Marshal Mu, it is still too early to declare a victor. The outcome between these two is difficult to ascertain. This speaker was Liuyun, the 3rd Hall Master of the Cloud Alliance, whose power surpassed that of the other 5. As a mid-tier Do Huang, his words carried significant weight. Oh, it seems Hall Master you possesses some knowledge of the Xiao family's younger generation. Nalan ye inwided curiosity. I can only tell you that the Xiao family's youth possesses the strength to defeat an 8-star Do Huang. Let's await the outcome. Liuyun replied slowly. The strength to defeat an 8-star Do Huang. The other 3, aside from the other Hall Master from the Cloud Alliance, displayed palpable astonishment at Liuyun's revelation. The incident involving the Xiao family's assault had been contained under the Cloud Alliance's discretion, so those residing in the imperial capital were unaware of the details. Thus, their surprise at Liuyun's statement was entirely understandable. However, as Liuyun offered no further elaboration, they wisely refrained from pressing the issue. Though the 5 Do Huang experts exchanged pleasantries atop the platform, their voices did not reach the ears of the others. The square remained eerily quiet, time slipping by in this tranquility. Above, the great sun ascended steadily to its zenith, casting warm rays that bathed the mountaintop. At a certain moment, faint footsteps emerged from the stone steps beyond the square, the delicate sound gradually resonating upward, subtly altering the unified atmosphere among the disciples of the Yunlan sect. All disciples of the Yunlan sect opened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the stone steps from whence the footsteps originated. On the stone platform, Nalan Yinran gradually opened her bright eyes, her attention drawn to that very spot. For some reason, her previously calm heart began to beat erratically. The footsteps grew closer and louder, prompting the elderly men in white robes to open their eyes, directing their gazes to the same location. In the distant sky, sunlight suddenly broke through the ethereal clouds, illuminating the last stone step, where a slender figure gradually appeared before the multitude of eyes. Under the scrutiny of nearly 1,000 gazes, a young man in black robes, bearing a massive black ruler, ascended the final step with deliberate strides. His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow as his gaze swept across the disciples of the Yunlan sect, ultimately resting on the beautiful woman on the stone platform, who reciprocated with her own bright eyes. With a slight lift of his foot, he took 3 steps forward, the sound of his footsteps reverberating through the quiet square. As he reached the 3rd step, he looked up, fixing his gaze upon the woman, and calmly uttered, Xiao family. Xiao Yan. Chapter 448. Is this the waste of the Xiao family? The simple and unadorned words floated across the expansive square, causing the previously unified and synchronized energy of the Yunlan sect disciples to waver and become slightly disordered. The multitude of Yunlan disciples cast their eyes towards the young man on the steps, each bearing a myriad of emotions. The name Xiao Yan was not unfamiliar to them. His relationship with Nalan Yinran had made him a frequent topic of conversation among the disciples of the Yunlan sect. Certainly, whenever this name is mentioned, the majority of people tend to express a slight disdain and mockery. A scion of a modest family aspires to marry the illustrious Nalan Yanhui, whose status within the Yunlan sect is akin to that of a princess. To them, this ambition appears utterly presumptuous, especially after the 3-year agreement circulated within the sect, which only intensified the scornful remarks, undoubtedly fueled by a tinge of jealousy. As the lofty young master of the Yunlan sect, countless disciples revere him as their goddess. In their encounters, they are always met with her ethereal and serene visage, and anyone attempting to draw closer inevitably faces failure. Naturally, Xiao Yan, the man who nearly became Nalan Yinhui's husband, becomes an easy target for this warped jealousy. Combined with certain rumors, these Yunlan sect disciples harbor a rather unfavorable impression of Xiao Yan, who they have never seen before, engaging in conversations that often aim to belittle him, as if they would not cease until he was rendered utterly worthless. However, today, gazing at the young man who, despite facing the formidable presence of nearly 1,000 disciples of the Yunlan sect, remains composed and unperturbed, some astute disciples, upon shedding their negative emotions, feel a sense of awe. This calm demeanor does not resemble that of the so-called waste of the Xiao family, as described by their peers. Nalan Yinhui's bright eyes fixate intently on the somewhat slender figure in the distance, her gaze lingering on his handsome face, where she can faintly discern the contours of a youth from years past. Yet, 3 years have dulled the youthful sharpness and innocence, leaving the young man before her devoid of the explosive brilliance that once erupted in the hall of the Xiao family. In its stead lies a profound restraint. He is truly transformed. A thought quietly surfaces in her mind, and her expression becomes somewhat complex. She never anticipated that the former waste could arrive at the Yunlan sect without fear, maintaining such tranquility in the presence of nearly 1,000 disciples. However, after scrutinizing Xiao Yan closely, another figure suddenly flashes through her mind. His silhouette bears a striking resemblance to that of the cloaked figure she encountered at the Mitel Auction House days ago, who vied with Princess Yafei for the 3-leaf starflower. Could it be that the mysterious cloaked man was indeed Xiao Yan, who had already seen her while she remained oblivious to his existence? Never mind. It is of little consequence now. I am not the same person I was 2 months ago. With a quiet sigh, Nalan Yinhui gradually rises, her delicate frame standing tall like a proud snow lotus, her bright eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, her voice as serene as his. Nalan family, Nalan Yinhui. This indeed is the young man from the Xiao family, who appears remarkably extraordinary, yet his cultivation seems obscured by something, to the point that even I cannot discern it. Above, Mu Chan gazes at Xiao Yan, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before he chuckles lightly, though I cannot discern his cultivation. His demeanor does not suggest a facade of strength. Moreover, even if it were an act, maintaining such composure amidst the combined pressure from the elders of the Yunlan sect is no ordinary feat. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Yafei, Ma beside him, nods slightly, his shrewd gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan. Suddenly, his brow furrows as he murmurs, "Why do I feel as though I've encountered this young man before?" Infa, my mind. The memory of the cloaked figure at the Mitel Auction House resurfaces. So even Yafei Ma feels the same way. I thought I was the only one who recognized him. Mu Chen grins, his eyes reflecting a peculiar light. After this exchange, Mu Chen's gaze shifts to Nalan Jia. A hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Nalan, old fellow, this is the Xiao boy who nearly became your son-in-law. He certainly does not appear to be the waste as rumored. Such demeanor and character are rare among the youth I have encountered. Xiao Yan's current display surpasses many so-called geniuses from the empire of Jiama. While Nalan Jia may not be overwhelmed with regret, he cannot suppress a sense of chagrin. His expression darkens as he casts a sharp glare at Mu Chen, uninterested in further banter, and resumes his scrutiny of the handsome young man, his thoughts tumultuous. Though Nalan Jia was already aware that Xiao Yan had shed the label of waste, the latter's exhibited composure and resolve still astonish him. Amidst his astonishment lies a tinge of regret. At this juncture, any further discourse would be futile. He can only hope that once this so-called 3-year agreement concludes, the rift between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinhui may dissipate, leading to a reconciliation. Of course, this may be an extravagant wish. Yet even if their paths were never to intertwine again, it would still be preferable for Xiao Yan to harbor no resentment towards the Nalan family. After all, this young man, in Nalan Jia's eyes, possesses all the prerequisites for becoming a formidable force. With excellent mental fortitude, exceptional cultivation talent, and the perseverance to strive for 3 years in adherence to a promise, These qualities will undoubtedly smooth Xiao Yan's path to strength. The prospect of being resented by a young man with limitless potential is not something Jie finds agreeable. Fortunately, I made a visit to Xiao Zhan's birthday celebration, which has slightly eased the relationship between our families. He muses, feeling a sense of relief over his previous decision. In the expansive square, as Yanhui rises, the dozen or so elders in white robes above gradually open their eyes, casting their gazes towards the black-clad youth on the stone steps. They exchange glances, each feeling a sense of astonishment, their bewilderment mirroring that of Jie and the others. Presently, Xiao Yan, from any perspective, does not resemble the derided waste of the Xiao family from years past. Chapter 449, An Intense Battle. Just as the attention of the crowd in the square is fixed upon Xiao Yan, an immensely powerful aura suddenly surges from the back mountain of the Yunlan sect towards the square. As the crowd barely registers this sensation, a figure clad in white appears atop the highest stone platform. This elder is none other than Yinshan, who has been cultivating in the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. Thanks to the earth-level cultivation techniques bestowed by Liuyun and the numerous high-tier elixirs emerging from the Mitel Auction House, Yinshan's cultivation has experienced a meteoric rise, now standing at the level of a 3-star Do zone. At this moment, as Yinshan appears on the stone platform, the 5 individuals seated there exhibit subtle reactions, each bowing in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the row of elders below also rise, bowing respectfully to Yinshan. Yinshan, I never imagined that a duel between these two youngsters would draw you out. The president of the Alchemist Guild, Ma, exclaims with a hearty laugh, greeting Yinshan. I appear much younger than you, and yet you dare to call me an old man. Yinshan replies with a light-hearted tease. At Yinshan's quip, Ma's expression stiffens, and he retorts defiantly, if I can break through to Do zone, I will undoubtedly look younger than you. That will only be valid once you achieve Do zone. As Jianma found himself at a loss for words, Yinshan wore a slight smirk of satisfaction on his face. After surveying the several individuals on the stone platform, he sighed. Today is indeed quite lively. That fellow Yunlei has invited quite a few guests, including Jie and Muchun. His gaze lingered on Yuyun and another Do Huang powerhouse. Yinshan curiously inquired, and who might these two be? I am Yuyun, the 3rd Hall Master of the Cloud Alliance. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Yinshan. I am Feng Kai-shan, the 4th Hall Master of the Cloud Alliance. In response to Yinshan's query, both Hall Masters spoke in unison, their tones grave. The presence of both Hall Masters truly enhances the prestige of my Yunlan sect. Although Yuyun and Feng Kai-shan were merely at the Do Huang level, their status as Hall Masters of the Cloud Alliance commanded Yinshan's respect. On the high platform, Yinshan's arrival suddenly drew the attention of all present, and even Xiao Yan wore a solemn expression. Xiao Yan, the old sect master of Yunlan sect, is only a 3-star Do zone. Should he disregard his dignity and attack you, I won't stand idly by, Yao Lao remarked. Sensing Xiao Yan's apprehension, hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan replied, Rest assured, master, such a scenario will not occur. I do not wish to stir up trouble during this duel. Once I defeat Yanran, I will descend the mountain immediately. At that moment, an imposing voice resonated from the high platform. The time has come, Yunlei. You may commence. Upon hearing this, the elderly figure in white robes at the center of the stone platform bowed respectfully to Yinshan, then turned to face Xiao Yan, slowly stating, You must be Xiao Yan. I am Yunlei, the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect. By the command of the old sect master, I preside over your duel with Yanran. This duel is intended for friendly sparring, and it must be kept within limits. Xiao Yan nodded in silent acquiescence to this rule. However, as he gazed at the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect, a smile unexpectedly tugged at the corner of his mouth. He mused, Isn't the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect named Yunling? Why has it suddenly changed to Yunlei? Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling a rather embarrassing incident involving Yunling that he had heard about in the imperial capital a year prior. It seems that the Grand Elder who was robbed and stripped of his clothes has been replaced. In this moment, as he prepared to face Yanran, Xiao Yan found amusement in the memory of Yunling's predicament. And you, Yanran, noticing Xiao Yan's nod, Yunlei overlooked the inexplicable smile on his lips and shifted his attention to the other main character of the duel. Upon hearing Yunlei's query, Yanran nodded as well, replying calmly, I have no objections. Very well, since both parties are in agreement, let the contest begin, Yunlei announced loudly. As his words echoed, a formidable aura erupted from Xiao Yan. Sensing the powerful Do Qi rising from him, a flicker of surprise crossed Yanran's eyes. The boy who had once endured scorn and mockery at the Xiao clan had indeed transformed completely. Gripping her light blue longsword, a gentle azure breeze swirled around the blade. The sharp wind blades extending and retracting, occasionally shooting forth and leaving shallow scratches on the hard bluestone slabs. The sword gradually rose, pointing toward Xiao Yan, its edge gleaming ominously in the sunlight. This aura indicated that Nalan Yinran had made considerable progress during this time. Observing the surge of power emanating from her, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of astonishment. The last time he had seen Nalan Yinran before returning to Utan City, he had not anticipated that she could advance so significantly in just 2 months. Just as Xiao Yan pondered this, Nalan Yinran had already surged forward, her sword drawn. Though Xiao Yan was a beat slow to react, he also charged forward with considerable speed. Their movements blurred, leaving behind afterimages, and many spectators struggled to discern their actions. Nevertheless, among the audience were numerous Do Wang and Do Huang powerhouses who could keenly observe the duel between these two young prodigies. At that moment, even the 6 esteemed figures seated on the high platform were taken aback by the prowess displayed by Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran. I never expected the fluctuations of their battle to reach the Do Ling level. If we grant them a few more years, we may soon find ourselves sidelined. Mu Chan remarked in astonishment. Due to a mysterious aura surrounding both Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yan, the crowd found it difficult to gauge their true levels of power. However, the intensity of their battle had not gone unnoticed. At that moment, Nalan Jia contemplated his earlier thoughts about Liuyun's comment, a hint of confusion surfacing within him. Meanwhile, the other 4 individuals harbored their own varying thoughts. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran's forms separated once more. Their gazes locked onto one another, both exhibiting expressions of profound surprise. Chapter 450, Unleashing Their Full Power. After exchanging a few tentative strikes, Xiao Yan had confidently ascertained Nalan Yinran's cultivation level and murmured to himself, I didn't expect her to have also broken through to Do Ling. At the same time, Nalan Yinran held a similar thought. In the next instant, breaking the stalemate, Xiao Yan swung his heavy ruler, transforming into a dark shadow that charged fiercely toward Nalan Yinran. Let us end this decisively, Nalan Yinran. It has been 3 years, he bellowed as he charged forth. Like an enraged beast, the shadow surged across the square, the heavy ruler skimming the ground, leaving a trail of sparks and deep marks on the bluestone beneath. Nalan Yinran, with a calm expression, observed the oncoming shadow. Her technique belonged to the wind attribute, making speed and agility her forte. As Xiao Yan closed within a 10-meter radius, she finally sprang into action. With a light tap of her toes, her body darted like a leaf caught in a tempest, swiftly evading the rushing dark figure. In that fleeting moment, Nalan Yinran expertly executed a horizontal slash with her longsword, channeling her speed to unleash several small wind blades that shot toward Xiao Yan's neck. As her swift form came to an abrupt halt, the massive black ruler was slightly raised, with a clang and a shower of sparks. The wind blades barely grazed Xiao Yan, dissipating without leaving a mark. After deflecting the wind blades, Xiao Yan raised his gaze, his indifferent eyes glancing at the graceful figure that had just passed him. With a swift movement of his arm, the heavy ruler swung with ferocious intent, aiming for the space behind him. Sensing the oppressive force rushing behind her, Nalan Yinran's brows furrowed slightly in surprise at his keen perception. Her longsword thrust forward, the pale blue blade tracing an arc through the air, its sharp tip seeming to pierce through the very atmosphere. With a sharp clang, the blade met the descending ruler. The sheer force contained within the massive weapon bent Nalan Yinran's slender sword into a precarious arc, its near-breaking form eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding disciples of Yunlan sect. The sword, infused with Do Qi, was capable of withstanding immense weight. Yet even upon first contact, it was already bending, demonstrating the terrifying might that resided within the black ruler. However, although the long sword bent into such a perilous arc, it never fractured. Just as the sword tip was about to graze Nalan Yinran's jade arm, she lightly stomped her foot against the ground. The azure glow upon the sword surged violently, and with a thunderous boom, the immense force sent the heavy ruler flying away. Utilizing the rebound from both, Nalan Yinran soared into the air, her delicate visage solemn. The long sword in her hand began to tremble violently, then gradually moved, leaving behind a series of sword-shaped phantoms that appeared almost tangible with every inch it shifted. Comme fort. Unfazed by the dozens of sword shadows, Xiao Yan stood resolute, his fighting spirit surging fiercely within the heavy ruler. A wave of even more intense energy erupted forth. Scatter from me. With a low shout from Xiao Yan, the countless sword shadows were swept away one by the horizontally sweeping heavy ruler. Nalan Yinran, compelled by this strike, had to evade once more. Upon the vast stone plaza, the overwhelming fighting spirit and piercing sword aura erupted continuously from the battlefield, leaving behind deep, visible scars on the hard ground. All disciples of the Yunlan sect held their breath, their gazes shifting in tandem with the flickering silhouettes of the two combatants. The increasingly intense and fervent battle caused many hearts to race in their throats. Observing the fierce clash, the disciples, who initially believed Xiao Yan would be easily defeated, were astonished to find him exhibiting no signs of weakness. In fact, through his ferocious close-quarters combat, he seemed to be subtly gaining the upper hand against Nalan Yinran, leaving those who had anticipated an easy victory somewhat dumbfounded. On the high platform, witnessing the duel, Mu Chun suddenly remarked, "It appears that Nalan Yinran may not be a match for Xiao Yan after all. Indeed, Nalan Yinran has received the training of such a significant sect as the Yunlan sect, while Xiao Yan hails from humble beginnings. What could possibly have empowered him to become so formidable?" The third hall master of the Yunmeng echoed, "Let's observe. Yinran has yet to exert herself fully. This is merely a test of strength." Upon hearing their discussion, Yinshan's expression remained calm, seemingly possessing great confidence in Nalan Yinran. As the two continued their fierce battle, Xiao Yan, who had been dominating, suddenly shouted, "Nalan Yinran, though your swordsmanship is exquisite, your combat experience pales in comparison to mine. You are indeed correct. In terms of combat experience, I do not match you," Nalan Yinran admitted, conceding. "However, if you think victory can be determined solely by your experience, you may be overestimating your advantage." With that declaration, Nalan Yinran abruptly flashed away, creating a distance of over 30 meters between them. In the arena, as her silken hair cascaded down, Nalan Yinran slowly closed her eyes. Moments later, she suddenly opened them, her hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her long locks danced about her, and, astonishingly, without the aid of a rebound or wings, she began to levitate. As Nalan Yinran ascended slowly, the energy around her surged as if boiling, rippling outward in faint azure waves. The long sword gradually rose, finally pointing diagonally at Xiao Yan below. At a certain moment, the sword quivered slightly, and the sunlight above suddenly converged upon it. In an instant, the sword blazed with radiance, its brilliance akin to a second sun in the sky. Her fair visage, illuminated by the light, appeared almost translucent. Nalan Yinran pointed her sword at Xiao Yan below and declared, "Xiao Yan, receive my strike, and then speak your bravado." Xiao Yan raised his gaze to the blinding light, sensing the terrifying energy gathering beneath it. "Did you think you alone possessed such formidable fighting techniques?" Chapter 451, Stalemate, a contest of elixirs. In the sky, Nalan Yinran's hands gripped the long sword, which began to tremble and leap uncontrollably, the terrifying energy it contained becoming difficult for her to control. At a certain moment, when the energy atop the sword reached its zenith, Nalan Yinran finally unleashed it. With a crisp shout, the already dazzling sunlight upon the sword surged once more, momentarily overshadowing even the blazing sun above. Wind of the extreme, sunset radiance. As her exclamation echoed, the terrifying energy waves erupted, a piercing sword aura raining down from the sky like a divine manifestation, overwhelming Xiao Yan with tremendous force. The hard ground cracked under the pressure of the fierce sword energy, fissures sprawling towards the edges of the plaza. Sensing the horror of the sword aura from above, the disciples of the Yunlan sect hurriedly joined hands, their fighting spirit surging forth, coalescing into a massive energy shield that encompassed most of the plaza, just barely mitigating the pressure from the sword energy above. Calmly observing the impending wave of white light slicing through the air, Xiao Yan gripped the heavy ruler tightly, a surge of immense fighting spirit flooding into it. Ultimately, the blackness enveloping the ruler dissipated completely, revealing intricate patterns that appeared to flow like molten lava. With his expression slightly grave, Xiao Yan shouted, swinging the heavy ruler forcefully downwards towards Nalan Yinran in the sky. Flame dividing, devouring waves. The cry resonated throughout the entire plaza as a vast, crescent-shaped blade of fiery energy erupted from the tip of the heavy ruler. The colossal red energy crescent shot skyward, vanishing in an instant, the heat radiating from it making those present feel as if they were engulfed in scorching flames. The crescent blade sliced through the heavens, producing a series of ear-splitting sonic booms, its relentless momentum suggesting a force capable of cleaving the sky in two. As the crescent blade tore through the air, It collided with the fierce sword aura unleashed by Nalan Yanran, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed across the azure sky. A terrifying energy shockwave surged from the point of impact, the tremendous pressure crashing against the massive energy shield formed by the disciples of the Yunlan sect, nearly shattering it. Who would have thought these two youngsters could possess power rivaling that of an ordinary Douwan? Mu Chan exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. In his view, both Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan had managed to evade each other's attacks, only slightly pushed back by the overwhelming explosion. Strange. The reports indicated that Xiao Yan possessed the strength of an 8-star Douwan, yet he does not seem to be revealing it now. He appears to lack any follow-up strikes. Liuyun pondered, increasingly perplexed by Xiao Yan's displayed strength. Utilizing such a powerful technique, they must be exhausting their fighting spirit. Mr. Yinshan, should their battle continue? Nalan Jia suddenly inquired, his hope that Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan's duel would end in a stalemate, allowing him to later employ measures to stabilize Xiao Yan's perspective of the Nalan family. Upon hearing Nalan Jia's question, Yinshan shook his head, sighing, that depends on their own intentions. At the same time as this breathtaking duel unfolded within the Yunlan sect, hundreds of miles away, amidst the skies, Liuyun and Yunyun were swiftly making their way toward the Yunlan sect. On such a momentous day as today, Yunyun would typically not be absent. However, the day before, Liuyun had taken her to a renowned lakeside manor within the borders of the Jiama Empire for leisure. Originally, Liuyun had planned to spend the night at the lakeside manor, and by morning, they could utilize the Void Escape Beast or directly open a spatial wormhole to promptly return to the Yunlan sect. Yet, as fate would have it, after spending the night at the manor, Liuyun suddenly sensed two obscure gazes observing them from distance. The two individuals were none other than the two elders from the ancient clan who had attained the rank of Dosheng. Not wishing to reveal his abilities at this moment due to their surveillance, Liuyun chose to fly over with Yunyun. Yinlang at this moment. Yinran has likely already begun her duel with Xiao Yan. Yunyun expressed her concern as she soared through the sky, hand in hand with Liuyun. Fear not. Their duel should not conclude so swiftly. We will make it back in time. Liuyun reassured her, slightly quickening their pace. What brings these old geezers to monitor me at such an inconvenient time? Liuyun inwardly cursed as he noticed the two Shang experts from the ancient clan closely trailing behind. As Liuyun accelerated towards the Yunlan sect, on the vast plaza of the sect, the two duelists were currently seated in meditation. Just moments ago, their battle had drained over 90% of their Douqi, allowing them to unleash an attack formidable enough to rival a Douwan. The significant depletion of their Douqi had left them with little capacity for further action. At this juncture, the only path to victory lay in competing for the speed of Douqi recovery. Whosoever could replenish their Douqi more swiftly would possess the opportunity to strike first. After settling into meditation, Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan simultaneously produced a pill and consumed it, rapidly channeling their energy to restore their Douqi. Although both engaged in recovery simultaneously, Nalan Yanran's replenishment speed was evidently superior to that of Xiao Yan. The keen-eyed Ma immediately recognized the grade of the pills the two had taken and chuckled lightly. Huh? The Yunlan sect is indeed affluent. Nalan Yanran is consuming a 5th-grade recovery pill, while that Xiao lad is merely using a 3rd-grade one. The disparity is quite stark. Upon hearing Ma's words, Mu Chan blurted out, if that's the case, wouldn't it be somewhat unfair for Xiao Yan to lose? Marshal Mu, your assertion is flawed. Following Mu Chen's remark, Feng Kaishan, the hall master of the Yunming, promptly refuted him. A 5th-grade recovery pill is not exceedingly precious within the Jiama Empire today. Nalan Yanran's ability to prepare in advance demonstrates her foresight, anticipating all possible outcomes. Feng Kaishan's pragmatic analysis left the others momentarily speechless, and silence enveloped the high platform as all eyes fixated on the two combatants below. Before long, Nalan Yanran's Douqi surged back to fullness, prompting her to rise slowly from her seated position. Observing her gradual ascent, Yao Lao sighed heavily. Alas, Xiao Yan, who would have thought that this pivotal battle for you would be hindered by the burning decision? Master, there must be a reason you urged me to practice the burning decision. Given time, we shall surely acquire the extraordinary flame. When that day comes, the burning decision will not appear as feeble as it does now. Xiao Yan replied, harboring no resentment towards Yao Lao. This burning decision was painstakingly obtained from ancient ruins. Countless strong individuals perished in its pursuit. I have always believed that once its power is unleashed, it will astound the world. Yao Lao continued to explain his experiments involving Xiao Yan. Witnessing Yao Lao's earnest demeanor, Xiao Yan comfortingly responded, Master, You need not be this way. I believe in you. I trust that your experiments will yield success, and the burning decision will one day become one of the continent's mightiest techniques. Just as Xiao Yan communicated internally with Yao Lao, he heard Nalan Yinran's melodious voice akin to silver bells. Do you wish to continue fighting? Nalan Yinran approached Xiao Yan amicably, inquiring whether he desired to resume their duel. Realizing that the duel was still ongoing, Xiao Yan understood that Nalan Yinran had indeed passed up an opportunity to strike. For some reason, as he gazed upon her confident, radiant smile, he found her less irksome than before. Little Yan, do you wish to win against her? If so, I can lend you a bit more power. Just as Xiao Yan's gaze met Nalan Yinran's, he heard Yao Lao's somewhat remorseful voice within his heart. Master, that won't be necessary. Today's battle is observed by many experts. Should you intervene, the risk of being discovered is considerable. Moreover, you know I would never resort to deceit. Xiao Yan replied resolutely. Then, addressing Nalan Yinran's inquiry, he smiled faintly, shaking his head and softly stating, No, you had the chance to strike earlier, but chose not to, so I shall not continue today. So, you concede then? Nalan Yinran playfully raised her sword. Haha, I suppose so. I must descend the mountain. Xiao Yan nonchalantly responded to Nalan Yinran's feigned competitive banter. At this moment, due to Liuyun's unexpected appearance, Xiao Yan's thoughts had shifted entirely. After the attack on the Xiao family, his focus had largely turned to his clan. His visit to the Yunlan sect was merely to comprehend the lingering concerns that had troubled him for quite some time. Meanwhile, the grand elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunlei, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, promptly raised his arm and declared loudly, Today's contest is won by Nalan Yinran. His proclamation resonated powerfully, as if to echo throughout the entire Yunlan mountain. However, upon hearing Yunlei's announcement, the anticipated cheers from the vast plaza did not erupt as expected. Yinran has triumphed. A few miles away, Liuyun and Yun, having flown to this location, caught wind of Yunlei's resounding declaration. Upon learning of Nalan Yinran's victory, Yun finally relaxed her anxious heart, for she had heard tales of the Xiao family's young scion possessing the prowess of an 8-star Douwan. Nonetheless, despite knowing Nalan Yinran had won, she felt a twinge of guilt towards the young heir of the Xiao family. Yunlong, Yinran's decision to break off the engagement back then may have been somewhat inappropriate. She should have simply spoken to the Xiao family directly instead of letting it become public knowledge. Yun murmured softly. Yin'er, are you suggesting that ultimately, the Yunlan sect owes a debt to the Xiao family? Even if we offer compensation back then, they likely felt their pride was too wounded to accept. Liuyun pondered aloud. Thus, we can discreetly provide them with compensation now, he concluded knowingly. Indeed, upon hearing Liuyun's words, Yun nodded joyfully, exclaiming, Yunlang, you are truly brilliant. You have captured the very essence of my thoughts. To which Liuyun replied with a smile, My dear, as your husband, I naturally understand you. Engaged in their delightful conversation, the distance of several li was effortlessly traversed by the two. In the vast plaza of Yunlan's sect, Xiao Yan, having elegantly uttered his final words, turned to retrace his steps up the bluestone staircase from whence he came. At this moment, although he departed bearing the title of a defeated challenger, his demeanor bore no trace of despondency. He stood tall and resolute, his posture imbued with vigor, and his countenance exuded a determination that belied any semblance of a loser. Observing Xiao Yan in such a state, Nalan Yinran found herself momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, she harbored the distinct impression that Xiao Yan had intentionally withheld his full strength during their confrontation. Prior to that, he had wielded his combat skills with great finesse, seemingly overpowering her with mere physical prowess. How could he, who had scarcely relied on his combat techniques, so swiftly summon his ultimate move to deplete his energy? As Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Yan's retreating figure, about to exit the expansive plaza, two ethereal figures draped in white suddenly pierced the sky, appearing before the plaza in an instant. Master, mistress. Upon seeing the two figures approach, Nalan Yinran snapped back to reality from her brief reverie, her face alight with excitement and joy. If it were not for Liuyun's intensive training during this period, she doubted she would have had the qualification to stand alongside Xiao Yan in this duel. Over the course of 3 years, Xiao Yan had ascended from the meager cultivation of a mere fighter to the realm of a battle spirit. An extraordinary feat she had witnessed for the first time. No, rather the third time. The first individual to achieve such remarkable heights now stood before her as her master. A figure of unparalleled status, power, and influence within the empire of Jiama. The second was herself, who had, in a mere 2 months, broken through from the pinnacle of a battle master to the realm of a battle spirit. Upon hearing Liuyun Rant's respectful greeting, Liuyun and Yun exchanged faint smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Alliance Leader Yun. The moment Liuyun appeared in the plaza, the 6 distinguished figures atop the platform from the Jia Ma Empire simultaneously bowed in reverence to him. We pay our respects to Alliance Leader Yun and the sect leader. Following their lead, the elders of Yunlan's sect and countless disciples also bowed in unison. In the face of such homage, Liuyun merely nodded with a calm demeanor, saying nothing. At that moment, Xiao Yan, sensing the commotion, halted his steps, a mere step away from the bluestone staircase, and turned to glance at Liuyun. Brother Liuyun, how have you fared? Xiao Yan greeted with a sincere smile. Brother Xiao, it brings me immense joy to see you. It has been more than a year since we last parted ways at the Monster Mountain Range. Liuyun responded unexpectedly, much to the astonishment of those present. The disciples of Yunlan's sect and the 6 dignitaries atop the platform were taken aback, calculating the implications of Xiao Yan addressing Liuyun as brother. To be on such familiar terms with the alliance leader was indeed astonishing. With such remarkable talent and a connection to alliance leader Liuyun, Xiao Yan's future is boundless. They mused. Haha, I suspect Nalan Jia, that old fellow, is likely the most taken aback. His granddaughter is the disciple of alliance leader Liuyun. And this young man, who once had the potential to be his grandson-in-law, shares such a bond with Liuyun. As the crowd murmured, Xiao Yan turned his attention to Yun, standing beside Liuyun. From the words of the Yunlan sect disciples and the reminder from Yao Lao, Xiao Yan understood that she was the current sect leader. However, he was puzzled by Liuyun Rant's earlier address of them as master and mistress. Could it be that these 2 formidable figures, who commanded respect throughout the Jiama Empire, had united as partners? As Xiao Yan pondered this, Liuyun gestured to Yun, introducing her. Brother Xiao, allow me to present my partner, Yun. Greetings, sister-in-law. Under Liuyun's introduction, Xiao Yan, who usually referred to Liuyun as brother, found himself compelled to adopt this new title. Yet, this left him feeling somewhat strange. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a duel with Liuyun's disciple, Liuyun Ran, and had ultimately been bested, which meant he had, in a sense, been defeated by a junior. How peculiar that fate would weave such intricate coincidences. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Brother Xiao, since you have come to Yunlan's sect, why not stay a few days? We would be delighted to extend our hospitality. Yun, adapting quickly to her new role, invited Xiao Yan without hesitation. Indeed, Brother Xiao, it has been quite some time since we last met. Why not join me for a few drinks tonight at Yunlan's sect? Liuyun echoed Yun's invitation. Brother Liu, sister-in-law, I truly appreciate your kind offer. However, pressing matters await me at home, and I must decline your gracious invitation. Xiao Yan gently refused. Very well, when you find the time, we shall gather again. Liuyun understood Xiao Yan's concerns regarding Utan City and did not press further. Until we meet again. With a farewell, Xiao Yan stowed away his Xianzhongqi and turned slowly to descend the mountain of Yunlan's sect. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Liuyun Ran bit her lip, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within her heart. Following the conclusion of the duel between Xiao Yan and Liuyun Ran, the 2 battle saints from the ancient clan continued to shadow Liuyun for a time, yet they uncovered no anomalies. During their surveillance, Liuyun merely exhibited exceptional talent in cultivation, employing no covert tactics whatsoever. Consequently, losing interest, the 2 ceased their observations of Liuyun. As they prepared to withdraw from the Jia Ma Empire under pressure from other clans, they received shocking news from their sources within the ancient clan regarding a recent sensational event in the central continent. In the Ice River Valley, a battle saint and 4 half-saints had emerged, and they were reportedly offering a staggering bounty for a specific group of 4 men and 2 women, one of whom was named Hai Bo Dong. Listening attentively to this news, Gu Ren's expression shifted with intrigue. Who would have thought that after the mysterious annihilation of the Grand Elder Tian Shuangzi and the Valley Master Bing He, such a formidable force would arise in the Ice River Valley? He murmured softly, though a battle saint may not be exceedingly powerful among our clan, in the ordinary realms of the central continent, they are akin to towering giants. Anyone deemed worthy of their bounty must be quite extraordinary. At this moment, upon learning this information, the attention of the 2 shifted entirely from Liuyun, redirecting their conversation to the exploits of Hai Bo Dong. At last, tranquility has returned. Those 2 ancient beings have finally departed. Within the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, the unease that had lingered in Liuyun's heart dissipated upon sensing the departure of the 2 formidable Do saints from the ancient clan. Chapter 454, The Sacred Pill City, a gathering place for alchemists. Since leaving the Ice River Valley, Liuyun, his avatar, and his companions, Heibadong, Duan San, Chu Ming, and the Hongyi sisters, have made their way directly towards the sacred Pill City. This city is revered as a sanctum in the hearts of all alchemists across the continent. As the date for the alchemy conference draws near, they encountered numerous individuals clad in the robes of alchemists along their journey. Among these, 7th-tier alchemists were a common sight, rendering the 5th-tier alchemists mere background figures, hardly capturing anyone's attention. After several days of travel, the group traversed another spatial wormhole. Upon emerging, they found themselves before a colossal plaza constructed entirely of crimson rock, its expanse seemingly endless. The only visible boundary was a faint red line that stretched as far as the eye could see, suggesting a vastness of at least 1,000 meters. Standing on this immense platform, Liuyun and his companions felt as insignificant as tiny ants, entirely overlooked by the throngs around them. At this moment, the Crimson Square was teeming with a surging mass of humanity, the cacophony of voices rising to the heavens, even causing the clouds above to thin out. Is this truly the sacred Pill City? Gazing at the vast plaza that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, Liuyun, Heibadong, and the Hongyi sisters looked on with curiosity. Behind them, the space was rippling with intense distortions, as spatial ships darted in and out, rapidly diminishing in size, while figures resembling raindrops descended from the sky. Venerable Fengsheng, this is merely a spatial point outside the sacred Pill City. There are 8 such spatial plazas in the outer domain. Que donc really explained. Noting the curious expressions on Liuyun and Heibadong's faces, he, along with Duan San and Chu Ming, had visited the sacred Pill City in their youth. Though at that time, their cultivation levels were not particularly high, and they were not alchemists. They had merely come to broaden their horizons. Hearing Chu Donghai's words, Heibadong felt a tremor of awe, exclaiming, just this single plaza must be nearly 1/10 the size of Yi City, yet sacred Pill City boasts 8 of these. Ha! Brother Hai, no need to be astonished. The sacred Pill City is divided into outer and inner domains. We currently reside in the outer domain, while the Pill Tower is located in the inner domain. Regardless, both domains belong to the Pill Tower. Chu Donghai chuckled, observing Heibadong's astonishment. Though it is referred to as a city, the sacred Pill City far surpasses any ordinary city. In terms of area, it could not be matched by dozens of Yi cities. Liuyun felt a surge of excitement at Chu Donghai's words. This is no mere city. It is an entirely different vast expanse. Liuyun surmised that the so-called sacred Pill City could scarcely be smaller than the Black Corner region. Given its size, even at their current pace, it would take them half an hour to traverse from one end to the other. After Chu Donghai finished speaking, Duan San, with a hint of pride, added, Venerable Fengsheng, Brother Hai, the current flow of people in Sacred Pill City is not at its peak. 1 month before the alchemy conference begins, it will be truly terrifying. Despite the city's vastness, it will still feel crowded. Ha! Arriving in Sacred Pill City, I can finally say I've truly experienced the world. Heibadong responded, his face alight with excitement. Brother Hai, if we wish to conduct our business discreetly in Sacred Pill City, we must refrain from casually mentioning your illustrious name. Surreptitiously isolating the space around them to prevent their conversation from being overheard. Chu Ming's caution stemmed from Heibadong's considerable renown in the central region. Since leaving the Ice River Valley, news of their exploits had spread faster than they could travel, and now nearly everyone in the central region was aware of the events that transpired there, as well as Heibadong's status as a prodigious genius. Chu is right. With so many people around, if we reveal ourselves, we may attract the attention of powerful foes. Que donc get concurred. Indeed, both Chu and Donghai are correct. Currently, my name is known only due to the bounty placed on me in Ice River Valley. I must avoid exposing my identity recklessly. However, with our current strength, as long as we do not encounter a Doe Saint actively probing for us, we should be able to remain concealed. Having reached the 5-star Dozun realm, Heibadong spoke with newfound confidence. As they conversed, preparing to seek a place to rest in the vast outer domain of Sacred Pill City, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted in the distant sky behind them. A carriage drawn by several resplendent, silver-winged Pegasus appeared majestically above. The sudden emergence of the snow-white carriage instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers, followed by a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Is that a Void Sky Pegasus? Who on earth possesses such an extravagant display? Though the Void Sky Pegasus is merely a 6th-tier beast, its rarity is unparalleled. They possess the ability to traverse void spaces, their speed surpassing that of spatial ships, offering unparalleled comfort and swiftness. The mere presence of such a beast pulling a carriage signifies the extraordinary status of its occupant within the sacred Pill City. Huh. The young master within that carriage certainly enjoys an extravagant display. Quite the impressive spectacle, Chu Donghai remarked with a subtle smile, having long since grown indifferent to such magical creatures at their level. Old fellow, did you not also revel in such ostentation in your youth? Duan San retorted, unable to suppress his jest at Chu Donghai's disdainful expression. His words doused Chu Donghai with a splash of cold reality. Brother San, your words bring me displeasure. That carriage was one we seized together, and if I recall correctly, it belonged to a junior from the Dan clan. Thankfully, we had already escaped the sacred Pill City by the time they realized it. Chu Donghai reminisced with a chuckle. As the two continued their playful banter, the rest of the group found themselves amused, surprised that these two old-timers had once been so unruly in their youth. Chapter 455, The Lin Family of Sacred Pill City. After exchanging light-hearted remarks, Liuyun and his companions concealed their presence as they ventured towards the outer domain of Sacred Pill City. While this city is indeed the domain of the Pill Tower, various factions possess interests here in the outer domain. With a massive influx of people, the area is bustling with well-known shops, taverns, trade fairs, and auction houses. Liuyun's intent in coming here is to capitalize on the vast throngs of people, as hosting an auction here would surely attract many buyers for the treasures in his possession. Arriving at a relatively broad street, Liuyun and his companions entered the largest tavern on the street, the Four Seas Pavilion. Taverns are ubiquitous, and even those powerful enough to forego food still indulge in the warmth of human camaraderie. Liuyun was no exception. Upon entering, he and his companions ordered every signature dish and drink the tavern had to offer. Originally, the individuals in this line sought to conceal their presence, wishing to avoid drawing attention. However, throughout their journey, no matter where they went, a few pairs of eyes invariably lingered on the enchanting figures of the Hongyi sisters. At this moment, Liuyun and his companions had scarcely settled at a table on the second floor of the Four Seas Pavilion when a sinister gaze fixated upon Hongyi. This gaze belonged to a young man clad in blue, who had just ascended from the first floor. Upon noticing Liuyun's table, he unabashedly directed his gaze toward Hongyi and then strode toward them, flanked by two elderly men in black, each possessing the strength of a three-star dozong. Such beauty! If only. The blue-clad youth had barely reached the adjacent table when his eyes sparkled with mischief, eager to utter some lewd remarks. Yet, before the words could escape his lips, an invisible hand seized his throat, rendering him breathless. His eyes widened in horror as he toppled backward, lifeless. Young master, what has happened? The two elderly men caught the falling youth's body and, upon inspection, discerned that he had lost all signs of life. Their gazes then turned with venomous ire toward Liuyun and his party. Your actions are excessively ruthless, one elder exclaimed vehemently. Although uncertain of the events that had transpired, he was resolute in believing that one among this table had slain their young master. The commotion surrounding the young man's death immediately attracted the attention of others within the tavern. Isn't that the second young master of the Yu family, Yuhi? How would he perish here? They murmured, astonished that such an arrogant figure would dare to act without regard for the formidable presence that surrounded him. Indeed, these individuals can act with such impunity. Their backgrounds must be substantial, others whispered, casting glances of morbid curiosity toward the unfolding scene. In response to the elders' loud accusation, Chu Donghai raised an eyebrow, casually gesturing, and the questioning elder met a fate identical to that of the youth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As Chu Donghai prepared to eliminate the last remaining elder, Liuyun interjected, "Let one person remain to collect the bodies. Otherwise, it may spoil our appetites." Upon hearing Liuyun's remark, Chu Donghai retracted his murderous intent. The remaining elder's complexion turned ashen. The ability to silently extinguish a three-star dozong indicated the presence of adversaries of at least a higher dozong level. When Liuyun spared him, the elder did not dare utter a word of defiance and hastily gathered the fallen corpses before fleeing the tavern. Chu Donghai's display of power instantly intimidated the other patrons within the tavern. They had not anticipated that these seemingly unremarkable individuals possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate a three-star dozong. From that point onward, no gaze dared to linger on the Hongyi sisters. As for the deaths of the two subordinates, Liuyun and his companions paid them little mind. Though the sacred Pill City was under the jurisdiction of the Pill Tower, as long as there was no large-scale destruction of the city, they would not intervene. In the tavern, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern after the incident. While Liuyun's group was unafraid of the Yu family, the Four Seas Pavilion was not a place one could afford to offend. Shortly thereafter, a dignified middle-aged man clad in yellow entered the establishment. His cultivation slightly surpassed that of the two deceased elders, reaching the level of a 4-star dozone. "Master, you have arrived." The tavern owner, who had been waiting in the ground floor lobby, approached the middle-aged man eagerly. "Are those guests still here?" The man inquired with a hint of urgency. "They're still upstairs enjoying their drinks," the tavern owner replied, gesturing discreetly to the second floor. The middle-aged man sighed heavily, then ascended the stairs with a serious expression. Upon reaching the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn to Liuyun's table, but he was quickly noticed by Chu Donghai, who was seated facing him. Indifferent to the arrival of the man in yellow, Chu Donghai raised his cup and took a hearty sip. "Esteemed seniors, I am Lin He, the owner of the Four Seas Pavilion. I hope the food and drink here suit your tastes." He approached with a humble demeanor, having just received word from the Yu family that if he could not uncover the backgrounds of Liuyun and his companions, the Lin family's business would be expelled from Sacred Pill City. Upon hearing his voice, Liuyun lifted his gaze slightly, glancing at the middle-aged man. How is it that he bears such a striking resemblance to Lin Hai? Meanwhile, Hai Boding, sitting opposite Liuyun, shared the same surprise. With such a resemblance to Lin Hai and sharing the same surname, could he be a descendant of Lin Hai? As he pondered this, he caught a glimpse of Liuyun, who was also observing the man in yellow. Just then, Chu Donghai set down his cup and boisterously remarked, "Not bad. It's better than the establishments I visited in Sacred Pill City during my youth." Upon hearing Chu Donghai's response, Lin He felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Oh, if the esteemed senior has not visited in quite some time, I assume you are here because of the upcoming pill conference?" As Lin He posed this question, Chu Donghai's impatience began to surface, but before he could express his frustration, Liuyun unexpectedly asked Lin He, "What is your relation to Lin Hai?" Upon hearing Liuyun's inquiry, Lin He's body trembled slightly, his gaze turning skeptical as he regarded Liuyun. "My grandfather has been declared deceased for over a century. How could this person suddenly mention his name?" "You are?" Lin He hesitated to respond. Noticing the middle-aged man's reaction, Liuyun smiled knowingly and replied, "You need not be anxious. Lin Hai is an acquaintance of mine. If you could summon him to meet with me, my identity would soon be revealed." The young man appeared quite youthful. How could he possibly be an old acquaintance of his grandfather? Lin He's curiosity deepened upon hearing Liuyun's explanation. "Sir, to be candid, my grandfather has been gone for over a century." Lin He maintained a facade of calmness. "That is preposterous." Lin Hai is clearly. As the middle-aged man attempted to fabricate a lie, Hai Boding, eager to expose him, was halted by Liuyun's intervention. "Never mind, if Lin Hai has indeed passed. We shall not linger further." Liuyun smiled gently, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he and his companions gradually departed the tavern. Upon exiting, Liuyun led his companions directly to an inn, and once there, he turned to Duan San and said, "I must trouble you to investigate matters concerning the Lin family and the Yu family." Duan San, with his adeptness in handling such affairs, was well suited for gathering information. "Understood. I will ascertain their backgrounds by tonight," Duan San assured as he departed the inn. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Yu family estate in Sacred Pill City, a white-haired elder gazed grimly at the lifeless body of a young man laid before him. Forgive your father for his inadequacies. I cannot avenge you immediately. When your grandfather returns, I will ensure that the one who took your life pays dearly." The elder lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. Hearing the elder's anguished words, the others in the hall dared not utter a sound. This elder was Yu Tianxiu, the patriarch of the Yu family, whose cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star dozone. After a considerable pause, Yu Tianxiu turned around, his gaze gradually shifting to the rear as he softly admonished, "Have you yet to uncover the details regarding that group?" The head of the household, Lin He, had engaged in discussions with those individuals but had garnered no valuable intelligence. In response to Yu Tianxiu's remarks, an elder clad in black robes within the grand hall replied with utmost respect, "That good-for-nothing Lin He. The incident concerning here occurred on his family's territory. If the Lin family cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, they should not blame me for my lack of leniency." A fierce glint flashed in Yu Tianxiu's eyes upon hearing his subordinate's report. Although his cultivation was merely at the 7-star dozone level, slightly surpassing Lin He, the disparity in strength between the Lin and Yu families was vast. Furthermore, the Yu family was bolstered by a concealed ancestor who had broken through to the Dozun realm several years prior, rendering them even less inclined to regard the Lin family with any seriousness. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate in the outskirts of Shengdan City, the middle-aged man clad in yellow, who had recently interacted with Liuyun and his companions, bore a grim expression. Not far behind him, a youth of approximately 22 years, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "The Yu family is being excessively aggressive. He was foolish enough to provoke the wrong individuals and was killed. Yet they still wish to place the blame on my Lin family. Alas, Xiao, our Lin family is currently in decline. The Yu family outmatches us in every aspect. Moreover, they have long coveted our family's assets, especially with an ancestor at the Douqi level eyeing us. This incident merely provides them with an excuse." Lin sighed heavily. Upon hearing Lin, he mentioned the Yu family's ancestor. The youth named Lin, she hesitantly inquired, "Father, has there been any word from our ancestor?" Lin shook his head and candidly replied, "No, I visited your great-grandfather's secluded chamber 2 years ago and called out for a considerable time, but received no response. I can sense that his aura is no longer present there." With Lin He's words, the youth sighed deeply, his expression one of profound disappointment. Just after their sighs, a shadowy figure swiftly flashed across the top of the estate where they resided. "Haha, Wind Sage, I have gathered all the information you requested," Duan San announced as he entered the spacious private room where Liuyun and his companions were gathered, a triumphant smile adorning his face. "With the third sage handling matters, I feel reassured." Liuyun felt a surge of satisfaction, having seen that Duan San had accomplished the tasks assigned to him in less than 2 hours. "Haha, Wind Sage, that Yu family ancestor is merely a low-tier Douqi. He may return in a few days upon receiving news. And it appears that the Lin family also has an ancestor, presumably the Lin Hai you mentioned. His whereabouts are unknown even to his grandson." Duan San wasted no time in relaying the information he had acquired. "Oh, according to your findings, Lin Hai is indeed absent from Shingdan City, and the Yu family intends to act against the Lin family, who will undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an assault." Liuyun murmured after hearing Duan San's words. "Wind Sage, since the Lin family is a descendant of Lin Hai, we ought to extend our assistance." Although Haiba Dong's current cultivation level was significantly higher than Lin Hai's, he still held immense respect for the figure he once had to look up to. However, Haiba Dong mistakenly believed that Lin Hai remained in the Jiamai Empire, unaware that Lin Hai had been dispatched to Zhongzhou a year prior. "Indeed, since they are descendants of Lin Hai, we should lend a hand." Liuyun readily concurred with Haiba Dong's sentiment. Given Lin Hai's speed over the past year, it would have been impossible for him not to reach Shingdan City. He must have encountered some mishap along the way. After uttering this thought, Liuyun felt a pang of concern for Lin Hai's safety, as Lin Hai had protected him for so long, and he was deeply unwilling to witness any misfortune befall him. "All right, since he is a friend of Wind Sage and Brother Hai, we must assist. We can simply eliminate the Yu family." Chu Donghai and Chu Ming immediately resolved to take action against the Yu family. "Isn't that a bit too conspicuous, potentially drawing the attention of others?" Duan San questioned doubtfully. "What the third sage says is valid. I have a splendid idea. Since Lin Hai has yet to arrive in Shingdan City, we can disguise ourselves as him." Chapter 457. I am the ancestor of the Lin family. The third sage's analysis is astute. I have another approach in mind. Since Lin Hai has not yet returned to Shingdan City, we can indeed masquerade as him. Upon hearing Liuyun's suggestion, the others exchanged puzzled glances. "Wind Sage, even if you're intimately familiar with Lin Hai, it would still be difficult to deceive the younger generation of the Lin family, wouldn't it?" Haiba Dong expressed his doubts. Liuyun chuckled lightly at Haiba Dong's remark. "Haiba Dong, I am aware that we cannot fool the Lin family members. My intent is merely to convey to others that Lin Hai has returned." "Ah, I see now. I was rather simplistic in my understanding." Haiba Dong quickly grasped Liuyun's intention upon receiving the explanation. "Third Sage, I would appreciate your guidance. We shall proceed to the Lin family at once." As Liuyun's words fell, Duan San casually waved his hand, slicing open a spatial rift before them, and the entire group stepped through the fissure, vanishing from the private room of the inn. Shortly thereafter, in a grand hall within the Lin family estate on the outskirts of Shingdan City, the space in front of Lin He and his son Lin, she suddenly warped violently, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire hall. Could it be that the Yu family intends to strike directly at us? Lin He, sensing the violent spatial disturbance, was filled with rage. He swiftly turned to the young man behind him and commanded, "Xiao, hurry and notify our clan members to evacuate the Lin family." However, before Lin He could finish his sentence, the entire hall was sealed by a formidable force, rendering them immobile. Then, from the distorted space, 7 powerful figures slowly emerged. It was the very group that had slain Yu He at the Four Seas Pavilion. Upon recognizing the faces of the 7 newcomers, Lin He gasped in astonishment, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness towards Liuyun and his companions. "Father, who are they? What do they want barging into our Lin family?" Lin She glanced at Lin He with a hint of panic. Lin He did not respond to his son, but instead took a step forward, respectfully clasping his hands in salute to Liuyun and his party. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit to the Lin family? Observing Lin He's calm demeanor, Liuyun mentally nodded in approval and stated directly, Lin He, we have but one objective in coming here, to assist your Lin family in overcoming this crisis. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Lin He, already perplexed, found himself even more confounded. Why would esteemed seniors wish to help my Lin family? He asked in a hushed tone. Lin Hai and I share a past. He has aided me greatly, and his current disappearance is also tied to me. So, it is only natural for me to look after his kin. Noticing Lin He's confusion, Liuyun continued, channeling his Douqi, which surged violently, coalescing into a formidable black cloud handprint before him. Demon Cloud Palm. Recognizing this exceedingly familiar Do technique, Lin He was profoundly shaken. The Demon Cloud Palm was a secret skill of the Lin family, powerful and formidable, and the scroll containing this technique had always been under Lin He's own guardianship. Witnessing Liuyun execute the Demon Cloud Palm, Lin He began to believe Liuyun's words. Esteemed senior, when did you last encounter our ancestor? Lin He suddenly knelt before Liuyun, performing a grand bow. Seeing Lin He pay such respect, Liuyun did not offer assistance, but instead sighed. In truth, it was not long ago. A year prior, he was still with me. I later urged him to return to the clan, but I am unsure what mishap might have occurred. It has been a year, and he has yet to arrive. According to your words, it has been a year since the ancestral elder departed, preparing to return to the family. For the elder, a year might merely equate to a moment of seclusion on the journey, suggesting that he has likely encountered no misfortune. Lin He expressed his relief. Let's hope you speak true. With Lin He's words, the worried expression on Liuyun's face dissipated significantly. In the next moment, he addressed Lin He directly. Lin He, should the elder of the Yu family arrive within the next few days, I shall take action under the guise of your grandfather and eliminate him. At that time, you must assist me in orchestrating this performance. Understood. Lin He responded with remarkable swiftness, instantly grasping Liuyun's intent. He nodded and proclaimed loudly, Grandfather, you may rest assured. I shall ensure everything is arranged meticulously. After bowing to Liuyun, Lin He shouted to the youth behind him, Shir, hurry and pay your respects to your great-grandfather. Alarmed by Lin He's booming voice, the still-dazed Lin She knelt down with a thud, bowing her head and exclaiming, I pay my respects to great-grandfather. Rise. Observing their reactions, Liuyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the next instant, his aura began to shift, and his visage took on a more aged appearance, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Hai. No wonder this lad, who appeared to be under 20, possessed the countenance of one nearing 30. He had means to alter his aura and appearance. Upon witnessing Liuyun's transformation, Hai Bo Dong finally comprehended that Liuyun's earlier guise was indeed a facade. Lin He, from now on, proceed with your usual activities and await the arrival of the Yu family members in silence. After adopting Lin Hai's form, Liuyun instructed Lin He. As Liuyun and his entourage vanished at the periphery of Utan City, those sent by the Yu family to follow them returned to report to the Yu family base. They have vanished. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the head of the Yu family became exceedingly enraged. Perhaps they were aware of the elder's impending return and chose to hide. Given the vast expanse of Utan City, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The subordinate analyzed nervously. Such fear of the elder indicates that none among them have reached the Dozun realm. After digesting his subordinate's analysis, Utan Su felt a slight relief. Continue your search. You must locate those 7. With a command to his subordinates, Utan Su departed the hall, making his way to a secluded courtyard deep within the estate. This place was a forbidden zone of the Yu family, accessible only to the family head. As Utan Su halted before the courtyard door, he respectfully called out, Ancestral Elder, Tian Su seeks an audience. Enter. An extremely aged voice emanated from within the courtyard. Upon hearing this voice, Utan Su dared to step inside. Upon his entry, an emaciated elder sat quietly in a small pavilion at the center of the courtyard. Have the culprits who harmed here been found? The elder slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness piercing through his murky gaze as he fixed it upon Utan Su. Chapter 458. The Annihilation of the Yu Family Ancestral Elder. Ancestral Elder, the culprits who harmed here have gone into hiding, but I believe they will eventually surface, Utan Su replied, somewhat trembling. Alas! Upon hearing Utan Su's response, the emaciated elder appeared exceedingly displeased, letting out a deep sigh. Utan Su, I now seriously question your capabilities as family head. Your heir has been slain, and you dare not take action yourself, relying on others instead, yet still have not grasped the culprits' identities. After being scolded by the elder, Utan Su lost all the confidence he had displayed in the hall, lowering his head and remaining silent. After rebuking Utan Su, the elder's anger dissipated slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Since the Lin family has failed to provide an explanation, we shall not be blamed." Upon hearing this statement, joy surged across Utan Su's face, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Haha, with this incident as a pretext, we can annihilate the Lin family without reproach. I shall eliminate that Lin He, while you manage the rest with the clan members. Remember, do not allow this matter to escalate too much. It would be unwise to attract the attention of some powerful figures." After uttering these words, the emaciated elder suddenly vanished from the pavilion. Here they come. Within the Lin family estate, Liuyun, seated in the high position of the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. Above this hall, the ancestral elder of the Yu family loomed in the void, surveying all within the Lin family. The oppressive aura swept over them, causing a wave of unease among the Lin family members. Sensing this aura, Lin He dashed out, clasping his fists towards the emaciated elder in the sky. The ancestral elder of the Yu family graces us with his presence. Lin He fails to extend a proper welcome and hopes for your understanding. Lin He, your temperament is far superior to that scoundrel Tian Su. Yet regretfully, you are of the Lin family, and today you cannot be spared. As the elder uttered these final words, a fierce expression crossed his face, and a swirling blue water lance materialized in his hand, exuding a formidable force. What? The ancestral elder of the Yu family is actually going to strike against our Lin family? It seems our Lin family is doomed today. Witnessing the elder's gathered attack, the members of the Lin family fell into despair. As fear gripped their hearts, the emaciated elder exerted a gentle force with his palm, sending the blue water lance hurtling towards Lin He. In response, Lin He quickly conjured a black shield before him. You dare to bully the descendants of the Lin family? The Yu family is becoming increasingly shameless. Just as the water lance traversed half the distance, a voice, equally ancient as that of the emaciated elder, resonated from the sky. Following this voice, a massive expanse of black clouds suddenly appeared in the path of the water lance. Upon entering the black clouds, the lance created not a single splash, vanishing entirely within. Who dares to meddle here? Although the elder's attack had employed barely 20% of his strength, the ease with which he could repel it indicated that the newcomer possessed at least the strength of the Dozun realm, prompting a sense of trepidation within the elder. As the elder's words faded, a figure clad in black robes stepped forth from the black clouds. Lin Hai, it cannot be. How could it be Lin Hai? Wasn't he supposed to have perished over a century ago? Observing the figure emerging from the clouds, disbelief coursed through the elder's mind. The countless Lin family descendants watching below were equally astonished. It is the ancestral elder. He has not perished. The ancestral elder has come to protect our Lin family. Ha! Our Lin family is saved. Some of the older members of the Lin family felt their eyes moisten with emotion, shouting out in excitement. The younger ones, though somewhat bewildered, sensed the exhilaration from their elders, understanding that the figure stepping forth from the black clouds was their ancestral elder, who had survived countless years. Since your Yu family initiated the attack, I, Lin Hai, shall not hold back. After the emaciated elder made his move, Liuyun, disguised as Lin Hai, declared, swiftly forming seals with his hands, conjuring a colossal black hand several dozen feet in size before him. Demon Cloud Palm. Upon witnessing Lin Hai's famed technique from years past, the emaciated elder finally ceased to doubt Lin Hai's identity. His hands moved rapidly, summoning 4 water lances, each significantly larger than before, encircling him and under his command. They surged towards the enormous black hand. In the next moment, the 4 massive water lances collided violently with the enormous black hand, astonishing onlookers. The frail old man unleashed a formidable strike, producing 4 terrifying jets of water, yet they met the same fate as before. Instantly engulfed by the ominous black handprint that swiftly followed, its residual force crashing into the old man. Strangely, upon contact, the black handprint penetrated his body and vanished. A look of profound horror spread across the old man's face as he realized the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, he retreated without hesitation, disappearing from the sight of the Lin family members. Victory belonged to the ancestor. The ancestor triumphed with great might. They honored his return. Witnessing Liuyun's single strike repel the Rain family ancestor, the Lin family members erupted in excitement, collectively kneeling in reverence. Rise. Liuyun lifted his withered hand. gesturing dismissively to the throng below, speaking in a calm tone. The Rain family ancestor was merely at the pinnacle of a one-star dozun, and his escape was facilitated intentionally by Liuyun. The previous technique, the Demon Cloud Palm, differed from Lin Hai's version. It was a slightly modified iteration by Liuyun, who had acquired extensive knowledge of heavenly tier combat skills over the past days. His adjustments allowed the Demon Cloud Palm to inject a peculiar energy into the Rain family ancestor's body upon penetration, which would not result in immediate death, but would cause his body to explode after half an hour. Liuyun's intent was to let him return, spreading the news of Lin Hai's resurgence to surrounding families. As anticipated, half an hour after his escape, the Rain family ancestor could no longer contain the peculiar energy within him, resulting in his explosive demise. The news of the Lin family's ancestor's return and his newfound status as a dozun master swiftly circulated the outskirts of Ten City. Upon learning that the Rain family ancestor had perished barely half an hour after returning to his family, Lin He and his son grew increasingly respectful towards Liuyun. At this moment, Lin He had completely placed his trust in Liuyun. A being of such power had no need to deceive a mere mortal like him. Furthermore, the Lin family possessed nothing of significant value to pique Liuyun's interest. Thus, Lin He regarded Liuyun as his pillar of support, treating every word he spoke with utmost reverence. On the other hand, Rain Tianxu was devastated, having lost not only the family heir, but also the protection of the family ancestor. Given that the Rain family's actions had initiated this conflict, even if the Lin family were to retaliate with mass slaughter, no one in Ten City would intervene. Faced with this dire situation, Rain Tianxu reluctantly decided to relocate his entire clan from Ten City. However, on the very night he made this decision, he met an untimely and silent death in his study, accompanied by 3 other dozong elders. Thus, the Rain family's elite combatants were entirely extinguished, and Lin He swiftly took control of the Rain family's assets within Ten City, while other families conveniently turn a blind eye. Is there a sizable auction house within the Lin family? Upon Lin He's return, Liuyun suddenly inquired. Hearing Liuyun's question, Lin He pondered for a moment before eagerly nodding. Yes, the family has always maintained an auction house, which, while reasonably sized, has not yielded much profit in recent years, and has thus been closed for quite some time. It is situated less than 200 miles from here. Excellent. I grant you 3 days to refurbish the auction house and announce that it will reopen in 3 days. Upon hearing Lin He's response, Liuyun promptly issued his command. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Although only he and Liuyun were present in the hall, Lin He was cautious about revealing any inconsistencies in front of others and continued to treat Liuyun as his esteemed ancestor, Lin Hai. Liuyun, however, merely waved his hand lightly, signaling Lin He to proceed with his tasks. Once Lin He departed, Liuyun began to contemplate which items would be suitable for the upcoming auction. The indestructible body. The thought of that heavenly tier combat skill suddenly flashed through Liuyun's mind. This indestructible body was the first physical combat skill he had encountered. Furthermore, if the auction were to succeed, it could potentially yield even more powerful techniques beyond the heavenly tier. Thus, Liuyun resolved to deepen his understanding of this aspect beforehand. Subsequently, Liuyun briefed Duan San and Chu Ming before heading directly to the secret chamber previously used by Lin Hai for cultivation. This chamber, established underground, was vast and constructed from exceptionally sturdy materials. Upon entering, Liuyun set up a seal to prevent any energy from leaking out. After ensuring everything was in place, he seated himself on the specially designed 3-meter-tall cultivation stone platform within the chamber. As most of the techniques Liuyun practiced were heavenly tier, cultivating the indestructible body would not prove overly challenging. The principle of mastering one technique often illuminates the path to understanding others. While various combat skills may differ in their methods, they ultimately share commonalities. Grasping this notion, unless dealing with particularly unique techniques, most skills are not difficult to learn. To cultivate the indestructible body, one must uniquely infuse their Douqi into their bones, flesh, and skin. This infusion demands a rigorous standard for the body. Fortunately, Liuyun's physique had already been tempered by numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. While he could not claim it was invincible, it was certainly adequate for the requirements of cultivating the indestructible body. Gently closing his eyes, Liuyun began to recall the methods recorded on the scroll, attempting to practice the so-called indestructible body. Crack, crack. Not long after Liuyun shut his eyes, his body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, and amidst the radiance, Liuyun's physique swelled dramatically. Subtle sounds of his bones shifting could be faintly heard. This expansion, accompanied by the intensifying golden glow, accelerated rapidly. In less than half a minute, Liuyun's height had nearly tripled, his figure resembling that of a small giant, and his previously fair skin was now tinged with a golden hue. After expanding to 3 times his size, the enhancement ceased, and the golden light gradually dimmed, causing Liuyun's body to shrink back to its former shape in the blink of an eye. Just as Liuyun returned to his original size, he abruptly opened his eyes, a mouthful of crimson blood spewing forth, staining the ground a deep red. After expelling the blood, Liuyun's lips trembled, and his expression turned quite pallid. This cursed scroll had failed to mention the excruciating pain one must endure while cultivating the indestructible body. Consider the sensation when a person's body suddenly expands several times. What would it feel like within? Skin tearing, muscles ripping, bones shattering. No wonder the requirements for the body are so stringent. Had he been a person of weaker constitution, the very first expansion would likely have resulted in a catastrophic explosion of their form. Liuyun shook his head in silence, letting out a soft sigh. Such was the troublesome nature of heavenly tier physical techniques. What kind of horrifying agony would lie in wait when he eventually endeavored to cultivate techniques beyond the heavenly tier? Nevertheless, no matter how painful it may be, acquiring greater strength requires sacrifice. This intense suffering must be endured. With his physique, Liuyun was bound to adapt to the painful transformation eventually. At that point, he could cultivate even more powerful techniques with greater ease. Now, all that he needed to do was to continuously expand his physique, allowing his skin, muscles, and bones to gradually adapt amidst the excruciating pain. Once he had come to this realization, Liuyun once again closed his eyes, and in a burst of golden light, his body began to swell, then shrink, only to swell again and repeat the cycle. During Liuyun's seclusion, 3 days swiftly passed. By the dawn of the 3rd day, Liuyun's form had surged to an astonishing height of 5 zhang, towering as high as a 6- or 7-story building. Upon transforming, his head pressed firmly against the ceiling of the secret chamber. As Liuyun's body expanded once more, several exceedingly thick fissures appeared within the chamber. Chapter 460, An Appetizer. Advanced Earth Tier Combat Technique. 8 Extremes Fist. Throughout this process, everyone within the Lin family estate felt the immense tremors radiating from beneath their feet. What could possibly be causing such vibrations? It seemed as if they originated from underground. While the Lin family disciples were left puzzled, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Hai Buodong quickly appeared at the entrance of Liuyun's retreat. Surely, that recent tremor was a result of the Wind Sage's cultivation. Yet today marked the deadline spoken of by the Wind Sage. In 2 hours, the auction would commence. As they engaged in conversation, the floor beneath them suddenly erupted, and the ceiling of the underground chamber exploded, creating a 10-zhang-wide opening. At the edge of the breach, a gigantic golden hand, comparable in size to a truck, emerged, followed closely by a colossal head that appeared as if it were a mountain. The size of the Wind Sage had grown to such an extent. Upon recognizing the features of the enormous head, Duan San and the others were filled with astonishment. As their eyes widened, the massive head continued to rise, stopping only when it had ascended several meters above ground. Once the increase in size ceased, the giant radiated a dazzling golden light, and as this luminescence faded, Liuyun's form returned to its original dimensions, appearing beside Duan San and the others. Congratulations to the Wind Sage for achieving the indestructible body. Upon Liuyun's restoration, Duan San promptly offered his congratulations. Hearing Duan San mention the indestructible body, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai exchanged glances of realization. They had all attended the spatial trading conference where this legendary Earth-tier combat technique had been showcased. However, they had never seen Liuyun practicing it before, hence their momentary lapse in memory. Wind brother, you truly are a prodigy. To master such a formidable Earth-tier technique in merely 3 days is nothing short of miraculous. If only I possessed Wind brother's innate talent. Following Duan San, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and the Hongyi sisters expressed words of admiration and envy. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong felt a profound shock, although he possessed an advanced Earth-tier technique. When compared to Liuyun and his companions, the disparity in combat techniques was glaring. Previously, when annihilating the individuals from the Ice River Valley, Hai Buodong had encountered some Ice-type combat techniques, yet the highest among them barely reached the advanced Earth-tier, never having glimpsed a trace of Earth-tier techniques. Noticing Hai Buodong's expression, Liuyun chuckled softly. Hai Buodong, do you envy Earth-tier combat techniques? Of course I do. Earth-tier techniques are coveted by countless individuals. Hai Buodong answered candidly in response to Liuyun's inquiry. Haha, in due time, we shall procure an Ice-type Earth-tier technique for you. Liuyun laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Really? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Haibuodong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Earth-tier techniques are exceedingly precious, especially an ice-type one, which is rather rare. Win, brother. I too desire an Earth-tier technique. Upon hearing Liuyun's promise to seek out an ice-type Earth-tier technique for Haibuodong, Hong Yi's voice carried a hint of wistfulness. Ha! We'll ensure that everyone possesses an Earth-tier technique. Having said this, Liuyun produced the recently mastered scroll of the indestructible body combat technique. You all, if you believe you can cultivate this indestructible body, feel free to memorize it. As Liuyun's words fell, the group eagerly began to delve into the scroll with great enthusiasm. Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, despite having their own Earth-tier techniques, could not resist the allure of the indestructible body. Just imagine transforming into a towering giant and delivering a punch. The sheer power would be terrifying. After an hour of study, the group realized that time was of the essence and began preparing to head to the Lin family auction house. Normally, an auction conducted by a modest family like the Lin family would attract little attention, but due to the recent emergence of the family's ancestor, Lin Hai, and the announcement of 3 8th-grade medicinal pills for sale, it had drawn some nearby powerful individuals. St. Pill City sprawls over an expansive area. Even at the outskirts where the Lin family resides, it occupies a space comparable to half of the empire of Addendum. Among the attendees, there were no fewer than 10 combat sovereigns, and with the upcoming Pill Conference, many external alchemists had arrived in the city. This collective purchasing power would certainly meet Liuyun's expectations. In a short span, Liuyun, disguised as Lin Hai, made a grand entrance into the magnificent auction hall, accompanied by several masked figures. Is this truly the Lin family ancestor who faked his death for a century? His presence is quite formidable. Indeed, the Lin family was once merely a small clan. Now that their ancestor has returned, the landscape has dramatically shifted. Along the way, many whispered about Liuyun. Yet only 2 elders who had achieved the rank of combat sovereign greeted him. However, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, Liuyun merely nodded in acknowledgement and disregarded them. Noticing Liuyun's demeanor, one black-clad elder, who had once known Lin Hai, expressed his displeasure to the green-robed elder beside him. Brother Wang, does Lin Hai truly look down upon us, so? Haha. He possesses the strength to adopt such an attitude. It is said that the rain-old monster sustained an injury from him in a single move and perished shortly after escaping. It is estimated that Lin Hai has likely reached the 3-star combat sovereign level. Who would dare to provoke him now? The Wang surname combat sovereign replied with evident trepidation. The black-robed elder, although unwilling, chose not to voice further grievances. After Liuyun and his companions settled into their private box, they promptly set up a protective seal. Just then, a melodious chime resonated throughout the vast auction hall. Following this, Lin He appeared on the enormous auction stage at the center of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand reopening of the Lin family's auction house. To express our gratitude for your support, we shall begin with an appetizer. Lin He wasted no time with idle chatter and immediately proceeded with the auction. After this statement, a beautiful young maiden stepped forward, placing a golden jade plate on the stone pedestal before Lin He, which stood a meter high. Lin He lifted the lid of the jade plate, revealing a white scroll within, and announced loudly, "The first item for auction is an advanced Earth-tier combat technique, the 8 Extremes Fist." To celebrate the reopening of the auction house, the starting bid for this technique is set at 3 million gold coins. Chapter 461, The Xiao Family. Gaozing. Advanced Earth-tier combat technique. 3 million gold coins. Did I hear that correctly? An advanced Earth-tier combat technique is merely an appetizer, and it is to be purchased with gold coins? This was akin to a technique that could serve as the cornerstone of some prominent families. Surely, this cannot be a counterfeit advanced Earth-tier technique? With so many attendees today, the Lin family would not dare to engage in such deception, lest they bring ruin upon themselves. As Lin He announced the starting bid for the Earth-grade advanced combat skill, the 8 Extremes Fist, incredulity swept through the auction hall, with attendees engaging in fervent discussions and even casting doubts on the authenticity of the Earth-grade technique. Suddenly, one of the 2 individuals who had previously greeted Lin Hai spoke up, asserting, "Do you truly believe that a starting bid of 3 million gold coins will secure the real deal? Indeed, they have set this 3 million gold coins merely as a facade. With so many people present, countless individuals will surely covet the 8 Extremes Fist. How could the final price possibly remain a mere 3 million gold coins?" The other person chimed in, echoing this sentiment. As these 2 voices emerged, the rest of the crowd began to grasp the reality. Regardless of how low the initial bid may seem, the final price would undoubtedly soar to astronomical heights. 10 million gold coins. The first bid reverberated through the hall. Following this, others began to respond in kind. 30 million gold coins. 35 million gold coins. 50 million gold coins. 2 7th-grade elixirs. 3 7th-grade elixirs. This was indeed the Holy Pill City, where 7th-grade elixirs, a rare sight, appeared in abundance right from the outset. Just as the bidding began to slow, an elderly man clad in an alchemist's robe suddenly interjected, "I bid an 8th-grade elixir that has undergone the 4-color pill lightning." With this declaration, the chatter in the auction hall abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward the alchemist. Who was this individual, and why had he not been recognized? Given the influx of outsiders during the pill conference, it was hardly surprising that no one knew him. Observing the reactions, it seemed no one recognized the elder who had offered the 8th-grade elixir. Within a private box, Liuyun was equally astonished. What had initially been a gift to the attendees had unexpectedly escalated to a price commensurate with that of an Earth-grade advanced combat skill. Although still slightly lower, Liuyun felt satisfaction. Surely, no one would bid higher than this. He mused. Just then, another voice rang out from the crowd. "I offer 2 8th-grade elixirs that have undergone the 4-color pill lightning." A wave of excitement surged through the hall. The exorbitant bid for 2 8th-grade elixirs had taken everyone by surprise. Even the alchemist who had previously bid 1 8th-grade elixir cast a sidelong glance. This price had already surpassed the combat skill's worth. Turning to look, the crowd noticed that this new bidder had just entered the auction hall, a black-robed elder accompanied by a young girl of 16 or 17. The girl, tall and elegant in her black dress, exuded an air of cool arrogance. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her face, though slightly gaunt, was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of porcelain, evoking an irresistible allure. As she stood at the entrance, her narrow, slightly languid eyes sparkled with a captivating charm. The Xiao family. Gasps of revelation swept through the auction hall. It was no wonder they were so affluent, treating elixirs with such nonchalance. Recognizing the pair, attendees exclaimed, "That girl must be the prodigy, Xiao Ying. It is said she has already broken through to the 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age. I wonder what level she has reached now." As the crowd's gaze fell upon the girl in the black dress, she casually remarked to the black-robed elder, "Elder Pooh, I guessed correctly. This auction does indeed have some treasures." "Indeed, this auction is rather surprising," the elder replied amiably, lacking any airs despite being a formidable combat master. "Since you cannot attend the pill conference, you may as well explore the Holy Pill City." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the two made their way to the center of the auction hall and took their seats in an unoccupied area, drawing the attention of those in the private box. 2 8th-grade elixirs. Upon learning of the Xiao family's bid, Liuyun understood that the Earth-grade advanced combat skill had found its new owner. With the Xiao family bidding 2 8th-grade elixirs, there seemed little room for further bids. If no one else wished to raise the stakes, the Earth-grade advanced combat skill would indeed belong to the Xiao family. At the auction stand, Lin He quickly regained his composure and began the customary inquiries. After 3 calls, silence prevailed in the hall, prompting Lin He to strike the gavel. Following Liu Yun's prior instructions, he promptly settled the transaction after the first item, rather than delaying until the end. Although some attendees were puzzled by the Lin family's actions, none voiced opposition. Soon, the black-robed elder accompanying Xiao Ying exchanged the 2 8th-grade elixirs for the white scroll with Lin He. For a family like the Xiao, renowned for their alchemical prowess, elixirs were abundant, and they were more than willing to part with them for something that could enhance their family's combat capabilities. At the moment of completion, Liuyun received a notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the Earth-grade advanced combat skill, 8 Extremes Fist. You have received a 1,000-fold return. Obtaining the Celestial-grade advanced combat skill, Shattered Star Fist. The Shattered Star Fist has been issued to your system space. Please check your inventory. Celestial-grade advanced combat skill." Hearing the system's notification, Liuyun felt no surprise, having discerned several patterns in the system's returns. He chose not to examine the Shattered Star Fist immediately, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation with those in the box. Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Hai Buodong remained engrossed in their study of the indestructible body technique, while Duan San had long since given up, fully aware that with his physical prowess, mastering the indestructible body was beyond his reach. At that moment, Lin He had already unveiled the second auction item. Chapter 462, Auctioning the Green Flesh. A stir. The second item was merely an ordinary 8th-grade elixir. Originally intended to attract attendees, the significance of this elixir diminished following the first auction item. After 3 consecutive 8th-grade elixirs were sold, The enthusiasm of those in attendance began to wane. After all, this was the holy pill city where elixirs were plentiful, and most transactions involving 8th grade elixirs were merely exchanges of excess stock. During this process, Liuyun managed to acquire one 9th grade elixir, as 2 of the elixirs he obtained were already returned by the system and could not be exchanged again. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is not an elixir. Noticing the crowd's interest waning, Lin He's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Following his gesture, a maid brought forth a jade plate and placed it upon the stone platform before him. Gently lifting the lid of the jade plate, Lin He directed his gaze toward the audience below. Inside the plate lay a peculiar plant, entirely green. As the scent wafted toward the front rows, the eyes of those present sparkled with intrigue. Particularly, the 2 individuals from the Xiao family exhibited notable excitement upon sensing the plant's aromatic allure. Esteemed lady, this verdant plant is undoubtedly a treasure capable of enhancing one's soul strength. Given your current status as a 7th grade alchemist to ascend to the rank of 8th grade alchemist, it is imperative that you elevate your soul realm to the spiritual realm. This plant will provide you with substantial assistance. The voice of the formidable Do Zun known as Elder Pu resonated in Xiao Ying's mind. Indeed, Elder Pu, we must acquire this. Xiao Ying responded with palpable excitement. At this moment, it was not just the 2 of them harboring such thoughts. Among the crowd, a third of the alchemists present shared the same sentiment. Their gazes towards the green meat filled with fervor. Haha, this item is known as green meat, and its effects, I trust, you all can surmise. I shall refrain from elaborating further, Lin He proclaimed, laughing heartily upon observing the audience's reaction. However, it was evident that the attendees were not interested in his lengthy discourse. They were eager to commence bidding. To expedite the auction, the green meat would not have a starting bid. Instead, it would enter a phase of item exchange, requiring at least one 7th grade pill to acquire it. As Lin He finished speaking, the auction hall erupted with a chorus of competitive bids. 1 7th grade pill, 2 7th grade pills. I too shall offer 2 7th grade pills. Although the enhancement the green meat provided to soul strength was modest, its value in the alchemist-rich Holy Dan City was bound to soar. Amidst the fervent bidding, the value of the green meat astonishingly escalated to the price of an 8th grade pill that had undergone the 4-color Dan Thunder. This was nearly equivalent to the price offered when Liuyun first encountered Bai Yi, had it not been for Bai Yi's specific request for the bone-integrating blood pill. It might have been snatched away by others long ago. It seems the Xiao family has yet to make a move. In a private box, Duan-san, keenly observing the auction, remarked with a smile. They will certainly bid. This item is of utmost importance to Xiao Ying. She cannot afford to let it slip away. Liuyun replied, his eyes slightly narrowed. Just as Liuyun concluded his statement, Xiao Ying indeed did not disappoint. She promptly produced an 8th grade pill forged through the 6-color Dan Thunder. The quality of this pill instantly silenced the other bidders in the auction hall, leaving them in awe. Does anyone wish to raise the bid against the Xiao family's offer of one 8th grade pill forged through 6-color Dan Thunder? Lin He inquired with impeccable timing. After 3 rounds of silence, it was clear that not everyone possessed the wealth of the Xiao family. Other 7th grade alchemists, despite their desire for the green meat, could not afford to bid higher. As for any attempts to seize it, that was out of the question. Recent rumors suggested that the Lin family patriarch was close to attaining the strength of a 3-star Dozun. Anyone daring to act recklessly in the auction hall would likely face annihilation. Moreover, the highest bid was currently from the Xiao family. Any attempt to seize the item would be tantamount to indirectly provoking them. Before long, as silence enveloped the auction hall, Lin He struck the gavel and announced, "Congratulations to the Xiao family for acquiring this green meat. Please come forth to complete the transaction." Upon hearing Lin He's words, the black-robed elder known as Elder Pu stepped forward with familiarity onto the auction stage. Simultaneously, Liuyun in the private box received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning a piece of green meat, resulting in a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained 10,000 pieces of green meat, which have been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. 10,000 pieces of green meat. Upon hearing the system notification, a wry smile crept onto Liuyun's face, for this was far from the outcome he had anticipated. He had initially hoped that the auction of the green meat would yield some extraordinary soul treasure, enabling a breakthrough to the realm of imperial soul. However, the 10,000 pieces now returned would merely allow his avatar to progress further along the path of spiritual realm souls. Fortunately, Liuyun possessed more than just a single piece of green meat. On that ancient tree, there were several undeveloped fruits. He could only place his hopes on those little ones. After the green meat auction concluded, Liuyun slowly rose from the private box. What do you three think? If you've taken note, I shall proceed to auction off the indestructible body technique. Liuyun stated with a subtle smile directed at Chu Donghai, Su Ming, and Hai Buodong. We've taken note. What? You intend to sell the indestructible body technique? The trio responded without hesitation upon hearing Liuyun's first half of the statement, yet they were clearly taken aback by the latter half. Since we have all noted it down, why not auction it off in exchange for some other heavenly rank combat techniques? Liuyun nodded in explanation upon noticing the confusion in their eyes. I see. It is indeed sensible to exchange this combat technique. I studied it closely earlier, and it is practically impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate the indestructible body due to the excruciating pain of bodily expansion. The trio expressed their realization upon hearing Liuyun's explanation. I shall go down for a while. You three remain here, Liuyun said as he took the indestructible body technique scroll from Chu Donghai and directly pushed open the private box door to exit. Chapter 463. The Dragon Armor. Half Empire. As Liuyun stepped out of the private box, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire auction hall. Upon sensing this formidable presence, the attendees looked up in astonishment. On a high balcony about 10 meters above the auction floor, Liuyun's figure appeared. Is this the returned ancestor of the Lin family? Indeed. It is said that this person declared his demise a century ago. Who would have thought it was false? It is Lin Hai. This aura suggests he is likely beyond a 3-star Dozun. As Liuyun unabashedly revealed his might in the auction hall, many were awestruck, including Xiao Yan, known as the demon girl of the Qiao family, who furrowed her brow. Even the Qiao family would not dare to underestimate a figure of such caliber. This was precisely the effect Liuyun desired, for there were still a few Dozun powerhouses present, should they wish to seize the auction items without consequence. Disrupting the order of the auction, Liuyun would suffer significant losses, especially since if any item currently up for bid were to be forcibly taken, regardless of the outcome, it would be deemed a failure, and there would be no rewards in future auctions. Now that Liuyun had disclosed a fraction of his power, those harboring such thoughts would have to reconsider their intentions before acting. Ladies and gentlemen, I have decided to add an impromptu item to today's auction. As an aged voice emanated from Liuyun, a golden scroll materialized in his hand, which he then enveloped in Douqi and tossed towards Lin He. Upon receiving the golden scroll, Liuyun continued, this scroll contains a low-level heavenly combat technique, the indestructible body. It will be auctioned as the grand finale after the other items have been sold. With that, Liuyun stepped back into the private box, refraining from engaging with anyone in the auction hall. A heavenly combat technique. Moreover, it seems to be one that enhances physical prowess. How could Lin Hai be willing to part with such a treasure for auction? After Liuyun's final declaration, numerous eager eyes in the auction hall turned towards the golden scroll in Lin He's hands. Such a combat technique of this caliber was exceedingly rare. Not just in the outer realms, but even within the Holy Dan City, few such scrolls could be found. Typically, an ordinary Dozun would never have the opportunity to encounter one in their lifetime. As Lin He grasped the golden scroll, he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, his hand trembling slightly with excitement. However, upon recalling the words of Liuyun regarding the battle technique scroll being the piece de resistance, he suppressed the intricate emotions within him and stored the scroll within his spatial ring. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now auction the 6th item of the event. As he pronounced these words, Lin He's voice trembled slightly. Following his announcement, several maidens worked in concert to present a set of blood-red armor, placing it upon the stone platform before him. This armor, known as the Bloodscale armor, bore not only formidable seals meticulously laid by a peak Dozun powerhouse, but was also adorned with an 8th-tier magic core. Pointing to the armor on the platform, Lin He began to expound slowly. Although the Bloodscale armor had been dismissed as worthless by Duan San during the spatial trading conference, this assessment held little weight for formidable Dozun experts like himself and Liuyun. In the current auction hall, the highest contenders were merely 2-star Dozun, with the majority being of the Dozong stage. The defensive capabilities of the Bloodscale armor, when donned by a 1-star Dozun, would surpass those typically condensed by ordinary 3- or 4-star Dozun practitioners. Thus, this armor held considerable allure for the attendees. The starting bid for the Bloodscale armor was set at 2 7th-tier pills. To avert the risk of it remaining unsold, Liuyun had advised Lin He against setting the starting price at 8th-tier pills, given that he himself had previously acquired it for an 8th-tier pill that had undergone a 3-color pill thunder and was informed by Duan San that he had been shortchanged. As Lin He's voice fell, participants in the auction promptly began to place their bids. 2 7th-tier pills. 2 7th-tier pills. 3 7th-tier pills. Since the bidding was conducted using pills, those confident in their own resources could have them appraised by the Lin family staff in the testing room. At times, the value of 2 7th-tier pills could surpass that of 3 7th-tier pills possessed by others. I offer 1 8th-tier pill that has undergone 2 color pill thunder. Just as many were preparing to have their 7th-tier pills evaluated, the head of a prominent family from the outer regions suddenly called out a high bid of an 8th-tier pill. Upon hearing this, those who had gone for testing their 7th-tier pills promptly turned back, realizing further appraisal was unnecessary. Head of the G family bids 1 8th-tier pill that has endured 2 color pill thunder. Does anyone wish to raise the stakes? Lin inquired loudly. Had Liuyun not presented the indestructible body technique, it is likely that more individuals would have contested for the bloodscale armor. However, many of the genuinely powerful contenders were waiting for the final piece de resistance, unwilling to expend their strength on lesser items. After Lin, he repeated his inquiry thrice. The bloodscale armor was claimed by the head of the G family, and Lin he promptly proceeded with the transaction. At that moment, Liuyun in the private box swiftly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning a set of 8th-tier magic core armor. The bloodscale armor, receiving a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the semi-emperor level magic core armor, the 10,000 dragon armor. The 10,000 dragon armor has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. Semi-emperor level. Hearing the system's notification, Liuyun felt a surge of exhilaration. Within the system space, a suit of armor gleaming in a resplendent gold hovered, imbued with terrifying seals that made Liuyun tremble with awe. The most formidable of which was the Semi-Emperor Beast's magic core embedded in the left chest of the armor. The Semi-Emperor represents the pinnacle of power just shy of the Dou Emperor realm. Even the ancestor of the Xiao clan from the 8 great families, Xiao Yan, had only attained this level in the end. Such a magic core armor would prove immensely effective even for Liuyun, with his current cultivation. Donning the 10,000 dragon armor would make it exceedingly difficult for even someone of the realm of soul extinguishment to breach his defenses. As Liuyun was captivated by this, the auction outside resumed, and suddenly, 1,000 identical Millennium Blood ginseng appeared in the system space. Realizing that he had triggered a 10,000-fold return due to the quantity, Liuyun gradually withdrew from the system space. Chapter 464, Credit. I owe you interest. In the ensuing auctions, most items consisted of precious spiritual herbs, which greatly attracted the alchemists present. The bidding for these spiritual herbs was brief, and before long, an abundance of high-tier spiritual herbs manifested within Liuyun's system space, including 2 rare heavenly spiritual items capable of altering one's constitution and cleansing marrow. The 10,000-year Xianyin fruit, capable of evolving individuals with a cold physique into a Xianyin physique. The Thunder Essence fruit transforms the user's physique into a lightning attribute physique, even without being refined into pills. These 2 spiritual fruits possessed effects comparable to those of 8th or even 9th-tier pills. Finally, as the auction approached its conclusion, the much-anticipated final item, an ancient yellow scroll, was presented by Lin He. This yellow scroll had been exchanged by Liuyun for 2 8th-tier pills that had undergone 3 color pill thunder. It contained records of 3 ancient formations. At that moment, after presenting the scroll, Lin He offered little elaboration, merely stating that it contained formations before announcing the starting bid. Esteemed guests, prior to the unveiling of the indestructible body technique, this formation scroll was designated as the grand finale item. Its value is self-evident. Those in need of formations may consider participating. The starting bid is set at no less than 1 8th-tier pill that has undergone 3 color pill thunder. Lin He spoke rather nonchalantly. Upon hearing this somewhat vague introduction, most attendees expressed skepticism. Some scattered cultivators showed little interest in the formation, while only those hailing from prominent families exhibited slight curiosity. At that moment, after Lin He announced the base price, not a single person bid, plunging the auction hall into silence. Observing this, Liuyun felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that the scroll lacked sufficient allure for them. Had he known, he would have set the base price lower. Liuyun lamented inwardly. This formation scroll was of great importance to Liuyun. As acquiring, it could potentially lead to a 10,000-fold quality return, allowing him to establish a formidable formation that would instill confidence against the 8 great families. This silence persisted for over a minute, and still, not a single bid emerged, further heightening Liuyun's anxiety, for should it remain unsold, the system would deem the formation scroll as losing its return effect. Someone, please bid. Liuyun silently prayed, just as Liuyun was fervently hoping for a bid. The enchanting Xiao Ying from the Xiao family suddenly whispered to the elderly figure in a black robe beside her, Hu Lao. I believe we should consider bidding on this formation scroll. Since the Lin family has deemed it the grand finale, they surely value it more than the previous 8th tier pills, high-tier earth techniques, and those precious spiritual herbs. Miss, you make a valid point, but we must also retain strength to compete for the upcoming heavenly tier techniques. The black-robed elder hesitated in response to Xiao Ying's suggestion. Currently, since no one is bidding on this formation scroll, we only need to offer the base price to potentially secure it. As for the subsequent bidding for heavenly tier techniques, I believe our Xiao family's standing in the pill domain would allow us to negotiate credit. Credit is indeed a clever approach. However, I wonder if the Lin family would agree. The black-robed elder concurred with Xiao Ying's suggestion, but expressed concern about whether the Lin family would grant the Xiao family such consideration. Let us give a try and see, Xiao Ying cheerfully replied, rising to her feet with a playful smile. As no one had placed a bid, Lin He, after observing the prolonged silence at the auction table, was about to strike the gavel and declare the item unsold. However, upon noticing Xiao Ying rising from her seat, he instinctively retracted the words that were on the brink of being uttered. What was happening? Inside the private box, Liuyun, bemused by Lin He's sudden cessation of speech, pondered the situation. At that moment, a voice, sultry and enchanting, resonated from below. The formation scroll shall be acquired by the Xiao family. Upon hearing that voice, which sent shivers down one's spine, Liuyun's anxious heart finally eased. Relieved that the formation scroll would not go unsold. Very well, the Xiao family has expressed their intent to acquire this formation scroll. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? Lin promptly inquired, his reflexes sharp. Yet, given that no one had previously been willing to meet the starting price, the prospect of outbidding Xiao Ying now seemed even less appealing. After repeating the question thrice without response, Lin He swiftly announced the scroll as ownership. After the announcement, Xiao Ying did not proceed with the settlement immediately. Instead, she adopted a tone of negotiation and addressed Lin He. Master Lin, I have an unorthodox request that I hope the Lin family can accommodate. Please, Miss Xiao, do share. Lin He replied, his mind clouded with curiosity, not readily acquiescing. Observing Lin He's demeanor, Xiao Ying remained unperturbed and candidly stated, Master Lin, we have not brought ample resources with us this time. Therefore, I hope that for the upcoming final item auction, the Xiao family can purchase it on credit, and we shall repay the owed resources once I return to my family. Lin He furrowed his brow upon hearing this request, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the private box above. Realizing the implication of his action, Xiao Ying understood that he lacked the authority to decide on the matter. Her previous words were essentially directed towards the Lin family's elder within that box. Huh, how audacious of Xiao Ying to entertain such notions. Liuyun chuckled lightly upon hearing Xiao Ying's request. Indeed, it was fortuitous that she had bid, preventing the ancient formation scroll from going unsold. Hence, after contemplating her request, Liuyun resolved to agree, as recovering the credit later would still be deemed a successful auction by the system. As Xiao Ying and Lin He locked eyes, a voice, aged and resonant, emerged from a private box. For the upcoming final item, I can agree to your request for credit, but you must write an IOU specifying the repayment date. Should you fail to repay by then, an additional 7th grade elixir shall be added as interest for each day overdue. Once the accrued interest becomes substantial, I shall personally collect the debt from the Xiao family. Xiao Ying maintained her smile upon hearing the first half of the elder's statement, yet her expression soured upon grasping the entirety of it. Young lady, this elder from the Lin family speaks with excessive arrogance, the black-robed elder conveyed through a voice transmission. Clearly agitated, never has anyone in the Dan domain treated the Xiao family with such disdain. Pluto, the fact that they have agreed to our request for credit indicates their trust in the Xiao family. As for the latter part of his statement, let us dismiss it as mere folly. Xiao Ying replied, choosing to overlook the elder's condescending remarks, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for credit. Rest assured, the Xiao family shall never engage in dishonorable dealings. After Xiao Ying uttered these words, the private box fell into silence. Faced with such disdain, a flicker of indignation crossed Xiao Ying's alluring countenance, though she quickly suppressed her emotions. As the black-robed elder ascended the auction stage to transact the formation scroll with Lin He, Liuyun was greeted by a prompt notification from the system. The items returned by the system did not disappoint Liuyun. Within the system space, an ancient yellow scroll floated serenely, and as Liuyun's consciousness delved into it, he immediately accessed the scroll's information. This scroll detailed 3 formidable formations, one for killing, one for confinement, and one for illusion. Each formation had achieved a relative pinnacle within its domain, a sight unattainable in the Douqi Continent. The confinement formation, known as the Ice Blue Waterlight Formation, bore a resemblance to the Starry Formation, capable of manifesting a powerful energy shield enveloping a designated area. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the foundation of the Ice Blue Waterlight Formation was established outside the energy shield, whereas the Starry Formation's foundation resided within it. The Killing Formation, named the Blood Fiend Luo-Tian Formation, upon successful arrangement, enabled the foundation to merge seamlessly with the world. Becoming elusive, under the control of the practitioner, it could continuously siphon celestial power, conjuring formidable attacks to annihilate those within its grasp. Lastly, the Illusion Formation, called the Xuanwu Soul Confusion Formation, could conjure nearly lifelike illusions, even penetrating the souls of individuals within the formation to manifest any scene they wish to behold. Moreover, these three formations could be layered, implying that within the same domain, one could simultaneously envelop the effects of all three formations. With the knowledge contained within this scroll, setting up these formations would not pose an insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lay in the substantial quantity of high-grade magic cores required for such grand arrangements. While high-grade magic cores might be elusive for others, they were trivial for Liuyun, who could amass any attribute of high-grade magic cores. As for the low-grade magic cores needed for smaller formations, Liuyun had amassed a veritable mountain of them. At this moment, having acquired the scroll, Liuyun's original self, far away in the Jiaoma Empire, promptly began preparations for the arrangements. Meanwhile, Lin had already unveiled the final auction item. As he prepared to auction the initial stage heavenly technique, the indestructible body, the atmosphere in the room became charged with anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have long awaited the indestructible body. I shan't delay you further. The starting bid for this technique is 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 4-color elixir thunder. The auction begins now. Lin passionately stirred the ambience of the auction hall. As soon as he announced the commencement of the auction, a cacophony of bidding erupted. 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 4-color elixir thunder. 2/8 grade elixirs that have endured the 4-color elixir thunder. 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 5-color elixir thunder. 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 6-color elixir thunder. This was indeed the heart of the Dan domain, attracting a multitude of alchemists, allowing these prominent families to occasionally summon 8th grade alchemists for their concoctions. However, presenting an 8th grade elixir that had endured the 6-color elixir thunder was already the utmost limit for the outer families of Utan City. As the bidding reached a stalemate, many were preparing to send their elixirs for testing to ascertain their true value. No need for such trouble. The Xiao family bids 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 7-color elixir thunder. Just as some individuals took a few steps forward, Xiao Yan promptly raised the price once more. With this new bid, there was no longer any need for others to pursue testing, and silence enveloped the hall. The Xiao family offers 1/8 grade elixir that has endured the 7-color elixir thunder. Does anyone wish to raise their bid? Lin mechanically repeated this phrase, and upon asking for the 3rd time without a response, he directly struck the gavel to announce the result. After the auction of the indestructible body, Liuyun received a notification sound from the system, yet no items were returned to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning the indestructible body. However, as the customer utilized a credit payment method, the rewards will be distributed once the customer settles the payment. Liuyun silently prayed for a quality return 100-fold. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already written an IOU as previously discussed, exchanging it for the scroll of the indestructible body combat technique. This auction was remarkably successful. Every item was sold, with only a few occasionally fetching slightly lower than the prices Liuyun had acquired them for, while most sold at a profit, even exceeding their actual value. As the purchasing power of those around increased, the auction hosted by Liuyun would no longer be deemed peculiar, but rather spark curiosity as to how Lin Hai could possess such treasures. Once all attendees had departed, Lin He gently knocked on the door of the private room. Grandfather, Lin He requests an audience. He respectfully called from outside. Gumin, Liuyun replied softly, having sensed the commotion. Upon entering, Lin He walked directly to the center of the room, placing several treasures from his spatial ring onto the large central table. Seeing the items on the table, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved 20 jade vials containing 7th grade elixirs from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin He, saying, "Distribute these elixirs among the Lin family members with cultivation potential as training resources. Furthermore, continue to promote our endeavors. In half a month's time, the Lin Family Auction House will hold another auction. Another auction in half a month's time. Upon receiving the elixirs from Liuyun, he felt an overwhelming sense of shock. His curiosity about his grandfather's friend grew immensely. All right, I will arrange it immediately. While he felt stunned, he refrained from asking further questions, respectfully replying to Liuyun before leaving the private room. Once he departed, the group within the room began to count the numerous treasures on the table, with elixirs being the most abundant, the majority of which were of the 8th grade. With this batch of 8th grade elixirs, Liuyun could amass a significant quantity of 9th grade elixirs in the next auction. In the Jemon Empire, after facing pressure from other imperial clans, the two Do saints dispatched by the ancient clan had no choice but to leave the Jemon Empire to alleviate their suspicions. However, this very action by the ancient clan began to draw attention back to the declining Xiao clan, which had been reclusive in Utan City. Following his battle with Liuyun, Xiao Yan became a prominent figure in the Jemon Empire. Although he was defeated, discerning onlookers could see his immense potential, especially considering the vast disparity in cultivation resources available to him compared to Liuyun. To break through to Douling within a mere 3 years, relying on such scant resources was indeed astonishing. Even those from the previously lofty Liuyun family began to approach the Xiao family with intention after this duel. Xiao Yan, do you truly wish to remain in a small place like Utan City? On the journey back to Utan City, Yao Lao, residing within Xiao Yan's ring, suddenly posed a question that left Xiao Yan in a quandary. After pondering Yao Lao's inquiry for a moment, Xiao Yan hesitated and replied, Master, I understand that to become stronger, I must venture to places where more powerful individuals gather. However, what if Father faces another attack from those unidentified individuals? Xiao Yan, those people last time specifically sought to take your father. If it were not for revenge, it would imply that your father harbors a secret they desperately desire, one that even he may not be aware of. Yao Lao Anali. Master, if that is the case, what should Xiao Yan do? Xiao Yan's confusion deepened upon hearing Yao Lao's words. Xiao Yan, where is the safest place in the Jemon Empire now? Yao Lao Dizet, the safest place? Contemplating Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan responded with uncertainty. Are you suggesting the imperial capital? Indeed, that force operates in the shadows and would not dare to let too many know. The Jemon Holy City is filled with experts, and I have a vague sense that there may even be Do Zun-level strongholds within the Yuming's base. Thus, if your father could reside in the imperial capital, you would have far fewer concerns. Yao Lao articulated his plan openly. Relocate to the imperial capital. Hearing Yao Lao's proposal, Xiao Yan still felt uncertain. Xiao Yan, given your formidable talent displayed at Yunlan sect, any discerning eye can see your future achievements will be remarkable. Therefore, if you relocate the Xiao family to the imperial capital, there will undoubtedly be individuals willing to assist the Xiao family. Yao Lao confidently stated. Very well, if that is the case, I shall heed your counsel. After Yao Lao's persuasive words, Xiao Yan finally resolved to move the Xiao family from Utan City to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, in the Jemon Empire, with the departure of the two Do saints from the ancient clan, Liuyun was finally free to act without restraint as before. He began to set up the first major formation based on the contents of the formation diagram, the confinement formation, Ice Blue Water Light formation. Since the foundation of this formation was to be established outside the energy shield, Liuyun adhered strictly to its definition, simultaneously arranging 4 Ice Blue Water Light formations in the 4 directions outside the imperial capital. Upon completing this formation, Liuyun nearly exhausted 90% of his ice and water attribute magic cores. After conducting a preliminary test of the formation's power, he discovered that even the strength of a Tianyo could not budge that layer of blue barrier. This indicated that once activated, the confinement formation could at least temporarily restrain a 6-star Do Saint-level powerhouse. As for whether it could contain individuals of higher caliber, such as the leader of the Lei clan or the ancestor of the Dan Tower, Liuyun himself was uncertain. However, while this confinement formation was formidable, it possessed a significant flaw. Its foundation was located outside the energy shield of the formation. If someone were to destroy the foundation from the outside, the formation would immediately become ineffective, which is why Liuyun chose not to place it within the city. After 4 days of diligent work, Liuyun commenced the arrangement of the second major formation, the killing formation, Blood Fiend Luo Tian formation. This formation was the most mysterious among the 3, as its foundation would fully integrate into the surrounding environment after the entire formation was constructed, continuously drawing on the power of heaven and earth to sustain its energy. To properly set up this Blood Fiend Luo Tian formation, Liuyun's figure leaped in a circular trajectory around the Jemon Holy City, sometimes delving deep underground. at other times soaring high into the sky. The radius of this circular trajectory spanned 1,000 miles, as the foundation needed to cover a vast area to absorb the power of heaven and earth. Currently, this was merely Liuyun's preliminary implementation. In the future, if given the chance, he could entirely envelop the territory of the Jiamon Empire with the blood fiend Luo Tian formation. However, the quantity of magic cores required and the time consumed in setting up the formation were immense, so Liuyun could only settle for a more modest approach for the moment. In just a few days, Liuyun traversed the edge of this expansive circular area, setting up countless sub-foundations with high-grade magic cores in the high skies and deep underground, completing the edge section. Next, he would establish 5 primary foundations within this inner area. The 5 primary array bases are arranged in a pentagram formation at the heart of this vast expanse, each housing a 9th-tier magic core, complemented by numerous 8th-tier cores that provide energy, coupled with nearly 1,000,000 7th-tier and lower magic cores from the subsidiary array bases outside. The energy generated by this grand formation alone reaches an astonishing magnitude. Once the grand array is fully established, all array bases suddenly merge into the elemental energies of this realm, shifting positions at will while being able to directly harness the world's energy for attacks. With a sigh of relief, Liuyun gazed at the blood slaughter Luo Tian array as it melded into the surrounding environment after placing the final primary array base. The setup of these 2 formations had consumed a full 10 days of his time. Chapter 467, The Crisis of the Black Corner Domain. The Earth Demon Old Ghost invites a mysterious powerhouse from Central State. After the formation of the slaughter array, Liuyun discovered that the 5 strands of soul power he had infused into the primary array bases allowed him to sense every subtle change within the area enveloped by the array. He could discern the aura and cultivation levels of every individual within the array. With a mere thought, he could visualize any location within the expansive area of the formation. At this moment, his observation revealed an unusual fluctuation in soul energy. Upon retrieving the image from that specific location, he was astonished to see Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, and the elders of the Xiao family all gathered atop a gigantic flying magical beast. It appeared that the Xiao family was relocating en masse, and, judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the capital of the augmented empire. Liuyun was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly realized Xiao Yan's intentions. It seemed that the Xiao brothers were seeking refuge in the capital. Liuyun harbored little resistance towards this move. Previously, the Xiao family may have been a ticking time bomb. But now, with the slaughter array's comprehensive monitoring, he could sense any anomalies within the formation in real time. At that juncture, he could either project himself directly or command the array to launch an attack to swiftly resolve any issues. After noting this small episode of the Xiao family's migration, Liuyun sensed 3 slightly stronger auras within the grand array. One of these auras belonged to a Do-Zone-level powerhouse hidden deep within a secret valley in the augmented empire, while the other 2 were within 100 miles of Xiao Yan's location. It seemed that while the major imperial families had ostensibly withdrawn from the augmented empire, they were still secretly monitoring the situation. However, Liuyun was unconcerned. In this region, even ordinary Do, Shang powerhouses from those ancient imperial families would not stir any significant trouble for him. After grasping this information, Liuyun decided not to hastily set up the final illusion formation of the 3 arrays, but instead intended to test the might of the slaughter array. In the next moment, with a mere thought, an enormous surge of elemental energy converged in an uninhabited mountain range within a radius of 1,000 miles. It swiftly drained almost half of the elemental energy from a 50-mile radius, subsequently coalescing into a massive ancient sword, 100 feet long, atop a towering peak. Under Liuyun's control, the colossal sword tilted slightly and began its descent towards the mountain. Boom! As the ancient sword descended, the mountain, towering thousands of meters high, was effortlessly cleaved in 2, leaving behind a terrifying chasm, while the giant sword remained unscathed even after creating a 10,000-foot rift in the ground. So, it is. Upon understanding the attack mechanism of the slaughter array, Liuyun was filled with joy. With such power, even the celestial bulls would find it impossible to withstand a single strike from this giant sword. After testing the array's might, Liuyun summoned the Void Escape Beast from the system's space. For today marked the agreed-upon date for the auction at Black Seal City with the 5 members of Chiefing. Once the Void Escape Beast constructed the portal to the Void, Liuyun's form instantly appeared within the largest private box of the Liuyun Pavilion Auction Hall in Black Seal City. Due to the incident a year prior involving the annihilation of Hanfeng and Eldering Shan, the influence of Liuyun Pavilion had become virtually unassailable in the Black Corner domain. However, The significant changes in the Black Corner domain and the disappearance of the Soul Palace's guardians had caught the attention of the Soul Palace, especially the auction of unusual flames, which piqued the curiosity of many. At this moment, the Black Corner domain had gathered numerous powerful figures from Central State. Upon quietly arriving in the box, Liuyun immediately sensed several unusually potent auras within the auction hall. Among them, a hidden 3-star Do-Zun level elder from the Soul Palace had arrived, and there were also 2 others who had reached the Do-Zun realm. The presence of such formidable powerhouses at the Liuyun auction hall exerted immense pressure on the low-tier Do-Zone figures, Wuming and Chifeng, particularly when the peak Do-Zone Firefox attempted to support them, but was instead provoked by a Do-Zun powerhouse from Central State. The Firefox's cultivation, coupled with her alluring figure, left the assembled powerhouses salivating. Ah, Earth Demon Old Ghost, I never expected such a beauty would be present here. This trip has certainly not been in vain. As Liuyun made his entrance, a loud, boisterous laughter resonated throughout the auction hall. Under the weight of that laughter, the expressions of Wuming and Chifeng, who were presiding over the auction, turned grim, faced with the brazen, lustful gaze of the black-robed elder below. A wave of intense killing intent surged within the Firefox behind them. Firefox, hold your impulses. He may be a Do-Zun powerhouse. If we act rashly now, we would be walking into his trap. Today is the time agreed upon with the Master. Once he and Senior Magic Griffin arrive, these individuals will pose no threat. Although Wuming and Chifeng were filled with fury, they were acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. As they urged the Firefox not to act impulsively, their gazes inadvertently flickered towards the mysterious box above. Black Wind Venerable, it seems these individuals possess remarkable restraint. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter and strike directly. After the mysterious Do-Zun powerhouse spoke, a blood-haired elder clad in a skeletal yellow robe beside him burst into laughter. This elder's face was exceedingly gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton, with deep-set eyes shining with an eerie glow akin to ghostly flames. His identity was that of the Earth Demon Old Ghost, the founder of the hidden faction, Magic Flame Valley, in the Black Corner domain. Having conducted extensive investigations into Liuyun Pavilion, the Earth Demon Old Ghost had somehow made contact with a formidable powerhouse from Central State. Upon hearing the Earth Demon Old Ghost's words, the black-robed elder's expression suddenly stiffened, and he admonished, "Does this lord need you to instruct when to act? I dare not." At this moment, the notorious Earth Demon Old Ghost in the Black Corner domain was reprimanded by the black-robed elder for a single remark and did not dare entertain any thoughts of rebuttal. "Hee, Old Huang, for today's auction, you take 60% of the treasures, and I shall take 40, but that alluring beauty is mine, all right?" Chapter 468, Suppressing All. Annihilating Magic Flame Valley. "Hee, Old Huang, for today's auction, you take 60% of the treasures, and I shall take 40, but that alluring beauty is mine, all right?" After rebuking the Earth Demon Old Ghost, the black-robed elder, known as Black Wind Venerable, turned his gaze toward another figure in a yellow robe of middle age that exuded a similar aura, speaking with a sly smile. "Old Black Wind, I never expected you to be so sprightly at your age, still possessing such interests." Upon hearing the words of the Black Wind Sovereign, the elder in yellow robes let out a mocking laugh, tacitly agreeing to the terms proposed by the other. As their reckless banter echoed through the auction house, the unnamed man and Chifeng clenched their fists so tightly that their fingers nearly pierced their flesh, while the delicate figure of the Firefox shuddered violently. "Firefox, when the time comes to act, do not concern yourself with us. With your pinnacle Do-Zone strength, you may yet find a chance to escape." The 2 men transmitted their thoughts to the Firefox in unison. "No, my master has tasked me with protecting you both. How could I abandon you and flee alone? If it comes to it, I shall face death here with you." The Firefox's enchanting gaze was filled with a resolute determination as she responded to their mental communication. "Let's act." After the Firefox's transmission, the Black Wind Sovereign and the Yellow Old Monster seemed to perceive some fluctuation, and in the next instant, both of them moved their hands in unison, unleashing a terrifying force that bore down upon the trio. Witnessing the sudden aggression from the 2 formidable Do-Zone experts, the trio, unnamed, Chifeng and the Firefox, unleashed their vast Do-Chi, straining with all their might to resist the oncoming assault. Yet, despite their fervent opposition, the inexorable invisible pressure continued to advance upon them with little delay. "You dare to strike against my people in my auction house? Such audacity!" Just as despair was about to engulf the 3, a commanding voice resounded from the mysterious box above. At the sound of this voice, The oppressive force that had been poised to envelop the trio disintegrated instantaneously, and everyone felt a tremor resonate from their very souls. Master, the master has arrived. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the tension in the hearts of the trio dissipated, replaced by excitement as they gazed towards the box. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Sovereign and the Yellow Old Monster, having just been thwarted by the voice, exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions rife with uncertainty and wariness. Old Demon, what is the meaning of this? Why does the Flowing Cloud Pavilion harbor such a terrifying powerhouse? The Black Wind Sovereign could ascertain from the voice alone that the individual within the box was more powerful than himself, igniting a deep-seated resentment towards the old demon who had summoned him. My friend, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I, Huang, shall leave this place immediately and never return. The Yellow Old Monster bowed towards the box, intending to make his retreat. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? However, just as the Yellow Old Monster took his third step away, a cold snort emanated from the box once more. With this snort, a nearly corporeal wave of soul energy brutally collided with the retreating Yellow Old Monster. Boom! Under the impact of this soul energy, the Yellow Old Monster was sent flying as though struck by a mighty pendulum, crashing to the ground beneath the auction stage. Blood spilling from his mouth. Gasp! Witnessing this horrifying scene, the Black Wind Sovereign involuntarily inhaled sharply, rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Senior, I was wrong. Please, spare me this once. The injured Yellow Old Monster repeatedly begged for mercy from the ground. The gazes of the other attendees were fixed on the source of the mysterious voice emanating from the box. Under the collective scrutiny, the door to the box slowly opened, revealing a young figure clad in white robes. Though he appeared to be merely 18, all present were acutely aware of his formidable prowess and dared not underestimate him. What a lively gathering we have today, with so many guests from the Central Continent. As the young man began to speak, tension gripped the hearts of all, fearing that he might unleash a devastating strike upon them at any moment. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion has always treated its guests with utmost respect, but we shall not show leniency towards those who disrupt order and harbor ill intentions. As he spoke these words, a sudden glint of murderous intent surged in the young man's previously indifferent eyes. He then raised a hand lightly, and the Yellow Old Monster, who lay on the ground, disintegrated into a mist of blood, his soul shattered beyond salvation. The sight of the Yellow Old Monster's demise left the Black Wind Sovereign and the Old Demon in a state of sheer terror. Both had been more boisterous than the Yellow Old Monster, yet the young man had eliminated him first, provoking a mix of fear and confusion within them. Firefox, you shall take care of this Black Robe man. You may exact your vengeance as you see fit. Should he be on the brink of death, I can restore him. After slaying the Yellow Old Monster, the young man suddenly appeared beside the trio of unnamed Chief Feng and the Firefox. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing the young man's words, the Firefox gracefully bowed, her heart brimming with joy. It became clear to her that the terrifying powerhouse had no intention of killing her immediately, as he wished to deliver her to that woman for torment. Upon realizing the young man's intentions, the Black Wind Sovereign's face twisted into a sinister expression. In the next moment, a chaotic surge of power erupted within him. Attempting to self-destruct? Noticing the Black Wind Sovereign's movements, the young man smirked disdainfully and effortlessly closed the distance, placing a finger upon his brow. Instantly, the tumultuous energy within the Black Wind Sovereign was quelled, his meridians sealed. After executing this, the young man raised his hand, sending the Black Wind Sovereign hurtling towards the Firefox. Without hesitation, the Firefox unsheathed her sword and plunged it into the frail body before her, striking again and again, leaving gaping, bloodied wounds upon the Black Wind Sovereign. Witnessing this scene, all present in the auction house felt a chill run down their spines. A once mighty Do Zong expert was denied even the chance of self-detonation, destined instead to endure relentless torment. Senior, I was bewitched earlier. Please grant me a swift death. Having witnessed the fates of both the Yellow Old Monster and the Black Wind Sovereign, the old demon fell into despair, kneeling before the young man in a plea for death. Wish to die? I shall grant your request, but you must wait a moment. Casting a scornful glance at the old demon, the young man's gaze shifted towards an unassuming elder clad in black standing amidst the crowd. You possess remarkable composure. Did you truly believe I would not notice you? The young man spoke, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. After this proclamation, the remaining attendees in the auction house exchanged bewildered glances, for the young man was addressing a group of dozens. Whom was he speaking to? Surely it cannot be me. Those standing directly in the young man's line of sight became increasingly flustered. Uninvolved parties, depart at once. Today's auction is postponed until 3 days hence. In 3 days, this pavilion shall auction the items left behind by these two Dozong experts from the Central Continent, as well as all treasures from the Demon Flame Valley. Seeing the black-robed elder feigning innocence among the crowd, the young man issued an ultimatum. As his words echoed, the other attendees began to disperse, while the black-robed elder remained motionless, seemingly unfazed. Soon, the auction house was left with only the members of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. The Black Wind Sovereign at the mercy of the Fire Fox, the kneeling old demon, and the standing black-robed elder. The Soul Hall's elder infiltrates my Flowing Cloud Pavilion auction house. I wonder what brings you here. The voice of Liuyun, frigid as ice, pierced the air. I never expected you to discover my presence so effortlessly. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the elder in the black robe calmly acknowledged his identity, continuing, "It truly surprises me that the Blackhorn domain harbors a formidable warrior like yourself. Do not be astonished, for soon you shall find yourself imprisoned." As the adversary admitted his identity, Liuyun's gaze turned icy. In the next instant, a tempestuous surge of soul power erupted within the mind of the elder from the Soul Hall, momentarily rendering him incapable of resistance. Liuyun seized the opportunity to seal his cultivation, binding his powers. A Soul Hall elder, boasting a cultivation level of a 3-star Dozun, was rendered as powerless as an ordinary individual in Liuyun's grasp. "Do you comprehend what you are doing?" The elder, suddenly gripped by panic as Liuyun subdued him in an instant, retained a defiant tone. "Of course I understand. It's merely the capture of a Soul Hall elder." Liuyun replied nonchalantly, "Humph, since you can discern my identity, you must be aware of the might of my Soul Hall. The moment I perish, a celestial-level powerhouse will undoubtedly come to ascertain the cause of my demise. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Observing Liuyun's lackadaisical demeanor, the elder launched into a tirade of threats. With a cold chuckle, Liuyun retorted, "Your Soul Hall is treated like swine by the Heavenly Alliance in the Northern Domain. Yet now you wish to run rampant in this insignificant locale. You hail from the Central State? Who exactly are you?" The elder's voice trembled with excitement upon realizing Liuyun's awareness of the Heavenly Alliance. "I am none other than the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, the one you have long been preoccupied with," Liuyun revealed, no longer concealing his identity from these three who were never to disclose such information. "Ha! That is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. How could a top-tier powerhouse like the leader of the Heavenly Alliance deign to visit such a wretched place?" The elder from the Soul Hall clearly expressed skepticism towards Liuyun's claim. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence. Liuyun dismissed further conversation and slowly approached the trembling earth demon old ghost, who was kneeling in fear. As Liuyun drew near, the earth demon old ghost, who had previously yearned for death, suddenly lost all semblance of courage. "Senior, spare my life. I do not wish to die," he pleaded desperately. Having once sought death, he could no longer afford such luxury. Liuyun was never one to relent against the pleas of such individuals. In the next moment, he extended his palm towards the earth demon old ghost, a deep, dark vortex materializing within it. A tremendous force of attraction emanated from the vortex, swiftly drawing strands of black mist from the earth demon old ghost body into his palm. Under the influence of this force, the earth demon old ghost could only emit a series of chilling screams, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. This is the soul-devouring technique. Who on earth is he? The Soul Hall elder, whose powers were restrained, widened his eyes in shock, for this method was all too familiar to him. However, from what he understood, even celestial-level soul-devouring techniques had never reached such a terrifying extent. Under the gaze of the Soul Hall elder and his unnamed companions, the earth demon old ghost, who had been writhing violently, soon fell silent, his soul entirely devoured by Liuyun. With Liuyun's current soul power, he swiftly digested the earth demon old ghost's essence, gleaning fragments of his memories. Liuyun recalled that within the treasury of the Magic Flame Valley, there existed a secret technique pertaining to the crafting of celestial demon puppets. He had previously refrained from retrieving it, as the Magic Flame Valley had not provoked his ire. However, now that the earth demon old ghost had summoned a powerhouse from the Central State for nefarious purposes, Liuyun would show no mercy. Having consumed the earth demon old ghost soul, Liuyun now knew the location of the Magic Flame Valley treasury. Wuming, Chiefeng, keep a close watch on this Soul Hall individual. After issuing his instructions, Liuyun swiftly set off towards the direction of the Magic Flame Valley. The Magic Flame Valley lay thousands of miles from Black Seal City. However, with Liuyun's current strength, he traversed this vast distance in but an hour. Before long, He found himself before an immense valley, as if it had been hewn from the very heart of a mountain. Surrounding the valley were deep black rocks, glimmering faintly with a metallic sheen. This was Mo gangstone, exceedingly hard, difficult even for a Do Wong to shatter. The dense black rocks suggested that this mountain range was a rich vein of minerals, with the headquarters of the Magic Flame Valley nestled within. Apart from the Earth Demon Old Ghost, the founder, several Do Zone powerhouses also resided within the Magic Flame Valley. Were it not for the presence of the Xiao Yan Academy and Liuyun Pavilion, it would indeed merit the title of the foremost power in the Blackhorn domain.